The Four Rivers of Paradise, written by Michael Jones. A river leaves Eden and divides into four. The Quran names four rivers in paradise: water, milk, wine, and honey, and qualifies each one as though something familiar had been purified of the defect that ordinarily spoils it. The Prophet, on the night journey, finds four rivers issuing from the root of a tree at the furthest boundary. Ezekiel watches water come out from beneath the temple and deepen as it goes. Revelation ends with a river, a tree, a walled city, and gates that are never shut. The question that began this book was simple: why four? Why does paradise have four rivers rather than 3 or 7? Why these four substances? Why does the one river of Genesis become four only after it enters the garden? And why does the promise of living water end, in another scripture, with that water flowing out from inside a person? The answer proposed here is that the number does not come from the landscape. It comes from the creature. Something at the very center of the soul has this shape, an experience so common that every people in every century has recorded it, and recorded it in the same strange vocabulary. I hold no office and claim none, and nothing in this book asks to be believed on authority. It asks to be weighed. The method rests on a claim about language, and the claim is simple. Every night the heart composes in a language of pictures, houses and floods, animals and roads, gardens and walls, and scripture is written in the same language. That is why its images cross every border on earth while the arguments about them do not. A tree at the center of a garden needs no translator. This book assembles that grammar one word at a time and then reads with it, and what it finds wherever it reads is a single structure repeating. An enclosure, water at the center, a tree, and the water counted as four. There is a reason the language of the night looks the way it does. A language built to describe finite things wants one exact word for each thing, a word with edges, fitted to the object's dimensions, spent in a single use. A language built to speak of the infinite would need something else entirely. Every word in every sentence would have to be bottomless. And that is precisely what dream words are. Any one of these symbols, the water, the tree, the wall, can be considered indefinitely, and the bottom never found. Which is why no single people ever exhausted the language. Different cultures in different centuries have each contemplated different faces of the same bottomless words. I quote the Bible and the Quran side by side throughout, and I want to be plain about what that does and does not mean. It does not mean the two traditions are one tradition. They are not, and where they genuinely differ, I have left the difference standing. There is a chapter late in this book about why sanding it down would betray both. But a standing difference can be met two ways: as a barrier or as a bridge, and in these pages I will treat every one of them as a bridge. If the traditions have each been contemplating different faces of the same bottomless words, then the places where they differ are exactly the places where one of them has seen something the other has not, and a difference of that kind is not a wall between two houses. It is a doorway. They are read together because, on the matter this book examines, the garden, the water, the four, they agree with a precision neither borrowed from the other, and testimony is strongest from witnesses who never met. Behind them stand older and stranger voices called for the same reason: a Norse cow with 4 rivers of milk, 4 Indian roads to one liberation, 4 metals ripening in the alchemist's furnace, 4 greats in the Tao. None of them consulted the others. All of them counted to 4. This book is for the person in whom the heart and the mind have been at war, who has been made to feel, somewhere along the way, that love and logic are rivals, and that a serious life requires picking a side. The argument of every chapter is that they were never rivals. They are two realms joined by a single tree, its roots digging down into one, its branches stretching up into the other, and the deeper the roots go and the higher the branches reach, the more that tree becomes a tree of life. The oldest books in the world have been saying so all along, in a language we still speak in our sleep. That is the argument. The hope is smaller and warmer, that something in these pages helps bridge the two worlds you are torn between, and that reading them leaves you with more peace or more joy than you brought to them. A note on how to read it. The chapters build. The early ones lay down a vocabulary that the later ones spend, so the book is best taken in order. And the images in it are meant to be carried rather than solved. Some will not open on the first pass. They are not supposed to. That is what carrying is for. Solzhenitsyn, who saw as much of good and evil as any man of his century, wrote that the line separating them passes not through states, nor between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart. This book takes him at his word. If the line runs through the heart, then the heart is where the work is, and so that is where we will start, with the language of the heart. The book begins where every desert traveler begins, at the water. Begin thirsty. Chapter 1: The Rivers. In the Quran, paradise is something to drink. Is the description of paradise, which the righteous are promised, wherein are rivers of water unaltered, rivers of milk the taste of which never changes, rivers of wine delicious to those who drink, and rivers of purified honey, in which they will have from all kinds of fruits and forgiveness from their Lord, like that of those who abide eternally in the fire, and are given to drink scalding water that will sever their intestines. Surat Muhammad 47:15. 4 rivers, 4 substances, 1 qualifying phrase apiece, and the whole thing set against its opposite. That is the passage. Nothing explains why there are 4 or why these 4, or what anyone is meant to understand by them. The list is given, and the surah moves on to other business. The silence is a method, and it is not only the Quran's. The disciples once caught their teacher using it. He had been telling stories about seed and soil to large crowds and explaining none of them, and when they had him alone, they asked why he worked that way. His answer was not that the crowd was slow. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. Matthew 13:13. And for the diagnosis he quoted Isaiah, who locates the failure in a particular organ. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, lest at any time they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. Matthew 13:15. Understand with their heart, not with their ears. The ears are on the list of what has already failed. What is being aimed at sits further in than hearing reaches, and that is why the story does not come with its explanation attached. An explanation stops at the ear. A man can have the correct interpretation of a parable in his possession, entire, and be no different for it. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear sounds like a filter, a way of sorting the devout from the rest. It is more mechanical than that. A thing has been set down where it can be picked up, and what happens after that is not in the hands of the one who set it down. Because there is a second half to the picture, and it is the half that makes any of this worth the trouble. He that believeth on me, as the scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. John 7:38. Rivers out of a man. So there is a garden with 4 rivers in it, and there is a promise that rivers come out of the inward parts of a person, and those are not 2 separate pictures. The whole argument of this book can be stated here, before any part of it is unfolded. The garden is a man made capable of receiving what comes from God without spoiling it. The wall is the tested structure of his understanding, the boundary that gives what is inside a course without shutting it in. The tree joins what is buried in the heart to what stands visible in the mind, and it is the shape of a choice. The altar is where every fixed thing a man has made, every idea, memory, and relationship he has mistaken for the thing itself, is bound in all 4 directions and put to the test. The serpent is attention, the one animal that can be lured down to the ground or lifted up a pole. And the fire is what comes down from heaven when a man has carried his water as far up the mountain as his own hands can take it. And the rivers are the 4 ways love moves through a human body. Water is the love that stands face to face. Milk is the love that stands back to back. Honey is the love that stands shoulder to shoulder. Wine is the love that stands behind. Each does one thing the others cannot. Each, left alone or stopped in its course, spoils in a different way. The four are not competitors, and they do not have four sources. They are one living water after it has divided, and a man is not whole because he has found one of them. Paradise is the name of that arrangement in its completed form. The enclosure sound, the tree living, the four rivers running in and out, and nothing in the vessel that alters their taste. That is the map. The rest of the book walks the country. One claim in it should not be taken on credit because it is not common knowledge, that sacrifices were bound. The altar of Scripture was built foursquare, a horn raised at each of its four corners. Thou shalt make the horns of it upon the four corners thereof, and the offering was tied to them. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even unto the horns of the altar. Psalm 118:27. One offering, four cords, four corners, held in every direction at once. What that means is a chapter of its own. It is quoted here so the map rests on the text and not on this book. The water is meant to arrive somewhere near the middle of a man and come out the other side of him. Mostly it does not. Something happens between the spring and the mouth. What went in living comes out brackish, and the man it came through is usually the last to taste it. Which is why the promise, when it is finally made plain, says almost nothing about the water. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. Ezekiel 36:25-26. Clean water and then the container replaced. The stone taken out, and something able to hold put in where it was. And what the vessel is described as containing is not nothing. It is a stone. It is not empty and waiting to be filled. It is occupied, and by something that takes up the room and holds nothing. Taken literally, that is surgery. A stone where the heart goes is not on the surface. Nothing reaches it by being said near a man, and nothing reaches it by his deciding to be different about it. It comes out the way anything comes out of the middle of a body, invasively. Which is the parable's claim arriving from the other end. It is not a matter of the words getting as far as a man's ear. It is a matter of their going the whole distance, and there is no route to the center of a man that does not cut. So the four rivers are not a riddle only. A riddle is solved once and set down afterwards. This list does nothing on the page, and what it is for is to be picked up and carried until something in the man carrying it gives way, which is worth walking around and looking at from several sides. The qualifiers are precise: water that is unaltered, milk whose taste does not change, wine that is a delight to those who drink it, honey that is pure. Each one names a defect and rules it out, which means each one is describing a substance already known in a spoiled condition. The verse is not telling us that paradise has water. It is telling us what will be missing from the water. The tradition noticed this and worked on it for centuries. The classical commentators explain that the water of this world is mudded, that its color and taste change from the sand and vegetation and standing that get into it, and that it takes on a smell, and that the water promised here is water with none of that in it. On the milk, they say that it has not been drawn out of any animal's body, and that this is why its flavor never turns, since the faint animal smell in every glass of milk on earth comes from the creature it was taken from. On the honey, they say it has not come from the bellies of bees, and that in consequence there is no wax in it, no fragments of comb, and no legs of dead bees. On the wine, they say something stranger, and it will keep for a page. In every case, the promise is subtractive. Nothing is being added to these four substances. Something is being taken out of them, until each is nothing but itself. This is a strange way to describe heaven. A garden at the end of the world could hold anything, substances nobody has tasted, in colors nobody has seen, and there are accounts of paradise that go that way. This one does not. It offers water, milk, wine, and honey, four things available in any market in the 7th century and in any market now, four things any household has had in the last week. Whatever is being promised is not somewhere else. It is what is already here, with something removed. Both traditions are explicit that the thing itself cannot be conveyed, and both of them go on to hand over the list anyway. But as it is written, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. The Hadith Qudsi says it in almost the same words. God has prepared for the righteous what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and what has never occurred to the human heart. And the Quran flatly, no soul knows what has been kept hidden for them. Eye, ear, heart. The same three organs the parable passage listed as the ones that have failed, named again as the ones that were never equal to it. A description of a taste is not the taste, and no quantity of description will convert it into one. What cannot be taught can still be recognized, and recognition needs an object to strike against. The four are the object. They were not given as an explanation. They were given as something to hold. The Quran returns to the wine more than once, and each time it specifies what will be absent. A cup from a flowing spring, white and delicious to the drinkers. No bad effect is there in it, nor from it will they be intoxicated. Surat Az-Zafat 37, 45-47. And again, describing what is carried around to those brought near, from which they will not get headache, nor will they be intoxicated. Surat Al-Waqiah 56:19. Wine is forbidden to Muslims in this world and promised to them in the next. The commentators hold that the prohibition and the promise are about the same thing from two sides. What makes wine dangerous here is precisely what is stated to be absent there. Twice, in two different surahs, the text is careful to say that this wine does not take the head and does not take the senses. Every cup a man has ever lifted in this world took something from him as the price of what it gave him. This one is described as giving without taking, and the description is made twice, as though the point were expected to be difficult. The honey has a companion passage too, and it is not in a chapter about paradise at all. And your Lord inspired to the bee, take for yourself among the mountains, houses, and among the trees, and in that which they construct. Then eat from all the fruits and follow the ways of your Lord laid down for you. There emerges from their bellies a drink, varying in colors, in which there is healing for people. Surat An-Nahl 16, 68-69. The verb translated inspired here is awa, and it is the verb used elsewhere in the Quran for the revelation given to prophets. The bee is not described as following instinct. It is described as receiving a communication and obeying it, and the sweetness is what comes out of the obedience. The four rivers are not only a Quranic image. They appear in the Hadith literature as well, and there they are attached to a tree. In the reports of the night journey preserved in the two great collections, the Prophet is taken up to the lot tree of the farthest boundary, the Sidrat al-Muntaha, and finds four rivers issuing from its base. Two of them are hidden and two are visible, and when he asks, he is told that the hidden two are in paradise and the visible two are the Nile and the Euphrates. Four rivers from one root and two of them named as rivers of this world, not resembling the Nile, and not resembling the Euphrates itself, a river a man can walk down to and put his hand in. Other reports describe the tree as enormous, its leaves like the ears of elephants, its shade such that a rider could not cross it in 70 years. And there is a narration in which the four rivers are named as water, milk, wine, and honey flowing from the same root, which is the point at which the Hadith material and the verse from Surat Muhammad meet. The Hebrew scriptures are older, and they open the whole subject with the same object: a garden, one river and the river dividing. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison, that is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. Genesis 2:10-14. The Euphrates is named in Genesis as one of the 4 rivers of the garden, and the Euphrates is named in the Hadith of the Night Journey as one of the 2 rivers of paradise that a man can see. That is not 2 traditions reaching for a similar image, and it is not symbolism. It is the same river, called by the same name, identified in both accounts as coming from the same place. The pattern does not stop at Genesis. At the far end of the Christian scriptures, in the last chapter of the last book, the river appears again, and it has changed address. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. Revelation 22:1-2. The river of the beginning was in a garden. This one runs down the middle of a street. The garden has become a city, and the tree that stood at the center of the first one now stands on both banks of the water at once, and its leaves are for healing. Ezekiel had already seen something very like it. Water comes out from under the threshold of the temple, and a man with a measuring line leads the prophet out into it 4 times. 1,000 cubits, and the water is to the ankles. 1,000 more, and it is to the knees. 1,000 more, and it is to the loins. And 1,000 more, and it cannot be crossed on foot. On both banks there are trees whose leaves do not wither and whose fruit does not fail, and their fruit is for meat and their leaves for medicine. And every one of them is bounded. Eden gets a guard posted at the gate. The city gets a wall with 12 gates in it, described stone by stone. The Arabic word for the garden means the covered place. An enclosure, water at the center, a tree, 4. 2 traditions, separated by centuries and a language barrier and a great deal of blood, both describe the destination of the spiritual life as a walled garden with water at the center of it and a tree, and both of them, independently, count the water as 4. One of them names a river that the other one also names. Neither of them explains why 4. Every account of paradise that has come down to us insists on a boundary and insists on water inside it, and then divides the water into 4 parts and stops. Strip those accounts down, and the same object is left standing in all of them. Something hard that holds something soft, a wall with water inside it, masonry around a liquid. Which is a cup. Chapter 2, the vessel. The first thing God does in Scripture is move over water. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Genesis 1:2. Before light, before land, before anything is named, the deep is already there, and the first recorded act is a hovering over it, and the verb is the one used elsewhere of a bird over its young. Water keeps this position all the way through. It is never scenery. Then there is the choice of miracle. A man who could suspend the ordinary rules had every option open to him, and the one the tradition remembers above the others is that he walked out onto a lake in the dark. Flight would have been more astonishing and would have proved more. But there is a line in Job about what God alone does, and it is not flying, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon the waves of the sea. Job 9:8. The miracle is a quotation. Anyone in that boat who knew the book would have known what was being said, and it was not "look what I can do." It was the sentence from Job, performed. But water left to itself is a disaster. Loose water is a flood. Standing water is a marsh. The recurring object in all of this is not the water, it is whatever holds it. The West told one story about that object for the better part of 1,000 years and never quite stopped telling it. A young man is brought into a castle where a wounded king lies, and the country outside has gone dry. A procession crosses the hall carrying a vessel. He has been advised by a man he respects that it is rude to ask too many questions, so he watches it pass and says nothing, and goes to bed, and wakes in an empty castle with the doors standing open and nobody in it. He is told afterwards what the silence cost. One question would have healed the king and watered the land, and the question was only this: what is it, and whom does it serve? The Grail is not a fifth scripture, and it does not belong in the evidence. It belongs here because it is the story that understood what kind of thing was being described. Not a place. A container, and a container is the only part of the arrangement that can be examined, built, ruined, or repaired, because whatever is poured into it is the part no eye has seen. The Jewish mystics approached this as an engineering problem. In the account developed at Safed in the 16th century, God withdraws in order to make room for something other than God, and then sends light into that room, and the light has to be held, so there are vessels. The vessels are not adequate. They break under what is poured into them, and the light scatters, and the fragments of it lodge in the broken pieces and are buried in the world. What follows from that is the part that matters. The work assigned to human beings is repair, not ascent, not escape, not the acquisition of secret information, gathering what was spilled and mending what cracked. Mani's people, further east and centuries earlier, told a version of the same thing: light caught in matter and ferried back out. In the Jewish telling, the catastrophe is a container failure, and the remedy is container work. There is more in that account than this chapter needs: why the vessels broke, and how such a thing is mended, and it will be opened in full when the book reaches the mending. 3 traditions, then, with no common source, all saying that the ineffable requires something to be held in, and that the holding is where things go wrong. Scripture is specific about how a water source fails, and it fails from inside. 3 days out of the sea, with no water, the people arrive at a spring and cannot drink it. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter, and he cried unto the Lord. And the Lord showed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. Exodus 15:23-25. A tree put into bitter water sweetens it. The passage does not say the tree was a purifying agent, and no chemistry is offered. What is offered is an image, and it is the one that keeps returning. Something with roots and a crown put down into water, changing what the water is. And 2 verses later they come to Elim and find 12 wells and 70 palm trees, and camp there. Bitterness and abundance are 4 verses apart, and the difference between them is not the quantity of water. James, writing much later, treats the 2 kinds of spring as a test of a man. Doth a fountain send forth at the same place sweet water and bitter? James 3:11. He assumes the answer is no. A source produces what it is, and a man is a source. That is the whole force of the question. So he is either one or the other, and no amount of good speech from a bitter spring changes what comes up. The wells in these scriptures are where the important things happen, and it is not because the desert is dry. A servant is sent to find a wife for Isaac and stops at a well, and Rebekah comes to draw. Jacob arrives in a strange country, sees Rachel coming with her father's sheep, and rolls the stone off the well's mouth for her. Moses runs from Egypt, sits down by a well, and defends the daughters of the priest of Midian, and marries one of them. 3 patriarchs, 3 wives, 3 wells. It is a set piece, and the audience knew it was a set piece, which is precisely why, when a tired man sits down at a well in Samaria at noon, and a woman comes out to draw, every person hearing that story knows exactly what kind of scene this is before a word is said. And on the other side of the peninsula, the sanctuary at Mecca is where it is because of water. A woman runs between two hills looking for it with a child dying behind her, and a spring opens, and a settlement grows around the spring, and the house is built in the place the water made habitable. The well came first. The architecture came to it. None of this is a coincidence of climate, and the proof is that the images survive in places with no deserts and no scripture at all. A wooden puppet has to go to the bottom of the sea and into the belly of a great fish to recover his father, and no child has ever stopped the story to ask why the bottom of the sea. It is obviously right. It is obviously right for the same reason it was obviously right that a prophet who ran from an errand ended up 3 days in the dark under the water, and for the same reason that 3 days under the earth is the hinge of the Christian story. Nobody teaches this, and everybody knows it. Whatever has to be recovered is down, and it is underwater, and it is retrieved by descent rather than by climbing. Which brings the question back to the vessel a man actually has, and here both traditions name the same organ and describe it as the same material. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you, and I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. Ezekiel 36:26. And the Quran, in its longest surah, a few pages after the account of Moses striking the rock so that 12 springs broke out of it. Then your hearts became hardened after that, being like stones or even harder. For indeed, there are stones from which rivers burst forth, and there are some of them that split open and water comes out, and there are some that fall down for fear of Allah. Surat al-Baqarah 2:74. The comparison is exact, and it is not kind. The charge is not that the heart is hard. It is that the heart is harder than rock, and the evidence offered for the ranking is that rock gives water. A struck stone in the desert opened and rivers came out of it in that same surah a few pages earlier. The organ under discussion did not. So the water is not somewhere else waiting to be imported. It is in there. What is around it is stone. And a stone in the chest is not a figure for coldness. A stone, in the grammar these scriptures use, is a witness. It testifies because it was present and did not move. Joshua sets one up and says it has heard everything spoken there. Jacob and Laban pile one up and name it the heap of witness. 12 come out of a riverbed so that when the children ask what they mean, there is an answer waiting. A stone is a memory, set in the shape it was in when it set. A heart of stone is therefore not an absence of feeling. It is a heart made out of what happened, every position taken under pressure, every conclusion reached at the worst possible hour, all of it hardened in place and still load-bearing 40 years later. That is what is occupying the vessel, not emptiness, fill. The Taoists put the principle in a potter's terms. Clay is fashioned into vessels, but it is on their empty hollowness that their use depends. The door and windows are cut out from the walls to form an apartment, but it is on the empty space within that its use depends. Therefore, what has a positive existence serves for profitable adaptation, and what has not that for actual usefulness. Tao Te Ching 11. The use of a vessel is the room in it. The clay is required. Nothing is held without walls, but the clay is not what a cup is for. A heart of stone, then, is not a broken vessel. Every part of it is sound. It is a vessel with nothing left of the one thing a vessel is for, filled to the brim with its own record. And the promise in Ezekiel is exact about what is restored, not a stronger material, the room, which settles the question of method, and settles it unpleasantly. A stone where the heart goes is not on the surface. It cannot be reached by advice, or by a decision, or by hearing something true said well in a crowded room. Whatever gets to it has to go the entire distance. The letter to the Hebrews describes the instrument and specifies the depth. For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Hebrews 4:12. A blade, joints and marrow, soul and spirit, and then the heart. not the ear. Simeon says the same thing to a young mother holding an infant and attaches the purpose to it. A sword shall pierce through thy own soul also, that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed. The cutting is not the accident. The cutting is how the hearts get shown. And the Muslim tradition preserves it as an event rather than an image. The prophet as a boy is taken by two figures who open his chest, lift out the heart, take something from it, wash it in water drawn from the well at Mecca, and close him up again. Whatever else that narration is doing, it is not describing a change of mind. It is a chest opened and an organ handled and washed in the same water the sanctuary was built around. Nobody in any of these accounts is improved from the outside. And none of it happens once. Paul had the most dramatic single conversion on record and could have spent the rest of his life referring back to it. What he wrote instead was that he died daily, and elsewhere that the outward man perishes while the inward man is renewed day by day. Perishing and renewal in that order on a schedule. Which is what to expect if the thing being got at is memory. No man has a memory. He has a lifetime of them, set at different depths and different hardnesses, and there is no single incision that reaches all of it at once. The stone comes out in pieces over years, and every piece has to be gone in after. So the picture in the previous chapter is not 4 rivers in a landscape. It is a made thing with water in it, and it can be built badly, and it can break, and it can be mended, and everything that has ever been said about it says the same. A vessel is solid and can be worked on. What it carries cannot. And the same walled thing that holds water holds milk, and wine and honey, without altering to suit any of them. A man who wanted to be such a vessel could not get there by being told what the water tastes like. He would have to learn what the cup is made of, and then what ruins each of the 4 things it was built to hold. Which leaves the question the last chapter ended on and did not answer. 1 cup and 4 things in it. Nobody says why 4. The reason is in the body, and it takes about 4 seconds to check. Chapter 3, Earth and Sky. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Genesis 1:1. The first sentence of Scripture makes one division, and every division that follows happens inside it. Heaven and earth, above and below, what can be seen and what cannot. The country of light, order, and distance, and the country of darkness, growth, and burial. The mind and the heart do not speak the same language because they do not inhabit the same country. The mind belongs to the sky. The heart belongs to the earth. Logic is the work of the mind, separating one thing from another, holding both where they can be compared, and discovering the rule that joins them. Love is the work of the heart, recognizing value before qualification, hoping the good, receiving life and allowing it to pass outward. Love itself does not select an object. The 4 rivers are the courses it takes once a human body gives it position and work. That is the first line of the grammar. Everything else in it follows. The earth is the heart. The earth is low, which does not mean lesser. The foundation of a house is lower than the roof and carries all of it. Roots are lower than branches, and the branches live from them. Everything a man stands on is under him, and he notices it chiefly when it moves. The earth is dark. Nearly everything it does is invisible while it is doing it. A seed opens underground. A root finds water without light. The dead are put into it, and the living rise out of it, and nobody watching the surface sees the exchange. It receives whatever is dropped on it without consenting and produces without being told how. It grows wheat and thorns out of the same rain. It holds every footprint for a moment and some wounds for 1,000 years. That is the heart exactly. Water belongs to this country. It seeks the lowest place available, enters whatever will receive it, takes the shape of what holds it, and does most of its work out of sight. It carries life through the dark and leaves that life visible above it. Love moves the same way. And every people calls the earth mother. not because the earth resembles a woman from a distance, because it does the maternal thing. It receives life into darkness, carries it where nobody can see it being made, and brings it out in a form that did not exist when it went in. The feminine belongs to the heart for the same reason the earth does. The mammal belongs there too. A mammal carries its young inside its body and feeds the young from that same body after it comes out. Milk crosses from one living interior into another before the one receiving it can ask. The whole operation is hidden, warm, embodied, and given. Gold is the metal of this country. It is found buried in the earth. Its color is warm. It does not tarnish, and almost nothing can eat it. It is unreactive, conductive, and malleable. Nothing common corrupts it. What flows can pass through it without resistance, and it can be worked and worked without breaking. Men cross oceans and break kingdoms for it because it is the metal in which value becomes visible. The heart is the organ that knows what a thing is worth before the mind has worked out a price. And the old science of the metals said one thing more about it. The heart does not begin as gold. It begins as lead, heavy, dull, and toxic, and the whole work is transmutation. And the shape of the earth is round. Stand anywhere on it and the horizon closes around you in a circle. The womb is round. The breast is round. Fruit grows round, and so do eyes and seeds and the rings inside a tree. Roundness has no privileged corner and no point at which it naturally begins. It encloses by continuing. The left belongs to this country. The heart lies to the left of the body's center, and the left hand is the side of love. What is received, valued, and hoped for before competence is measured. To stand at the left is to stand on the side of the heart. Earth, heart, love, water, low, dark, invisible, round, mammal, gold, feminine, left. These are not comparisons assembled after the fact. They are one word spoken in 12 forms. The sky is the mind. The sky is high, and height gives distance, and distance makes comparison possible. From the ground, a man sees the tree in front of him. From above, he sees the road, the river, the field, and the wall at once, and can tell where one ends and another begins. The mind does the same thing from inside the body. It rises out of what is happening far enough to draw a line around it. The sky is bright. It is where the sun is, and the sun makes visible what darkness held together without distinction. Under light, one thing can be separated from another, named, counted, and examined. White belongs to the same country because white exposes whatever is put against it. A mark on white cannot hide in the ground. Hardness belongs to this country because thought gives a fluid experience a form that will hold still. A definition resists being reshaped every time the feeling around it changes. A law stays where it was put. The mind makes solid so that two things can be set beside each other and tested. The sky is the region of order. The sun divides day from night. The moon measures the month. The stars give direction, season, and year. Men crossed oceans by looking upward because the lights above them stayed in their courses while the water beneath them moved. And every people calls the sky Father. The masculine belongs to the mind because it goes outward, draws distinctions, and gives a visible form to what had been carried invisibly. The father does not gestate the child in darkness. He stands outside what is being formed and gives it a name, a boundary, and a place in the world. The reptile belongs to this country. It carries its hardness on the outside. Its scales divide the surface into visible pieces. It takes its heat from the light above it rather than manufacturing warmth in the dark of its own body, and it does not feed its young with milk. The mammal encloses life in a warm interior. The reptile meets the world through a hard and articulated surface. Silver is the metal of the mind. It is white, bright, and reflective, so reflective that it is the metal mirrors are made of, and a polished silver mirror gives back an accurate representation of whatever stands in front of it, adding nothing and withholding nothing. That is the mind's office in a single object. It becomes coin, measure, and account. Gold declares worth. Silver makes worth countable. One is kept because it is treasure. The other passes from hand to hand, so that unlike things can be compared. And the mind's shape is the square. Nature grows circles easily. A square has to be made. Its 4 lines have to be measured, its opposite sides held equal, and its corners brought to right angles. A circle encloses by continuing, a square encloses by distinction. This side, then a turn. This side, then a turn. 4 judgments, and a space exists inside them that did not exist before. The right belongs to this country. The right hand is the hand of skill, judgment, and entrusted action. Scripture seats authority at the right hand because the right is not merely loved. It is trusted to act. Sky, mind, logic, hard, high, bright, white, visible, square, reptile, silver, masculine, right. These are one word too. Each of the 2 countries can be spoken in many forms, and the forms are not equal in force. To say the heart is black and the mind is white is true in the dictionary and nearly empty in the saying. Black and white are 2 positions on one scale. Turn the lamp up and one becomes the other. The heart and the mind are not 2 positions on any scale. They are a dichotomy that is different even in the way that its 2 sides are different. The pair that carries the most is water and light. Water has weight and takes up room. It descends, pools, soaks in, and holds. Light has no weight and occupies no room at all. It does not descend so much as arrive instantly, in straight lines, undiminished by distance. Water can be held in a cup. Light cannot be held in anything. Water touches what it fills. Light shows what it strikes. They are not 2 shades of one substance, and they are not even 2 substances. They differ in kind, which is what the heart and the mind do. And they are not rivals because each does for the other the one thing the other cannot do for itself. Water gives life. Nothing grows by light alone, and every living thing is mostly water. But water left to itself in the dark spoils. It stands, it stagnates, it breeds, it goes foul, and no quantity of additional water corrects it. What keeps water pure is light. Sunlight disinfects standing water. The brightness does to it what more water never could. Life comes up out of the water. Purity comes down out of the light. Which is why the vessel is open at the top. A cup with a lid keeps its water and ruins it, sealed away from the light. The water of life goes stale in its own dark. The container is not supposed to have a top on it. The walls hold the water in its course. The opening lets the light down onto it. And the light of truth is what allows the water of life to stay pure. The garden is built to the same code. Paradise has a wall on every side and a roof over none of it. It could not be otherwise. A garden with a roof grows nothing. Everything that lives in the enclosure lives by what the enclosure stays open to. The dictionary does not change according to the interpreter, but a sentence can contain words from both sides. A round object made of silver is not an uncertainty about whether roundness is round or silver is silver. It is a compound statement. The meanings remain fixed. What matters is the relation in which they have been placed. That is how Scripture and dreams speak. They do not ordinarily hand over one symbol at a time. They put water on a mountain. They plant a tree beside a river. They set a ladder on the earth and put its top in heaven. The work is not to decide what the words mean. The work is to read the sentence they make together. Jacob saw one such sentence while sleeping on a stone. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Genesis 28:12. The ladder joins earth and sky, but it joins them in the mind's way. It is hard, straight, and divided into equal intervals. A man does not arrive at its top by flowing. He climbs by ordered steps, putting weight on one distinction after another. Miss a rung and there is nothing between the one below and the one above. Traffic goes both ways on it, but the road itself is logical. It is a connection built out of sequence. The northern peoples called their rainbow bridge Bifrost, and it joins the same 2 countries differently. It is not straight and it has no rungs. It is an arc roundness laid across the sky, and its colors appear when heavenly light enters water and is divided inside it. The latter joins by structure. The rainbow joins by light passing through water. One is weighted toward the mind, the other toward the heart, and both cross the same distance. A river flowing down a mountain is the heart's road in its purest form. It begins in the high country and comes down without climbing, taking what was above into the ground below. It does not move in measured intervals. It runs continuously, bends to the land it enters, disappears into it, and makes something grow at the far end. Isaiah gives the whole motion in one passage. Rain and snow come down from heaven, water the earth, make it bring forth and bud, and do not return until they have produced seed and bread. Then he says that God's word moves the same way. The ladder is ascended, the river is received. The tree is the only living thing that stands completely in both countries. Its roots are buried in the dark, in the place nobody can inspect, drinking water nobody can see. Its crown is lifted into the light, where its shape can be seen from a distance and its fruit can be counted. Water moves through its hidden interior while bark holds a hard boundary around it. It grows in rings and divides into branches. It is round and articulated, soft in its traffic and hard in its structure, feminine below and masculine above. The tree does not compromise between heart and mind. It joins them. Cut off the root and the crown becomes wood. Cut off the crown and the root has nowhere to send what it drinks. That is a choice. A choice begins somewhere in a man that he did not consult and cannot fully see. Something matters before he can explain why. It rises from that buried country into thought, where it is named, divided from its alternatives and given a form that can be acted on. Then it bears fruit and consequences that enter the world and become the ground of later choices. Nebuchadnezzar dreams of an enormous tree, visible to the ends of the earth and feeding everything, and it is cut down to the stump. Daniel tells him what it is. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached unto the heaven, it is thou, O king. Daniel 4:20-22. Daniel identifies the tree with the man, and in the same breath asks him to choose differently. Break off thy sins by righteousness. The tree is the king's life in the shape his choosing has given it. It can be cut down without the man being destroyed. The stump is left, banded with iron and brass, and the roots stay in the earth. This is the grammar in which the heart speaks, and in which Scripture speaks back to it. Earth and sky are the two countries. Water and hardness, low and high, darkness and brightness, invisibility and visibility, roundness and the square, mammal and reptile, gold and silver, feminine and masculine. Left and right are their vocabularies. The bridge between them may be a ladder, a rainbow, a river, or a tree, and the kind of bridge tells you which country is carrying more of the traffic. The grammar supplies the reading. The body supplies the count. Chapter 4: The Four Ways. Stand two people in an empty room and ask a simple question. Which part of one is facing which part of the other? A body has a front. It has a back. It has two sides, and for this purpose they are the same side, because a body is symmetrical left to right and nothing changes if the two people swap which shoulder is touching. So there are three surfaces in play, and the question is which of them meet. They can face each other. They can stand side by side, both looking the same way. One can stand behind the other, or they can put their backs together and look in opposite directions. That is the whole list. Not four positions chosen out of many. Four positions, and there is no fifth, and no amount of time spent in the room will produce one. There are intermediate arrangements, of course. Two people can stand at an angle, but an angle is a mixture of two of the four and behaves like whichever it is nearer, and that turns out to be useful rather than untidy, because human relationships rotate. A friendship that is becoming something else is a pair of people turning slowly from side by side toward face to face, and everyone involved can feel the rotation before anyone can name it. That the number 4 comes out of the shape of a body, explains a great deal more than the four rivers. Four is everywhere in sacred literature, and it is everywhere for an ordinary reason. There are four winds because there are four directions, and there are four directions because a creature with a front, a back and two sides divides the horizon into four when it stands still and looks around. Four corners of the earth, four quarters of a city, four cardinal points. A creature built on a different plan would not have organized the world this way at all. So four is not a signature written across the cosmos. Four is a fact about us, printed on everything we have ever described. That is not an argument against the four rivers. That is the argument for them. When Scripture counts to four, it is counting something about the creature it was given to, and the question is only ever which four. At least one of these four positions is already a technical term in Scripture. When the book of Exodus wants to describe the closest relation available between a man and God, it reaches for a body. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. Exodus 33:11. And when Paul wants to describe what is withheld from us now and given later, he reaches for the same one. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. 1 Corinthians 13:12. Both writers are using a physical arrangement of two bodies as a name for a kind of nearness, and both of them expect to be understood without explanation. The vocabulary is already there. It has three more words in it. In 1960, C.S. Lewis published a short book arguing that what we call love in English is four different things, and he borrowed four Greek words to keep them apart. Storge, the affection of a household, a mother and her young, and by extension everyone we come to love simply by being near them for long enough. Philia, friendship, which he thought the ancients had valued rightly and we had almost forgotten. Eros, being in love, which he distinguished carefully from appetite. And agape, the self-giving love which he took to be God's own, and which he argued must transform the other three or they will spoil. He arrived at these by the long road, by reading Aristotle and Cicero, by watching his own friendships, by a lifetime of attention to how people actually behave toward one another. And somewhere in the middle of his chapter on friendship, he made an observation he then walked away from. Lovers, he said, are normally face to face, absorbed in each other. Friends stand side by side, absorbed in some common interest. He used it as an illustration and went on to something else. But if he is right, if the difference between two loves is genuinely a difference in where two bodies are pointed, then the question of how many loves there are is not a question about Greek vocabulary. It is a question about geometry, and geometry has already answered it. Two men working in opposite directions, one counting the ways a body can be turned and the other reading Cicero, arrive at the same number. That is worth more than either of them arriving there alone. The four, described as positions rather than as feelings. Face to face. The only arrangement in which the other person is the entire field of view. Nothing else is in it. Three quite different pairs stand this way, and that they stand the same way is the first thing needing an explanation rather than the last. A nursing infant and its mother are face to face. Two people in love are face to face. And two rivals are face to face, which is where the vocabulary gives out, because nobody would put those three in one category by feel. What they share is not warmth. It is a shape, two people attending to the same thing from opposite sides of it and drawn to each other by the difference. Take the mother and the child, since it is the case that looks least like the others. They are both inside one event and each has hold of a different half. She is attending to whether the milk is enough and whether he is gaining. He is not thinking about milk at all. He is inside the fact of being held. And each is pulled by precisely what the other has and lacks. She looks at him and sees a simplicity she spent 30 years losing. He is oriented, from the beginning, toward a competence he has none of and will need every day of his life. That is different from friendship, and the difference is where the third thing is. Friends look at something outside the pair. Here there is nothing outside the pair. The event is the exchange itself, and the two of them are on either end of it. Which is why it scales the way it does. A man and a woman come at a marriage out of different natures, wanting different things in a different order, and the interest between them is manufactured out of the mismatch. Two people identical in every respect would have nothing to face. What holds the look is the part of the other that cannot be got at from where you are standing. And it is why the rival takes the lover's position. He wants what you want and is coming at it from the other side, and that is the entire qualification. Love and hate have always been described as close to one another, and the reason is architectural. The man who hates you is giving you his undivided attention. He thinks about you when you are not in the room. There is no closer arrangement available to him than the one he has chosen. Shoulder to shoulder. Two people looking at the same thing. The other person is not in front of you. He is at the edge of your vision, and what you are both attending to is somewhere out ahead. This is why you cannot go and acquire a friend the way you can pursue a lover. There is no direct approach available. You go and stand in front of something you care about, and you find out who is already standing there. One behind the other. This is the odd one, and it is odd in a way that will matter enormously later. The other three are symmetrical. Both people are doing the same thing at the same time, and if you photographed them and turned the picture over, nothing would change. This one is not. There is a front and there is a back, and they are not interchangeable. One person is supporting and one is being supported, and it is the only position of the four that has two different seats in it. Back to back, two people facing away from each other in contact. In one sense, the least intimate of the four, since neither can see the other at all. In another sense, the most trusting, since between them they can see the entire circle, and neither alone can see more than half of it. This is what the first position turns into when it works. The nursing pair began face to face, with the mother as the whole horizon. The finished version of that same pair stands like this, each with a direction of their own and neither of them alone in the world. What matters here is not each other. It is everything else, and the fact that somebody has the half of it you cannot see. The two lists go together like this. Water is the love that stands face to face. Water is the universal solvent. It dissolves more substances than any other liquid on earth, which is why there is life and also why there are canyons. Stand close enough to another person and something starts to come apart, and it is not them. You discover where your own walls are by standing near enough that they are in the way. And water has the second property that this position requires. Still, water gives you back your own face. Face to face is the mirror position. And the man who stops at the reflection and never gets in has a name, and it is Narcissus. The Quran's qualifier fits this. The water of paradise is unaltered. It does not sit and take on the color and taste of whatever settles into it. That is a description of a river still going somewhere, which is a description of the only kind of eros that survives. Milk is the love that stands back to back. Milk is given before it can be asked for, drawn from one body into another, and it is the only food in the world whose entire purpose is to stop being needed. And affection has exactly that shape. It begins face to face at the breast, where the mother is the whole horizon. It has finished its work when the two of them can stand back to back, each facing their own direction, each covering the side the other cannot see. The turning is not a falling away from the thing. The turning is the completed thing. And the commentators say the milk of paradise was never drawn from an animal's body at all, which is affection with the accident of kinship taken out of it. The warmth without the blood, the being fed without the bill. Honey is the love that stands shoulder to shoulder. Honey is the only one of the four that has to be manufactured. The others rise out of the ground, and it is manufactured by a colony, and no bee in that colony faces another bee. They face the flower. Friendship is not two people looking at each other. It is two people looking at the same thing and discovering that they are not alone in front of it. And the passage in Surat An-Nahl gives the colony an aim it did not invent. The bee is inspired, in the same word used of prophets, and the drink with healing in it is what comes out of the obedience. Wine is the love that stands behind. Wine cleans a wound and it dulls a pain, and those are two different operations of one substance, and both of them are done to someone else. The man on the Jericho road did not pour the wine. Somebody came along behind him and poured it into him, and did not drink any of it. That is the asymmetrical position, and wine is the asymmetrical substance, and the Quran's qualifier is the strangest and most exact of the four. This is the cup that does not take the head and does not take the senses. Every other cup a man ever lifted charged him something for what it gave him. This one gives without taking, which is the whole description of the love that stands behind. One detail belongs to the hadith rather than to the verse. 4 rivers from the root of one tree, 2 of them hidden, and 2 of them out in the world with names. The same division is already in the 4 positions, and nobody put it there. 2 of these loves have the pair itself as the point. Face to face and back to back, in both of them the axis runs between the 2 people and stops. A man and a woman looking at each other, a family with its backs together. These build a household, and the household is what they are for. The other 2 run through the pair and out of it. Friends are not looking at each other. They are looking at a third thing, and the third thing is somewhere out in the world. And the one who carries is aimed straight past the man he is carrying, at wherever that man was already going. 2 rivers stay in the garden, 2 go out and get names. Which is why a home with only the first 2 goes stale, and why a man with only the second 2 has nowhere to sleep. 4 substances from the texts, 4 positions from the body, and they line up 1 to 1. The slices. The thing being described in these pages cannot be placed on the page. That does not mean it is vague. It means it has more dimensions than a page can hold. A CT scanner sends X-rays through a body from many angles. Each image reduces a 3-dimensional body to a flat projection. It is not the body, and if it were mistaken for the body, it would conceal almost as much as it showed. But thousands of those projections, taken from different positions and placed in their proper relation, can be reconstructed into a body that can be turned and examined in 3 dimensions. Nothing was added to the body by the reconstruction. The depth was already there. The machine recovered it by joining views that were individually true and individually incomplete. The 4 rivers are one set of projections. The 4 positions of the body are another. The 4 loves are another. Their corruptions, the 4 paths, the 4 temperaments, and the rotations through which a relationship changes are further slices taken at different angles. Water is not love in the way a hand is a hand. Face to face is not a river in the way the Euphrates is a river. A spiritual path is not a bodily posture. They are images taken through the same object from different directions, and the same structure appears in everyone because the structure belongs to the object rather than to the image. This is why the 4 can be kinds of love at one level, capacities within a person at another, temperamental entrances at another, and stages of a relationship at another. The meaning has not changed. The angle has. One relationship may stand chiefly in one position. One man may enter chiefly through one river. A mature life must contain all 4, and a living relationship may rotate through them. These are not contradictions any more than an image of a body from the front contradicts an image taken from above. The reconstruction is the thing being attempted here. Not because the reconstruction is the thing itself. It is not. A scan does not bleed, breathe, or suffer, but it can show where the living body has been obstructed, hardened, flooded, or starved. It can reveal what no single surface view could reveal, and what it reveals can be carried back into the actual body and used there. The scriptures do not give one projection, because one projection could not hold the thing. They give a garden, a body, a river, a tree, an altar, a cup, a marriage, a friendship, and a road. Each is true. None is the whole. Their agreement is what allows the hidden form to appear. The ineffable cannot be said in one image. It can be recognized when the images are brought together. Lining them up required reading a liquid as a way of standing. That reading has a grammar, and the grammar belongs to no tradition in these pages. It is the one the heart uses every night in sleep. Chapter 5, Dark Speech. A man dreams that he is standing in the kitchen of the house he grew up in, and there is nothing strange about it. He knows, inside the dream, that the house is gone, sold years ago, gutted by the people who bought it, the kitchen he is standing in no longer existing anywhere on earth. He also knows he is home. The two facts sit beside each other without friction. Nobody in the room remarks on it. The kettle is on. He wakes and the arithmetic comes back, and the loss with it. But something happened in that kitchen that the arithmetic does not account for, and it was not an error. Whatever assembled the scene had the loss available to it. There is nothing in a dream that was not already in the man, and it built the kitchen anyway. It was working on something, the loss does not settle. Whatever built that kitchen is not the mind. Both traditions treat the dream as the ordinary channel and something else as the exception. When Aaron and Miriam challenge Moses, standing, the answer draws the line between them. If there be a prophet among you, I the Lord will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently and not in dark speeches. Numbers 12:6-8. It is not a ranking. It is a description of two channels and their properties. The dream is called dark speech, not false, not lesser, but obscure, requiring work at the other end. What Moses has is the exception, and the text names it with two physical words. Whatever a reader's tradition makes of the literal event, the two words carry freight anyone can use. Face to face is a position, and a chapter of this book will establish which love owns it. It is the eros position, the arrangement in which the barrier between two comes down, the wall of ego and identity that keeps every other meeting at arm's length, dissolving in the closeness. And the mountain bears the reading out, because Moses does not come down the same man who went up. He comes down changed, his face shining, and the text is careful about the strangest part. Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone. The change was visible to everyone except the one it had happened to, which is how that position always changes people. Paul read the scene exactly this way. Beholding with open face, he says, we are changed into the same image. What face-to-face does with God or with anyone is not the transfer of information. It is transformation by proximity, and the transformed one is the last to know. And mouth to mouth is feeding. A parent bird takes the meal, breaks it down in its own body, and places it, already prepared, directly into the mouth of the chick, nourishment for a creature not yet able to process the raw thing itself. The picture holds all the way down. In the great encounters, Moses cannot even stand up. On the mountain he goes 40 days without bread. What he lives on arrives the way the chick's meal arrives, prepared by the stronger body, put straight in. Scripture uses exactly this grammar for the word itself. Man lives by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God, and the prophets after Moses are handed scrolls to eat and find them sweet in the mouth. Dark speech is grain the eater must grind. Mouth to mouth is the meal already prepared. Two channels, two kinds of food, and a chapter ahead, on the table and the teeth, will say why a man is eventually asked to do his own chewing. Everyone else gets the dream, and the dream has to be read. Job's friend Elihu says the same thing, and adds when it happens. For God speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceiveth it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction. Job 33:14-16. God speaks twice and is not perceived, and then the ear is opened in sleep. The claim is not that God only speaks at night. The claim is that at night something in the man stops interfering. Islam holds this more strongly than most Christian traditions do. There is a well-known hadith in which the Prophet says that the good dream of a believer is one part of the parts of prophethood, and another in which he says that nothing remains of prophethood except al-mubashirat, glad tidings, and when he is asked what those are, he says, good dreams. He is reported to have asked his companions in the morning whether any of them had seen anything in the night. The tradition also sorts dreams into three kinds, and the sorting matters for everything that follows. There is the true dream, which is from God. There is the disturbing dream, which is from the devil. And there is the dream that comes from a man's own self, from what he has been carrying, what he ate, what he is afraid of, what he has not settled. Most dreams are the third kind. The classical interpreters knew this and said so. The vast literature of Tabir al-Raya, and the name of Ibn Sirin is attached to more of it than he can possibly have written, is largely concerned with reading the third kind, because the third kind is what nearly everybody has nearly every night. And an entire surah of the Quran is built on the practice. Joseph is given the interpretation of dreams as a gift, and the whole arc of his life runs through dreams read correctly, his own, the prisoner's, the king's. So neither tradition treats the night as noise. Both treat it as something that says something, in a mode that requires reading. A dream is not a message composed somewhere else and delivered to you. A dream is made out of whatever is already in the building. There is a house nobody drew. There is a stranger's face that belongs to no living person. There is a room in a childhood home that never existed, and its smell is exact. Every one of those things was assembled in the dark, out of materials already on the premises. Nothing came in from outside. The house, the stranger, the smell, all of it was made out of you, because there was nothing else available to make it out of. And the thing doing the making is not the mind. The mind is not on duty. Whatever is assembling that house has no interest in whether it is architecturally possible, and does not care that the room it is building was unmade years ago, and feels no obligation to keep the year consistent. It is working on something else entirely. It is working on what things mean, and it will violate every other rule to get that right. That is the heart, and the heart is not a governing organ. There is no control in love. You cannot decide to love someone, and you cannot decide to stop, and anyone who has tried either knows within a week which faculty is actually in charge. So what the heart produces at night is not an instruction and not a prediction. It is a picture of the situation you are already in, painted in the only language the heart has, which is the language of what matters. The dream is your heart showing you the meaningful shape of your own circumstances, which is why everything in it is you, not because you are the only real thing, but because you are the only paint. The first words of the grammar are already in place. The earth is the heart, the sky is the mind, the tree is the choice that joins them. The ordinary dream does not invent another language. It takes those words and composes with them. A tree growing in a kitchen, a river running through a childhood bedroom, a stairway ending in the earth. The strangeness is not a failure of the grammar. It is the grammar refusing the mind's requirement that only ordinary sentences be spoken. A few more words are needed before the language can be used on the stories ahead, and the words are a chapter of their own. Chapter 6, The Words. Animals are relationships. The answer to why an animal rather than something else is in what an animal is. It is the one thing in a man's world that has its own will. It moves when nobody moved it. It can be fed and it can be starved. It comes when called or it does not, and the calling influences the outcome without determining it. It can be neglected long enough to die, and it can turn. There is one other thing in a man's life with all of those properties, and it is another person's love. The strongest warrant for this is not a dream that needed interpreting. It is a dream that was obeyed. Abraham says to his son, "O my son, indeed I have seen in a dream that I must sacrifice you, so see what you think." Surat as-Safat 37, 102. The son consents. Abraham lays him down, and then the exchange. And we ransomed him with a great sacrifice. 37, 107. An animal is put in the place of the beloved son. The text performs the substitution openly, and it is the substitution that makes the whole scene bearable and the whole scene meaningful at once. What was on that altar was a relationship, and what was accepted in its place was a beast. And mark the direction of the exchange, because it is the whole mercy of the arrangement and it is easily read backwards. Abraham does not come down the mountain bereaved. He comes down with his son. The relationship goes up the mountain bound and comes back down alive. What stays on the altar and burns is the beast. Nothing loved is lost to that fire. The fire is owed the substitute. What that means will take the altar's own chapter to unfold. Here it is enough to notice that in the founding scene of sacrifice, the relationship is not the price. It is the thing being ransomed. Two brothers will bring two offerings later on, one the fruit of the ground, one the firstlings of his flock, and everything turns on the difference between the yield of a tree and a living animal. And the species is not decoration. The kind of animal is the adverb of the relationship. It names the facet through which you and that person chiefly interface, and the dream chooses the kind when that facet is the meaningful context. A dog is loyalty, and the animal's two gifts explain why. It has a nose that follows what nothing visible announces, the faint trail, the change in a person that no one else has perceived, and it has the jaw and neck built to bite and hold on. That is loyalty's anatomy, the one who smells that something is wrong with you before you have said a word, and who, once he has hold, does not let go. A horse is motivation, the strong back and the long endurance, the one who carries you forward mile after mile when your own legs would have quit. A cat is grace and independence, the relationship that comes and goes on its own terms, cannot be summoned and is somehow warmer for it. A cow is giving. A sheep is comfort, the wool that keeps you warm, the flock that huddles close. And it is no accident that the Scriptures' tenderest word for a man's kept relationships is a flock, or that Abel's offering was its firstlings. The reading runs both ways, and that is its use. When someone appears in a dream as a horse, the heart is saying, "This person to you is chiefly motivation, and it is worth asking whether that is what they should be." Held up deliberately, the animal shows how the interface actually stands, and how to align it better with what is true and with love. A man who discovers he has been riding a person can dismount. A man whose loyalty has its teeth in the wrong trail can open the jaw. One animal is missing from this list on purpose. The cold one belongs to the other country, and it has a chapter of its own ahead. Insects are a different thing entirely. Insects are the guardians of the heart, the soul's white blood cells. They are small, armored, numberless, and they arrive in numbers wherever something has breached the walls. A dream crawling with insects is rarely about the insects. It is an immune response made visible, the heart's smallest defenders swarming toward a wound the dreamer has not consciously admitted exists. The garden of the first chapter got a guard posted at its gate. The heart posts guards too, and they are tiny, and there are thousands of them. Literature's strangest morning makes the case better than any dream dictionary. Gregor Samsa wakes transformed into a monstrous vermin, and the standard reading, alienation, stops one step short of the mechanism. Look at what his life had been. A job he hated, work to pay off a family's debt, every hour spoken for, nothing in it meaningful and nothing in it his. Nothing about the man was being protected, so the guard came out. The insect part of him surfaced to give his heart room to exist at last, and the armor is the point. The creature readers have always pictured him as is the one famous for surviving what kills everything else, the bug that outlives even a burned world. When a life becomes uninhabitable, the heart sends out the part of itself that can live anywhere. Other people in a dream are parts of the dreamer. The evidence for this is not theological. It is an experience everyone has had. A figure in a dream says something the dreamer did not know. He makes an argument the dreamer would not have made and cannot immediately answer. He knows something that had never been admitted. Nobody spoke. There was no second person in the room. The whole exchange was manufactured on one side of the conversation, which means the unanswerable thing was already in there, wearing a face so that it would finally be listened to. Personification is not decoration here. It is a delivery mechanism. Some things cannot be told to a man directly and have to be walked into the room by somebody else. The practical key is 3 words. When a person appears in a dream, ask, what are 3 words that describe this person? One of them, often all 3, names the organ of your own psyche wearing that face. The brother you would describe as careful, quiet, immovable is your own carefulness, your own quiet, your own refusal to move, walked into the room where you will finally look at them. The dream cast him because the casting was exact. This is also why the true dream, the first of the 3 kinds, has to be treated separately. When Joseph dreams of 11 stars bowing, those are 11 brothers who will exist, and who will bow. That dream is not his heart painting his circumstances. It is a communication about events outside him, and the tradition sorts it into a different category for exactly that reason. The grammar here describes the ordinary dream, the one that comes from the man himself, which is the one nearly everyone has. The house is the dreamer. There is a house nobody drew, and the reason nobody drew it is that it is not architecture. A house is a container a person lives inside, and in the grammar of the night it is the person, the self as an enclosure, walls around an interior, holding what has been taken in. And a house is not one room. It is partitioned, and the partitions are part of the picture. A self is compartmented. What is permitted in one room of a man is not permitted in another, and what is stored in one part of him, the other parts do not visit. The walls between the rooms are as load-bearing as the walls around the whole. So the openings matter as much as the walls do. A doorway is a place where traffic can pass from one part of the self to another. A window is a place where one part can see into another without anything passing through. A partition with no door is a part of the man sealed off from the rest of him. A door that will not shut is a part of him that can keep nothing out. The work going on inside the house every night is sorting. The dream takes what the day carried in and separates it. The heart things into the heart's vessel, which is infinite, because meaning has no bottom. The mind things into the mind's vessel, which is finite, because a definition is only useful if it has edges. That is the goal of every ordinary dream, to get each thing into the container built for it, so that each can be worked on with the right tools. A heart thing handled with the mind's instruments is dissected instead of received. A mind thing dropped into the heart's water sinks without ever being measured. The sorting is the maintenance of the whole building. The Greeks told the sorting as a task, and gave it to a girl whose name is the point, Psyche, the soul herself. Venus sets her an impossible assignment, a great heap of seeds all mixed together, wheat, barley, millet, poppy, lentil, bean, to be sorted kind from kind before the light returns. It cannot be done, and the impossibility is the design. The soul, faced with the whole mixed heap of what a life has carried in, cannot sort it by hand. And then the small things come. In the classical telling, it is the ants, a nation of the tiniest workers, arriving in columns nobody summoned, each carrying one grain to its right pile. The guardians met earlier in this chapter, on sorting duty. By morning the heap stands sorted, and the girl has done nothing but despair honestly. Fairy tales kept the task and changed the helpers, doves in one telling, mice in another, and the mice earned their place in the grammar on their own credentials. Mammals at the smallest scale, heart creatures who live inside the very walls of the house and make passageways through partitions no door connects. Whichever small nation does the work, The doctrine is identical, and it is this chapter's doctrine. The sorting is real. It must be finished before the sun rises. It is beyond the strength of the conscious soul. And it is performed nightly, by the heart's smallest servants in numbers for free. And the house has one more feature, and it is the one already seen from the other side. The container is not supposed to have a top on it. The walls of a man are necessary. A roof on a man is a mistake sealed overhead. Nothing comes down into him, and the water he holds goes foul in his own dark. The Gospels have a scene built entirely on this. A paralyzed man is carried to the house where Christ is teaching, and the crowd has filled the door. Every ordinary opening into the house is blocked. So the men carrying him go up. And when they could not come nigh unto him for the press, they uncovered the roof where he was. And when they had broken it up, they let down the bed wherein the sick of the palsy lay. Mark 2:4. They cut a hole in the roof and lower the sick man down through it, and the healing happens under the opening. Read in the grammar, the sentence is exact. A man who cannot move is inside a house sealed at the top, and no way through the walls will reach him. The roof has to be broken open so that what is shut in can be brought down to where Christ is. And the first thing said to him is not rise, but thy sins be forgiven thee. Because what came through the opened roof was the cure for what had gone bad in the closed dark. The walking follows. A word about scope. Most scripture, perhaps all of it, can be read in either register, as narrative given in daylight or in the language this chapter has been assembling. The two readings do not compete, and nothing here asks a reader to set the first one down. This book simply keeps to the second and sees what value that angle yields. And the yield is real, because the same heart that paints at night is the heart these texts were given to and the heart they were written for, and it has one vocabulary. When a scripture puts a tree at the center of a garden, or hands a man an animal in exchange for his son, or has one brother bring produce and the other bring livestock, it is using words that the human interior already understands without being taught, which is precisely why those images have survived translation into every language on earth, while the arguments around them have not. The proof of a grammar is what it does to the sentences nobody could parse. Take the story that has stumbled more readers than nearly any other in the books of Kings. Elisha, newly carrying his master's mantle, walks up to Bethel, and a crowd comes out to meet him. And as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them. 2 Kings 2:23-24. Read flat, it is a horror. A prophet calling bears down on children for name-calling, and read flat it has driven people from the book. So read it with the grammar, starting with the details the text chose to keep. First, the natural frame, because the text permits it. Nobody sexes a wild bear from a safe distance. A bear is called she because it is seen with cubs, and the kind of crowd that swarms out to jeer at an old man on the road is the kind of crowd that torments cubs when it finds them. Whether the tearing was a prophet's curse or the ordinary consequence of harrying a mother's young, the text does not force the choice. It may simply be recording what happens to mockers who make a habit of picking targets that look defenseless. But the symbol doubles, and doubling is the tell. When a story says the same grammatical word twice in one image, and she-bear is the heart's country said twice over, a mammal and a mother, the dream language, is at play, and the sentence should be read in it. Look at what the youths were mocking. Baldness, a man's nakedness, the feature time exposed and he cannot cover, chanted at him in a crowd and chanted upward, Go up, the very words of his master's ascent turned into a jeer. Mockery of nakedness is the blame game's cheapest weapon, and a chapter ahead will say where that game was invented. It is logically effective. Shame moves people, which is exactly why it is used. And the story answers it with the heart's animal in its most absolute form. The mother, the one figure in the grammar for whom the exposed and defenseless thing is not a target but a charge, come out of the wild wood with no negotiation in her. Now read it the way every dream is read, as one interior, every character included. The mocking youths are in you, the part that has learned how well pointing at nakedness works, young, numerous, sure of its crowd. The bald man walking on is in you, and the she-bear is in you, and she is the verdict. A man can mock what another man cannot cover and win the moment it works, and that is the horror of it. But something in the heart's country keeps cubs. It watches what the mocking part does to the exposed, and when it comes out of the trees it does not come to argue. The story is not a manual of prophetic revenge. It is a portrait of what the heart eventually does to the mocker inside, and 42 is what a crowd looks like after the mother is done counting. Without the grammar, the story has never made sense to anyone. With it, it makes the only kind of sense that matters. Exposing a person's nakedness may move him in the direction you want, and your own heart will have something very strong to say about it afterward. And the she-bear is not a special case. A great deal of scripture that looks foolish on its face becomes profound the moment the grammar it was written in is understood. Take the strangest fishing trip in the Gospels. The temple tax comes due, and the instruction given is this: go to the sea, cast a hook, take up the first fish that comes up, and open its mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. As a bare event, no one has ever known quite what to do with it. In the grammar, every element reads. The sea is the heart's deep water. A fish is a living thing from under that surface, something alive in us that has been moving down there unseen. Casting a hook is the searching of the heart, and the story is honest about how that searching goes. We do some searching, and we do not know which fish we are going to catch, or even when we will catch one. The line goes down into water we cannot see into, and what strikes, strikes in its own time. But the promise is about what the catch is carrying. Open the mouth of the thing you finally draw up out of your own depths, and there is gold in it, the heart's metal, brought up from those mysterious deeps, and enough, the story adds, to pay what the temple asks, for me and thee. What is found in one man's depths covers more than the finder. The grammar is not a key fitted to a lock. It is a language both parties already spoke. And the language has a youngest word, the one it uses for what is born when its two countries marry. That word needs a chapter to itself. Chapter 7, The Children. Children and dreams are integration products. A child is what happens when two become one and the one is new. In the grammar, a dream child is the offspring of the two countries, something the heart and the mind conceive together, a realization, a reconciliation, a capacity that did not exist before, young, alive, and more integrated than either parent faculty alone. When a child appears in a dream, something has recently been born in the dreamer, and the dream is usually about how it is being cared for. The claim sounds abstract until you watch two entire civilizations stake their mythologies on it. Both of them told the history of everything as a family story, and in both, the family story is one long integration, moving, generation by generation, from polarized powers towards something that can live in both worlds at once. The Greeks told it as a genealogy. Their family tree begins with the two countries in person, the sky a father, the earth a mother, as polarized as a pair can be, and the first marriage in the cosmos is between them. It goes badly, the way a first attempt at integration goes badly. The sky will not give the earth's children room, and the rupture between them opens the whole story. But watch what the generations do. Primordial forces beget titans, personalities now, but vast and devouring ones. There is a titan who swallows his own children rather than be succeeded, and a chapter ahead meets him again under his Roman name, presiding over lead. Titans beget Olympians, smaller, sharper, more personal, capable of law and craft and marriage. And Olympians beget heroes, children of a god and a mortal, the two realms crossed at last into single bodies. The whole sprawling genealogy converges on one figure who is the most of both worlds at once. Hercules, born of the highest god and a mortal woman, strongest of the embodied, and at the end of his labors seated among the immortals. An entire civilization's mythology is one long integration, arriving at a single child. And his name deserves a moment, because the Greeks did not name him after his father or his strength. Heracles means the glory of Hera, the goddess who persecuted him from the cradle, whose serpents he strangled as an infant, whose enmity drove every labor. The most integrated figure in the mythology wears his enemy's name as his title. The persecutor is folded into the identity, and the identity is larger for it, a doctrine this book will meet again at an altar. It is the same tradition whose metal ages slide steadily downward in a chapter ahead. Greece watched its metals degenerate and its children integrate, the fall and the mending running through the same centuries in opposite directions. The North told it with a map instead of a genealogy, and the North's telling deserves the fuller hearing. The Norse world begins as two realms with a void between them, ice in the north, fire in the south. The mapping is the book's own grammar, arrived at independently on the far side of the world. The northern realm is the mind's water made hard, ordered, crystalline, the heart's element frozen into structure. The southern realm is the heart's fire, the element this book has already found love to be. And between them the gap, two countries, total polarization, nothing yet born. Then the realms meet. Where the southern heat touched the northern rime, the ice began to drip, and the drips became the first living things, a giant and a cow. The cow is the giving animal, born at the exact seam where the mind's realm touches the heart's, and out of her run 4 rivers of milk. In the North's telling, the 4 rivers rise precisely where the two countries meet. She has a chapter of her own ahead. The giant is the other firstborn, and the giants are worth understanding, because they are the picture of what the infinite looks like when it has to move through a finite world. They are huge because what they carry does not fit in the landscape. They seem crude because they are governed by the invisible while handling solid things clumsily. The way anything bottomless looks from outside when it is made to sit at a table. And when the first gods slay the first giant, they build the world out of his body, flesh into earth, blood into sea, skull into sky. The finite world itself in the North's telling is the infinite cut to habitable size. Every landscape is a butchered giant. Now watch what the gods do for wisdom, because they cannot generate it from their own side of the map. Everything deep they get from the giant's country. Odin's own mother was a giantess. Thor's mother was the earth herself. The well of deepest knowing sits at a root of the world tree, and a giant keeps it. And when Odin wants one drink from it, the price is an eye half his sight, traded for depth. The meat of poetry is brewed from the blood of a being born when 2 warring tribes of gods sealed a truce, an integration product distilled into a drink, and it is kept inside a giant's mountain until Odin steals it. And the runes, the mind's own letters, are not composed at a desk. Odin hangs himself on the world tree 9 nights, wounded myself, to win them up out of the deep. The whole pattern says one thing: the ordering powers cannot live on order. Everything that feeds them comes from the bottomless side, carried across the seam at a price. The marriages tell both outcomes. Generation after generation, the cold order and the vast fire cross, and the children are integration products, less elemental, more personal, more capable than what they came from. But the myth is honest about the failed crossing too. A god of the sea marries a giantess of the mountains, and they try to live in each other's realms 9 nights in the mountains, which he cannot bear, 9 nights by the shore, which she cannot bear, and they part. Integration is not relocation. 2 beings who merely visit each other's countries have not made a third thing. A child is a third thing, and they had none. And then the myth turns hard because the gods make the mistake this whole book has been circling. Loki, giant-born, sworn brother to Odin, the mixed one living inside the walls, fathers 3 children on a giantess, and the gods look at the 3 and are afraid. So they do not raise them. They bind them. The wolf is chained with the ribbon of impossibilities. The serpent is thrown into the sea, where it grows until it circles the whole world and bites its own tail. The Death Keeper is sent down and given the underworld. Two of the three are animals this book already knows: autonomy and attention, and the gods, error is exact and familiar. They bound their integration products instead of raising them. And what is bound instead of raised does not stop growing. It grows against the binding. Ragnarok is the bill. The bound children break loose, and the old arrangement cannot survive them. The wolf devours the high god of the mind's country. The thunder god and the world serpent kill each other, 9 steps apart. The fire of the south comes up at last unintegrated and burns the whole map, both realms, the tree's visible height, everything. The breaking is total, and the myth does not flinch from it. And then it does the thing that makes it scripture grade rather than tragedy. The earth comes up out of the sea, green. The kindest of the gods comes back from the dead. The sons inherit the hammer, and out of the world tree where they had hidden while everything burned, come 2 human beings, Lif and Lifthrasir, whose names mean life and lover of life, who were kept alive through the world's end on morning dew, and who come out and repeople the earth. Read the ending in the grammar, and every word of it lands. The story that begins with 2 inhuman realms ends with people, more human than gods and giants both, able to live in both worlds. They survive the breaking inside the tree that joins the 2 countries. And what fed them through the catastrophe was dew. Heaven's portion, distilled nightly, exactly dosed. The same food a chapter ahead will find falling on a desert with a question for a name. The North thought the whole history of everything was for this. The realms marry, the children are feared and bound. The binding breaks the world, and what walks out of the wreckage at last is the integrated thing the whole story was trying to give birth to. But a newborn is not a completion. It is a beginning that has to be kept alive. Babies need nurturing until they can survive on their own, and the dream child is no different. A man can have a deep realization, honestly conceived, born whole, and it can die in the crib, because after the birth nobody fed it. Insight arrives the way everything alive arrives, small, hungry, and unable to fend for itself. The realization that changes a life is not the one a man has. It is the one he feeds after it arrives, and what newborns need first is milk, and a chapter ahead is named for it. The gods of the North teach the same lesson from the dark side. What is born of the 2 countries can be raised, or it can be bound. Raised, it becomes Lif and Lifthrasir and inherits a green world. Bound, it becomes the wolf and grows against the chain. And a raised child has an office no older part of the kingdom can fill. A chapter ahead, a sword will stand wedged in a stone that all the strength of the realm cannot move, and it will come out lightly in the hand of a child. One more word of the grammar is large enough to need a chapter of its own. Chapter 8: Vehicles. First, a note on how the night composes, because dreams rarely arrive alone. They come, more often than not, in threes. The first dream paints the general situation. It lays down the subject, the verb, and the object of the sentence being written. The second returns to the part that matters and modifies it, the adverbs and adjectives, the qualities and pressures of the thing. The third drills into that one element and hangs a clause on it. The sentence model is a generalization, not a law, and it does not need to be exact. What is exact is the narrowing. Context, then emphasis, then depth. The 3 passes over one message, each in a different register of the grammar. Scripture already counts this way. When Pharaoh dreams of the fat and lean cows, and then, the same night, of the full and thin ears of corn, Joseph tells him what the doubling means. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Genesis 41:32. 2 tellings, 2 vocabularies, 1 message, the second restating the first in a different register. Joseph's own 2 dreams work the same way and escalate. First the sheaves bowing in the register of harvest and work. Then the sun, moon, and 11 stars in the register of the sky, the same sentence at a higher altitude, with the parents added, which was the detail that mattered. Samuel is called 3 times in the dark before he learns how to answer the fourth call. Peter's sheet comes down 3 times before he can read it. And Elihu, quoted in the dark speech chapter for saying that God speaks in dreams, closes his speech with the count itself. All these things God works with a man, twice and thrice. So when the same message returns on the second night wearing different clothes, it has not been repeated because it failed. It is being established, narrowed, one grammatical layer at a time, toward the part that matters. Now the word. A vehicle is how a man moves through the world of men. An animal is alive. It has its own will. It comes when called or it does not. It is a relationship. A vehicle is built. It has no will at all, only a capacity and a root. So the two words divide the territory between them. Animals are the particular bonds a man has with living others, and vehicles are the general arrangements by which he gets through society. Nobody loves a bus, but a man's whole way of moving among other people can be a bus, and his heart knows it and paints it at night. Read any vehicle by 2 measurements: how many people it holds and how much it runs on rails. The rails measure rigidity. A train is a fixture of society, enormous capacity, total rigidity. It runs where it has always run, carries a great weight, and is not affected by anything any single passenger does. A bus has roots, and roots can change, but not easily and not by the passengers. The ancient world's bus was the caravan, and Joseph rode one, sold to the Ishmaelites at 17, carried through society as cargo on somebody else's route. A car is the us-sized vehicle. It goes where its driver turns it, and its size is the size of the group a man means when he says we, a family, a household, a handful. A truck is movement tied to a task. The man whose way through the world is his work, whose vehicle exists to carry the job. A motorcycle carries 1, occasionally 2, a man who moves through society essentially alone. A bicycle carries 1 and adds an honesty about power. There is no motor. The man is the engine, and the pace admits it. Scripture's word for the whole category is the chariot, and Scripture states the category's temptation in 1 verse. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. Psalm 27. Trust in vehicles, in the machinery by which men move and are moved, set against trust in the name. Pharaoh's chariots were the machinery of the age, and the song of the sea sings what became of them: the horse and his rider thrown into the sea. The rigid structure pursued a fleeing family into the heart's element, and the heart's element does not carry rigid structures. Joseph, once freight in a caravan, ends seated in the second chariot of Egypt, his place in the kingdom's machine stated as a vehicle. And the official from Ethiopia, reading Isaiah while riding the state vehicle, shows what the whole category is finally for. He commanded the chariot to stand still, and they went down both into the water. A vehicle can carry a man all the way to the water. It has to stop there. A boat is a vehicle on the water, and the water is the heart. A boat is the structure a relationship floats on, the built, agreed, maintained part that keeps 2 or 10 people above the emotional deep they are moving across. Noah's Ark is a boat the size of a household, built before the rain on the strength of a word, and it is the difference between a family that survives the dissolution of every boundary and a family that does not. In the storm on Galilee, the vessel is nearly swamped, and the difference is who is asleep at the center of it. The boat survives the storm because of what rests in the middle of the boat. Jonah pays his fare and takes the ship the other way, and the storm finds the structure, and the structure cannot live in it. And when the man himself goes into the sea, what carries him through the deep is not a vessel but a fish. When the built thing founders, a living thing does the carrying. The grammar could not say more plainly that in the deepest water, only a relationship holds. And once, a man stepped over the side on purpose. Peter leaves the boat to come to Christ on the water, no vehicle at all, on the heart's own element, and it holds exactly as long as he is face to face with what called him. The moment the wind turns his attention, he sinks, and is caught by a hand, a person, not a plank. The shoe is the smallest vehicle there is, a sole's thickness of manufacture between a man and the ground, which is why the instruction at the bush is what it is. Draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. Exodus 3:5. The shoes are the last made thing on him. Barefoot, there is no vehicle left at all, nothing between the man and the holy ground, every part of what touches and is touched alive. In the direct presence, a man does not attend in a vehicle, however small. Joshua receives the identical command before Jericho. The 70 are sent out to carry neither purse, nor scrip, nor shoes, sent through society with no vehicle and no provision, to be carried by whoever receives them. Relationships instead of equipment, the animal word instead of the vehicle word. And in Ruth, a transaction is sealed by a man plucking off his shoe and handing it over. A man standing and passage among men, transferable, and everyone understood the gesture. Flying belongs to this word, and it divides in two. The sky is the mind. To fly in the night's grammar is to move up into the mind's country off the ground, away from the heart's soil into the region of order and distance and abstraction. And there are two ways to be up there. Babel is flight by masonry, a structure raised toward heaven to make a name, altitude manufactured a course at a time. Icarus is flight by apparatus, wings built of feathers and wax, and the nearer he rises to the great light of the upper country, the faster the fastenings melt. Assumptions are wax. Every built flight fails at the altitude where its fastenings meet the light. The dream of the airplane is only the newest costume, a train of the sky, mass transit through pure abstraction, scheduled and pressurized, on rails nobody can see. Intellectualization is not thinking. It is moving to the upper country to avoid living on the ground floor. The other flight is not built, and the difference is everything. I bare you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself. They that wait upon the Lord shall mount up with wings as eagles. The eagle's wings are alive, and they are given being carried upward, rather than climbing one's own scaffolding. One flight is a defense. The other is the fourth position performed in the sky. And the idol takes its place under this word too, as the vehicle in reverse. They must needs be born because they cannot go. A vehicle that carries nobody and must itself be carried. Isaiah watched the gods of Babylon loaded onto pack animals as the city fell. The whole machinery of a civilization's movement become cargo on the backs of beasts. Whatever a man rides that ends up riding him has changed categories. Vehicles in the end are made of wall stuff. A route is a pair of banks. A rail is a wall laid flat. Society's vehicles are its rivers hardened into iron and asphalt necessary, load-bearing, and never to be confused with the water they were built to move. 4 substances, 4 positions, and a way of reading one as the other. What is missing is the fence. Every garden in these texts has one, and the word we translate as paradise is nothing but that fence with the garden implied inside it. It is the one feature of the picture that does not grow, does not flow, and does not bear anything. It is also the reason the rest of it works. Chapter 9. The Wall. The word we translate as paradise does not mean bliss. It does not mean reward or heaven or the place the good go when they die. It is a compound out of Old Iranian peri, meaning around, and diza, meaning wall, and what it names is an enclosure. The Greeks picked it up from the Persians, who used it for the walled hunting parks and pleasure grounds of their kings, and Xenophon uses it exactly that way. A described, bounded, planted, watered space with a fence around it. From Greek it entered Hebrew as a loan word, and from there it reached every language named here. Its entire original content is a boundary. There is nothing in the word about what is inside. And the Arabic did the same thing independently. The Quranic word for paradise is Jannah, and it comes from the root jinn, which means to cover, to conceal, to hide from sight. The same root gives jinn, the hidden ones. It gives Janan, the child concealed in the womb. It gives Junna, a shield, the thing you put between yourself and a blow. It gives Majnun, a man whose reason has been covered over. A Jannah is a garden because the trees close over the ground and hide it. Two vocabularies, unrelated, both reaching for the promised place. Neither of them name the happiness. Both of them name the covering. Pards occurs 3 times in the entire Hebrew Bible, and each of the 3 is worth having. The first is in the love poem. A garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. Thy plants are an orchard of pomegranates, with pleasant fruits, a fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, and streams from Lebanon. Song of Solomon 4:12-15. The word behind orchard there is pards. So the word paradise appears in Scripture for the first time inside a description of a woman, 4 words after a garden that is shut and a fountain that is sealed, and immediately before living water. An enclosure, water inside it, fruit trees, and then the verse that ends the passage. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south, blow upon my garden that the spices thereof may flow out. 4:16. Sealed and then called on to flow out. That is the whole argument compressed into 5 verses, sitting in the Bible's love poem. The second occurrence is in Nehemiah, and it is almost comic in its aptness. Nehemiah is asking the Persian king for authorization to rebuild the ruined wall of Jerusalem, and among the letters he requests is one to the keeper of the royal pards for timber for the gates, and for the wall. The wood comes out of the paradise to build the wall. The third is Ecclesiastes, and it is a warning rather than a support. The picture as the texts give it, a fence, and inside the fence water, not a lake, rivers moving water, 4 of them going somewhere. Take the fence away, and the water stops being a river. A river without banks is not a more generous river. It is a swamp, or it is a flood. Water that is not held to a course spreads until it is shallow everywhere and deep nowhere, and then it stops, and standing water does the thing that standing water does. This is the qualifier from Surat Muhammad, water unaltered, water whose color and taste and smell have not changed. The commentators explain that ordinary river water is muddied by what is in it and what settles into it. That is not a description of contamination arriving from outside. It is a description of what happens when water stops moving. Stagnant water takes on the character of the place it stopped. So the banks are not a restriction placed on the water. The banks are the reason there is a river rather than a marsh. Which is the first thing the picture says about love. Love without a shape does not become more love. It becomes less. The man who cannot say no to anyone has nothing to give anyone in particular. The affection that attaches to everything indiscriminately is not larger than the affection that attaches to one household. It is thinner. Water with no banks covers more ground and reaches nothing. Scripture is consistent about this, and it treats the removal of the wall as the disaster rather than the release. Isaiah tells a story about a man with a vineyard on a fertile hill. He fenced it, cleared the stones out of it, planted it with the best vine he could find, built a tower in the middle of it and cut out a winepress, and then waited for grapes. What came up was wild. And here is the judgment. And now go to, I will tell you what I will do to my vineyard. I will take away the hedge thereof, and it shall be eaten up, and break down the wall thereof, and it shall be trodden down. Isaiah 5:5. The punishment is not a blight and it is not fire. The punishment is that the fence comes down. Everything that follows, the eating, the trampling, the briars, follows from that one act, and the act is described as a withdrawal rather than an assault. He simply stops holding the boundary and lets the world in. And Proverbs says the same thing about a man, in one line. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down, and without walls. Proverbs 25:28. Not like a city under siege, like a city with nothing at the edge of it. Every appetite that wanders past can walk in, and nothing that is in there can be kept, and the city is not conquered so much as continuously unmade. The wall is necessary then, and it is made of thinking. Careful thought is often taken for the enemy of devotion, as though analysis were a coldness that gets between a man and God. The picture says the opposite. Without a boundary, the water spreads out and stops. Al-Ghazali, who spent an entire book taking apart philosophers, was ferocious about this in the other direction. He asks what rank in God's world could be lower than that of a man who adorns himself with the abandonment of a truth by hastily accepting something false without verification. A man who had been savaged by philosophers, saying that the failure to check is the disgrace. And there is a companion failure that is more common and more comfortable, which is wanting the conclusion before you want the truth. Lewis put it about as well as it can be put. Comfort is the one thing you cannot get by going after it, and a man who goes looking for comfort instead of truth will end up with neither, having passed through wishful thinking on his way to despair. He was talking about religion, but the observation is not religious. It is about what happens to any inquiry conducted by someone who has already decided how he wants it to come out. A wall is built one stone at a time, and every stone has to bear weight. An idea you have never tested is not a stone. It is a stone-shaped thing you have not yet tried to stand on. Some of them will hold and some of them will not, and there is precisely one way to find out. The altar is where an idea goes to find out. The fence around the garden is made of whatever has been thought about and found to hold. A wall keeps people out, and a religion with a wall around it has a list of who is excluded, and the history of that is not a happy one. The last chapter of the last book settles it in one detail. The city at the end of Revelation has a wall, a great high wall, described in detail, with 12 gates. And the gates of it shall not be shut at all by day, for there shall be no night there. Revelation 21:25. A wall whose gates are never closed is not keeping anybody out. It cannot. Anyone who walks up to it walks through it. Which is what the wall was ever for. It was never about who is outside. It is there so that there is an inside, so that the water has somewhere to be and a direction to run and something to run between. The enclosure exists to make the flowing possible, and the love poem knew it. The garden is shut and the fountain is sealed, and then the wind is called from the north and from the south so that what is inside can go out. Sealed and flowing out are not opposites. One is the condition of the other. The third occurrence of the word is Solomon's. I made me great works. I builded me houses. I planted me vineyards. I made me gardens and orchards, and I planted trees in them of all kind of fruits. I made me pools of water, to water therewith the wood that bringeth forth trees. Ecclesiastes 2:4-6. The word behind orchards is pards. Solomon built himself a paradise. He fenced it, planted it, and irrigated it, enclosure, trees, and water, every element of the picture, constructed to specification by a man with unlimited resources and the best judgment of his generation. And a few verses later. Then I looked on all the works that my hands had wrought, and on the labor that I had labored to do. And behold, all was vanity and vexation of spirit, and there was no profit under the sun. 2:11. He built the thing correctly, and there was nothing in it. The works that my hands had wrought. A man can put up a perfect wall around nothing at all. He can seal a fountain that has no spring under it. The enclosure is necessary, and the enclosure is not sufficient, and an enclosure with nothing inside it and nothing running through it is not a garden. It is something else, and it has a name, and a young man once walked into a room full of them with an axe. Chapter 10, The Carved Thing. Abraham is remembered for the axe. The Quran starts him somewhere else at night, alone, running an experiment. So when the night covered him with darkness, he saw a star. He said, "This is my Lord." But when it set, he said, "I like not those that set." And when he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my Lord." But when it set, he said, "Unless my Lord guides me, I will surely be among the people gone astray." And when he saw the sun rising, he said, "This is my Lord, this is greater." But when it set, he said, "O my people, indeed I am free from what you associate with Allah." Surat Al-An'am 6, 76-78. 3 candidates, tested one at a time, each provisionally accepted and then discarded the moment it failed. That is a method. Take the best thing available, hold it up, and find out whether it holds. But the test itself is the surprising part. The word rendered I like not is la yuhibbu, from the root that gives Arabic its ordinary word for love. Abraham does not say the star is philosophically inadequate. He does not say it fails a criterion. He says he does not love what goes down. The instrument he is testing with in the founding episode of monotheism is love, and the thing he is testing for is whether it stays. And the 3 candidates are all in one place. A star, the moon, the sun, every one of them in the sky. The sky is the mind, and these 3 are the mind's finest instruments. The star you steer by, the moon you keep a calendar by, the sun that makes everything visible. If a man wanted to find God with his understanding, these are precisely the objects he would reach for, in ascending order, and Abraham reaches for them in exactly that order and says of the 3rd one that it is the greatest. Then it goes down like the other 2. Which is the discovery? It is not that the sun is a poor candidate. It is that everything the mind can point at eventually sets. The mind's objects are the mind's objects. They rise and they go down and they are not the ground. And here is what he does next. Indeed, I have turned my face toward he who created the heavens and the earth, inclining toward truth. 679. He turns his face, not his opinion, his face, which is a position and not a sentiment. And he turns it toward the one who made both realms, the sky and the earth, the mind and the heart, rather than toward the best object in either. Then the room with the statues in it. He asks his father and his people what these figures are that they are so devoted to, and they answer with the oldest answer there is. We found our fathers doing it. He tells them, without softening it, that they and their fathers have been in plain error. And then he makes a promise about what he will do once their backs are turned. So he made them into fragments, except a large one among them, that they might return to it. Surat Al-Anbiya 21:58. They come back and ask whether he did this to their gods, and he gives them the answer that is either a joke or a proof, depending on how honest they are willing to be. He said, rather this, the largest of them did it, so ask them if they should be able to speak. 21:63. And then the sentence that is the point of the whole episode. So they returned to themselves and said, "Indeed, you are the wrongdoers." 21:64. They return to themselves. For one moment, standing in the wreckage, they know. And then they turn back and say what everyone says. You know perfectly well these don't speak. The other account of the same scene gives the charge in 5 words. Do you worship that which you yourselves carve? Surat Az-Zafat 37:95. So what is an idol exactly? Isaiah answers it. He heweth him down cedars, and taketh the cypress and the oak, he burneth part thereof in the fire. With part thereof he eateth flesh. He roasteth roast, and is satisfied. And the residue thereof he maketh a god, even his graven image. He falleth down unto it, and worshippeth it, and prayeth unto it, and saith, Deliver me, for thou art my God. Isaiah 44:14-17. An idol is a tree that has been cut down. Set that beside the grammar. A tree has one end buried in the earth where nothing can be seen, and one end in the sky where everything is ordered and visible, and it grows over years, and it bears fruit its owner did not directly make. A tree is a choice, a living thing with a root in the heart and a crown in the mind, still growing, still producing. An idol is that same tree with the roots cut off. It has been severed from the dark end, the end that was drinking. It has been carved into a shape that will never change again, and it has been set upright in a room. It has the outline of a living thing and none of the traffic. Nothing goes up it and nothing comes down it. And Isaiah's man makes it out of the same log he cooked his dinner over, which is the detail that turns the passage from an argument into a humiliation. That is why the two accounts of Abraham keep asking whether the statues can speak or eat. The question is not rhetorical mockery. It is a diagnostic. Is anything moving through this thing? What separates a wall from an idol is not the maker. It is not that one is made by human hands and the other is not. Both are. Solomon built his pards with his own hands and said so, and every wall that ever stood around a garden was put there by somebody. The wall in this picture is constructed out of a man's own thinking. In that respect, the wall and the idol are identical. Both are enclosures, and both are the work of the man who stands beside them. The difference is whether anything is inside, and whether anything gets through. The city at the end of Revelation has a wall, and its gates are never shut. It has water running down the middle of it and a tree growing on both banks. Everything in it is in motion, and the boundary is what gives the motion a shape. The idol is solid all the way down. There is no gate in it because there is no inside. It is the same object viewed from every side, and it will be the same object in 100 years. And that changelessness is exactly what makes it attractive, because a thing that never moves can never disappoint you and never asks you for anything. A wall holds something. An idol is the thing, and it is hollow the way a stone is hollow, not empty inside but with no inside at all. There is a property of idols that both traditions keep pointing at, and it is going to matter enormously later. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be born because they cannot go. Jeremiah 10:5. The idol has to be carried. It cannot walk. And Isaiah takes that observation and turns it into the sharpest contrast in the prophets, a whole passage built on who is carrying whom. He begins with the gods of Babylon being loaded onto pack animals as the city falls. Bel boweth down, Nebo stoopeth. Their idols were upon the beasts and upon the cattle. Your carriages were heavy loaden. They are a burden to the weary beast. They stoop, they bow down together. They could not deliver the burden, but themselves are gone into captivity. Isaiah 46:1-2. They could not deliver the burden. The gods are the burden. And then immediately the other side of it. Hearken unto me, which are born by me from the belly, which are carried from the womb, and even to your old age I am he, and even to hoar hairs will I carry you. I have made and I will bear, even I will carry and will deliver. Isaiah 46:3-4. That is the entire distinction in 2 sentences, and it is a distinction of position. The idol is in front of you and you are carrying it. God is behind you and he is carrying you. An idol is not merely a false object. It is a false arrangement. It puts you in the supporting position with nothing in front of you that is going anywhere, so the carrying never ends and never arrives, because there is no journey, only weight. And you become it. Both traditions say this, and the Psalms say it most flatly. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. They that make them are like unto them. So is every one that trusteth in them. Psalm 115:5-8. This is the reason idolatry is treated as a catastrophe rather than a category error. It is not that a man has made an intellectual mistake about where power resides. It is that a man who spends his life in front of something that cannot hear will stop expecting to be heard, and a man who prays to something that never answers will slowly lose the faculty of listening for an answer. A man takes the shape of what he attends to. Attend to a thing with no inside long enough, and the inside goes. The shape, once it has a name, turns up everywhere. Every corruption of every one of the 4 loves is an enclosure that closed on itself. Water that stopped moving is water that shut its own gates, and it does not stay water. It becomes whatever settled into it. Two people who once faced each other and now merely sit have made an idol out of a marriage. The outline of the thing, kept upright, with nothing running through it. A mother who will not let her children turn around has made an idol out of a household. It has the shape of a family and none of the traffic. A circle of friends that stopped looking at the thing it formed around and started looking at itself has made an idol out of a friendship. They will feel warmth. It will feel exactly like the real thing, because it is the real thing carved and set upright. And a man who takes another man's own pack, instead of the weight that was crushing him, has made an idol out of charity. He has put himself in the carrying position with nothing in front of him that is going anywhere, which is precisely what Jeremiah says an idol does to whoever picks it up. 4 rivers, 4 ways of freezing. In each case the form remains and the flowing stops, and the form is what people defend hardest once the flowing has stopped, because the form is all that is left. They decided to burn him. They said, burn him and support your gods if you are to act. We said, O fire, be coolness and safety upon Abraham. Surat Al-Anbiya 21:68-69. A fire does not destroy indiscriminately. It separates. It takes everything that will burn and leaves everything that will not, which is why every tradition that ever wanted a picture of testing reached for one. Fire is not an enemy of what is real. It is an enemy of what is combustible, and those are not the same thing. They threw a man into a furnace to defend statues, and the fire found nothing in him of the kind that burns. That is the strongest thing that can be said for a life spent breaking one's own carved objects. Not that the fire is avoided, he was not spared it, he went into it. Only that when it comes it takes whatever was going to go anyway, and what was actually holding the man up becomes visible. If fire is the only reliable test, and if every man is walking around with a room full of things he has carved and set upright and never once asked whether they can speak, why would anybody wait for someone else to light it? Chapter 11, The Stone Plane. Life does not arrive as an explanation. It arrives whole. A man walks into a room and knows before he can say why that something is wrong. He hears one sentence from a friend and recognizes that the friendship has changed. He holds his child, buries his father, stands at the edge of a decision, and receives more in a moment than he could put into language in an hour. That first knowing belongs to the heart. It is not vague and it is not inferior. It is how a living thing is received as living, all at once, with its history still in it, its relations still attached, and possibilities that have not yet separated into names. The mind has another work. It has to make the thing hold still. There are 7 dimensions to life, 7 kinds of difference by which value becomes visible and action becomes possible. Initiation, deconstruction, expansion, unification, implementation, preservation, and transformation. A whole life extends through all 7. A conscious mind ordinarily does not work in all 7 at once. It takes the 2 dimensions it knows best and lays them across each other. One becomes an axis and one becomes another, and between them they make a plane on which the world can be located. A third preferred dimension gives the plane a little thickness, not its whole depth, only the portion of it the man can use reliably enough to keep near the surface. The ordinary conscious map is therefore 2 dimensions broad and a fraction of a third dimension deep. It is not the world. It is the part of the world a particular mind can keep in front of itself at one time. This is why 2 intelligent men can stand in the same event, look directly at the same evidence, and inhabit different worlds without either of them having invented what he sees. Each has made a real section through the whole. Each section contains truth. Neither contains the thing. A test is a plane, a person is not. The difference between a slice and a lie is that a slice tells the truth about what passed through it. The CT scanner has already given us the image. One slice is genuinely the body at that angle. It can show a fracture, a mass, a vessel, a place where something has gone wrong, provided the physician never forgets that the body continues beyond the image. Thousands of changing angles reveal the volume. A particular image gives the physician a plane on which he can point, compare, measure, and decide. The four rivers and the positions, loves, paths, and corruptions aligned with them are slices of that kind. Their agreement reveals depth. What matters here is what happens when one such slice becomes the stable reference from which a man acts. The slice becomes a map. But a man cannot live inside a stack of every possible image. He has to make a map, put his feet somewhere, and act. He has to decide what counts as near and far, what follows from what can be carried, what must be refused. The heart can receive a living whole that the conscious mind cannot continuously hold. The mind therefore makes a hard version of what the heart knows. That hard version is the stone plane. And when something living is laid upon it to be examined before God, the stone plane is an altar. This is the governing interpretation. An altar is the mind's stable map of a living reality, made solid enough that the reality can be bound, opened, and tested. That is why stone is the clearest material for it. Stone comes from the earth, but it does not behave like the soil around it. It has been made hard. The earth belongs to the heart, low, dark, receptive, the mother from which living things rise. Hardness belongs to the mind, fixed, bounded, inspectable, able to take an edge and keep a line. Stone is earth in a form the mind can build with. It is heart knowledge made firm enough for conscious thought to stand on. Every tall building asks more of its lowest stones than of its highest ones. The top can be light because the bottom is dense. Add height to an idea without adding density to its foundation, and the height becomes leverage against it. The farther the argument rises, the more completely the stones at the bottom have to bear what is coming. This plane is one of those stones. Everything said later about four rivers, four loves, four paths, and four bindings rests on the distinction between the living whole and the map by which a man examines it. Water cannot do this work. Water moves. It yields to the vessel, takes the shape of whatever holds it, carries one thing into another, and escapes through the opening. That is its glory. It is why water can signify love and why a river can join what was separate. But for the same reason, water cannot serve as the plane of examination. Draw a boundary on water and it closes behind your hand. Put weight on it and the thing enters it. Return tomorrow and neither the surface nor what passed through it can be found in the same position. The altar has to hold still while the thing on it is opened. It must keep a line where the heart would keep moving. It must support weight without becoming what it supports. Water carries the living thing onward. Stone keeps it in front of you long enough to see. Scripture changes the literal material without changing this operation. The earliest law permits an altar of earth or of unhewn stones. The altar in the tabernacle is made of shittim wood and covered in bronze. In every case it is built, bounded, fixed, and load-bearing. It belongs to the hard family, not the liquid one. Stone is not the only substance from which a physical altar can be made. It is the plainest symbol of what every altar does. And then a mammal is put on it. The contrast is exact. The stone is cold, fixed, and without blood. The mammal is warm, moving, relational, born from a body and fed from a body. It recognizes, approaches, withdraws, calls, follows, resists. In the symbolic grammar, the mammal belongs to the heart, to love, earth, roundness, gold, and the feminine. It is not a diagram of life. It is alive. This is why an animal can stand for a relationship in a way a stone cannot. A relationship has its own movement. It comes when called or it does not. It can be nourished, neglected, frightened, trained, lost. It contains another will. The man who brings an animal to an altar is putting a living bond on top of the hard map by which he has been understanding it. Then the blade enters. A blade is logic reduced to an edge. It separates one thing from another. It opens the skin, distinguishes the parts, and makes an interior visible that had been present all along. This is deconstruction in its most physical form, not denial of the whole, but the incision by which the structure inside the whole can be seen. The stone and the knife do not create the animal's meaning. They expose it. The blood matters because it proves that what is being examined was alive. If nothing living were on the plane, there would be no sacrifice, only an arrangement of objects. If there were no plane, the opening would be violence without understanding. The altar brings the hard map and the living reality into one place, and the cut reveals whether the map has found what was actually there. And the opening is not the losing. The examination exists so that the living thing can leave the plane alive and better understood, carried back down the mountain, like the sun in the founding scene, by a man who now knows what he is holding. What the altar keeps is never the bond. It is whatever the bond was mistaken for. This is also why the altar is dangerous. The mind would prefer to dissect what it does not love. The altar requires the thing whose blood matters to the man holding the knife. An altar and an idol can both be hard, visible, bounded, and made by human hands. That resemblance is not incidental. It is the reason one so easily becomes the other. The difference is what the maker thinks the plane is. An idol is a plane mistaken for the whole reality. The man has made one section through life, carved it into the shape his own dimensions permit, and then forgotten that anything continues beyond the surface. The map becomes the world. What does not fit is declared unreal, disobedient, irrational, or wicked. Nothing is allowed to arrive from a direction the figure cannot represent, because the figure has no opening and no traffic. It can only be carried. An altar is a plane that knows it is a plane, and submits what it holds to a test it cannot control. The idol tells the living thing what it must be. The altar lets the living thing reveal what it is. The idol is protected from the fire because its survival is the point. The altar is built for the fire. It exists so that whatever was merely projected, preferred, inherited, or carved can burn away, and whatever came from beyond the plane can answer. This does not make the altar indefinite. Its edges are real. Its measurements matter. A plane that will not hold still cannot test anything. The humility of the altar is not uncertainty about its shape. It is certainty about its limit. The stone can be entirely solid and still not be the whole world. The 7 dimensions and the 4 horns name different things. The 7 dimensions describe the kinds of value along which a living situation extends. How a man meets it, takes it apart, sees beyond the case, brings its parts together, acts, protects what has been built, and changes course according to the end. The 2 and a fraction dimensions he uses most readily become the plane through which he ordinarily understands all 7. The 4 horns describe how the living thing on that plane is oriented in love, face to face, back to back, side by side, and one behind another. They do not replace the 7 dimensions, and the 7 do not dissolve the 4 positions. One describes the width of the life being mapped. The other describes the arrangement of the relationship being bound. That is why one animal is tied to 4 corners rather than 7. The altar is not trying to give the conscious mind equal command of every dimension of life. It is holding one living relationship against every direction love can take, so that no preferred position can drag the whole sacrifice around its own post. The stone is the conscious map. The mammal is the living thing the map cannot contain. The blade opens one upon the other. That is the altar before anything is burned on it. Chapter 12. The Turtle. Before the world in the tellings of the peoples of North America there was no ground. There was only water everywhere, living, deep, and a world above it in the sky. Then a woman falls from the sky world and the birds catch her on their wings, and there is nowhere to set her down. The animals of the water hold counsel because they know one thing. Somewhere at the bottom of the deep there is substance. One by one the strong divers go down, the loon, the otter, the beaver, and the deep defeats them all. Then the muskrat, the smallest of them, dives past his own strength and comes up barely alive with one paw closed. Inside it is a little mud from the bottom of the world. And here the story arrives at the problem this whole book is built on. The mud is real. The dive was real and it cost nearly everything, but mud set on water sinks. The heart's world can be dived and its deepest substance retrieved, and still nothing can be built, because building requires a surface that holds still and pure water has none. The mammals, the heart's own family, have done everything mammals can do. They swam, they dove, they brought the substance up. What they cannot do is be ground. The turtle solves it. The turtle rises under the falling woman and the retrieved mud and offers its back, and the mud, spread across the shell, grows into the world. Turtle Island, the traditions call this earth to this day. Read the solution in the grammar and it is exact. The turtle is a reptile, the mind's family, cold, hard-surfaced, articulated. But not just any reptile. It is the one creature alive that is a walking enclosure. It carries its walls with it. The wall chapter found that the very word paradise means the walled place, and the turtle is the only animal that is one. A living, moving, bounded plane, the stone plane of the last chapter, with a heartbeat. And the world becomes habitable at exactly one location, where the heart's retrieved substance rests on the mind's carried structure. Genesis, for what it is worth, begins with the same order of operations. Water everywhere, darkness on the face of the deep, and no world until a firm place is made amid the waters. Two hemispheres, no contact, one sequence. First the deep, then the platform, then the ground. Look closer at the shell, because the traditions did. It is not a single dome. It is built of plates, articulated and countable, and the Anishinaabe counted them. 13 large plates on the turtle's back, the 13 moons of the year, ringed by smaller plates for the days of a moon. The shell is not only a wall. It is a calendar, the mind's counting, carried on the living body. The third chapter gave the moon to the mind's country as its measurer of months. The turtle wears the measurement as armor. Walls and time, boundary and count, structure and calendar. The whole equipment of the mind's country, on the back of a creature swimming in the hearts. Which brings this chapter to the claim it exists to make. There is nothing ontological about the world of the heart. Most of it is perfectly logical, and the core of its law can be stated as a piece of logic that no religion is required to accept. The core is the double standard. A double standard is a rule that exempts the one applying it, and a rule that exempts its user is not a strict rule with an exception. It is a self-refuting statement. This binds everyone and this does not bind me, held in one hand. It fails as logic before it ever fails as morals. And watch the Sermon on the Mount build on exactly that failure, in exactly that order. First the beam and the mote, the double standard's portrait, the eye that magnifies in another what it will not examine in itself. Then a few verses later in the same sermon, the conclusion, introduced with a logician's word. Therefore all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Matthew 7:12. Therefore, the golden rule is not delivered as a decree. It is derived, the cure for the one fallacy, stated as the conclusion that follows from renouncing it, and the verse claims that the whole law and the prophets hang from that single refusal. Philosophy's most famous moral rule is the same test in formal dress. Act only on the rule you could stand to see everyone use. Universalize it. Run the double standard check on every choice, and morality assembles itself from the logic alone. With or without God factored in, the argument binds, and a man who runs his life on fallacies has built his house on the one ground that liquefies under weight. The sand chapter ahead will watch a whole courtroom discover this at once. So the shell can now be named. Understanding the logical fallacies and refusing to use them is the protective shell of the turtle, and the plates can be counted, because this book has already met most of the fallacies wearing other costumes. The attack on the man instead of the argument is the blame game's opening move. When a claim cannot be reached on its merits, shame is aimed at the claimant, and the moment the argument's content is exchanged for the arguer's worth, the courtroom from the sand chapter has convened, stones in hand. The straw man is a carved thing. A man who cannot defeat the living argument in front of him carves a likeness of it, drier, cruder, easier to knock down, and burns the effigy in place of the position. Every rule of the idle chapter applies. The straw man has the outline of the opponent's thought and none of its traffic, and a man who spends years arguing with effigies takes the shape of what he attends to, until he can no longer hear a living argument at all. To quoque you also is the blame game's return volley, and the oldest recorded words of fallen man are an instance of it. The woman whom thou gavest to be with me. It answers an accusation not by weighing it but by relocating it, and its whole force is borrowed from the double standard it accuses the other party of holding. The appeal to the crowd received its answer in the idle chapter from Abraham's own people. We found our fathers doing it, the oldest answer there is, and not an argument. A headcount. Truth does not hold elections, and 1,000,000 people circling a post are still at the radius of the rope. Circular reasoning is the post itself, a conclusion roped to its own assumption, orbiting at a fixed radius with the full sensation of travel, the circling chapter's walker, transposed into argument, certain, coherent at every point of the circumference and back where he began. An argument that assumes what it set out to prove is not a bad road. It is not a road. Moving the goalposts is the adjusted mirror, performed on standards instead of faces. The test quietly rewritten after every result, so that the record never has to register a miss. The kingdom that banned mirrors for its king was moving goalposts with masonry. The sunk cost plea is the ledger. After all I have put in, the reproach that annuls the gift, turned inward and aimed at one's own past. It throws good years after bad because the accounting cannot bear to book a loss, which is how a man ends up defending for a decade, a position he stopped believing in a decade ago. Wishful thinking, the wall chapter convicted early, wanting the conclusion before wanting the truth. The inquiry conducted by a man who has already decided how it must come out, which is the one way of conducting an inquiry that guarantees it will yield neither truth nor comfort. And poisoning the well is named for this book's central object, which is fitting because it is the vilest plate a man can refuse. It does not answer another man's water. It contaminates his spring in advance, declares the source itself corrupt, so that whatever ever comes out of him arrives pre-ruled undrinkable. The fallacy does not attack a claim. It attacks a person standing to ever make one. The book's whole picture says what that is. The wells are where the betrothals happen. The well is where the gift of God is offered. A man who poisons wells is not arguing badly. He is salting the one ground the entire garden depends on. Each of these, known and renounced, is one more plate. Plate by plate, a hard, tested, articulated surface forms around the soft living thing, and the armor is not for show. It is what lets a creature of the deep water survive there, dive without being crushed, surface without being taken, carry the weight of a world without sinking. The man who will not use fallacies cannot be argued into the game of shame and blame, because every move in that game is on the list above, and his shell has no socket for any of them. And mark the difference between this armor and the other one, because a chapter ahead will meet armor with no openings, scales sealed so close that no air can come between them, worn by the one the text crowns king over all the children of pride. The turtle's shell is the opposite design. It has openings. The head comes out. The creature extends itself into the world, retracts when struck, and extends again. Armor that opens is examination. Armor that seals is pride. Same hardness, opposite doors, and everything this book has said about the open vessel is in the difference. A man on trial for his life said the sentence this chapter has been walking toward. The unexamined life is not worth living. He said it with the hemlock already in view, and he said it about human beings as such, no scripture invoked, no God required for the argument. This book would tighten it by one turn. The unexamined life is not living. Not a worse life. Not a life. The circling chapter ahead shows what the unexamined walker actually does. He orbits, at full effort, with perfect confidence and travels nowhere, and motion without travel is not a life. It is a holding pattern with a heartbeat. Examination is the difference between the two, and examination has been this book's whole business under another name. Putting a thing on the altar is examining it, bound so it holds still, opened so the inside shows, tested so the truth of it can answer. The turtle's whole anatomy exists so that examining can be survived. The shell for the game it refuses, the openings for the head that must come out to look. Why would anyone not want to examine the life he finds himself in? The honest answer is the record, the flawless account of itself that pride keeps, which one honest look would end. That is the sealed armor again, and the sealed armor has already been priced. For the creature with the right shell, the question has no answer left, and the examining can begin. The place where a life is examined has a shape, and Scripture gives its measurements down to the cubit. Now the four horns can be understood. Chapter 13, The Altar. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be foursquare, and thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same. Exodus 27, 1-2. The plane has been established. What remains is the hardware by which the living thing is held upon it. 4 square and 4 horns, 1 at each corner, and they are not fitted on afterward. They are of one piece with the altar itself. The same design is given for the altar of incense. Whatever else this object is, it is a thing with 4 directions built into it, and the 4 directions are the part you take hold of. The blood goes on all 4, not on one horn, not on the nearest, not on whichever the priest is standing beside. The instructions for the sin offering repeat it each time. The horns of the altar, plural, and then what is left is poured out at the bottom. And the sacrifice itself is tied there. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even unto the horns of the altar. Psalm 118, 27. Horns, plural again, one offering 4 bindings. 4 horns are easily misread as 4 separate stations. 4 offerings, 1 at each corner, 4 kinds of love each with its own post. That is not what the text says, and it is not how a rope works. Tie an animal to a single post and it will not stand still. It will circle the post, at the length of the rope, for as long as it is there. Add a second rope on the same side and it swings. To hold a thing genuinely still, you need it held in directions that oppose each other. And a square with a horn at every corner is the simplest object in the world for doing that. So, one sacrifice, bound at 4 corners, held in every direction at once. None of the 4 loves is love. Each one alone will circle its post. The man who is only ever face to face with someone, the family that never turns around, the friendship with nothing above it, the carrying that has no one walking in front. Each of those is a rope tied to one horn, and the thing tied to it goes round and round at a fixed radius and calls the circling a life. 4 ropes and it does not move. The horns do a second thing, and it is strange. They are what a man grabs when he is running for his life. When Adonijah understands that his bid for the throne has failed, he goes to the tent and takes hold of the horns of the altar and will not let go until Solomon promises not to kill him. When Joab hears what has happened to Adonijah, he does exactly the same thing, and when Benaiah is sent to fetch him out, he refuses to come and says he will die where he is. So the horns are 2 things at once. They are where the offering is tied down so that it cannot escape, and they are where the fugitive holds on so that he cannot be taken. The binding post and the sanctuary are the same hardware. That is not a paradox. It is a description of what safety costs. A man who wants to be held has to accept being tied, and there is only the one set of ropes. But the shelter is not unconditional, and the text is blunt about the limit. The law says that a man who kills his neighbor by guile is to be taken from the altar and put to death, and Joab is. Benaiah kills him at the horns he is holding. The altar is not a hiding place. A man goes to it to give something up, and if he arrives with nothing to give and only something to escape, the horns are 4 pieces of wood. The first 2 offerings ever made are recorded in 3 verses. And in process of time it came to pass, that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. Genesis 4:3-5. Genesis does not say why, and the silence has occupied commentators for as long as there have been commentators. Nothing in the passage suggests that grain is an unacceptable offering. The law given later provides for grain offerings explicitly. Nothing suggests Cain's produce was inferior. The text simply reports the acceptance and the rejection and moves on to what Cain did about it. The Quran gives the reason, and it locates it in the man. Recite to them the story of Adam's 2 sons in truth, when they both offered a sacrifice, and it was accepted from one of them but was not accepted from the other. He said, I will surely kill you. The other said, indeed, Allah only accepts from those who are mindful of him. Surat Al-Ma'idah 5:27. The word is mutakin, from taqwa, the God consciousness that keeps a man's attention pointed somewhere beyond himself. It was not the goods. It was where the man was facing while he handed them over. In the grammar, the 2 offerings are these. Cain brought the fruit of the ground. Fruit is what a tree produces, and a tree is a choice, rooted in the heart, crowned in the mind, growing over years and bearing what the man who planted it did not directly make. So the fruit of the ground is the yield of a man's own choosing. Cain brought God his decisions. He brought his work. Abel brought the firstlings of his flock. A flock is animals, and an animal is the thing with its own will, that comes or does not, that can be fed or starved, that moves when nobody moved it. Abel brought relationships. One man laid his own life's work on the altar, the other laid his people on it. And notice which one has anything in it besides the man who brought it. Cain's offering begins in Cain and ends in Cain. He grew it, he cut it, he carried it, and there is nothing on the far side of it. Abel's offering has other lives in it. It passes through and keeps going. The neighbor is not the end of the river. He is the opening it runs through. If that reading is right, then the harder word in the passage is not flock. It is firstlings. Abel did not bring surplus livestock. He did not go through the herd looking for the one that was likely to die anyway. He brought the first and the best, and the fat with it, which is the part everyone wants. Applied to relationships, that is a far more difficult offering than it looks from a distance. Most men would sooner hand over an entire career than one person. We are extremely willing to consecrate our work to God. The phrase is on 100,000 office walls, and extremely reluctant to consecrate the 4 or 5 people we would actually be destroyed by losing. Those we hold, those we keep off the altar and call it love. And this is where Abraham comes back, because he did the thing. The command came in a dream, and what was on the stone was his son, and the Quran makes the exchange out loud. We ransomed him with a great sacrifice. An animal was accepted in the place of a beloved person. The substitution is stated so plainly that there is no reading around it. What the altar deals in is relationship, and animals are the currency it is paid in. Cain, who brought no relationship at all, would eventually put one on an altar of his own making. It is worth being exact about what the altar is for, because the bound animal makes the picture look like a loss about to happen, as though the choice were the relationship or God, and the altar the place where the relationship loses. Christ was asked which commandment was the greatest, and answered with two, and refused to let them come apart. Love God and love thy neighbor, and the second is like unto it. Not second the way silver is second to gold. Like unto it, the same substance, the same water further downstream. If that is so, then no relationship is ever sacrificed for God, because the neighbor is not a rival claim on the man. The altar is not where a bond is surrendered. It is where a bond is examined, until what holds it is love and nothing else. Because most bonds are not standing on love. They are standing on convenience, which is love's cheapest impersonator, on habit, on the fear of an empty chair, on the need to be needed, which wears love's clothes and feeds on the other person's weakness. A relationship can run for 30 years on those fuels and be called love the entire time, by everyone, including both people inside it. The altar is where the substitutes burn off. The animal is bound, the fire is lit, and what cannot survive the convenience, the appetite, the arrangement goes up as smoke, and what is still standing afterward is whatever part of the bond was actually love. The altar does not take the relationship from the man. It hands it back to him grounded, for the first time, on the one fuel that does not burn. And the commonest impurity has a shape. It has 3 corners. Watch what happens between two people the moment something goes wrong. The first motion of each is almost never toward the other. It is toward a third, a friend, a mother, a colleague, anyone, and the third is not being sought for help. He is being recruited for a jury. The story is prepared on the way over. The evidence is arranged. The verdict being requested was written before the knock on the door, and it is always the same verdict. The shame of this belongs to the other party. Two people who look like a pair are, much of the time, a pair of prosecutors, each assembling a courtroom the other cannot see, each entering the relationship itself as evidence. That is the triangle, and nearly every ruined relationship has one in it somewhere. The case is never really about the other person. It is about the shame, where it can be made to sit. Scripture puts the invention of that game at the fall itself. The first consequence of eating is shame. Their eyes are open, they know they are naked, and they sew coverings. The second consequence is the game. God asks the man one question, and the man's answer relocates the shame twice in a single sentence. The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree unto his wife and unto God for providing her. The woman is asked and passes it to the serpent. Nobody in the garden says it was me. The word I appears only at the tail of each testimony, and I did eat, after the shame has already been rooted elsewhere. And then the detail this whole chapter stands on. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins and clothed them. Genesis 3:21. Coats of skins, something died to make them. The first animal death in Scripture is not at Abel's altar. It is here, in the same hour the blame game was invented, as the answer to it. The fig leaves were the couple's own handiwork, carved coverings in the oldest sense, and they were replaced by a covering that cost a life neither of them offered. Sacrifice does not enter the story as a tax paid to an offended deity. It enters as the alternative to the game. Shame can be relocated forever, corner to corner, jury after jury, and the trial never ends because the shame never dissolves. It only moves. Or it can be covered once at a price. That is the choice sacrifice was introduced to make possible, and the next generation promptly turns it into 2 brothers. Abel brings the animal, and Cain brings his case, and when the verdict goes against him, he does what every prosecutor is finally tempted to do with the evidence. Which is why the hardest instruction in the Gospels is aimed at the hardest relationship, and why it is an altar instruction. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Matthew 5:44. Pray for the persecutor. The instruction is usually read as a hope aimed at the enemy's heart, that the praying will soften him. Perhaps it will, but watch what the practice requires of the one doing it. To pray for an enemy, a man must hold the whole relationship up deliberately before God with the anger still hot in his hands and consider its inner workings. What was done? What it touched? Why it touched that? Why this enemy? Why this wound? He has bound to the horns the one relationship he was certain he had already judged, and the examination, once begun, runs in both directions. Because the enemy has a property no friend can offer. The friend holds a man's mirror at the kind angle. The enemy does not. Whatever his motives, his account of you is the one account that has not been adjusted for your comfort. And the chapter on the 4 ways already found him standing in the lover's position, paying you the undivided attention almost nobody else will pay. Christ's question about the eye assumes all of this. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? First cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye. Matthew 7:3-5. A beam in your own eye, the one place in creation a man cannot look. The eye is the instrument he looks with. It cannot be turned on itself, and every mirror he owns he has already arranged. So how would any man ever find the beam? There is one way. He sees something like it in another man's eye, and it inconveniences him. It maddens him out of all proportion past explaining. And if he ever asks why this mote, of all the motes in the world, is the one he cannot stop beholding, the answer is waiting in his own eye. What a man cannot see about himself, he is shown in the one person he cannot stop watching. The enemy is the mirror nobody adjusted. That is what he is for, and it is why the instruction says to pray for him rather than merely endure him. Endured, he is a weight, prayed over, bound to the horns, and honestly examined, he is the only instrument that reaches the beam. The fire takes the case. The verdict goes unfiled. And the man walks away from the altar having lost nothing but the trial he was preparing, carrying out of his own eye the beam that was the evidence all along. There is one more thing that goes on altars, and it is not alive. Jacob is running from his brother, and he stops for the night because the sun has gone down, and he takes stones from that place and puts them under his head. He dreams of a ladder set up on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and traffic going both ways on it. And he wakes. Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. Genesis 28:16-17. Then, and Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. 28:18. He did not go and find a better stone. He took the one his head had been resting on all night, stood it upright and anointed it, and the place got a new name, Bethel, the house of God. A stone testifies because it was present and it did not move. That is the entire qualification. It has no opinion and no stake, and it did not change, the past, made solid, sitting in the road where a man has to walk around it. That is why Joshua's stone is said to have heard everything spoken there, and why the heap between Jacob and Laban is named the heap of witness. So what Jacob puts on the altar is a memory. And notice the order of events, because it is the whole teaching. He was sleeping on it before he knew what it was. The stone was already load-bearing, it was holding his head up all night, and he did not discover what it was until he stood it up and poured oil over it. The Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. This is what it means to put a memory on the altar, and it is not an exercise in gratitude. It is not going through your life picking out the pleasant bits and thanking God for them. It is taking the particular night you have been resting your head on, the thing under everything, the one you do not examine because you are lying on it, and standing it upright where you can finally see what it is. Some of them turn out to be the gate of heaven. That is not the sort of thing a man can know while he is asleep on it. So the altar is a square thing with 4 horns, and what goes on it is bound at all 4 corners, and what a man brings is his work, his relationships, or his memory. The first is the easiest and the least. The second is the hardest. The third is the one nobody thinks of. Tie the best thing a man owns to all 4 horns of that altar, the idea he would least like to lose, the person he would be destroyed without, the night he has been sleeping on for 20 years, and something is going to be killed. It is not the thing he is afraid of. Chapter 14. The Leprechaun. Ireland's entry in the grammar is small, green, and almost completely misunderstood. The cartoon is familiar. A little man in a green coat, a pot of gold, tricks a rainbow. Strip the cartoon and look at the creature underneath. He is small. He lives hidden in the land itself, under the hedge, inside the mound, in the places nobody cultivates, which is to say he is a creature of the heart's country, native to the buried and the green. He hoards gold, the heart's own metal, and keeps it underground where the heart keeps everything. By trade he is a cobbler, the maker of shoes, the smallest vehicle there is, the craftsman of how a man walks through the world. He cannot be caught by chasing. And he is bound by exactly one law, and everyone knows it. Catch him and hold on, and he must grant the wish. Even the cartoon's rainbow is carrying freight. The pot of gold lies at the rainbow's end, at the foot of the bridge made of light passing through water, where the arch between the 2 countries touches ground. And the rainbow's end cannot be walked to. It recedes at precisely walking speed, which every child who has tried knows and no adult remembers learning. The heart's treasure is not approached, its keeper is caught. The oldest leprechaun story on record sits in the early Irish law books, and it is not a children's tale. It is the whole doctrine of this chapter. Fergus MacLeody, a king of Ulster, falls asleep on the shore. And the small ones come Luchorpain, the small bodies, the word the leprechaun's name descends from, and they try to drag the sleeping king into the sea. The cold of the water wakes him. He seizes them and does not let go, and held, they must ransom themselves the only way their kind can, a wish. And the wish Fergus asks for is the one this book would have written for him. Not gold, not revenge, the power to breathe under water. Read it in the grammar word by word. The sea is the heart's deep. The sleeping king, a man unconscious of his own interior, is being dragged into it, and not by monsters, by small things. That detail is exact, and it is the tale's first mercy, because it is true of everyone. What pulls a man under is rarely a great beast. It is the small bodies the little needs, working in numbers while he sleeps. Then the cold wakes him, the shock of the water itself, felt at last, and the whole story pivots on what he does in that instant. He does not flail, and he does not flee the beach. He catches the thing that was drowning him and holds on. And the drowner, caught and held, becomes the giver. That is the law of the creature, and it is the deepest thing in the tale. The very thing that was dragging you under is the thing that can grant you the deep as a home. A neurotic need, seized by the throat and held until it speaks, gives up the one gift it alone can give, the ability to breathe in the waters it used to drown you in. The fear of abandonment, caught and held, becomes the capacity to be alone in the deep. The need to be needed, caught and held, becomes the ability to love without drowning in the other person. Nothing else can grant these wishes. Only the caught drowner knows where the breath is. This is the altar's daily bread. Every day one small body surfaces, quick, green, mischievous, making for the water with a piece of you, and it is small enough to catch. That is the mercy of the dose, the manna schedule with its hands full. One creature a day, caught by the throat, tied to the 4 horns, held in every direction until it grants the wish. A man who catches his daily leprechaun does not need to wait for the sea monster. And a chapter ahead will meet this same creature under a Hebrew name, and learn what its buried gold actually is. Because the story knows about the sea monster, and it does not flinch. The wish came with an exception. Fergus could breathe in every water but one, a single forbidden loch. And in that loch, when he finally entered it, lived the Muirdris, and the sight of it twisted his face into a mask of terror. The blemish stayed. And then his court did what courts do for their king. They hid it from him. For 7 years the kingdom banned mirrors from his presence, so that the king would never see his own face. Every reflection he might have consulted was arranged out of the room, the adjusted mirror, at national scale, with the whole apparatus of loyalty running the adjustment. The truth reached him at last from the one person the arrangement had no reason to protect. A serving girl he mistreated told him what he looked like. And Fergus went back to the forbidden lock, fought the monster in its own water for 2 days, killed it, and died of the winning. Every wish a caught creature grants carries the exception clause. There remains one lock, the deepest one, the excused one, the one the gift does not cover, and the monster lives there, and the face a man makes when he first sees it is the face his whole court will conspire to hide from him. The friend holds the mirror at the kind angle. The kingdom bans mirrors outright. The truth comes from the mistreated, from the person at the bottom of the arrangement, the one this book has already learned to call the unadjusted mirror. The tale's honesty is that the postponed lock is paid for at the highest rate. The monster can still be killed at the end, but the killing costs everything. The daily catch is cheaper. That is the whole argument for it. One question remains about the creature, and its answer opens the door to Gethsemane. Why is the leprechaun mischievous at all? The lore remembers that the small ones were not always tricksters. They were craftsmen, cobblers, makers, the skilled hands of the hidden country, and they turned mischievous when a new order arrived and pressed them down. The old powers of the land were not killed by the new pressure. Living things of the heart do not die from being forced. They go small. They go underground, and they turn to mischief, because mischief is what a forced heart creature does instead of open war. That is the mechanism, and it runs in every household and every heart. Force a living thing and you do not get obedience. You get a leprechaun, small, hidden, mischievous, loose in the land. And the law of catching has a jurisdiction clause. The creature can only be caught by the one whose land it hides in. When you force another person, you create a mischievous magical creature inside them that only they can chase down and catch. You cannot catch it for them. You made it and you cannot catch it, and that asymmetry is the whole ethics of force. Now Gethsemane, and a detail worth slowing down for. He is praying the hardest prayer of his life, and he has asked 3 friends to stay awake with him. He comes back and finds them sleeping. What could ye not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. He goes away, prays again, returns asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. He goes a 3rd time, prays the same words. And when he comes back the 3rd time, the approach changes. Sleep on now and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Matthew 26:45. Make of the change what you will, that he changed his mind, that he was modeling the change for everyone after him. The reading holds either way. Something in the approach turns. He stops trying to force the watching on his schedule and his way. 2 rounds of rousing had produced 2 rounds of sleeping, and a 3rd would have produced something worse than sleeping. It would have bred the creature, the small, hidden, resentful thing that forced vigilance always breeds, which the 3 of them would each have had to chase down alone for years. He does not breed it. He lets them sleep. The Tao has a name for what he does instead, from a book already on this book's shelf. Acting by not acting, the doing that does nothing and leaves nothing undone. You change someone by not trying to force them to change. He rose from the 3rd prayer and simply did what was right, straight through the arrest and the trial and the cross, and the watching he declined to force arrived later, at scale. The men who could not stay awake 1 hour became the witnesses who kept vigil the rest of their lives, most of them to the death. The fire chapter watched this same mechanism move a centurion. Consistency does what coercion cannot. On a timetable coercion would never have accepted. The daily practice, then, has 2 hands. With one, a man catches his own small drowners by the throat every morning and ties them down until they grant the breath. With the other, he releases his grip on everyone else's, because the creature in another person's land answers only to them, and the surest way to multiply it is to squeeze. Catching by the throat is a precise skill, and it belongs to a precise faculty. The catching hand in the grammar is attention, and the animal that is attention has been waiting for its chapter. Chapter 15, The Serpent. One animal in the grammar has been left unread, and it is the one that was in the garden before any altar was built. The warm animals are relationships, alive, willful, fed or starved, coming when called or not. But the third chapter gave the reptile to the other country. Cold, hard-surfaced, scaled, taking its heat from the light above it. The reptile is the sky's animal, the mind's. So the serpent is not a relationship. It is the one thing in the mind that behaves like an animal. The serpent is attention. Consider what the animal can do. It goes down into holes no man can follow, into the buried places, under the ground of the heart's country, where nothing else conscious reaches. It climbs trees. It climbs mountains. It passes through any gap wider than its own head. It moves in silence quickly, on no legs anyone can see, and it strikes faster than thought. And it is shaped, visibly, by what it swallows. A snake that has eaten carries the outline of the meal inside it for days. Attention does all of this. It is the only faculty that can descend into a man's own depths or climb the highest structure his mind has built. It slips through the smallest opening in a conversation. It wanders when untended, exactly like an animal loose in a field. It can be trained, charmed, caught by the tail, and it takes the shape of what it consumes. A man's attention, watched for a week, has the silhouette of whatever it has been swallowing. In dreams, the serpent carries precisely this. A floor covered in snakes is a season when everything seems to demand attention at once, urgent claims writhing over each other, no place to step. A snake in the grass is a claim on attention that has not yet been seen but is already near the ankle. And the bite is what a bite is. Attention seized, venom in the bloodstream, the whole body now organized around one small puncture. And the leprechaun chapter's last question is answered here. The hand that catches the small drowner by the throat and holds on until it grants the wish is not a fist. It is this animal, attention, deliberately fastened, refusing to be shaken off. Nothing else can hold a creature that small and that quick. The daily catch is a serpent-handling skill, and the rest of this chapter is the manual. Which is why the tempter in Eden is this animal and no other. The devil in the garden is not a lion. Nothing overpowers anyone in that story. No force is used anywhere in it. The serpent's entire method is redirection. Yea, hath God said, look at the one tree instead of the garden of them. Look at what is withheld instead of what is given. Look at what you might be instead of what you are. The first temptation in Scripture is an attention operation from its opening word, and the altar chapter has already shown what it produced. Shame. And then the game, the woman blamed, the serpent blamed, God blamed. The shame rooted everywhere except home. The serpent sells the game because the game pays. That must be said honestly, or the temptation makes no sense. Shame moves people. A man can get nearly anything out of another person by relocating shame onto him. The shamed will comply, appease, surrender, perform anything to be rid of the weight. Manipulation is not weakness. It is power, immediate and effective, and everyone who has used it knows it works. That is the pitch. What the pitch omits is the return. The law of Moses prices the return, and the arithmetic is disproportionate on purpose. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. Exodus 22:1. Take 1, restore 4 or 5. Not an equal trade plus a fine, a multiplication. And the fourfold rate is quoted twice more in Scripture, both times from the mouths of men who knew it applied to them. When Nathan tells David the parable of the poor man's 1 lamb, David pronounces the sentence before he knows whose it is. He shall restore the lamb fourfold, because he did this thing. He was pricing his own sin, and the commentators have long counted the price paid out in his own house. And Zacchaeus, who had spent a career taking by false accusation, by relocated shame, by the game itself, knows the rate without being told. If I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. The multiplication is not arbitrary religious arithmetic, and no religion is required to see it operate. It is sowing math. Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6:7. A seed does not return a seed, it returns a stalk. Sowing is multiplication, that is what sowing means, and it multiplies whatever is planted without inspecting it, the way an amplifier does not inspect its input. Hosea states the disproportion as weather. They have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Take from a man by shame, and you have not made one transaction. You have planted. He learns the game from you. The people watching learn it. Trust dies in a radius around the event. Resentment accumulates in the dark the way the patient metals accumulate, and the return arrives years later, multiplied from directions the sower never watched. Vengeance is the sowing math embraced on purpose, and it may be the most tempting motivator a human being is offered. It gives everything the lost thing took away: purpose, energy, focus, a reason to wake. That is exactly the danger. Vengeance is attention fully captured, the serpent no longer wandering but coiled around one object, and a man in its grip is not distracted. He is consumed, which from inside feels like clarity, and its arithmetic inflates by its own logic. The boast is in Genesis, 4 generations after the first murder. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. Genesis 4:24. Sevenfold becomes 70 and sevenfold in 4 generations, because every act of repayment is also a planting, and the next harvest is bigger. That is the feud, described from inside its own mathematics. It is why the ledger is confiscated. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord, which is not a threat but a mercy. Repayment is taken out of human hands because human repayment always sows a new crop, and no man can stand at the paying end of fourfold math and stay solvent. And Christ takes Lamech's own number and runs it backward. Asked how often to forgive, 7 times. He answers, until 70 times 7. The same multiplication, the same compounding, the opposite seed. Both economies grow by the identical arithmetic. A man does not choose whether his life multiplies. He chooses what is in the ground. The cure for the serpent is the strangest scene in the wilderness, and it is not what anyone would design. The people are bitten, fiery serpents in the desert everywhere. Attention aflame, urgent claims at every ankle, a whole camp poisoned by what it cannot stop attending to. And the cure is not the extermination of the snakes. The snakes are not even removed. Make thee a fiery serpent and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten when he looketh upon it shall live. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. Numbers 21:8-9. Read it in the grammar. The bitten man is not healed by anything done to the snakes on the ground. He is healed by where he looks. The serpent itself, the very faculty that bit him, is lifted up a pole, raised from the dust to the height of a standard, and the cure is to lift the attention that had been fixed on the wound and fasten it on the raised thing. Attention is not the enemy in this story. Attention on the ground is the wound, attention lifted is the healing, and the animal is the same animal. Even the metal is instructive. Brass, forged in fire, the serpent that has been through the furnace is the one that heals. Christ reads the scene exactly this way and applies it to himself. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. John 3:14. The cure for the bitten world is where it looks, attention raised to the man on the tree. They shall look on him whom they pierced. The eye is the instrument the whole transaction runs through, which is what he had said in the plainest terms. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. A single eye, attention undivided, raised, fastened on one lifted thing, and the light fills the body from the top down, like the fire the next chapters wait for. And the beam of the altar chapter belongs here too, because a beam is lodged in the eye. The obstructions a man cannot see are obstructions in the attention he sees with. The bronze serpent has a postscript, and the book's earlier chapters could have predicted it. Centuries later, Hezekiah breaks it in pieces because the people had begun burning incense to it. He calls it Nehushtan, a piece of brass. The God-given cure, attended to as a thing instead of looked through, had become a carved object with traffic around it and nothing moving through it. Even the instrument of healed attention can be turned into an idol by the attention it healed. Nothing on the ground is safe from the game, including the remedy. The North ran the same experiment in the other direction, and its result is the countercase to the pole. The children chapter watched the gods, frightened of Loki's brood, bind what they should have raised, and the serpent's sentence was specific. He was cast down, thrown into the sea that rings the world. Attention sunk instead of lifted. And in the deep it did what exiled attention always does. It grew to the size of its container. The serpent grew until it encircled the entire world and had nothing left to close its jaws on but its own tail. That is the portrait of attention refused and submerged. It does not shrink from being unlooked at. It expands until it lies under everything, the hidden ring around every shore of a man's life, feeding on itself because it was given nothing else. A man who will not look at a thing ends by living on an island of it. And the deferred serpent must eventually be met. At the world's last battle it comes up out of the sea, and the strongest of the gods kills it and walks 9 steps and dies of its venom. The leprechaun chapter's king fought his own deferred water monster and died of the winning. 2 mythologies, 1 actuarial table. The water monster you sink grows to fit the water, and the last fight can be won but not survived. The grown serpent has a name in the moral vocabulary, and Lewis put his finger on it. Pride, he said, is the sin that consumes all the rest, the one through which the devil became the devil, the vice that eats up the very possibility of love. That is the world serpent described from inside the man. The shame and blame game of the altar chapter is pride's engine room. The game exists to build and defend a perfect record, and the record is why accountability is impossible. Admit one fault and the flawless image dies of it. So nothing can ever be its fault, which means every accusation must be relocated, which means the game never ends, which means the serpent never stops growing. Pride ends up underneath all the other sins for the same reason the world serpent ends up under every shore. What is refused and defended long enough expands until it encircles the whole of a life, feeding on itself. Scripture has this monster too and crowns it in so many words. The book of Job spends an entire chapter on Leviathan, the great serpent of the sea, and every detail belongs to this grammar. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook? The grown one is past catching. The daily tackle does not touch it. His scales are his pride, shut up together as with a close seal. No air can come between them. The text names the armor itself pride and describes it as the perfect counterfeit of the vessel, sealed so absolutely that nothing, not even air, gets in or out. His heart is as firm as a stone. And then the coronation in the chapter's last verse. He beholdeth all high things. He is a king over all the children of pride. The sea serpent is not an example of pride in Job. He is its king, crowned by the text. And Isaiah is plain about who fights that one. In that day the Lord shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. The full-grown serpent is not man's fight. That is the strongest argument ever made for catching them small. And when the armor does finally come off a man, Scripture is precise about where the shedding starts. At the conversion on the Damascus road, the record reads, There fell from his eyes as it had been scales. The serpent's plating comes off the instrument of attention first. A man does not see because the scales fell. The scales fall, and then he sees. 3 traditions, 3 angles, 1 monster, and each angle shows what the others cannot. The north shows how it got into the sea and the law of its growth. Ireland prices the postponed fight. Job gives its anatomy, the sealed scales, the stone heart, and names the kingdom it rules. No single slice holds the animal, and the animal holds still for nobody. The slices agree anyway. And half a world away, in civilizations no old world ship had yet reached, the serpent received a third verb. The most ancient temples of Mexico carry him carved in stone. Quetzalcoatl, Cuculcan, the feathered serpent, the ground's cold animal clothed in the skybird's green plumage. Not lifted on a pole and not cast into the sea, given wings. The peoples of the Americas took the same animal and dressed it in the other country's feathers, and made the result their god of learning, of the calendar, of the arts, of the wind itself. Attention married to the heights, breath and mind in one body. And they carved it centuries before any missionary could have carried the grammar to them, which is the point worth pausing on. With no way to borrow the language, they read the same animal the same way, and gave it the best ending anyone has proposed. The serpent lifted on the pole heals the whole camp. The serpent cast into the sea takes the thunder god with it. The serpent given feathers teaches a civilization. Same animal, 3 verbs: sink it, lift it, wing it. The entire chapter is in the choosing. Moses' whole history with this animal is a schooling in handling it. At the bush, barefoot, no vehicle, he is told to cast his rod on the ground and it becomes a serpent, and he runs from it. Then he is told to take it by the tail, and it becomes a rod again. The shepherd's staff and the serpent are one object in 2 states. Attention held is a working tool. Attention dropped goes wild on the ground and frightens its own owner. And it is this man, the man who learned to pick the serpent up, who raised one on a pole in the desert, who climbs Sinai to the top of the mind's country and meets the descending fire, and comes down carrying a law higher than anything he could have composed. Attention, tamed, lifted, climbed to its limit, and met at the summit by what no climbing manufactures. Where a man's serpent goes, the man eventually follows. The only question with an animal that can go anywhere is who is handling whom. What attention holds long enough to work on, it lays out on a surface. The next room of the house has one. Chapter 16, The Table and the Teeth. The kitchen in the dream was not scenery, it was the point. We left a man there several chapters ago, dreaming that he stood in the kitchen of a house that no longer exists, with the kettle on. The dream knew the house was gone. It did not correct the fact, conceal it, or replace it with a more comforting one. It carried the loss into the room and lit the stove under the kettle anyway. At the time, the point was that the heart can hold 2 facts the mind cannot put into 1 sentence. Now the room itself can be read. Food is raw experience. Something happens to a man. It enters his life from outside him, whole and unprepared. He cannot become larger merely by having been present when it happened. Experience no more nourishes a man by occurring than wheat nourishes him by standing in a field. It has to be gathered, divided, combined with other things, softened by heat, and made into a form his body can receive. That is what a kitchen does. The kitchen is where what happened becomes something that can become part of the person. The better the preparation, the more nourishment can be taken from the same raw material. A thing badly prepared may still be swallowed, but much of its value is lost, and some of it may injure the one who takes it in. The event was real either way. The difference is what the man was able to make from it. The dream put the man back in that kitchen, because the loss had given him an experience too large to swallow whole. The house was sold. The years lived inside it, the people who filled it, the things received there, the part of the man that had been formed at that table. None of those were settled by the fact of the sale. The dream was not reversing the loss. It was preparing what the loss had not finished. This is why an altar is a table. Scripture moves between the two words without treating the movement as a metaphor that needs to be explained. Malachi rebukes the priests in one sentence. Ye offer polluted bread upon mine altar, and ye say, Wherein have we polluted thee? In that ye say, The table of the Lord is contemptible. Malachi 1:7. The bread is offered on an altar, and the altar is called the table of the Lord, one object named by its two uses. A table is a hard plane on which food is placed, separated, and prepared before it enters a living body. An altar is a hard plane on which experience, memory, work, and relationship are placed, separated, and prepared before they are returned to life in another form. Both receive something whole. Both make distinctions inside it. Both use a blade. Both expose what was within. Both ask what can nourish and what cannot be carried forward. And both depend on preparation. The man who merely accumulates experiences is not necessarily becoming wise. He may be filling a pantry and starving in front of it. 10,000 unprepared events do not equal one event that has been opened, divided, understood, and incorporated. A man can live through a war and learn only that the world is dangerous. He can be loved for 40 years and learn only that people leave. He can receive an answered prayer and remember only the hour before it was answered. The raw material was rich, the kitchen was poor. The altar adds fire because some experience cannot be prepared by arrangement alone. Something in it has to change state. The form in which it arrived cannot be the form in which it is carried forward. What was raw becomes food. What was bound becomes smoke. What was an event becomes understanding. What was a relationship becomes part of the person without remaining the same relationship it was before. The table and the altar do not preserve the original form. They preserve what the original form contained. Not everything eaten becomes part of the body. There is nourishment and there is remainder. A healthy body takes what can be used and releases what cannot. A healthy house therefore needs 2 rooms devoted to the same process from opposite ends. The kitchen receives what may become us. The bathroom releases what must not remain. That is why bathrooms appear so often in dreams and why they so often appear in distress. The toilet is clogged. The room has no door. Every stall is filthy. The walls are missing. There is nowhere private to go, or there are toilets everywhere and not one of them can be used cleanly. These are not dreams about plumbing. They are pictures of experience the person could not assimilate and has no orderly way to release. Something happened. No nourishment could be taken from it in the form in which it arrived, but neither was the remainder allowed to leave. It is still in the house, and now the problem is spreading beyond the room meant to contain it. This is not a failure of character. Waste is produced by successful nourishment too. The cleanest meal leaves something behind. The failure is expecting a life to contain no remainder or treating the need to release something as proof that it should never have been taken in. A house with a kitchen and no bathroom becomes uninhabitable. A man who interprets everything and releases nothing eventually lives inside the residue of his own interpretations. The parts he could not process begin to color the parts he could, and what should have left through one small room becomes the atmosphere of the entire house. The altar deals with this too. Fire carries one part upward, ash remains below. The sacrifice is not dishonored because ash exists. The separation is what the altar was built to accomplish. Between the kitchen and the body is the mouth. The mouth is a gate with traffic in both directions. Food enters through it and words come out. The world is taken into the person there, and the person is given back to the world there. Across that gate stands a row of stones. Teeth are memories and testimonies. A stone testifies because it was present and did not move. Teeth perform the same work inside the mouth. They are the hardened remains of what a man has already learned about eating. They meet each new thing with a fixed surface, break it according to an established pattern, and reduce what was outside into pieces the body knows how to use. At the level of the mind, teeth are core assumptions. A core assumption is a memory made general. One person left and the stone says people leave. One risk ended badly and the stone says caution keeps me alive. One confession was received with mercy and the stone says truth can be survived. The event has passed. Its testimony remains in the mouth, meeting whatever comes next before the softer parts of the person have to touch it. This is necessary. A man could not reconsider the whole structure of reality every time somebody spoke to him. He needs conclusions hard enough to bite with. He needs some things settled, some memories made load-bearing, some judgments that do not dissolve at the first pressure. Teeth are not a defect in the mouth. They are why the mouth can take in anything more substantial than milk. But a tooth can be strong and still meet something stronger. That is the dream people wake from with their hands against their faces. A tooth cracks, loosens, crumbles, or comes out in the palm. The terror is immediate because the dreamer does not experience the tooth as a tool. He experiences it as part of himself. The dream therefore feels like personal disintegration when what is breaking is the instrument by which the person has been processing experience. The person is not breaking, an assumption is. Scripture calls the first food milk and the later food meat. The distinction is more exact than it first appears. Milk arrives already processed by another body. The infant does not gather, cut, cook, or chew it. He receives nourishment in the form his present mouth can bear from a person who has done the preparation for him. And the first teeth are called milk teeth. They belong to the transition. They arrive as the child begins to take responsibility for harder food, and then the whole first set loosens and falls out. The child does not die. The mouth does not fail. A temporary instrument has completed its work and makes room for another able to bear what comes next. Paul tells the Corinthians that he fed them with milk rather than meat, because they were not yet able to bear it. Hebrews says that strong meat belongs to those whose senses have been exercised by use. Meat is not better because God prefers hardness. It is better for the person who has grown capable of doing his own processing. Eventually, a man must bite into things more solid than the teeth he currently has. An experience arrives that cannot be divided by the assumptions that divided everything before it. A faithful man suffers. An enemy tells the truth. A parent was wrong. A failure becomes the road to the work. A person the old map called dangerous gives mercy, and a person the old map called safe does harm. The experience will not soften merely because the tooth has always held. Then the tooth breaks. This is not the destruction of understanding. It is understanding refusing to destroy the experience in order to save its present instrument. The idol demands that the food be declared unreal. The altar permits the tooth to die. A man should not wait for catastrophe to discover which of his assumptions cannot bear weight. He should push them to their limit on purpose, put the hardest thing he can honestly find between them and bite down to find where they break so that he can mend them. Not because every old conclusion is false. Many teeth hold. They are supposed to hold. But a tooth is a vessel at the smallest scale, a little jar of hardened testimony, and vessels are not maintained by being spared. They are maintained by being broken at the weak place and mended better. And the mouth was designed for exactly this, which the shark says better than any dentist. A shark's teeth grow in rows, row behind row, the next set already forming while the current one works, and when a working tooth wears down or breaks, the row behind rotates forward, more mature than the one it replaces. A shark does not ration its bite to protect its teeth. It bites at full strength precisely because succession is built in. And the succession compounds. The more a shark eats, the bigger it grows, and the bigger the body, the bigger the teeth forming behind. Each new row sized not to the mouth that lost a tooth, but to the animal the eating has made. Everything already digested is in the next row's dimensions. So it goes with a man who keeps chewing. Every experience honestly processed makes the replacing assumptions larger than the broken ones, and larger teeth can take larger food. A man who has been eating this way for 30 years is not defending the conclusions of his 20s. He is biting into ideas that would have shattered every tooth he had back then. And a chapter ahead will meet the tooth grown to the length of a testimony. The sword, forged in a furnace out of the same stone that teeth are made general from, and we'll find that the old stories treat a broken sword exactly as this chapter treats a broken tooth. Not as a disgrace, but as shards worth keeping, because the stronger blade is in them. That is the picture of a working mouth. Not one precious set of conclusions defended from every hard food, but rows, the current assumptions doing today's chewing, and behind them, already forming, the more mature row that today's breaking makes room for. The milk teeth were not the last set built to fall out and be replaced. They were only the first. Paul says the practice in 4 words. I die daily. 1 Corinthians 15:31. He says it in the chapter on resurrection. Death is not the final category in the sentence surrounding it, which is why the line can bear more than endurance of danger. Read in the ordinary measure of time. It is a daily discipline. Each day Paul permits some assumption, identity, plan, entitlement, or picture of himself to be tested against what is actually in front of him. He does not wait for another man to light the fire. He brings the form to the altar himself. But day already has another meaning in the first chapter of Genesis. A day is a bounded work. God speaks, distinguishes one thing from another, gives the distinction a name, sees the work, and the evening and morning close around it. Light is one day. The waters divided are another. The dry land and its fruit are another. The word names a unit of creation as much as an interval on a clock. Read through that grammar. I die daily also means, I die with each work. Every completed work produces a form suited to the work that produced it. The next work requires that form to open again. Yesterday's vessel cannot become today's idol. Yesterday's teeth cannot be protected from today's meat. The person continues from day to day precisely because the form of the previous day is permitted to end. The 2 readings are not rivals. Every calendar day contains work, and every honest work ends a version of the worker. This is what happened in the kitchen. The home could no longer remain in the form through which the man had always received it, 4 walls at one address. The dream did not deny the loss. It carried what the house held to the table and began the work of discovering what in it could still nourish, what had to be released, and what new form could bear the testimony forward. The tooth breaks, the mouth remains. The assumption breaks, the mind remains. The walls come down, the testimony remains. The form dies, the person does not. Chapter 17, Sand. A tooth breaks against something harder than itself, and the break is loud, and the man knows the hour it happened. There is a second way for a stone to end, and it is silent. A stone can be worn. Grain by grain, weather by weather, testimony can be ground off a rock so gradually that no single day is the day it happened, until what was once load-bearing is a drift of particles with no shape at all. That is sand. Sand is made of stones too small to build with. Every grain of it was once part of a rock. Pick up a handful and you are holding thousands of former testimonies, each one real, each one ground too fine to testify. No grain can be called to the stand. No grain remembers which rock it came from. And no quantity of them, heaped however high, will hold a wall. Every heart carries this material and knows the form it arrives in. The flood of memory that comes with a conclusion attached and no evidence attached to the conclusion. A man feels people leave, or nothing I finish matters, or wakes with a dread he cannot assign, and if he is asked which event taught him this, he cannot produce one. The verdict is present and the witnesses are gone. That is not a failure of his memory. It is what memory becomes when it has been worn instead of broken, 10,000 grains. each too small to identify, arriving all together as weather. The mind cannot count sand. Scripture uses it for precisely that. The promise to Abraham is seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, the skies uncountable and the earth's uncountable, the two countries' versions of beyond number. The stars are innumerable and distinct. The sand is innumerable and indistinct. A man's blessings can be either, so can his grievances. What sand will not do is bear weight, and Christ says so in the sentence everyone knows. And every one that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house. And it fell, and great was the fall of it. Matthew 7:26-27. Read in the grammar, the warning is exact. A house is the self, and a foundation is what the self is set down on. A man can found himself on rock, on testimony that was present and did not move, that can be examined, that holds. Or he can found himself on the nebulous conclusions, on people leave, and I am what happened to me, and the 10,000 unexaminable grains. The sand house stands in dry weather. Then the water rises, and the difference between a foundation and a drift is disclosed all at once, and great is the fall of it. And yet sand is not without an office, and Scripture assigns it in the very territory where it fails. It is the flood that exposes the sand house, and it is sand that stops the sea, which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree that it cannot pass it. The weakest substance on the beach is the appointed boundary of the strongest force on the planet, so the distinction is exact. Sand cannot be a foundation, and it was never meant to be one. It can be a boundary. A man cannot build himself on the worn-down residue of his past, but the residue still knows where the water stops. Conclusions too fine to bear the weight of an identity can still mark a line, this far and no further. What was ground past testifying can yet be appointed to hold ashore. And sand cannot be struck. At Horeb the rod comes down on the rock and water pours out, because what comes out when a thing breaks is what was in it, and a testimony of real size has living water inside it. But that operation requires a rock. No rod comes down on a grain of sand. Each particle is too small to open, too small to hold anything, too small even to hit, and the truth that was in the rock is not in any one grain of what the rock has become. This is why the drift is so hard to deal with. A memory of size can be stood upright like Jacob's stone, or opened like Horeb, and made to give up what it carries. The worn residue of 10,000 memories offers nothing to strike, which is why a man can spend years faithfully testing his conclusions one at a time while the drift underneath them grows. The instruments that work on stone do not work on what stone becomes. Scripture shows what does work, in a courtyard, in the one scene where Christ writes. They bring him a woman taken in the act, and they stand around her holding stones, and by now this book does not need the stones explained. Hardened testimony in the hand, ready to be thrown. The law on their side, the record accurate, the verdict loaded. And notice the seat being offered. This scene is the altar chapter's triangle, staged in public. Two corners already filled, the accused, and the accusers with their case prepared on the way over, and the third corner held open for Christ. He is being recruited for the jury, and John says so in as many words. This they said, tempting him, that they might have to accuse him. The whole trap is an invitation to join a shame trial as its judge. He declines the seat by stooping out of it. Jesus stooped down, and with his finger wrote on the ground, as though he heard them not. And again he stooped down and wrote on the ground. John 8:6-8. The only writing Christ is ever recorded doing, and he does it in dust, the one medium that keeps nothing. Whatever he wrote, the wind took it. Between the stooping down and the stooping down again, he says the sentence that unloads every hand in the courtyard. He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. And the stones drop, eldest first, and the record keepers leave, and the one man present who could have thrown does not. Look at what the sentence actually did, because it did not dispute one word of the evidence. The record was accurate. The law was the law. The stones were real stones, and the men holding them believed their testimony had weight. That was the whole point of bringing stones. What the sentence exposed was the standard, one rule, applied in one direction only, by men exempting themselves in the act of applying it. A double standard is not first a sin. It is a logical fallacy, a rule that refutes itself by excusing its user, and no religion on earth is required to see it. The turtle chapter named it the core of morality, and the mote and the beam are its portrait, the eye that magnifies in another what it cannot examine in itself. And the moment the standard was turned to face both directions, the whole case, law, record, verdict, stones, crumbled to dust in their hands. The stones did not break, nothing struck them. They simply stopped weighing anything because their weight had been borrowed from the fallacy the whole time. That is the difference between the size of a memory and the truth inside it. A testimony can be enormous and contain almost nothing. The accusers arrived carrying the full weight of the law and left carrying gravel. Stone is testimony that keeps. Sand is testimony that lets go. And he answered their permanent record in the medium of erasure. Writing in the very dust their argument was made of, and the woman walked out of the only courtroom in the Gospels uncondemned. The same measurement, taken at the largest scale there is the temple. His disciples came out of it with their heads back, admiring, "Master, see what manner of stones and what buildings are here." And the answer comes down like the rod at Horeb. "Seest thou these great buildings? There shall not be left one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." Mark 13:1-2. The temple was the greatest assembly of testimony a people ever raised, generations of settled conclusions cut, dressed, and mortared into one structure, and the structure's entire purpose was to wait for the Messiah. When he came, the institution built to expect him examined him and turned him away. The builders, the professional judges of stones, rejected the cornerstone. The psalm had said they would. And that is why the prophecy is total. Not most of the stones, not the failed courses with the sound one salvaged, not one stone upon another, because if a structure of that size missed its main point, then no assumption in it can be trusted until it has been taken down and tested alone. Every course is mortared to the course that failed. The demolition is not vandalism. It is the only honest audit left. The temple stones are the teeth at the scale of a people. A tooth is a memory made general, a fixed surface that meets what arrives before the softer parts have to touch it, and a temple is a nation's mouth, the settled testimony of centuries, arranged to bite. But it was a mouth with one set and no rows behind it, the conclusions defended so completely, for so long, that no more mature row was ever permitted to form. So when the meat came that the teeth could not divide, there was no succession to rotate forward, and the teeth had to go, all of them. The chapter on the table said that no man should wait for catastrophe to learn which of his assumptions cannot bear weight. The temple is what waiting looks like, a mouth that skipped every small breaking until the one big one. And Christ, quoting the psalm of the rejected stone to the builders' faces, adds a sentence that holds this entire chapter. "Whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder." Matthew 21:44. Fall on the stone or have it fall on you, broken or ground to powder. Those are the two endings for testimony this chapter opened with, offered now as a choice. The man who falls on the stone breaks, and what comes out when a thing breaks is what was in it, and the breaking can be survived. The tooth breaks and the mouth remains. The man the stone falls on is not broken but milled, reduced to drift, to conclusions too fine to strike, to powder. Every man meets the cornerstone one way or the other. The only decision left him is whether he arrives as a rock or is reduced to sand. Now widen the frame until sand is the whole landscape, because the dreaming heart does this regularly. A desert is the country of sand. It is what a man's interior looks like when the ground itself is made of worn-down testimony, no water moving through it, and not a tree standing anywhere. And in this book's grammar, the missing trees matter as much as the missing water. A tree is a choice. A desert is the landscape of no live choices, nothing rooted, nothing bearing, nothing to sit under. The old choices do not appeal, and the new one has not been found. And a man can wake from a desert dream, rested in body and desolate, in a way he cannot explain to anyone at breakfast. The desert is common in dreams because of what it forces. In a forest, water is found by walking downhill. In a desert, there is no downhill worth trusting and nothing green to steer by, and the search itself has to invert. You go where there is nothing precisely, because the one thing left to find must be found there. Scripture states the inversion as God's announced method. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Isaiah 43:19. Rivers in the desert, the new thing is placed, deliberately, in the one country that has none. Hosea goes further and makes the desert a courtship. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, and bring her into the wilderness, and speak comfortably unto her. The heart is taken out to where nothing else is growing, because that is where it can finally be spoken to. Deuteronomy says what the 40 years were for in one clause, to humble thee, and to prove thee to know what was in thine heart. The desert is where the heart's actual contents are disclosed, and Islam adds a quiet mercy to the picture. When no water can be found for ablution, the tradition permits purification with clean sand. Tayammum. The desert's own substance can stand in for the water until the water is reached. Even the country of loss carries an interim grace. And when Deuteronomy describes the place itself, it gives an inventory, that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions and drought, where there was no water. The serpent chapter is standing in that list. The country of worn-down testimony is also the country where attention burns, fiery serpents precisely, where nothing grows to hold the eye, and no water runs to cool it. The clearest desert in Scripture opens the ministry of Christ, and the sequence deserves to be read slowly. And straightway coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit like a dove descending upon him. And immediately the Spirit driveth him into the wilderness. Mark 1:10-12. Water, dove, desert in that order, and Mark's word is not led. The Spirit drives him. Baptism does not deposit a man in a garden. It deposits him in the wilderness immediately, and the grammar says why. To be born again is to become a new creature, and the new creature stands in the old landscape and finds it wiped, the trees he used to steer by, the choices that organized the previous life, no longer stand. Old things are passed away. What is left is ground. The 40 days are not an ordeal appended to the baptism. They are what the baptism makes necessary. A new creature has to wander the treeless country until he finds a choice that was beyond understanding before, one the old creature could not have seen, much less chosen. And the tempter's opening move is a sand offer. If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Matthew 4:3-4. Make the stones feed you. Take the old hardened testimony lying all over this desert and force nourishment out of it directly. No kitchen, no table, no waiting on heaven. It is the cheapest processing there is, and every man in a desert has been offered it. Live off your record, chew your conclusions, make bread of what you already know. The answer is the manna verse. From Israel's own desert, nourishment comes down daily from above, and stone is not bread, and the difference is not negotiable. The pattern holds across every major life in the book. Moses tends flocks in Midian's emptiness for 40 years after Egypt. Israel walks 40 years after the sea. Elijah goes 40 days to Horeb on one meal. Paul, straight after Damascus, goes not to Jerusalem but into Arabia. Commission, then desert, every time, and the number 40 attached to it so consistently that it functions as the desert's own numeral. It is worth noticing what else takes 40. A human gestation runs 40 weeks. The desert interval is not dead time between two lives. It is the womb between two creatures, and what is being formed in it cannot be hurried out. Eventually, the new creature finds a choice worth dying for, and the scriptures are strangely insistent about what to call the wood he is fastened to. Cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree, not the cross only, the tree. The ministry runs water, desert, tree. The old choices washed away, the treeless country crossed, and then the choice, rooted at last, and worth being bound to at 4 points and dying on. No one crosses a desert without a discipline, and the discipline is older than the desert stories themselves. The Sabbath is a practiced inversion. 1 day in every 7 the primary thing is set down, commanded down, not merely permitted down, and the secondary things are given the field. If the primary priority is felling the tree, the secondary priority is sharpening the axe, and Ecclesiastes states the economics of it drily. If the iron be blunt, and he do not whet the edge, then must he put to more strength. But wisdom is profitable to direct. A man bent over his labor sees the cut and nothing else. The Sabbath is the scheduled hour in which he must lift his head, get his bearings, and look at the choices ahead of him instead of the choice he is in the middle of. But sharpening the axe is the shallow end of it. The deep end is the reason the day exists at all. The Sabbath makes space for an inversion, a radical, temporary overturning of the ruling paradigm, held open on purpose, because some things are only visible when the ordinary order is suspended. 6 days the primary priority governs and everything is seen in its light. On the 7th the government changes, and what the ruling priority had crowded to the edges, the neglected person, the unasked question, the road not taken, the withered thing, comes to the center and gets its hour. The command is given twice in the law with 2 different reasons, and they are both inversions. Because God rested, the Creator himself suspending creation, and because thou wast a servant in Egypt. The day is the weekly proof a man is no longer a slave, since a slave is precisely the one who cannot set his labor down. And Christ's ruling on it is the instrumental reading in 7 words. The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. It is equipment. It is the 1/7 of life reserved by law for everything that is never urgent. The Gospels even show the day doing its work. It is on the Sabbath that the man with the withered hand is healed, the neglected limb, restored on the day of neglected things. In the Dream Dictionary, this institution has a second costume, and it is not solemn at all. The carnival is the Sabbath as the heart draws it, a bounded field of bright, temporary, low-stakes choices, rides that go in circles on purpose, the licensed circle, entered knowing it is a circle, ridden for joy and left when the music stops, everything the circling of a starved life is not. A wheel that exists only to lift a man high enough to see the whole fairground and the roads out of it. Games that test small competencies for small prizes, trust, weighed in ounces, where nothing can be crushed. Masks and costumes, other selves tried on for an evening. Sweetness spun to dissolve on contact, sweetness that refuses to impersonate a meal. And at the edge of every carnival in memory, children building castles out of sand, building as play, forms raised on purpose in the one material guaranteed not to keep them. The carnival is inversion as festival. For one evening the ruling priorities are suspended, and the secondary ones run the grounds. It is no accident that the old calendar sets carnival and the desert side by side, Carn Vale, the feast, hard against the 40 days of Lent. Feast and fast are neighbors on the wheel of the year, and which comes first depends only on where the circle is cut. Both have their corruption, and they are mirror images. The endless carnival is the man who only ever samples, every choice kept small, every mask returnable, nothing planted, the inversion made permanent so that there is no paradigm left to invert. And the endless desert is the man for whom no choice ever regains its savor, The monks knew him well enough to name his disease acedia. The Sabbath is holy because it ends. The seventh day has an evening, and the first day of the week is a work day, and the inversion returns its findings to the ordinary order, or it was tourism, not Sabbath. This book has kept the first person out of it until now because the argument has not needed it. This once it does. The claim, chapters ago, was that the grammar is not taught, that the heart arrives already speaking it. The best evidence I can offer is that I dreamed in this language before I had read a word of philosophy, before I knew alchemy had stages or Greece had ages, before anyone had told me what a desert was for. I was young. The verses in Revelation about the sea of glass had stuck with me. I could not have said why, and I slept on them, and the dream came. I was standing on a planet, and another planet had drawn close to it near enough briefly to reach. I threw a spear with a rope made fast to it, and the spear struck and held, and I climbed the rope across. On the other side I found myself in a dark desert, and I crossed it crawling the whole way, and then crawled up a mountain. At the top of the mountain there was a massive boulder resting beside a pit. I pushed the boulder into the pit, and for a reason the dream did not explain, that made the lava under the ground rise. It melted the desert sand and turned it to glass, and then the red glow of the lava shone up through the glass and lit the whole planet. I did not know, then, any of the things this book has spent its chapters assembling. I did not know that a crossing between worlds happens when they draw briefly near, and is made with aim and accord. I did not know that the far side of every crossing is a desert, or that deserts are crossed low, with the whole body against the ground and nothing built underneath it. I did not know that a boulder is testimony grown to the size where a man must either enthrone it or surrender it, or that the fire was under the desert the whole time, or that lava is nothing but stone unfixed memory melted back to liquid by heat. And I did not know that Scripture had already recorded the ending. The sea of glass I had read about in Revelation's 4th chapter is like unto crystal. When it appears again, 11 chapters later, it has passed through something. And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten the victory stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God. Revelation 15:2. Glass mingled with fire. My dream had taken the verse I knew and built the verse I had never read. And the verse sets one more object on that finished sea, and it is an instrument. The one standing on the glass, standing on it, at the exact meeting plane of the two countries, are having the harps of God. A harp on the far side of the glass is not decoration. It is the physics of the whole attainment, because glass and harp obey the same law, tuning. A pane of melted sand shows what is beyond it only if its tensions have been even all the way through. Glass cooled wrong keeps its stresses locked inside, and warps everything seen through it, or shatters at a touch. And a string sounds only in the same narrow country. Wound too tight, it snaps. Left too slack, it gives no note at all. Sight and music, pain and string, one requirement, the tension exactly right. The East tells the founding of an entire path on precisely this discovery, and stages the scene, every element in its place, on the water. The Buddha-to-be sits at the base of his tree, nearly dead from the ascetic's error. The string wound tighter and tighter, year after year, on the theory that tighter is holier. And the revelation, the story says, arrives from the river. A raft passes tree trunks bound together, floating exactly at the meeting place of water and sky, carrying a music master and his pupil, and the lesson drifts across the water. Tune the string too tight and it breaks. Leave it too loose and it will not play. Tune it to the middle and it sings. He eats and sits back down and the middle way opens. Read the raft in the grammar and every plank of it speaks. Trunks, wills bound together into a platform that rides the exact boundary where the heart's water meets the mind's sky, bearing the tuned string and the one who knows how to tune it. The middle way was announced from a raft of bound wills floating on the border of the two countries. And Revelation's finished scene is the same scene at journey's end. The sand has become glass, the glass carries fire without breaking, and the ones standing on the boundary plane are holding harps. The tension right at last, which is why there is music. And further on in the city at the end of the book, the street is pure gold, as it were transparent glass, and the city had no need of the sun. For the glory of God did lighten it, a world lit from within, gold you can see through. The finished heart and the open window made one substance. Years later I found the rest of it scattered through everything mankind has kept. The alchemist's last operation, the one that ends the great work, is called projection. The stone, cast into the molten mass, transmuting the whole of it. Sisyphus, pushing his boulder up the mountain forever because the god's punishment is that he must keep it. My dream ran his story backwards and it ended. The forge under the volcano. The mountain that faith casts into the sea. The same language, consistent everywhere, throughout all time, in places that never read each other. I dreamed it first, and spent the years afterward discovering that everyone had always spoken it. That is the whole warrant for this book, told from inside one night. So the desert is not crossed by finding water in it. The dream is blunt about the order of operations. The crossing is made crawling, the mountain is climbed, and at the top the great stone, the whole accumulated weight of what a man has concluded and carried, is not enthroned on the summit and not hauled home. It goes into the pit. And the buried fire, which was under the sand the entire time, rises to meet the surrender, and does what no sorting of grains could ever do. It fuses the unbuildable past into the one surface light can pass through. Every part of that work has appeared in this book already, except one. The boulder does not roll in on its own. It has to be pushed, by the man it belongs to with his own hands, over an edge he cannot see past. Scripture has an instruction for that push, and it is the harshest sentence in the book. Chapter 18, Let It Die. A man is given a flock to keep. He takes 2 staves and names them, one beauty and one bands, and he feeds them. And then something goes wrong between him and the people, and he says this. Then said I will not feed you. That dieth, let it die, and that is to be cut off, let it be cut off, and let the rest eat every one the flesh of another. Zechariah 11:9. Then he cuts the first staff in half, and the covenant goes with it. They weigh out his wages, 30 pieces of silver, and he is told to throw the money to the potter. And then he cuts the second staff. Then I cut asunder mine other staff, even bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. 11:14. The man saying it is the shepherd. Let it die is not the sentence of an enemy of the flock. It is spoken by the one appointed to keep it, while he breaks the staff called brotherhood, and the whole scene is priced at 30 pieces of silver. It is the hardest thing the altar asks. A thing bound at 4 corners that cannot live there will have to be let go. Begin with what the binding actually does. Take a relationship, any of them, and tie it at all 4 horns. Ask whether it can stand face to face, whether the 2 of you can look at the same thing side by side, whether either of you would carry the other, whether you can stand back to back and let each other go. Most cannot. And the failure is diagnostic rather than tragic, because a bond tied to a single horn was always going round its post. The man who is only ever face to face with you, intense, absorbing, unable to sit quietly beside you and look at a third thing, never once standing behind you when it cost him something, consecrate that, and it turns out to have been fascination. It dies on the altar, and the dying is how it becomes known. The friendship that can only ever be shoulder to shoulder. That works beautifully as long as there is a project and evaporates when the project ends. Consecrate that, and it proves to have been a working arrangement. And there is no shame in a working arrangement, but it will not survive being asked to be more. The household that can only be face to face and never back to back dies too. It has to. It was never going to let anyone leave. None of this is the altar destroying something healthy. It is the altar measuring the length of the rope. 2 guards on this, because a sentence like "let it die" will otherwise walk off on its own and do damage. The first is that nobody consecrates what he was already hoping to lose. Abel brought the firstling, the first and the best, and the fat with it. He did not comb the flock for the animal that was going to die anyway. If you are relieved when the thing dies, it was never on the altar. You did not offer it. You put it out with the rubbish and said a prayer over it, and the prayer was cover. The test is simple and it is not comfortable. Would its loss have been a ruin? If not, the wrong animal has been brought. The second is that Cain shows the failure mode, and the failure mode is not squeamishness. Cain does kill a relationship. He kills the only one he has, and it is not consecration for the plainest of reasons. He did it to solve his own problem. His offering had been refused and his brothers had not, and he removed the comparison. That is the difference, and it is the whole difference. The altar is where you find out whether a thing can live. It is not where you take something you have already decided about. A man who has concluded that a relationship should end and then dresses the ending in the language of offering has not offered anything. He has done what Cain did with better vocabulary. So why must the form die at all? Isaiah gives the mechanism, and it is the most misread passage in the prophets. Everyone knows the middle of it. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Isaiah 55:8-9. It is generally quoted as a fence, a warning that God is beyond understanding, and there is no use asking. What comes immediately before it is not a warning at all. It is a reason attached to an instruction. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. And let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. 55:7. Forsake your ways, forsake your thoughts. For my thoughts are not your thoughts. The command comes first and the explanation second, and the explanation is not that your thinking is wrong on the merits. It is that it is scaled to where you are standing. As the heavens are higher than the earth, the sky over the ground, the mind's country over the heart's, the difference is one of altitude, and you cannot hold what is above you in a vessel you built down here. And then Isaiah says what comes down from that height, and it is the thing this entire book is about. For as the rain cometh down, and the snow from heaven, and returneth not thither, but watereth the earth, and maketh it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void. 55:10-11. Water, falling from the higher country into the lower one, and not going back up until the ground has brought something forth. So the form dies because the form was a container built at ground level by a man, out of materials available on the ground, and something is coming down that will not fit in it. That is all. It is not a punishment, and it is not a judgment on the container's workmanship. Solomon's pards was beautifully made. It was still the works of his own hands. Nothing is bound to that altar because it was bad. It is bound because it is your best current shape, and a best current shape is the single thing most easily mistaken for the thing itself. One pattern runs through every breaking in these scriptures. What comes out when a thing breaks is what was in it. The people are dying of thirst at Horeb, and Moses is told to strike the rock, and water comes out of a stone. Later, at Meribah, he is told to speak to the rock instead, and he strikes it twice, and it costs him the land he had spent his life walking toward. Struck once is a sacrament. Struck twice is a man who could not believe that once had been enough. Paul tells the Corinthians that the rock which followed them was Christ, which puts the struck stone and something else in the same figure. Because at the end of it, when they came to break his legs and found him already dead. But one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side, and forthwith came there out blood and water. John 19:34. Struck stone, water; open side, water. And Abraham's statues, when the axe came down, produced fragments. That is the whole exposure of an idol, and it needs no argument. Break a thing that has something in it, and the something comes out. Break a thing with nothing in it, and you get gravel on the floor, and the men standing around it return to themselves for a moment, and then say what everyone says. The breaking is not the destruction of the meaning. The breaking is how the meaning gets out. He could not be held by death. There was exactly one way to demonstrate that, and it was to die. A man who is never killed cannot show that killing him does not work. The claim is unfalsifiable and worthless until the moment it is tested, and the only available test destroys the thing being tested unless it doesn't. So look at how he is fixed to it. The hands, the feet, 3 points holding, and they are bindings in exactly the sense the psalm means when it says to bind the sacrifice with cords to the horns of the altar. And then a fourth thing, which is not a binding at all. He said, I thirst, and they filled a sponge with vinegar, and one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side. The hands and feet hold him, the spear opens him. 3 fix and 1 pours, and what pours is water. And it is the same water that came out of the rock in the desert, and the same water that Isaiah says comes down from the higher country, and does not return empty. The soldiers came to break the legs of the 3 men, as they did, to hasten the deaths, and they broke the legs of the 2 on either side and did not break his, because he was already gone. John stops the narrative to tell you why that mattered. For these things were done, that the scripture should be fulfilled, a bone of him shall not be broken. And again another scripture saith, they shall look on him whom they pierced. John 19:36-37. The second of those is Zechariah, 1 chapter after the shepherd broke the staff called brotherhood, and said, let that which dieth die. The man who said it is, a chapter later, the one they are looking at. And the first is the sacrifice whose bones will not break, which is as plain a picture as the scriptures ever give of what survives an altar. Everything that could be taken was taken. The bones held. One last stone, and then the fire can have the rest. The psalm that says bind the sacrifice with cords, even unto the horns of the altar, says something else 5 verses earlier. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. Psalm 118:22. A stone that was picked up, examined by men whose profession was knowing which stones hold weight, judged useless and put down, and afterward found to be the one the whole corner rests on. That is Bethel again, from the other side. Jacob slept on a stone all night without knowing what it was. The builders handled one in daylight and did not know either. In both cases the thing was already load-bearing, and the men were the last to find out. Which is the final word on why a man ties his best thing to 4 horns and lets the fire have it, not out of confidence that it will survive. Because from the outside, standing in the daylight with it in his hands, there is no telling whether he is holding a piece of rubble or the corner of a house, and there is precisely one way to find out, and it is not by continuing to hold it. The wall is built, the carved things are down, the offering is bound at 4 corners, and what could not live there has died. Chapter 19, Fire from Heaven. Now the fire itself, because everything in this part of the book has been walking toward it. The clearest picture of what the fire actually is stands on Mount Carmel. In the contest, everyone remembers as a duel and almost nobody reads as a diagram. 1 prophet against 450, 1 altar against 1 altar, and the terms of the test set out loud in advance. And call ye on the name of your gods, and I will call on the name of the Lord. And the God that answereth by fire, let him be God. 1 Kings 18:24. The God that answereth by fire, not the God that is argued for best, and not the God with the most servants on the hill. The question being settled is which side of the sky is live, whether anything actually comes down. Baal's priests go first, and their method is worth watching closely because it is a theory of heaven acted out. They cry aloud from morning until noon. They leap upon the altar, and they cried aloud, and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lancets, till the blood gushed out upon them. 1 Kings 18:28. Stand back from the frenzy and ask what theory requires it. It is a theory of manipulation, that the attention of the divine is captured by damage, that if enough suffering is displayed, loudly enough, for long enough, something above will be moved to act. And the theory does not survive one pass of ordinary logic. Why would an all-powerful God want his servants to open their own veins and rave? What could hysteria supply that omnipotence lacks? No answer has ever been given because there is none. The method is not wicked first, it is senseless first, and the text's verdict on it is the driest sentence in the chapter. There was neither voice, nor any to answer, nor any that regarded. Then Elijah, and every motion is the opposite motion. First he repairs the altar of the Lord that was broken down 12 stones, according to the tribes, the testimony relayed, one witness at a time before anything is offered on it. He digs a trench. He lays the wood in order, and then the instruction nobody expects. Fill 4 barrels with water and pour it on the burnt sacrifice and on the wood. And he said, do it the second time. And they did it the second time. And he said, do it the third time. And they did it the third time. And the water ran round about the altar, and he filled the trench also with water. 1 Kings 18:33-35. 4 barrels 3 times. The count is the text's, not this book's. 4 poured out, and again, the offering drowned in the heart's element until the trench stands full. He is not making the miracle easier. He is making pretense impossible, and he is doing something more than that. He is bringing everything a man can bring. The stones set, the wood ordered, the water carried up by hand and poured to the last barrel, every part of the work that belongs to earth, done, completely, in front of everyone. What he does not do is reach for the fire. The fire is the one thing on the hill that is not his to supply. The prayer is 1 sentence long, no cutting, no leaping. And then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt sacrifice, and the wood, and the stones, and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. 1 Kings 18:38. Read the inventory. The sacrifice, but also the wood and the stones and the dust and the water itself, licked up to the last of it. The fire from above took the offering, the altar's own testimony, the sand at its base, and every drop of what had been poured from below. Nothing on that hill was left untransformed. The people fall on their faces and say the sentence the whole contest was for. And then, the detail everyone forgets, the rain comes. The drought that opened the story ends that same day. Once the fire from heaven has met the water from earth, the water of heaven returns to the whole land. Call the thing what it is, a current. Water raised from below, carried in barrels by hands by effort, poured out to the limit of a man's capacity, and fire descending from above to meet it. Neither substitutes for the other. The water cannot ignite itself, and the fire does not fall on a dry, convenient altar. The circuit closes where the two meet, and what runs in the closed circuit transforms everything it touches and then waters everything downstream. This looks from the cheap seats like a proof of one man's faith. It is a wiring diagram. And the fire has a second office, which the Frozen Well chapter will watch at length, the audit. Sodom taken down to nothing, 3 men walking unsinged in a furnace, a fig tree in full leaf withered to the root. The same fire that closes the circuit is the fire that reveals substance, consuming what is costume and unable to find a thread to take from what is real. Neither office is wrath. Sinai says the same thing with a mountain. Moses climbs. That is the half of the story that belongs to earth, a man ascending as far up as a man goes, to the peak of the logic and truth he is capable of. And the other half comes down to meet him. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount. And the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. Exodus 19:18-20. He descends in fire, the man goes up, the meeting is at the top, and the mountain at the meeting point smokes as the smoke of a furnace. A word this book is about to spend 2 chapters on. What precedes fire from heaven in every one of these accounts is the climb, a man's own effort, taken to the limit of his capacity, never past it, and never excused from it. The fire descends the distance the man could not close. It does not descend to the base of the mountain. Moses had met this fire before, at the bush that burned and was not consumed, and the instruction there was the vehicle chapter's instruction. The shoes off. A man attends the fire with nothing manufactured between himself and the ground. And then the cross, which is the most complete integration symbol there is, and the geometry of it deserves to be read slowly. The square is the mind's shape, measured sides, right angles, 4 judgments enclosing a space. A cross is a tree made square, the living choice cut and carved to right angles. The chapter on the carved thing said that an idol is a tree cut down with nothing moving through it. The cross is the other carved tree. Cut down, square, dead wood by every measure that chapter gave, with everything moving through it. Look where he is planted on it. 2 economies are running on that hill at once. On one side there is the economy of trust, the Father's business, and it is business. Every investment in a man who repents pays immediate dividends because a man who turns can help others turn. Talents are entrusted and accounted for. Stewardship is measured. This is the right hand's country, and there is nothing cold in it. It is simply the side of the work that keeps books, because seed corn is real and harvests feed people. And on the other side, there is the economy that keeps no books at all, the unconditional, where nothing is measured and everything is spent freely on the bare chance of inspiring a man to want to turn. No dividend is calculated there because none can be. The return on the unconditional cannot be entered in a ledger without ceasing to be unconditional. He is planted at the exact logical point between the two, arms extended in both directions at once, toward the thief who repents and the thief who does not, to the end, without withdrawing either arm. The chapter on the left hand and the right will weigh those 2 hands properly. Here it is enough to see the placement. Not drifting between the 2 economies, not alternating, fixed at their intersection, nailed to the meeting point of the ledger and the gift. And at that center the spear. 3 points fix and 1 opens, and what pours from the open side is water. Out of the middle of the cross, out of the precise point where the 2 economies, the 2 countries, and the 2 thieves meet, comes the living water. That is the current at the fullest flow ever recorded. And heaven's answer arrives in heaven's direction. The veil of the temple is rent in twain from the top to the bottom, torn from above downward, the way the fire falls. The knives have to be read carefully, because Carmel and Golgotha both have blades in them, and they are opposite blades. Baal's priests cut themselves to move heaven. Christ was cut by others for refusing to be moved. The difference is the whole theology of suffering in 2 sentences, and his own prayer the night before is the proof that no appetite for the wound was in him. O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. Matthew 26:39. He did not want the cross. He asked in so many words for another way. That prayer forever separates him from every spirituality of self-inflicted pain. The wound was not sought, not displayed to bargain with, not confused with devotion. He simply went on doing what was right publicly without adjustment, and among men the killing of such a person becomes inevitable. What the cross teaches about suffering is not that suffering moves God. It is that not even the threat of death is a reason to stop doing what is right, and consistency of that order does what all the shouting and cutting on Carmel could not. It moves people. The first one it moved was standing at the foot of the cross in the wrong uniform. And when the centurion which stood over against him saw that he so cried out and gave up the ghost, he said, "Truly this man was the Son of God." Mark 15:39. The execution details own officer. The current's first dividend was the enemy. Elijah's story does not end on Carmel, and its ending belongs here. And it came to pass, as they still went on and talked, that, behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 2 Kings 2:11. The man who called the fire down is, at the last, taken up in it. A chariot, the vehicle word, and the only vehicle in Scripture not built by human hands, made of the very fire that once fell on his altar. The current that came down for his offering comes down, at the end, for him, because by then the offering and the offerer are the same thing. And Pentecost says the same for everyone at once. Fire from heaven descending to rest on gathered people who had done the one thing asked of them, which was to wait with the vessel ready. The current, made resident. That is the circuit at full strength. The water carried up, the fire come down, the stones and the dust and the drought all taken into it, and rain on the whole land afterward. The honest question is why it is so rarely seen. The oldest answer anyone gave is a history, and it is told in metal. Chapter 20, The Ages. The water is meant to arrive somewhere near the middle of a man and come out the other side of him. Mostly it does not. Something happens between the spring and the mouth. Every chapter since has been building the equipment to ask what. The question deserves to be asked at full size before it is answered, because every people that remembered the garden also remembered losing it, and their accounts of the losing agree nearly as well as their accounts of the garden. And the oldest accounts do not tell the fall as an event. They tell it as a change of metal. The oldest Greek voice we have on the subject is a farmer, S. Hesiod, 7 centuries before Christ, says that the gods made a golden race of men first, and golden is not a compliment in his telling, it is a grade. They lived like gods without sorrow of heart, remote from toil and grief, and the fruitful earth bore for them of its own accord. Then a silver race, less noble by far. Then bronze, terrible and strong, whose delight was in war. Then a brief age of heroes, like a hand raised against the slide. Then iron, his own age, of which he says plainly that he wishes he had died before it came or been born after it was gone. Ovid tells it again in 4 ages, and in his telling the gold needed no law, and the iron age is the one in which the ground itself, held once in common, like the light and the air, was measured off and owned. Notice what kind of story this is. Greek myth does not describe man expelled from a garden. It describes man sliding down a ladder of metals, one grade at a time, from gold to the metal that rusts. Nobody in the story decides to fall. Each age simply holds less than the one before it, the way each generation of a debased coinage holds less silver, until what circulates is base metal wearing the old face. Scripture has the same picture, and it arrives the way the important pictures arrive, in a dream, in dark speech, needing a reader. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold a great image. This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Daniel 2:31-33. Nebuchadnezzar again, the same dreamer whose tree was read several chapters ago. The statue is a man's form, and it degrades by metals, gold, silver, brass, iron, and finally iron mixed with miry clay, strength that cannot hold together. The sequence is Hesiod S. in a Babylonian bedroom, read by a Hebrew. And then the ending, which no Greek told. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. Daniel 2:34-35. The degenerated metals are not reformed in this dream, and they are not refined. They are struck, by a stone no builder cut, and they go to chaff on the threshing floor wind, and the stone grows until it fills the world. This book has already handled that stone twice, once under a sleeping man's head at Bethel, once rejected by the professionals and found to be the corner. Here it is a third time, breaking a statue of the ages at its weakest grade. India counts the same fall in 4, and gives it a picture this book has already built. The tradition names 4 ages running from a golden age of truth to the present dark age, the Kali Yuga, and it measures the decline with an animal. Dharma, the right order of things, is a bull, and in the first age the bull stands on 4 legs. Each age he loses one. In the dark age the bull of the world is balancing on a single leg. There is a table later in this book that stands on 4 legs, and the bull will be waiting beside it. For now it is enough to say that an entire civilization, asked to describe degeneration, drew 4 supports failing one at a time, until everything the surface carries is standing on one overworked leg and calling its balance normal. The Tao Te Ching describes the mechanism of the slide, stage by stage. When the Tao was lost, its attributes appeared. When its attributes were lost, benevolence appeared. When benevolence was lost, righteousness appeared. When righteousness was lost, the proprieties appeared. Now the proprieties are the attenuated form of loyalty and good faith, and the commencement of disorder. Tao Te Ching 38. Each stage keeps the form of the one above it and loses the life. The living thing is replaced by its virtue, the virtue by its rule, the rule by its ceremony, and the ceremony is the husk. This is the carved thing again, operating on history. The fall is not the appearance of evil but the survival of forms after what filled them has withdrawn, each form 1 degree harder and 1 degree emptier than the last. The Gospels hold the final stage of that slide in a single organism, a fig tree in full leaf with nothing but leaves, the foliage of sweetness surviving in full ceremony, with no sweetness left behind it. One God presides over both ends of the slide, and his story is worth a moment because it says how the thing happens. The Latin poets called the Golden Age the reign of Saturn. When Virgil announces the great renewal, what he says is that the reign of Saturn returns. And when the alchemists assigned the metals to the 7 planets, they gave gold to the sun, silver to the moon, and lead to Saturn. The king of the Golden Age and the god of lead are the same god. The myth tells you what happened in between. Saturn was warned that a child of his would overthrow him, and so, as each of his children was born, he swallowed it. That is the entire mechanism of the fall, in one image. The love whose work is release, the love that raises a thing and opens its hands, was inverted by the fear of succession into swallowing. What should have gone out into the world was held in the dark of him instead. The Golden King became the lead god by refusing the shepherd's instruction. He would not let that which dieth die. And lead, remember, is the metal of accumulation, the metal a body stores and cannot excrete. Mark his motive, too, because the children chapter has already supplied the reading. What Saturn feared was the prophecy that a child of his would overthrow him. A child, in this grammar, is the newest and most integrated thing in the inner country, and the newest parts carry what the older parts have no capacity to hold. The old king's whole crime is the refusal of that succession, the aged machinery of a psyche swallowing the very births that were meant to succeed it, each one taken down into the dark rather than raised. And the myth's last detail is the grammar's own signature. The child who finally did overthrow him escaped because his mother handed the old king a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes, and Saturn swallowed the stone and could not tell the difference. That is what a swallower is finally left holding, not living children but rock memory in the shape of a child, testimony where the life should have been. The Greeks afterward showed the stone itself, set up at what they called the navel of the world, as though the whole civilization wanted the exhibit kept where no one could miss it. And hold on to the temperature of his crime, because a chapter at the very end of this book will set beside him his opposite number, a goddess who destroyed not because it was logical but because it had become a pleasure. The cold calculation and the hot appetite are the two ways a crowned thing goes wrong, and the fall has run on both engines from the beginning. The fall of a heart is not an impact, it is an inventory. So much for the metal. The other half of the question was the water, how the pure spring goes toxic on its way out, and here Scripture stops speaking in pictures and files charges. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed them out cisterns, broken cisterns, that can hold no water. Jeremiah 2:13. Two evils counted. The first is leaving the spring. The second is the response to the first, hewing, carving a container of one's own to replace it. The indictment is not that men stopped wanting water. It is that they wanted it on terms the spring does not offer, from a vessel that was the work of their own hands, and the self-carved vessel does what every carved thing in this book has done. It holds nothing divine. Isaiah files the same charge with both metals in evidence. Thy silver is become dross, thy wine mixed with water. The mind's coin debased, the heart's wine diluted, both countries corrupted in one sentence and both by the same method. Nothing was removed, something was mixed in. And Ezekiel says the unthinkable thing without flinching. The house of Israel is to me become dross. All they are brass and tin and iron and lead in the midst of the furnace. They are even the dross of silver. The people have become the base metals. Scripture will name the congregation lead to its face. The subtler accounts describe corruptions that add nothing at all. Ovid is careful about the spring Narcissus dies at. It is silver bright, untouched, no shepherd has mudded it, no herd has drunk from it, no falling branch has troubled it. The water in that story is never poisoned. What kills the boy is a change of direction. The gaze that was made to cross the water bends back on itself, and the current of him closes into a loop. The medieval theologians gave this a name exact enough to be an engineering term. Augustine described sin as the soul curved in on itself, and Luther sharpened it to a phrase, homo incurvatus in se, man bent inward. The river does not go bad by what enters it. It goes bad by curving until it becomes a circle. The serpent chapter watched this curve at full size, the world monster encircling everything, feeding on itself. The bent current grown until its mouth found its own tail. Geography teaches the other lesson with the book's own river. The Jordan feeds two seas. Galilee receives the river at one end and gives it up at the other, and it is full of fish and ringed with towns. The Dead Sea receives the same river and has no outlet, it only takes, and it is so heavy with what it has kept that nothing lives in it at all. Same water, same river. The sea that stopped giving is the dead one, and what killed it was not what it received but what it retained. And the old Syriac hymn found in the Acts of Thomas tells the fall from the inside, as the one who fell remembers it. A king's son is sent down to Egypt to bring back a pearl. The Egyptians find him out and they do not attack him. They feed him. They gave me their victuals to eat. I forgot that I was a king's son and became a slave to their king. I forgot all concerning the pearl for which my parents had sent me, and from the weight of their victuals I sank down into a deep sleep. The hymn of the pearl. Ingestion, then forgetting, then sleep. The kitchen of him fills with a foreign diet until the memory of home is buried under the weight of it, and what saves him is nothing he does. A letter arrives from his parents, rises up in the form of an eagle and speaks, I waked and arose from my deep sleep. I remembered that I was a king's son. The fall was eating and forgetting. The rescue is a word from home and remembering. It is Bethel in reverse and then forward again. The sleeper did not know whose house he was lying in, and then he knew. Now put every account on the table at once. The sliding ages, the statue, the bull losing legs, the forms outliving their life, the swallowing king, the abandoned fountain, the hewn cistern, the debased coin, the bent gaze, the sea with no outlet, the prince asleep at the bottom of his own life. And notice the one thing none of them says. Not one of them blames the spring. In every account from every country, the source is still good. The gold was real gold. The fountain is still called living at the moment of the indictment. Narcissus, water is pure when he dies at it. The Jordan entering the Dead Sea is the same Jordan. The pearl is still where it was, waiting the whole time the prince sleeps. The corruption happens in transit, and it happens in a small number of ways, endlessly redressed. The water is stopped, held, hoarded, swallowed like Saturn's children, kept like the Dead Sea keeps, and what stands stagnates. The water is sealed, lidded away from the light, where the rust spreads and the sleep deepens, because nothing overhead is permitted to come down in. The water is bent back, curved toward its own face until the current is a circle, and the man is his own destination. Or the vessel is put in place of the spring, the cistern carved, the form kept after the life, the works of a man's own hands promoted to the source of what they were only ever built to carry. Stopped, sealed, bent back, or substituted. 4 corruptions of one water, and not a drop of poison added anywhere. Toxicity in every one of these stories is not an ingredient. It is arrested motion. And the coldest form of the arrest has a chapter of its own ahead in the second part of this book. The well frozen solid at its mouth by fear, with the spring, like every spring on this table, still good beneath the ice. Which means the lead in a man is not an alien substance and never was. Something living was halted, held in the dark, and compounded. What that suggests about it, that it might therefore be finishable, that what was arrested might be resumed. No myth on this table quite dares to say. Ezekiel ends the ages the way they actually end. As they gather silver and brass and iron and lead and tin into the midst of the furnace to blow the fire upon it, to melt it, so will I gather you in mine anger and in my fury, and I will leave you there and melt you. Ezekiel 22:20. The slide from gold ends with everything base in one crucible and the bellows lit. It reads as a sentence of execution, and everyone in the furnace hears it that way. But a furnace is a strange choice of gallows. Nothing eternal put in a furnace ends it. Chapter 21, The Great Work. There was a science that spent 2,000 years staring into that fire. It is remembered now as a failure, or a fraud, men in smoke-blackened rooms trying to get rich by turning lead into gold and dying poor. Some of them were exactly that. But the ones who kept the science alive said otherwise, said it plainly, and said it over and over to anyone who would read them. Aurum nostrum non est aurum vulgi, our gold is not the common gold. Whatever was in those furnaces, the masters of the work insisted that the metal was the least of it, and that the true matter of the work was the worker. They called it the Great Work, and the claim standing at the center of it is the most hopeful claim any science has ever made. The claim is this: the metals are not different substances, they are one substance at different ages. Lead is not the opposite of gold and not its enemy. Lead is gold that has not finished, the same creature, arrested in the dark, and what nature left incomplete, the work can complete. Look at the two metals the way a smith does. Lead is heavy, soft, and dull. It takes no polish worth keeping and gives back no image. And it is poisonous in the patient way, not by the mouthful but by accumulation. The body cannot tell it from the things it needs, so it stores it in the bones where nothing is supposed to reach. The salt of it even tastes sweet. Sugar of lead, the old chemists called it, and Rome sweetened its wine with it for centuries and rarely traced the trouble to the cup. A counterfeit of sweetness, laid down in the skeleton, dulling the man by degrees. Every heart knows this metal. Resentment is not drunk by the mouthful either. It arrives in doses too small to refuse, tastes faintly sweet going down, is stored where nothing is supposed to reach, and is measured, years later, by the dullness of the one who has been carrying it. Gold is nearly the same weight, and there the kinship ends. It does not tarnish and does not rust. Nothing common corrupts it. What flows can pass through it without resistance. It can be worked and worked without breaking, beaten thin enough for light to pass through and still whole. The grammar assigned gold to the heart, but it is the finished heart it fits. The heart a man actually has is somewhere on the road between the two metals, and every heart starts the journey at the leaden end. The whole science stands on one sentence: transmutation is possible. The lead is not condemned to be lead. Scripture had said it first, and said it with the metals already in place. The fining pot is for silver and the furnace for gold, but the Lord trieth the hearts. Proverbs 17:3. The verse is built like an inventory. Each metal is named with its vessel, the fining pot for silver, the furnace for gold, and then the series continues to a third thing, as though the third thing were a metal too. The heart is listed with the precious metals, and its refiner is named. But who may abide the day of his coming, and who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. And he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness. Malachi 3:2-3. He shall sit as a refiner, not strike as a smith. A refiner sits because refining is watching, a long fire patiently attended, taken away at the exact hour the metal comes clean. And notice what the fire in this picture is not. Nothing in a crucible is being punished. The metal is not being burned. The dross is being persuaded to let go of it. The verse begins in the terror of the fire and ends at the altar, that they may offer an offering in righteousness. Because what comes out of the crucible is what can finally be offered. The witnesses agree from every corner of the book. I have refined thee, but not with silver. I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction, Isaiah. When he hath tried me, I shall come forth as gold Job at the bottom of his losses. I will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried, Zechariah, of the third part brought through the fire. And in the last book, the counsel to a church that thought itself rich: buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich. The true gold is sold nowhere else. There is no cold process. The Quran names the disease of the heart with a metalworker's word. No, but that which they have earned has rusted upon their hearts. Surat al-Mutaffifin 83:14. Rust ran. And the Prophet's explanation of the verse is a lesson in metallurgy. When the servant sins, a black spot appears on his heart. If he refrains, seeks forgiveness and repents, his heart is polished clean. If he returns, the spot spreads until it covers the whole heart, and that, he said, is the rust God spoke of. Gold does not rust. That is the whole diagnosis in 3 words. A heart that rusts is a heart still base, and what the tradition prescribes for it is not condemnation. It is polishing, and the polish has a name, and the name is repentance. Al-Ghazali gathered all of this and put it on the title page. The most influential theologian Islam has produced wrote his handbook for ordinary believers and called it Kimya-e Sadat, the alchemy of happiness. And he was not reaching for a decoration. He meant the term technically, a spiritual alchemy which, like that which transmutes base metals into gold, changes the substance of the man it works on. And when he states the aim of the whole discipline, he does it in one sentence: to purify the heart from the rust of passion and resentment, till, like a clear mirror, it reflects the light of God. Rust, mirror, light. The base metal, the polish, and the sky it faces once it is clean, the whole grammar of this book, in one line. What performs the transmutation? The alchemists hunted the agent under many names: the elixir, the tincture, the stone of the philosophers, and burned away fortunes and lifetimes looking for it in the retort. The Sufis answered the question without apparatus. Through love bitter things become sweet. Through love pieces of copper become gold. Through love dregs become clear. Through love pains become healing. Through love the dead is made living. Through love the king is made a slave. Rumi, Masnavi, Book II. The agent is love. The elixir the furnaces were built to find is the thing the four rivers carry, and it does exactly what the alchemist said the tincture would do. A small quantity of the true substance, introduced into a base mass, does not improve the mass. It converts it. As for the stone, this book has already handled a stone that the professionals examined, judged useless and threw aside, which proved to be the one the whole corner rests on. The alchemists describe their stone the same way, century after century, despised, common, cast out into the street, trodden underfoot, found only by the wise. Whether they knew which stone they were describing is a question each reader can settle alone. The work itself had a map, and the map was a sequence of colors. The older accounts give 4 stages. Negrito, the blackening. The matter is broken down, dissolved, allowed to die. Everything the substance thought it was comes apart in a dark water. Albedo, the whitening. The matter is washed until what survived the dissolution shows clean. Citrinitas, the yellowing. The light of the sun enters the work, and the white takes on warmth and color from something above it. Rubido, the reddening. The work is completed and fixed, and the matter can pass through fire without changing again. Black, white, yellow, red. Now say the 4 rivers in the order this book is about to walk them. Water, the dark water of the deep. The flood, the river that takes a man apart and dissolves what he built to protect himself. Milk, which is white, the nourishment of what has survived and come clean. Honey, which is yellow, the sweetness made by creatures obeying a light above them. Wine, which is red, and which is the one river forbidden here and promised in paradise, as the red stage is the completion nobody reaches early. The colors are the alchemist's own, and the order is the alchemist's own, and neither was arranged to fit this book. One more thing happened to that map, and it is worth recording. The later alchemists dropped the yellow. The 4 stages became 3, black, white, red, and citrinitas quietly disappeared from the books. The same thing happened to the 4 loves. The yellow one, the love that stands shoulder to shoulder, is the one the modern world forgot it had. The stage that fell out of the manuals and the love that fell out of the sermons are the same color. And the work is not walked once. The instruction the alchemists repeated more than any other is 2 words long. Solve et coagula, dissolve and reform. Nothing in the instruction says stop. The vessel was heated and cooled and heated again. The matter was dissolved and fixed and dissolved again. The wheel of colors was turned through as many rotations as the matter required, and every rotation was performed on the product of the one before it. They called the opus circular, and they were not embarrassed by it. There is a reason repetition is not failure, and Rumi gives the reason in 1 couplet. Until copper becomes gold, it does not know itself to be copper. Until the heart becomes a king, it does not know itself to be an insolvent. Rumi Masnavi. A man cannot see the lead in himself from inside the lead. His instruments are made of the very metal being assayed. He weighs his heart with leaden weights, and the scale reads level. Only transmutation changes the instruments. After 1 turn of the wheel, something in him is a different grade than it was, and from the new grade he can see toxicity that was invisible from the old one. The finished round does not certify the metal pure. It exposes the next impurity, and that is not the work failing. That is the work working. The dross that shows up after a cycle is precisely the dross that could not have been seen before it. So the wheel will have to be distinguished later from another circle that looks like it from inside. The circle a man walks around a single post, which returns him to exactly where he was. The circle of the work passes through all 4 colors and returns him higher. One is orbit, the other is refinement. Telling them apart is a chapter of its own, and it is a head. The founding document of the whole science is 1 page long, attributed to Hermes, and older than anyone can demonstrate. The most famous English translation of it exists because a great natural scientist spent half his working life on alchemy and kept the text among his papers, in his own hand. Newton's copy begins. It is true without lying, certain and most true. That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to do the miracles of one only thing. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind hath carried it in its belly, the earth is its nurse. The Emerald Tablet, in Isaac Newton's translation. The sky is the father, the earth is the mother and nurse. What is below is like what is above, and the whole art is the traffic between them. The third chapter of this book is sitting in the founding text of alchemy, and neither document consulted the other. And the miracle the tablet promises is the miracle of one only thing. 4 colors, 1 matter. 4 stages, 1 work. 4 metals, 1 substance at different ages, and the whole art nothing but that one substance being carried to its completion. 4 rivers, 1 water. The first color of the work is black, and the black of the work is a dissolving water. The furnace is lit. The vessel is walled and open at the top, and what could not live on the altar has died. Chapter 22. The Sword. The furnace of the great work took in lead and gave back gold. But lead is not the only thing men have ever fed to a furnace. For 3,000 years they have also been feeding it stone, because iron ore is a rock, stone with metal asleep inside it, and stone, in this grammar, has meant one thing since the first cairn was raised: memory, raw testimony, quarried out of a life. So follow the recipe. Stone goes into the fire. It is melted until the dross runs off, and then it is pounded and folded and pounded again. And what comes out the far end of that process is a sword, and the sword, everywhere this book has looked, is one thing. For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Paul arms his soldier with the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and when a chapter ahead asks what it is that severs, it will find no other answer. The sword is truth. Which means the Forge's full sentence can now be read, and it is worth reading slowly. Truth is made out of memory, by fire and by hammering. A man's truth does not come from nowhere. It comes out of his stone. Watch each step in the grammar. The furnace is the fire doing its familiar office, the audit. Heat is what separates the metal from the slag, because only one of them can hold its form in the flame. The dross rises and is skimmed, exactly as the proverb prescribes. Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer. The hammer is logic. Every blow is a test, and the pounding is not punishment. It is interrogation, the blade questioned until every hidden flaw either welds shut or breaks open where it can still be mended. And the folding is where the calculus lives. Fold the blade once and it is 2 layers. Fold it again 4. 10 folds make 1,000 layers. 20 make 1,000,000 each pass performed on the product of the last, which is the wheel of the great work turned in metal. Not repetition but compounding, the spiral again, every rotation at a higher grade. The old smiths did not fold steel for ornament. The layers are why the blade bends without breaking and holds an edge while it flexes, strength and flexibility folded into one object, out of material that began as neither. But note the mercy in the arithmetic, because it guards this chapter against perfectionism. A blade is useful early. Nobody waits for the 1,000,000th layer before cutting the first rope. A truth that has been through the fire a handful of times is already a working truth. It will be folded for the rest of a life, and it can cut today. The perfecting never ends. The usefulness starts almost at once. The table chapter set out rows of teeth, assumptions, tested at the bite, pushed to their limit to find where they break. A sword is a tooth grown to the length of a testimony, memory forged into a truth claim and carried out into the open. And a broken sword in the old stories is the same symbol as a broken tooth, an assumption that met something harder than itself and failed at the flaw nobody had found. The stories are unanimous about what to do with one: keep the shards. The North's great case begins at a wedding feast, where a one-eyed stranger walks into the hall and drives a sword to the hilt into the trunk of the tree the house is built around, and says it belongs to the man who can draw it. Every man in the hall hauls at it. One draws it out as though it had been waiting for him, And the trunk, this book has said, is the will. The test is not strength but rightful relation. He carries that blade through a whole life, and at the end of it the same stranger shatters it. And the shards are kept deliberately through years of exile and grief, until the smith reforges them for the sun, and the sword that comes out of the second fire splits the anvil it was made on. A broken truth is not a lost truth. The metal of the stronger sword was inside the failed one the whole time. What breaks is the arrangement, never the ore. Britain tells the test twice, and the two tellings between them hold this chapter's whole doctrine. First, the stone. A sword standing upright in an anvil, and the anvil on a great stone, and writing about it. Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born. Look at the furniture before anything else, not a sword in a rock, but a sword through an anvil on a stone. The forge's own equipment, set up in a churchyard, memory underneath, the testing block on top of it, and the finished truth standing free in the middle, waiting. The knights of the realm haul at it with every muscle they own, and it does not move, because force is the wrong relation to memory. Wrenching at the stone gets nothing out of it. Then a boy draws it lightly, and is crowned. And mind who does the drawing, because the detail is the doctrine. Not the strongest knight, not the oldest counselor, a child. The children chapter said what a child is in this grammar, an integration product, the offspring of two parts of a person that finally married, and since every character in a symbol is a part of one mind, the child is the most recently made, most integrated part in the whole inner country. Of course he draws it lightly. The older parts haul at the stone with everything they have, because hauling is what they know. They were forged in the old wars and they grip like it. The newest part was born after those wars, born already whole, with no old grievance against the stone, and to a part like that, the truth in the memory is not wedged at all. It lifts out. This is why Scripture makes the promise twice, once in each testament, the prophet Joel first, and Peter quoting him at Pentecost with the fire resting on the gathered. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions. The children prophesy. The newest, most integrated parts of a person carry insights the older parts have no capacity to hold, which is the wineskin doctrine said with people instead of leather. New wine cannot go into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the new understanding that arrives in a man does not arrive to his oldest machinery. It arrives to the child. The older parts must learn to take prophecy from something younger than themselves, or the kingdom stands unclaimed, with the sword still in the stone. Whatever part of you can pull the sword out of the stone, draw truth cleanly out of raw memory, without wrenching, without forcing the testimony to say what it never said, that part should be made king, crowned, given rule of the whole life. And a chapter late in this book will price that crown properly. The king is the great that must be worked, and kingship runs by the law of the valleys. The rivers and seas are kings of all the streams by lying lower than they. The part of a man that can draw truth from his own stone earns, by drawing it, not a height to look down from but the servant's chair, with the whole country's streams running toward it. Second telling, that first sword breaks. It shatters in a duel the king fought for pride against counsel, the forged truth failing at the flaw pride kept hidden, and the replacement does not come from any forge. An arm rises out of the lake, clothed in white samite, holding a blade, and the king takes Excalibur from the lady of the lake. Read the sequence in the grammar, and it is the whole education of a mind. The sword a man forges from his own stone is real, and it cuts, and it can be broken. Pride alone can break it. And there is another sword which is not forged at all. It rises out of the water, out of the heart's own lake, held up by a hand that no one standing on the shore can explain. Some truth is made. The rest is given, handed up from the depths, like the coin in the fish's mouth, like the dream that arrives already knowing the grammar. And at the end of the story, the sword is thrown back into the lake, and the same hand rises to receive it. What came from the deep is returned to the deep. The same cycle keeps one more object, and it deserves a brief reading before the round table is left behind. The Grail. The cup the knights spent their lives seeking is another drawing of paradise, the architecture of this whole book in a single piece of tableware. A bowl made to hold the liquid, the vessel, the heart, shaped around what it receives. A firm base made to hold the bowl in its right place, the mind's footing, the banks in miniature. And if the Grail was shaped like a wine glass, as centuries of painters have imagined it, then the third member is present too. The stem, the trunk, the will, the one slender living connection by which the bowl stands upon its base. Bowl, stem, and foot, heart, will, and mind, the tree of the two countries, cast as a cup, and the legends agree about what finding it does. The wasteland heals. The waters of a dried-out kingdom run again, which is exactly what this book would expect to happen wherever bowl, stem, and base finally come together in one piece. But the strongest thing in the world is not made on an anvil, and the last step of this chapter has to leave the forge. Fire and pounding are logic, the mind's work on memory, and the sword is the mind's masterpiece. The earth's masterpiece is made differently. It is made of carbon, the most ordinary element there is, the black residue on every altar, the stuff every living body is built around. And it is not heated and struck. It is taken down into the deep earth, which in this grammar is the deep heart, and held there under pressure for ages. Not forged, held and pressed. Here is the difference between the carbon that becomes pencil dust and the carbon that becomes the hardest natural thing in creation. And it will sound invented because it works too perfectly, and it is plain chemistry. Graphite is carbon bonded on three sides, each atom holding three neighbors in flat sheets, the sheets stacked loose with nothing but weak attraction between them. Under pressure, the sheets slide. That is why graphite flakes and smears, and why it writes. A substance that comes apart at a touch is very good at leaving marks on things, and that is all it is good for. Diamond is the same atom bonded on all four sides. Every carbon holds four neighbors, one in each direction there is, a lattice with no sliding plane anywhere in it. Bonded in three directions, carbon is soft enough to smear on paper. Bonded in four, it is almost unbreakable. The reader has met these four directions. A life bonded three ways, any three, however strong each bond, still has a plane of slippage running through it, and pressure will find it. The same life bonded in all four face to face, back to back, shoulder to shoulder, one behind another, has no direction left in which to shear. And mark what the pressure does and does not do. It does not lessen for the diamond. Graphite and diamond endure the same squeeze in the same deep. The bonding is the entire difference between coming apart and becoming a jewel. Two more facts, because the grammar never leaves a symbol half-finished. A diamond formed in the deep has exactly one road to the surface. It rides up through the throat of a volcano, carried by fire, out of the deep heart into the light. And what a finished diamond does with light is the whole point of the stone. It takes the light that enters it and bends it back and forth inside itself until the stone appears to burn, and the jeweler's own word for that burning is fire. A clear heart, bonded in all four directions, filled with light until it blazes and is not consumed. The bush again, cut, polished, and worn on a hand. So the full course of the stone can be stated at last. A memory is quarried. The fire takes its dross, the hammer takes its weakness, the folds multiply its strength, and early, long before perfection, it cuts. Someday it will break, at the flaw no one had found, and the shards will be worth keeping because the next sword is in them. The part of a man that can draw such a blade from such a stone deserves the crown. The crown is the lowest seat, and the blade in its hand is for one work only, the work Isaiah assigned the fast God chose, cutting yokes, severing what binds, the severity inside the kindness. And beneath all the forging, at depths no hammer reaches, the heart is doing the slower thing with the commonest material there is, holding it, in all four bonds under the full weight, for as long as it takes, until what was ash and pencil dust comes up through the fire as the unbreakable stone, full of light. Chapter 23, The Golden Seams. Building on the vessels introduced at the beginning of this book. The Jewish mystics treated the whole matter as an engineering problem. In the account developed at Safed, the vessels made to hold what God sent were not adequate and broke, and the work assigned to human beings ever since is repair. The catastrophe is a container failure, and the remedy is container work. Now that account can be opened all the way. Because the Ari's telling of the breaking contains a diagnosis this book has been building toward from its first page. Before this world, the account says, there was another one, and its name was Chaos Tohu. In it the 10 lights of God were given 10 vessels, and the vessels stood one above another in a single line, each an isolated point, each holding only its own light, each acting as an independent thing, sharing nothing with its neighbors. And when the light entered them, the vessels broke, not the highest 3, which held, but the 7 below, one after another. The tradition even finds the record of it in Scripture's strangest genealogy. The kings of Edom, listed in Genesis with one refrain drummed 8 times, he reigned and he died. 8 kings, each ruling alone, each dying. And here is the diagnosis, in the tradition's own words. The vessels were weak because they were unshared. Each could bear its own light. What none of them could bear was light arriving with nothing passed between neighbors. The mended world, the world the Ari calls tikkun, repair, is not built of thicker vessels. It is built of the same vessels reorganized so that each contains something of all the others, and the tradition's formula for it deserves to be quoted like Scripture, because it is the whole of this book in 9 words: kindness within severity, and severity within kindness. Nothing that stands alone at full intensity survives its own light. That is a law this book will keep meeting in living rooms. Now look at where everything landed after the breaking, because the geometry is the clue to the repair. The shards fell, the lights did not. The account is specific. The lights remained above exposed without vessels. So the broken condition and the mended condition have the same architecture, light above, vessel below, and differ in exactly one thing: whether anything passes between them. Exile is light above a vessel with no traffic. Repair is light above a vessel with a ladder. The fire chapter watched the traffic run and called it a current, which permits a correction to the picture of what went wrong. The vessels are always described as failing to hold the light, as though holding were the assignment and they were too weak for it. But set the scene in this book's grammar and ask what kind of vessels they were. A vessel is a heart. A heart is built to hold water, life, love, the flowing thing. Light is not a content. Nothing holds light. Light is admitted through an opening, or it is conducted, and any vessel that tries to contain it instead, to grip truth as a possession, to take pure logic in as though it were a substance to be stored, cracks along its own walls. The vessels did not break because they were badly made. They broke because they were water vessels, asked to behave like lamps. Every man has felt the miniature of it, truth poured into a heart as contents, correct, concentrated, unaccompanied, breaks the heart it enters. Light is supposed to arrive from above onto the water through the open top. The second half of the 3rd chapter said why. The water gives life, and the light keeps the water pure, and neither can do the other's office. The shards of such a breaking have a name in the tradition, klippot, husks, and the husk is worth translating. A shard of a broken vessel with a spark of the original light stuck to it, holding that spark and conducting nothing. This book has met the object many times. The husk is the carved thing, an insulator with a captive glow, defended by whoever holds it precisely because the glow is real. The sparks are not rescued by smashing husks. They are rescued the way anything in this book is rescued, by being put back into traffic. And the husk, met in the wild, is a creature this book has already caught. The klippa is the leprechaun, small, native to the hidden country, guarding a buried gold that is really a captive spark, mischievous precisely because something living is trapped inside something that cannot conduct. The leprechaun chapter's law is the extraction method the tradition prescribes, not smashing, catching. Caught and held, the husk gives up its spark as a wish. The drowner grants the breath. But the tradition adds a warning the folklore also knows. The husks are not a scatter of debris. They are organized, arranged, limb for limb, into a mirror of the whole holy structure. 10 dark crowns answering the 10 lights, a counter tree, and the Kabbalists did not hesitate to name it. Not the tree of life, but the tree of spiritual death. Dealing with the husks is powerful because every one of them holds something real. But a man who begins admiring the mirror tree, who takes the husks, arrangement for the living arrangement, has wandered into the counterfeit's own country, and the folklore prices its treasure exactly. Fairy gold, splendid in the hand at midnight, dry leaves by morning. The spark extracted is real gold. The husk's hoard left in the husk's kingdom never is. The tradition's own name confesses where the repair begins. Kabbalah means receiving. The whole science is named not for the light and not for the giving, but for the thing a vessel does, and its masters taught that receiving is where every creature's work starts, because of a problem built into being a creature at all. The first impulse of the soul is to give the way God gives. It is a right impulse. It is the family resemblance, and it runs straight into a wall. A vessel that has received nothing has nothing real to give. It can pour out enthusiasm, opinion, effort itself, and the pouring is empty because nothing came down into it first. So the order is fixed and cannot be run backward. Receive, then give. The infant knows this without instruction. A newborn can do nothing but receive, and receives without shame. And the milk chapter ahead will say that this is where every human being's loving begins. The old teachers even named the discomfort that drives a soul to skip the receiving. The bread of shame, they called it, what receiving feels like when nothing can be given back, and the cure they prescribed was not to stop receiving. It was to receive with the intention turned outward. The tradition ranks a vessel by that intention alone. Receiving in order to keep is the husk. Receiving in order to give changes what the vessel is. And notice that the healing question from the castle, what is it and whom does it serve, has two halves. The next chapter takes up the first. This is the second. A vessel is ranked by whom it serves. Because a container with an open top and an intention pointed outward is not really a container at all. It is a conduit, it looks like a jar, and it is a section of channel between one world and the next. The dew from heaven distills on it overnight. And in the desert this was not a metaphor. The manna came down inside the dew, and when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, and Moses' own song makes the dew the standing image of how heaven's speech arrives. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew. Distillation is slow, silent, nightly, and exactly dosed. And a vessel that receives that way, morning after morning, with the intention flipped outward, does not merely fill, it runs over. My cup runneth over is not a report of excess. It is the design working, the point at which receiving becomes giving without ceasing to be receiving. The fourth gospel gives the completed state. The water I give him shall be in him a well of water springing up. And then the verse this whole book began from. Out of his belly shall flow rivers. That is the difference between the two seas the ages chapter set side by side. Both receive the same river. One receives in order to give and is full of life. One receives in order to keep and is dead. The vessel was never the point. The traffic was. The far side of the world knows how the mending is done and turned it into a craft. In Japan, when a prized bowl breaks, it is not discarded, and it is not glued back invisibly either. The pieces are rejoined with lacquer mixed with powdered gold, and the seams are left in plain sight, gilded, brighter than the clay around them. The craft is called kintsugi, golden joinery, and it is some 5 centuries old, and the bowls repaired this way are prized above bowls that never broke. The repair does not hide the history of the vessel. It illuminates it. Every crack becomes a vein of the one metal that does not tarnish and does not resist what flows. Read it in the grammar and the craft is exact. What breaks in a vessel is clay, the untransmuted part, the part still standing in its original earth. If the break is mended with gold, with the heart's finished metal, with love that conducts, then the very line of the failure becomes the strongest and most conductive seam in the vessel. The break chose the spot, the mending chose the material. What comes out when a thing breaks is what was in it, and what goes into a thing when it is mended well is gold. Even the teeth receive this repair. A cracked tooth, a broken assumption in the grammar, is crowned in gold, and chews harder at the mend than it ever did whole. And the mend left showing has a warrant higher than any craft. The one resurrected body Scripture describes in detail still has its wounds. Behold my hands and my feet, that it is I myself. The risen Christ does not present an unmarked body as proof. He presents the marks. Thomas is invited to put his finger into the seam. Whatever glorification is, it evidently does not erase the breaks. It keeps them visible, offered. The places of greatest damage become the places of surest recognition, which is kintsugi's exact claim, made about the body that matters most. Now extend the craft across a lifetime, because a life does not break once. The mended pot breaks again, and it breaks at the next weakest place, because that is what weakness means. That seam is gilded too, then the next. Over years, break by break, the vessel's clay is replaced by gold at exactly the places where it failed, never anywhere else, never on a schedule the potter did not set, until a man old in this work is holding a vessel that is mostly seams, which is to say mostly gold. The great work, it turns out, is not always a furnace blast. There is a slow version, transmutation by mending, one crack at a time. And there is no rush. This must be said plainly, because everything in a man wants the gold now. Gold takes a while to collect or to transmute. The whole alchemy chapter said so, and here is the mercy of the design. The vessel still works while it is mostly clay. Paul, who knew exactly what he was carrying and exactly what he was carrying it in, made the clay a feature. But we have this treasure in earthen vessels, that the excellency of the power may be of God and not of us. 2 Corinthians 4:7. The treasure rides in clay on purpose. Clay is not the disqualification. Clay is the design during the process. Nobody is asked to be gold today. What breaks the pot matters, and this is where the daily bread comes back. Left to catastrophe, a vessel does what Tohu did. It shatters everywhere at once, 7 kings in a row, more failure than any mending can keep up with. The manna is the alternative, the calibrated dose. Each morning's portion of what is this carries exactly enough strangeness to crack the vessel at the one seam that is ready, not above that ye are able, and no more, so that the day's break can be gilded by the day's end. I die daily is a potter's schedule. One break, one seam, one mending, and the double portion before the Sabbath so the lacquer can set on the 7th day. A man who eats his manna does not need to be broken by catastrophe. For the same reason, a man who bites down on his own assumptions does not need to wait for the meat that shatters them. The bread finds the next weakest place gently. The alternative finds it all at once. The prophet was shown the whole business in a workshop. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. And the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hand of the potter. So he made it again another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. Jeremiah 18:3-4. Marred in the hand and made again another vessel by the same hands on the same wheel, not discarded. The potter's house has no rubbish heap in that vision. It has a wheel that goes around again, which by this point in the book is not a surprise. The Ari's word for all of this is tikkun, repair, and he taught that the repair of the whole world is made of exactly such menders and exactly such pots, sparks retrieved, husks emptied, vessels rejoined with something better than they broke in, and the mending has a completed form. A vessel repaired all the way, the water things held below, the light dwelling above the open top, every part in traffic with every other, and the whole thing built to be carried, is not a hope. Scripture recorded one, down to the cubit. Chapter 24, the Ark. So the work has a product, and Scripture describes it as a piece of furniture with an inventory. The Ark of the Covenant overlaid round about with gold, wherein was the golden pot that had manna, and Aaron's rod that budded, and the tables of the covenant. Hebrews 9:4. 3 objects in a gold-covered chest at the exact center of the whole religion, behind the veil under the mercy seat at the one point where the presence speaks. Read them in the grammar and they are not 3 relics. They are the heart, the mind, and the will. The whole man packed for travel. The tables are the mind. Stone, testimony, law, the settled record cut square, the mind's shape and written on. But the tables in the ark are the second set, and that matters. Moses shattered the first pair at the foot of the mountain, on the day of the golden calf. The mind stones broke against the carved thing, as they always do. Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest. The law that rides in the ark is a law that has been broken and rewritten, teeth that met something they could not divide and were cut again. And the tradition adds a detail this book would have had to invent if it were not already there. The broken tablets were kept in the ark too. The shattered first attempt rides beside the whole second. Nothing that was tested is thrown away. A word about books belongs here, because the mind stones have 2 states, and dreams distinguish them. A book is a stone that has been processed, testimony already looked at, opened, ordered, bound, and shelved. That is why libraries come up in dreams nearly as often as deserts and mean the opposite. The desert is 10,000 memories ground too fine to show anything. The library is memories that have been read, an overwhelming number of things that each have something to show, floor after floor of processed stone. The desert dream says, the past is illegible. The library dream says, the past is legible and larger than the time you have given it. The tables in the ark are the library at its smallest, a whole law, processed down to 2 stones a man can carry. The pot of manna is the heart. Manna is named for a question. When it first falls, they said one to another, it is manna, for they wist not what it was man who, what is this? The bread of the desert is called what is this, and the name is the teaching. And the question should sound familiar, because this book opened its 2nd chapter with it. The young man in the castle watched the vessel pass and was too polite to ask, and the king stayed wounded and the land stayed dry, and the question that would have healed both was what is it, and whom does it serve? The desert bread is that question, fallen from heaven as food. Israel ate what is it every morning for 40 years and lived on it. The Grail story's whole tragedy is a man who would not eat his portion. What fell each morning was a day's portion of uncertainty, enough of the unknown to grow on, never so much that it crushed. Christ built the same dose into the prayer he taught. Give us this day our daily bread is the manna petition, asked from exactly the right amount of not knowing. And the promise stands behind the dosing. God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able, but will with the temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it. 1 Corinthians 10:13. Not above what you are able. A double portion falls before the Sabbath, and none on the 7th day, so that what was gathered can be processed. The inversion day given its bread in advance. Hoarded past its day, the gift turns. It bred worms and stank. And the worm is worth following all the way to the last verse of Isaiah, where it becomes the picture of hell itself. Their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched. An undying worm is an appetite that cannot be killed because it cannot be fed, a need whose object does not exist. The North told the same truth with a wolf. Fenrir broke every chain the gods forged and was bound at last with Gleipnir, a ribbon woven of 6 impossibilities: the footfall of a cat, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. The wolf is autonomy, the animal that will not join the household, and what finally binds the autonomous part of a man is made of exactly that material: impossible wants. to be entirely unique and entirely belong to prove himself above people as his way of being loved by them. Every such want is a strand of Gleipnir, and the man wearing enough of them cannot move. Even the binding was not cheap. It cost a god his right hand, laid in the wolf's mouth as a pledge, the hand of trust, paid to the impossible. Now look at the container, because the container is the psychology of the whole object. The pot that holds what is this is gold, and gold, the great work said, is the heart's metal because nothing common corrupts it. Here is the proof in narrative form. The same manna that bred worms overnight in a tent keeps for generations inside the golden pot, laid up before the Lord. The identical substance. Uncertainty hoarded in fear rots and crawls. Uncertainty held in an unreactive heart before the presence keeps. The golden pot is the heart that can carry the question without answering it violently. That does not meet what is this, with toxicity, with vindictiveness, or with hostility, and so is permitted to keep the question fresh for as long as the question needs. The rod is the will. A staff is the trunk of a tree, and a tree is a choice. So a staff is a choice cut to carrying size, a decision a man can put his weight on and walk with. And the trunk deserves a moment of its own here, because it settles a question every person has asked in frustration. A trunk reaches every part of the earth its tree lives in, through the roots, and every part of the sky, through the branches. But the trunk is not the earth, and it is not the sky. It can extend into both worlds, draw from both, act in both, and it can be neither. That is the honest anatomy of a man. Through the will he reaches every portion of the world of love. He cannot be that world, which is why he cannot control what feelings rise in him, any more than a trunk commands the water in the soil. Through the will he reaches every portion of the world of logic. He cannot be that world either, which is why he cannot control what thoughts pass through his mind, any more than a trunk commands the weather moving through its branches. Feelings arrive. Thoughts pass. Neither asks permission, and no discipline on earth makes them ask, because they are the two countries' own traffic, and the countries were never ours. What a man governs is the trunk, where the roots go deeper, which branches get the sap, what fruit gets fed and what gets pruned. We are not the heart, and we are not the mind. We are the tree, the living will planted between two worlds we can reach entirely and be never, which dissolves a guilt that has wasted whole lifetimes. A man who condemns himself for the feeling that rose or the thought that crossed is a trunk apologizing for the weather. Responsibility begins where the will begins, at what is done with what arrived. And the preface's sentence can now be read at full depth. The deeper the roots reach into the one country, and the higher the branches into the other, the more the tree becomes a tree of life. The reach is ours. The countries never were. The serpent chapter watched Moses, rod change states in his hand, attention loosed and attention held. Here is what the held rod is for. When Moses strikes the rock at Horeb, water comes out of stone, and the striking is the point. He does not analyze the rock. He does not require the mechanism in advance. The staff in his hand meant he was willing to put action behind the word, and the water answered the action, not the theory. This is the exact place where the internal machinery gums up, and everyone knows the jam from inside. We want to see the end from the beginning before we will act. It is worth hearing whose office that is. In the same chapter where Isaiah watches the carved gods loaded onto pack animals, God states his own credentials, declaring the end from the beginning. Seeing the end from the beginning is God's seat. Demanding it as a precondition for taking a step is applying for the position. What a man is given instead is deliberately smaller. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. A lamp at foot height, light for the next step, never for the horizon. Faith is not the refusal to think. It is the willingness to walk at lamp scale. Take the lit step and trust the machinery to do the one thing it was built to do, which is to integrate tablet and pot, logic and love, iteratively, a step at a time, the way this whole book has said the work proceeds. And the rod in the ark shows what a will becomes when it is laid before God overnight. Behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi was budded, and brought forth buds, and bloomed blossoms, and yielded almonds. Numbers 17:8. Aaron's rod is dead wood cut, dressed, carved to size, everything the idol chapter said a dead tree is. Laid up before the presence, it buds, flowers, and bears. The carved thing chapter said an idol is a tree cut down with nothing moving through it. The rod that budded is its standing refutation, the one cut stick in Scripture that came back to life because of where it spent the night. A will surrendered before the presence does not remain dead wood. It flowers and it feeds people. A staff, then, has two endings available to it in Scripture, and the book has now seen both. The shepherd of Zechariah cut his beauty first, then bands, a will ended on purpose, when what it carried could no longer live. And Aaron's budded. The will laid down and the will laid up. Both are done deliberately, and everything depends on knowing which one the moment calls for. Two compasses ride in that chest, and their needles have names. When a man is following love, the needle reads joy. When he is following logic, the needle reads peace. The old list knows them as neighbors, love, joy, peace, the first three fruits in that order. Joy and peace are not rewards handed out at the destination. They are instrument readings taken en route, the felt confirmation that the heart's course and the mind's course are true. And each needle has a counterfeit, which is the reading detached from any course. Joy's counterfeit is pleasure, the same sensation, cut loose from the voyage, produced on demand and going nowhere, and the last chapters of this book will meet the goddess who ran a whole economy on it. Peace's counterfeit is mere safety, the stillness of a locked room rather than the stillness of a true heading. The instrument only means something while the ship is actually moving. And each compass has an opposite pole. The opposite pole of love is vindictiveness, still wanting the thing but insisting on twisting it at any cost into the shape demanded. The opposite pole of logic is hostility, wanting a thing gone, away, destroyed at any cost. The tell is the same three words in both, at any cost, because refusing to count the cost is the moment a needle stops being an instrument. Christ made the counting the entry price of the whole undertaking. Which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first and counteth the cost? It does not make sense not to count the cost. Vindictiveness and hostility are simply what love and logic become in the moment the count is refused. The serpent's mathematics, embraced with the eyes shut. Now the chest itself. The ark is the completed self-concept, heart, mind, and will in one vessel, gold within and without overliving shittim wood. The finished metal clothing the living material, not replacing it. Above the contents sits the mercy seat, and the seat is the point of the design. There I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat. The open top, one final time communion happens over the integrated contents, from above, between two cherubim who stand in the first position, face to face across the gold, with the voice speaking from between the two faces. Scripture's other name for the chest completes an earlier chapter. It is called the Ark of the Testimony. The chapter on the table ended with a house whose walls came down and a testimony that remained, and here is where a testimony that has outlived its walls is kept, in a container built without an address. The house is the self at a fixed location. The ark is the self packed to travel, and the testimony rides. One piece of the furniture this chapter leaves untouched on purpose. The lid, the golden cover with its two facing cherubim, the piece with a promise attached to it. It has a chapter of its own, late in this book, because what the lid is for cannot be said until the four rivers have run. And it is built to move. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. The carrying poles are permanently installed, a self-concept designed never to be parked, pedestaled, or fitted into a niche. The idol chapter's gods had to be loaded onto ox carts when their city fell. The ark rides on shoulders by design, every day of its existence, and the difference is the difference between hauling and following. Nobody follows an idol anywhere. When the ark moves, the instruction is, go after it. Where it goes, Things happen that do not happen otherwise. Jericho falls after 7 days of the licensed circle walked around it, the ark carried in the ring. In Philistine custody it is set beside Dagon for the night, and in the morning the carved thing is on its face before it. They set him up again, and the next morning he is down again with his head and his hands broken off on the threshold. The idol cannot keep its feet in the same room as the integrated thing, and the second fall costs it exactly the 2 parts an idol only ever pretended to have: the head and the hands. And one more thing about installation, because the ark's history ends on it. The chest survived the desert, the Jordan, Philistine custody, and centuries of being carried. What it did not survive was an address. Solomon's temple gave it a permanent room at last, and the sand chapter has already said what became of every stone of that address. When the fixed house fell, the moving chest vanished from the record and has never been seen since. A self-concept built to move does not keep well in a niche, even a magnificent one. And at the Jordan, at the border of the whole promise, the ark goes into the water first. And as they that bear the ark were come unto Jordan, and the feet of the priests that bear the ark were dipped in the brim of the waters which came down from above stood, and rose up upon an heap, and the priests that bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the midst of Jordan. Joshua 3:15-17. The completed vessel steps into the river before the river moves. That is the whole doctrine of the rod performed at national scale. The lit step taken first, the water answering the action. Jacob had crossed this same river long before with the minimum equipment. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, one man and his will, over the water, and he came back 2 bands. Now the whole integrated chest makes the crossing, and the people cross on the ground the ark's own steps opened. What is left is the water. Part 2: The 4 Rivers. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Proverbs 3:5-6. This is generally read as a contrast between faith and thought. It is not. It is an order. The heart comes first. A river rises before anybody builds its banks. The bank did not create the water and cannot tell the water why it was given. Its work is secondary and indispensable. It gives the water depth, direction, and a course by which it can reach somewhere beyond itself. The 4 rivers rise from the root of the tree of life. Their source is good. The first responsibility is therefore trust. Not trust in every form the river presently takes, but trust that what God placed in the heart has a proper work. Then the mind enters. To lean on understanding is to ask the bank to become the spring, but to reject understanding is to leave the river without banks. The first produces a dry channel arranged perfectly around no water. The second produces a flood. The verse does not say do not understand. It says not to put the weight of the whole life on understanding. God gives the water. The heart receives it. The mind gives it form. And when heart and mind acknowledge the same source, he directs the path. Each of the 4 chapters that follows describes that movement once. The river as it is given, the position and love carried in it, the work that love was made to do, the banks that let it run, the 2 ways it can be corrupted, the impurity removed from it in paradise, and the love in its completed form. The repetition is the teaching. The heart supplies no banks. The mind supplies no water. A living river requires both in that order. And the order of the 4 chapters ahead is the verse's own: water, milk, honey, wine. It is also, color for color, the order of the work: black, white, yellow, red. The verse was not consulting the alchemists, and the alchemists were not consulting the verse. Chapter 25: Water. The river as given. Water dissolves more substances than any other liquid on earth. Everything alive depends on that fact, and so does every ruin. It does not distinguish. The same property that carries nutrients into a root undermines a foundation. The the same patience that fills a well hollows out a canyon. Given enough time, water will take a mountain apart, and it will not have meant anything by it. There is no malice in a river, and there is no mercy in one either. It dissolves what will dissolve. As in water face answereth to face, so the heart of man to man. Proverbs 27:19. The position and the love. The position is face to face. The love is eros. Water a face, another face, and then the heart. The connection is already made. Still water gives a man his own face back, and one heart gives another heart back in the same way, and both of these are described as a matter of facing. The proverb assumes without arguing that the closest human knowledge happens between two people turned toward each other, and that what happens there is something like a reflection. The proper work. Eros is not, in the first instance, the discovery of another person. It is the discovery of what in you prevents it. Stand near enough to someone and things begin to come apart, and it is not them. You find out where your walls are by standing close enough that they are in the way. And the walls are a surprise every time, because a man does not build them on purpose and does not remember installing them. He finds out they exist by walking into them in company. Scripture puts this at the very beginning, in the first face-to-face relationship there was. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Genesis 2:25. That is the condition before anything goes wrong. Two people entirely uncovered to each other, and no impulse in either of them to be otherwise. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Genesis 3:7. The first consequence of the fall is not death, and it is not exile. It is a covering, sewn between two people who had not needed one an hour earlier. Before they hide from God, they hide from each other, and they hide from each other first. That is the wall in Eros, and it entered the story on page 3. The Quran takes the same image and turns it over. Speaking of husbands and wives, it says, "They are clothing for you, and you are clothing for them." Surat Al-Baqarah 2:187. The covering that arrived as a consequence comes back as a description of the relationship itself. Not a barrier sewn between two people, but a garment each one is for the other. The thing that goes closest to the skin, that warms, that covers what should not be exposed to everyone. The same image, first as the wound and then as the healing of it. None of this requires romance, and the chapter would be badly narrowed if it did. What the position requires is only that there be something in the other person you cannot look away from. That is the whole qualification. Often it is that they want what you want and are coming at it from another side, and there is nothing on earth more interesting than a man pursuing your own object by a route you rejected. Which is why the rival stands exactly where the lover stands. Hating a man properly takes work. He has to be thought about when he is not in the room. His habits have to be known and his moves anticipated. He has to be given a quality and quantity of attention almost nobody else receives. The man who hates you has selected you out of everyone available and made you his horizon, and there is no closer arrangement in the world than the one he has chosen. The old observation that love and hate are close together is usually offered as a psychological curiosity. It is not. It is architectural. Face-to-face is the only position in which the other person is the entire field of view, and two very different things can happen to a man standing there. There is a specific failure available at the water's edge, and the Greeks named it after the boy it killed. Narcissus came to the pool and found a face there and stayed. What is usually said about him is that he loved himself too much. What actually happened is that he stopped at the surface. The water had depth in it, it was a pool, it went down, and he never got past the part of it that showed him himself. The trouble is that a mirror is the first thing any of us was ever given. An infant has no interior sense of being one thing. What it has is a face looking back its mother's, and later its own in the glass. And out of what comes off that surface it assembles a self and takes the assembly for the truth. The observation is old and it is sound. The first self-portrait anybody owns was made out of a reflection, and it was made before there was anyone there to check it. So the mirror is native to this position from the first hour, and it does not leave. What it becomes in a grown man is a demand, and the demand is rarely spoken because saying it out loud would end it. Stand there. Hold still at that angle. Be the fixture in my picture of myself and the jury that keeps returning the verdict I need. He is not asking to be known. He is asking to be confirmed. And the chain he is caught in looks like sense from inside it. A man cannot love out of an empty hand, so he must first be able to bear the sight of himself. And to bear the sight of himself, he needs an image of a man worth loving, and the image has to come from somewhere, so it comes from her. Only then, he thinks, can he love her back. Every link in that holds except the outcome. She has not been loved, she has been given a job. And once she has the job, what is there in her to love except her willingness to keep doing it, which is to say, except her willingness to hold still inside his delusion? Then ask why she took the post. Because she needs the same service, and he is holding her mirror at the same careful angle. That is the arrangement, and it is more common than any other. Two people facing each other, each one adjusting the other's picture, each grateful, each certain this is the real thing and nothing whatever passing between them. Both of them looking at a surface, neither of them getting in. What is being avoided is not the other person. It is the reflection that has not been adjusted. There is a part of every man that would rather be numb than have something true come back off another face, and that part is what the position exists to find. Still water gives you a face. Moving water takes you somewhere. It is the same water. The Quran has its own image for what happens when a man crosses a great distance toward water that turns out to have no depth. Like a mirage in a lowland which a thirsty one thinks is water, until, when he comes to it, he finds it is nothing. Surat An-Nur 24:39. The mirage is not a lie about water. It is water rendered in a form that has no volume, a surface with nothing underneath. That is precisely what a reflection is. And this is where Paul's line about the mirror belongs, because he is honest about what we currently have. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. 1 Corinthians 13:12. The word behind glass is a mirror, and ancient mirrors were polished metal, dim, distorted, giving you a shape rather than a face. Paul says that is the present condition and names the future one with the position, then face to face. And the second half of the verse says what arrives with it. Not then I shall see more. Then I shall know as I am known. The end of the fourth position is not better viewing. It is being fully known by someone you are fully knowing. One man in the Hebrew scriptures is said to have had it, and what happens to him is the best commentary the verse ever received. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. That is Exodus chapter 33, verse 11. 7 verses later, in the same conversation, Moses asks to see the glory and is refused. Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. Exodus 33:20. And then the arrangement made in its place. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in a cleft of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Exodus 33:22-23. One chapter, both claims, and no apology offered for the distance between them. Face to face in verse 11, the face withheld in verse 20, and in verse 23, a man put inside a rock and covered with a hand while something goes past. That is not what is done with an equal in conversation. It is what is done with a child. He is put somewhere he cannot fall out of, and his eyes are covered, and afterwards he is allowed to see the back of what went by. And it is worth being exact about where he is standing when it happens. He has climbed the mountain, the whole of the ascent, as high as a man goes, which in the grammar of these texts is as far up as the mind reaches. He arrives at the top of it and is put in a cleft of rock and covered with a hand. The climb did not change the position. It got him into the room, which is what Deuteronomy means when it returns to this at the end of his life, and the direction of the sentence is the whole of it. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Deuteronomy 34:10. Whom the Lord knew. Not who saw the Lord. The face-to-face is not a report of what Moses was permitted to look at. It is a report of how completely he was seen, which is the second half of Paul's sentence arriving more than 1,000 years early. Then shall I know even as also I am known. The knowing is the smaller half. Being known is the thing, and it does not require the eyes at all. The banks. Water requires two things from a bank. It must be held closely enough to acquire depth and left open enough to keep moving. The mind does not tell Eros what to love. It gives the love a boundary within which two people can approach without either one becoming the whole world, and a direction that leads beyond the reflection on the surface. The bank therefore protects the revelation the river was given to produce. Without a boundary, water destroys the conditions under which anything can be seen. Without an opening, it preserves one image until the image replaces the person. The two corruptions. There are two corruptions of this river, and they are opposites. The first is flood. The same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. Genesis 7:11. The flood is not extra rain. It is the boundaries failing, the deep below breaking open, and the sky above opening at the same time, water arriving from both directions with nothing holding it to a course. And what it does is take everything down, indiscriminately, because that is what water does when nothing tells it where to go. Eros will do this. It will dissolve your caution, and often that is mercy, because much of what a man calls caution is only fear that has been given a respectable job. And it will dissolve your judgment in exactly the same motion, with exactly the same patience, and it will not pause to ask which of your walls was load-bearing. The people whom this has ruined were not fools. They were people who mistook a river for a destination. Which is why the boundary on water is described in Scripture as God's own work, and described more than once. Or who shut up the sea with doors when it brake forth, as if it had issued out of the womb, and said, Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed. Job 38:8-11. God puts doors on the sea, not to reduce it, to make it a sea rather than an everywhere. And Jeremiah gives the same picture with the humblest possible material, which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree, that it cannot pass it, and though the waves thereof toss themselves, yet can they not prevail. Jeremiah 5:22. Sand, the weakest substance on the beach, holding back the strongest force on the planet because it was appointed to. The second is stagnation. Everyone has seen it. Two people who once faced each other and now merely sit, not fighting, not estranged, taking their color from the room they are sitting in, sour without any single moment when the souring occurred. Nothing came in from outside. They stopped moving, and water that stops moving becomes whatever settles into it. This is what happens when the bank becomes a seal. Ordinary river water is mudded and discolored and takes on a smell, from the sand and the vegetation and the standing, not from an attack, from sitting still long enough. The river in paradise. This is what the verse in Surat Muhammad is ruling out. The water of the garden is unaltered. And that qualifier does a second thing, which is the answer to the man at the pool. A mirror lies when something has settled into it. Silt does not stop a pool reflecting. It changes what comes back, and the change is invisible from the bank because there is nothing to compare it against. That is the flattering image exactly, not a fabrication, but a true surface with enough sediment in it to soften the parts a man cannot look at. He is not deceived about the existence of his own face. He is deceived about its condition, and he has arranged the water accordingly. Water unaltered is a mirror nobody has adjusted. Nothing has been allowed to settle into it, and nothing has been stirred up to cloud it. What it gives back is what is standing over it. Which is why this river is promised in that form and not in another. The garden is not offered a pool with a kinder reflection in it. It is offered the one that cannot be arranged. So the two ways this river fails are not too much love and too little. They are water with no banks and water with no motion, a flood and a marsh. And the same enclosure prevents both, because banks are what make a thing run. The love completed. There is a scene in John's Gospel in which a man sits down by a well in the heat of the day and talks to a woman about water, and it is the longest recorded conversation he has with anybody. He asks her for a drink. She is astonished that he is speaking to her at all, and he says, "Whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again, but whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into everlasting life." John 4:13-14. She asks for it, and then immediately he asks about her husbands, and there are 5 of them, and the man she is with now is not one. He tells her this without softening it and without condemning her, and it is the exact center of the conversation. Here is what she says when she runs back to the town. "Come see a man, which told me all things that ever I did." John 4:29. That is the testimony. Not he offered me eternal life, though he had. Not he performed a sign. He told me everything about myself. She had come to a well in the middle of the day, which is when you go if you would rather not meet anyone. She left having been entirely seen by someone who did not turn away, and she went and told the people she had been avoiding. That is the position doing what it is for. The whole scene is about water, and what dissolved was her reason for coming at noon. The love poem gets the last word, being the one book of the Bible entirely given over to this river. "Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong as death, jealousy is cruel as the grave. The coals thereof are coals of fire, which hath a most vehement flame. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can the floods drown it. If a man would give all the substance of his house for love, it would utterly be contemned." Song of Solomon 8:6-7. Love is strong as death. Not stronger, the poem claims no more than it can hold. As strong. They are named in that passage as equals, and the altar is where one is put to the test by the other. And then many waters cannot quench it, neither can the floods drown it. The river cannot put out the fire. The thing that dissolves everything else does not dissolve this. Which is exactly the language of the altar. Bind it at 4 corners. Let the water have it, and see what is still standing. The water in this chapter takes down everything a man has built to protect himself, and it should, and most of it deserve to go. It does not take down the love. That is the only thing in the picture with a different melting point. Water completed is 2 people knowing and being known without either becoming the whole world of the other. The heart supplies the courage to enter. The mind keeps the river moving. What remains after both have done their work is not the reflection but the person. The first river has one more chamber, and it is the deepest one. Chapter 26, The Frozen Well. Then shall I know even as also I am known. The water chapter ended on the second half of that sentence, and the second half deserves a chapter, because being known is the one thing in the first river that a man cannot arrange, adjust, or survive unchanged. Face to face with God, the seeing runs one way at full depth. He sees through the barriers, every mask, every angle a man has taught his mirrors, every chord arrangement straight into the innermost part of him, the part that chooses, the trunk itself, the will, the arc chapter located between the two countries. He sees all of us. And we, looking inward from the surface, see almost nothing, because the eye cannot be turned on itself, and every instrument we own was made by the very self we are trying to inspect. The psalm that knows this best does not argue it, it surrenders to it. O Lord, thou hast searched me and known me. Thou compassest my path and my lying down, and art acquainted with all my ways. For there is not a word in my tongue, but, lo, O Lord, thou knowest it altogether. Psalm 139, 1-4. And by the end of the psalm, the terror of being seen has turned inside out, into the strangest prayer a hiding creature can make. Search me, O God, and know my heart, and lead me in the way everlasting. The psalm begins pinned by the seeing and ends asking for more of it. Something happens in the middle of being fully known that no one who has not been fully known can predict. Suppose a man could see what God sees. Suppose he could look down through himself, past the masks, past the record, past the coping, all the way to the bottom of his own deepest place. What would he find there? He would find the origin of the four rivers, the well of living water, the spring the whole book has been tracing, which does not belong to him the way his opinions belong to him, because at that depth the word mind stops working. The bottom of a self is not a vault of private things. It is the country where there is no I and you, the whole world of us, as in us, which is why every river that rises from it flows towards somebody. A man who reached his own true bottom would not find isolation. He would find communion, running like water under everything he ever did alone. That is what God is looking at when he looks through the masks. The masks were never hiding what the man feared they hid. They were hiding that. Then why does what comes out of us run poisoned? The Ages chapter ruled out the answer everyone assumes. Nobody's spring is bad. And the great mapmaker of hell agrees, in the detail everyone forgets. Everyone assumes the center of hell is fire. Dante, who surveyed it circle by circle more carefully than any man who ever lived, put ice there. The ninth circle, the bottom of the pit, is Cocytus, a frozen lake, and the sinners locked in its ice are not the murderers or the violent, who are higher up. They are the traitors. And the lake has four rings, one for each kind of bond betrayed, kin, cause, guest, benefactor. Four loves, four treasons, one ice. At the absolute center stands Satan himself, frozen to the breast, beating 6 enormous wings to escape, and the wind of the wings is what freezes the lake. The harder he flaps, the harder the ice. The very image of the coping that compounds the thing it copes with, drawn in the 14th century. The struggle to get free of the freeze is the freeze's power supply. Read the geography and the grammar and the diagnosis writes itself. The deepest hell is not a burning well. It is a frozen one, water still present, nothing added, no poison anywhere in it, only arrested. The Ages chapter said toxicity is never an ingredient but arrested motion, and ice is arrested motion made visible. The heart's element, locked mid-flow. Job saw it from the whirlwind. The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. The stony heart and the frozen deep are one condition, except the ice is the crueler version, because the stone at least is fill that can be removed, while the ice is the water, holding itself rigid. And what freezes a lake of living water? The biggest fear response there is, paralysis. Not fight, not flight, freeze. And the fear underneath the freeze has a precise shape, and Dante labeled the circle with it, the traitors. A man's water freezes when he comes to feel like a traitor to love itself, unworthy of receiving it, incapable of producing it, a fraud at the one thing the well under him exists for. That double disqualification is the coldest thought a creature can have. And the coping compounds it. The masks go on, the record gets kept, the flapping starts, and every beat of the wings hardens the lake. Scripture puts the first frost in the garden, in fallen man's first recorded sentence, and the sentence names both the fear and the freeze. I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. Afraid and hid. The fig leaves were the first mask, and the choice of leaf deserves its own pause. Why fig leaves? Figs are sweet. Of all the trees in the garden, the fallen pear reached for the one whose leaf advertises sweetness, and a leaf is not a fruit. That is the master dichotomy of a fallen life, cut in its first hour, look sweet or be sweet, proving or doing. A mask is the most efficient proving instrument ever devised. It displays the fruit tree without growing the fruit, and the only alternative to proving is doing. Bridging heaven to heart and heart to mind with actual action, which means accepting from the start that it will never be done perfectly, only better each time. The mask is finished the moment it is put on. That is its entire appeal. The fruit is never finished. It ripens. And the Gospels hold exactly one living thing that Christ ever cursed, and it was this thing precisely: a fig tree in full leaf with no figs on it. Nothing but leaves. The advertisement of sweetness with no sweetness behind it, the mask in botanical form, the only organism in the Gospels judged for its costume. And there the whole fall of man stands explained in one line: keeping the leaves and never growing the figs. Which is why the cursing of that tree was never wrath. Look at what the act actually was. The psalm gives the instruction for what Christ did: bind the sacrifice with cords, even unto the horns of the altar. The same 4 horns the altar chapter stood at, the 4 corners of love. The fig tree was bound to that altar, and the fire from heaven fell, and the fire did the one thing fire from heaven ever does. It burned away everything that was not true. There was nothing left, not because the fire was fierce, but because there had been nothing there. The withering did not destroy the tree's substance. It revealed it. The substance was leaves. But the analogy carries one step further, and the step is uncomfortable, because it asks how a tree gets that way. How would any fig tree produce figs if its leaves were constantly being stolen? The leaf is not the fruit, but the leaf is not nothing. The leaf is the organ that collects light. Sweetness is not pulled up out of the ground. A fig's sugar is captured sunlight, gathered leaf by leaf and sent down into the fruit. Strip the leaves and the tree goes blind to the sky. No light collected, no sweetness made. And the first thing fallen man did was strip a fig tree of its leaves to make a mask. The proving economy does not merely fail to grow fruit, it cripples the grower. Every leaf torn off to look sweet is one less collector of the light of truth, which is the very light that being sweet is made from. Years of that stripping will cripple any tree. So the Gospel's fig tree, in full leaf with no figs, is one kind of failure. The tree stripped bare by everyone who needed a costume is another, and most of us have been both the stripper and the stripped. The Kabbalists, whose vessels this book has leaned on before, say the core of the whole structure is kindness within severity and severity within kindness. Severity, the word itself asks the question, what severs? A sword. And Scripture knows exactly one sword that belongs in this sentence: the word of truth, sharper than any 2-edged sword, the same blade the sword chapter drew out of the stone of memory. So the formula can be said plainly. Kindness within severity, severity within kindness, truth held inside love, love held inside truth is simply this: to love in truth. And to love in truth is to know what a fig tree is actually for. The tree is designed to give up every fig it has and to have lost nothing by it. The fruit is the gift that costs the giver nothing, because giving it is the whole point of the giver. It is not designed to lose its leaves, and there is no reason on earth to strip it of them. Left its leaves, it would hand you the sweetness freely. Fire has held that office from the beginning. It fell on Sodom and Gomorrah, and nothing of substance survived, which is a report on the cities, not on the fire. A city can stand walled and gated and wealthy and contain nothing that can pass through a flame. And the same fire fell on 3 men in Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, tied up and thrown into a furnace heated 7 times hotter than its custom, and it could not touch them. What protected them? Not the costume of the right religion, not the name of the right god worn on the outside like the colors of a team. The fire is not impressed by leaves. It ignores them entirely and goes looking for fruit. The story is careful about the details. The flame killed the soldiers who carried them to it, yet the king looked in and counted 4 men walking loose in the fire, and when the 3 came out, not a hair was singed, their coats were unchanged, and the smell of smoke was not on them. The fire that annihilates a costume cannot find so much as a thread to take from the substantial. The same flame, the 2 outcomes, and the only variable is whether there was anything real inside the clothes. Looked at symbolically, we contain cities. Whole districts of the self, walled and gated and wealthy, holding no real substance, and their wealth is real wealth, which is what makes them so hard to evacuate. A man can hold a fortune in the skill of abusing one particular logical fallacy, a weapon polished over decades and difficult to lay down precisely because it still wins. It wins every argument it enters. It simply cannot pass through fire. And the fire comes to such districts not as wrath, but as the same mercy that withered the fig tree, the purge that leaves standing only what was ever really there. The north, which began its cosmos with ice, ends it with fire, and even the ending is not an ending. Ragnarok burns the worlds down to nothing false, and then the earth rises green out of the sea a second time, and the fields bear crops without being sown, and 2 human beings walk out to repeople the world. Walk out of where? Out of the tree. They survived the world fire hidden in the wood of the world tree, feeding on the morning dew. The same dew this book has already watched distill from heaven into any vessel still enough to receive it. The north stations the survivors of the fire inside the tree, and this book has already said where we live. We are the tree. So a fig tree crippled by years of stripping is not the last word on anyone. The same fire that takes the costume districts down to nothing is the fire on the far side of which everything grows back green, complete rebirth, fields sweet without labor, the canopy grown back full, and this time with figs. Back in the garden, the hiding was the first freeze, and the insecurities of that hour have echoed down the generations ever since, each family teaching its children its own way of flapping, each generation's coping compounding the cold it inherited. Now the question the whole chapter exists for. If everything hellish in a man comes not from a bad well but from a frozen one, what is the solution? Not repair. There is nothing broken to repair. Not effort. Effort is flapping, and the lake has already priced the flapping. The solution to ice is one thing only, and it is heat. Scripture gives the instruction in 4 words and puts it in the mouth of God. Be still and know that I am God. Be still, stop flapping. The command that sounds like passivity is precision engineering. The wings are the wind, and the wind is the frost, and stillness is not surrender to the ice. It is the cutting of the ice's power supply. The lake begins melting the moment the flapping stops, because the heat was always there, waiting on the far side of the self-made wind. And it is no accident which psalm the instruction lives in. It is the psalm that says there is a river, the streams whereof shall make glad the city of God. The Be Still psalm and the river psalm are the same psalm. Stillness and the river have always been one text. And this is precisely where the North began its entire cosmos. The Norse creation does not start with a garden or a word. It starts with ice in the north and fire in the south and nothing alive anywhere, until the heat reached the rime, and the ice began to drip, and the drips became the first living things. In the North's physics, life itself is downstream of a thaw. Nothing was created until something frozen was warmed. And the North's telling goes one scene further, and the scene was made for this chapter. Among the first living things was the cow, the giving animal, whom the next chapter will meet at her own river, and the ice she went to was salty and she licked it. 3 days she worked the frozen block, drawn by the salt. The first day a man's hair came free of the ice. The second day his head. The third day the whole man stood up out of it, the grandfather of all the gods who had been inside the ice the entire time. Read every element. There was a person in the ice. What drew the warm tongue to that block and not another was the salt in it. And the freeing was not a blast of fire but 3 days of patient, warm, giving attention, uncovering the frozen one by degrees hair, then face, then whole. Which gives an old instruction its coldest weather meaning. Ye are the salt of the earth. Salt is the one seasoning that is also a thaw agent. Scattered on ice, it breaks the freeze outright. Sealed in a block, it is what makes the frozen thing worth licking. To be the salt of the earth runs both directions at once. To be the savor in the ice that draws love's patient work to the person frozen inside. And to be, for one another, what sparks the cow in everyone, the warmth that licks through ice for 3 days if it takes 3 days, until the one inside stands free. Which gives the book's open-top doctrine its final and warmest reason. Take the cover off the container, not only so the light of truth can keep the water pure, but so the heat can reach the ice. A lidded well never thaws. Frost under a roof keeps for years. Frost under the open sun does not survive the morning. The psalm of the thaw says exactly how it goes and in what order. He casteth forth his ice like morsels. Who can stand before his cold? He sendeth out his word and melteth them. He causeth his wind to blow and the waters flow. Psalm 147, 17-18. Nobody can stand before the cold. The freeze is not defeated by standing against it. He sends the word and melts. The wind blows and the waters flow. And the garden's own love poem prayed for that wind by name. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south, blow upon my garden that the spices thereof may flow out. The south wind, the warm one from the fire realm side of every map. The garden does not ask to be rebuilt. It asks to be blown on from the warm side. The heat has a name, and the epistle gives it in the same breath that it names the cold. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear. Because fear hath torment, we love him because he first loved us. 1 John 4, 18-19. Fear froze the lake. Love is the counteragent, not as argument, not as instruction, but as heat, the one thing ice cannot hold its shape against. And the order in the second verse is the golden seam's order, and it is the whole mechanics of the thaw. He first loved us. The frozen man cannot thaw himself by trying harder to love. That is the flapping, and the flapping freezes. He thaws by being reached, by letting the seeing in, the mask off, the lid off, face to face with the one who already sees the well beneath the ice and has never once mistaken the ice for the well. That is what happened at the well in Samaria at noon. She was fully seen, told me all things that ever I did and not turned away, and the woman who had come at midday to avoid every face in town ran back to find them. The thaw takes minutes once the heat is let in. It is the letting that takes the years. And the geography of Dante holds one more mercy, the strangest in his poem. The travelers do not escape hell by climbing back up the way they came. They escape through the center, down Satan's own flank, through the exact midpoint of the frozen lake, where gravity itself turns over and they come out on the far side, at the foot of the mountain that leads up under the stars. The deepest center of a man's own hell is the doorway, not the neighborhood of it, the center. The place he has spent a lifetime flapping to avoid is the one exit the geography allows, and everything on the far side of it is climbing. Whoever knows this geography is also armed with the only patience that works. When another person's water arrives poisoned, cold, bitter, masked, or not arriving at all, the map now says what is underneath. Not a bad well, a frozen one with a frightened person above it, flapping, coping with the traitor feeling in ways that compound it, exactly as instructed by the generations before them. The frozen are not withholding. They are afraid. A man cannot thaw them by argument, and he cannot catch their leprechauns for them. But he can be warm near them and refuse to be another wind. The first river runs between two people who are looking at each other. The second runs between two people who have turned around. Chapter 27, Milk. The river as given. Milk is the only food in the world that exists for no reason, except to be given away. Water falls whether anyone drinks it. Honey is made by bees for bees, and we take it. Wine is pressed out of a fruit that would have grown anyway. But there is no such thing as milk that was not manufactured by one body specifically to be transferred into another. It has no other purpose. It cannot be stored indefinitely. It cannot be used for anything else, and the creature producing it gets nothing from it. And it arrives before the one receiving it can ask for it, want it, or know what it is. That is the second river, and everything else in this chapter follows from those two facts. The position and the love. The love is affection, storge, and its completed position is back to back. It begins face to face, when the giver is the whole horizon and the receiver cannot live without what comes from her body. But the gift is aimed at a turning. Milk succeeds by producing someone who can eventually face another direction. The proper work. Here is the third fact, and Scripture states it so directly that I hardly need to argue it. Milk is the food you are supposed to stop needing. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the Word, that ye may grow thereby. 1 Peter 2:2. Grow thereby, grow by means of it, which is to say grow past it. Nobody drinks milk in order to keep drinking milk. Paul makes the same point as a rebuke. I have fed you with milk, and not with meat, for hitherto you were not able to bear it, neither yet now are ye able. 1 Corinthians 3:2. And the writer of Hebrews sharpens it to the point of insult. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk, and not of strong meat. For every one that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. Hebrews 5:12-13. Three writers independently use milk as the image of a good thing that has gone on too long, not a bad food, the right food at the wrong stage, and the fault is never with the milk. This is the only one of the four rivers that carries its own expiry inside it. Nobody says that a man ought to outgrow friendship, and nobody suggests that charity is for beginners. But affection is designed, from the inside, to end in a particular way, and everything that goes wrong with it goes wrong at that ending. Which brings us to a verse, whose celebration is placed exactly where the symbol grammar would put it. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. Genesis 21:8. Not on the day the child was born, on the day the milk stopped. As household behavior, it is remarkable. A man who has waited his entire life for a son throws the largest party of his life to mark the moment his son stopped needing his mother's body to survive. The separation is the occasion. The feast is for the ending. Hannah does the same thing in a lower key. She promises the child to God, and she will not go up to Shiloh with the rest of the household while he is small. She says she will bring him when he is weaned, and then she brings him, and then she leaves him there. Weaning is the moment she has been counting toward, because weaning is when a child can be given to something other than her. And the Psalms take the weaned child, not the nursing one, as the picture of a soul at rest. Lord, my heart is not haughty, nor mine eyes lofty. Surely I have behaved and quieted myself, as a child that is weaned of his mother. My soul is even as a weaned child. Psalm 131:1-2. The image of contentment is not an infant at the breast. It is the child who is done, who is with his mother, close, quiet, and no longer feeding. He is still there. The weaning did not remove him from the room. It removed the one thing he needed from her, and what was left was everything else. Affection begins in the first position, not this one. Mother and child are face to face, each holding a different half of one event, each drawn by what the other has and has not got, and the mother is the whole horizon, and there is nothing else in the world, and there does not need to be. That is where every human being's experience of love begins, which is probably why the face-to-face position comes to feel like the definition of love, rather than one form of it. But it is the beginning of this river and not its shape. Affection has done its work when the two of them can stand back to back, each facing their own direction, each covering the side the other cannot see, and between them the whole circle which neither of them alone can manage, since a man facing one way sees half a horizon and no more. That is what family is for, and it is not company, and it is not counsel, and it is not even comfort. Family is whoever is watching the side you cannot see, so that you are free to look at something else. The turning is not a falling off from the nursing. The turning is the completed thing. Abraham threw a feast for it. The banks. The bank of this river is time, and the gate in the bank is weaning. The mind has to recognize when a gift that was once necessary has completed its work. It gives affection a sequence: receive, nourish, strengthen, turn, release. The second bank is that the giver does not own what was nourished. The body may be the channel through which the milk came, but it is not the source of the life and does not become the destination of the life. Affection is framed correctly when the receiver can leave without making the gift retroactively meaningless. The two corruptions. There are two corruptions of this river, and both refuse the completion built into the gift. The first is refusing to rotate. There is a woman in every neighborhood who lived for her family, and everyone says so, and it is true. Lewis noticed what happens to such a household when she dies. They are kinder to one another, they sleep better, they are freer than they have been in years, and they are ashamed of the relief, and the relief is real. She would have called what she did devotion, and she would have believed it. What she was doing was holding grown people in the nursing position and calling it love that they could not stand up. The old tales take this corruption to its logical end and give it teeth. The witch in the gingerbread house is the nursing position with the mask fully off. Her house is built of sweetness, the advertisement again, walls that look sweet, raised for the purpose of luring in the hungry, and once the children are inside, she feeds them lavishly. But the feeding has a goal, and the goal is the cage. She is fattening the boy to devour him, gripping his finger every morning to judge whether he is plump enough yet. That is storage run exactly backward. The true mother feeds a child so that the child can one day leave her. The devouring mother feeds a child so that the child can never leave nourishment as capture, the meal as the trap, the beloved kept plump and never grown. Abraham watches his son for the day that calls for a feast. The witch checks a finger for a meal. Same table, opposite loves. And the tale ends the way this book would expect it to end. She dies in her own oven. The false feeder is put through fire, and nothing of substance survives. The second is turning the gift into a debt. Affection is also the only one of the four loves that speaks the language of debt. After all I have done for you. Nobody says that about a friend. You say it about the people you were given rather than chose, because you cannot resign from them, and because a love that was never earned begins after a while to feel owed. The milk was free. The bill comes later, and it is itemized. Eli is the scriptural case, and God's charge against him is one line long: "Thou honorest thy sons above me." His sons were corrupt priests, and he knew, and he spoke to them about it, and he did nothing. That is not weakness of character in general. Eli was not a weak man about anything else. It is affection refusing to do the one thing affection finds hardest, which is to let something in the household be lost. And this is where the hardest sayings in the Gospels belong, because they are aimed at precisely this river. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Matthew 10:37. Luke's version uses a harsher word, and the harshness is Semitic idiom. Hate in that construction means to set second, to subordinate, the way Jacob is said to have hated Leah when he plainly did not. But even at its softest, the saying is a knife pointed at one specific love, and it is not eros and it is not friendship. It is the household. Of the four, storage is the one most likely to be defended, as though it were God. Both traditions cut this river away from blood, and they do it in their scriptures rather than in their commentaries. They came and told him that his mother and brothers were standing outside asking for him. But he answered and said unto him that told him, Who is my mother? And who are my brethren? And he stretched forth his hand toward his disciples and said, Behold my mother and my brethren. For whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. Matthew 12:48-50. He does not say blood is nothing. He says blood is not the boundary, and he says it while his mother is standing in the road outside. The Quran makes the cut even more sharply. The flood is rising and Noah calls out for his son and appeals to the promise that his family would be saved. And Noah called to his Lord and said, My Lord, indeed my son is of my family, and indeed your promise is true. He said, O Noah, indeed he is not of your family. Indeed, he is one whose work was other than righteous. Surah Hud 11:45-46. He is not of your family, said to a father about his own son by God in the middle of the flood. And it runs in the other direction too. Abraham asks forgiveness for his father until it becomes clear where his father stands, and then dissociates from him. The prophet himself is an orphan, and the Quran names it as the first mercy in the list. Did he not find you an orphan and give you refuge? The tradition regulates adoption carefully and then says of those whose fathers are unknown, they are your brothers. Neither scripture is hostile to the household. Both of them refuse to let the household be the wall. There is a fourth account of this river, and it comes from people who had never heard of Eden. In the Norse telling there was ice in the north and fire in the south, and where they met the rime began to drip, and out of the dripping came two living things, a giant and a cow. From the cow's udders ran 4 rivers of milk. 4, not many, not countless 4, in a cosmogony with no contact with either tradition. She fed the giant, and the giant was not her calf. Then she turned to the salt in the ice and licked it, and on the first day a man's hair came out of the stone, and on the second day his head, and on the third day the whole man stood up out of it. He was not her calf either. Everything she fed became ground. The giant was killed and made into the world, his flesh the earth, his blood the sea, his skull the sky over everyone's head. The man she licked free from the ice became the grandfather of the gods. And then she is not in the story again. No further seen, no thanks, nobody comes back. The entire world is standing on what she fed, and she is not mentioned. 4 rivers of milk, neither recipient a blood relation, and the nurse vanishing from the narrative the moment her work is done. That is not a resemblance. It is the same doctrine arrived at independently, including the 2 hardest parts of it, that this love is not about kinship, and that its success is its own disappearance. What milk becomes. There is a question hiding inside the weaning feast. If milk is the food you are supposed to stop needing, what becomes of the milk? Does the second river simply dry up when its work is done? It does not. It changes state, and the changes are worth following one by one because each of them is a doctrine. Start with the strangest. For most of recorded history, the one food that carries the actual name of the gods was bitter. The cacao tree's botanical name means food of the gods. The scientist who named it was only translating what the Americas had always claimed for it. And in the old Mesoamerican telling it was the feathered serpent himself, the same Quetzalcoatl the serpent chapter met, who stole the cacao tree from the gods and gave it to human beings. And for some 3,000 years, the food of the gods was drunk bitter. Kings drank it bitter. Warriors drank it bitter. It was money and medicine and sacrament, and the very name it arrived in Europe under is usually traced to a phrase meaning bitter water. Then, barely a century and a half ago, someone finally mixed the god food with milk, and that is the form in which nearly every person on earth now knows it. The gift of the gods was real the entire time. It became receivable when milk joined it. That is the first afterlife of the second river. Long after everyone at the table has been weaned, milk remains the thing that makes bitter truth drinkable. The warmth we absorbed young is what lets hard wisdom go down. The deeper transformation is older, and Scripture states it as a plain law of cause and effect. Surely the churning of milk bringeth forth butter. Churning is not gentle. It is the same motion repeated past the point of patience. Agitation continued long after agitation seems pointless. And for most of the process nothing appears to be happening, and nothing continues to appear to be happening, right up until the moment the whole substance turns. Anyone who was ever raised by anyone knows that process from the inside. The things parents and mentors say to us when we are young do not arrive as butter. They arrive as milk, thin, easily spilled, half understood, impossible to hold, and then life churns them. The sentence gets turned over in a failure, turned again in a marriage, again in a hospital corridor, and for years it remains the same thin thing it always was. And then one day, decades on, a sentence a mother said turns solid in the hand. It has become butter, concentrated, spreadable, able to keep. Butter is what the words of the people who fed us become when they have been agitated inside a life for long enough. It is worth noticing, on this point, what Abraham serves the 3 visitors at Mamre, in the meal where he entertains God at his own tent door: butter and milk. The fresh gift and the churned one on the same table. India makes the churning the central event of an entire age, and every element of its telling reads like this book's grammar. The ocean the gods churn is an ocean of milk. The churning rod is a mountain, and the mountain rests on the back of a turtle, the same turtle under everything the turtle chapter walked with. The rope wound round the mountain is a serpent, attention itself, the thing that does the pulling. The gods haul on one end and their adversaries on the other, and the churning requires both of them, cooperation and opposition, in alternation, or the rod does not turn. And the first thing the churning brings to the surface is not treasure. It is poison, enough of it to end the world, and one of the great gods takes it into his own throat and holds it there, neither swallowing it down into himself nor spitting it back onto the world, and only then can the churning continue. The treasures come up after the poison. Last of all, at the very end, comes the nectar of immortality. Read it as the chapter has earned the right to. The milk we were given churns for years on the back of a patient enclosure, by the rope of attention, pulled between our better and worse halves, and the first thing that rises is always poison. The resentments come up before the riches do. If someone can hold that poison without swallowing it and without spitting it back, what surfaces afterward at the very end is the thing that does not die. The same tradition tells, with open delight, of God born as a small child in a cowherd's village, whose one incorrigible habit was stealing butter, slipping into the houses of the milkmaids, breaking open the hanging pots, sharing the plunder out among his friends and the monkeys, and licking his fingers when he was caught. The image deserves the affection it has been given for 1,000 years. Divinity, with the whole pantry of creation to choose from, craves nothing so much as the churned product of a mother's care. And the chain has one more link. Churned further and clarified over a flame, butter becomes the one form of milk that no longer spoils at all, and that clarified butter is precisely what the oldest rites of India pour on the altar fire, the offering the sacred flame burns brightest on. Follow the whole chain. Milk, given free before it could be asked for, churned by time and trouble into butter, clarified by fire, and finally itself the fuel of the fire from heaven. What began as the food of infants ends as what the altar burns. The words that churned inside a person long enough do not merely feed him. They become what he has to offer up. Scripture, for its part, puts butter on the menu of the one child it cares most about. The sign child of Isaiah's prophecy is given a diet, and the diet has a purpose clause. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse the evil and choose the good. The food of discernment is 2 foods, the churned form of the second river, whose healing work the next chapter follows into the sick room, and the third river entire, which has a chapter of its own just beyond it. The river in paradise. The Hadith is careful about the milk of paradise, and the care is where the chapter lands. It has not been squeezed out of any animal. It does not come from a body at all. It comes up out of the ground in springs and runs into the canals of the garden, and its taste never changes, and it carries none of the faint animal smell that clings to every glass of milk on earth, the smell of the creature it was taken from. Milk that is nobody's mother's. That is affection with the accident removed, the warmth without the ledger, being fed without the invoice, family without the part that has to be forgiven, and every family has that part. The promise does not abolish the milk, it abolishes the udder. What is taken away is the biological accident that made this love a matter of who your parents happen to be. The same accident that Matthew and Surah Hud cut away, and that a Norse cow who fed a giant, and a stranger cut away 1,300 years before anyone thought to write it down. The love completed. Milk completed is one life nourishing another until the receiver can turn, stand, and face a road of his own. Nothing about the release denies the feeding. The release proves that the feeding worked. The heart gives before it is asked. The mind recognizes when the giving has reached its end. What remains is warmth without ownership and family without a ledger. And the river itself keeps the golden seams order across the generations. Every mother was once the infant. The milk she gives, she first received a body that could once do nothing but drink, now manufactures the drink. And that is the intention flip performed in flesh. What was received in order to grow becomes, in the grown, the thing that is given. Milk is received then give, made into a substance. Chapter 28, The Balm. The last chapter followed milk past its own weaning, churned into butter, clarified over flame, offered on the altar. This chapter follows butter through one more door, because the ancient world kept butter in a place we would not think to look for it. The medicine cabinet. Across the old world, fat was medicine, or rather, fat was how medicine arrived. The oldest surgical text ever recovered from Egypt prescribes the same wound dressing over and over: lint, grease, and honey. Grease and honey read the rivers in it, because the ancient world standard treatment for an open wound was the churned issue of the second river and the third river entire, laid together directly on the broken place. Isaiah's sign child eats exactly this pairing to learn the difference between evil and good. Egypt laid the same pairing on wounds 1,000 years before Isaiah wrote. And the tradition that churned the ocean of milk built a whole pharmacy on the same base. Herbs simmered into clarified butter, hundreds of formulations, the fat carrying the plant into the body. Scripture's word for the practice is anointing. When the sick were brought to the disciples, the recorded method is that they anointed with oil many that were sick, and healed them. When the Epistle of James gives the church its standing instruction for illness, the instruction is prayer and oil. Now notice what none of these traditions ever claimed. Nobody claimed the fat was the drug. The grease in the Egyptian dressing does not kill anything. The clarified butter in the Indian pharmacy is, by itself, breakfast. The healing compounds are in the herbs, in the resins, the barks, the golden powders. The fat is the vehicle. It heals nothing, and without it, nothing heals, because the medicine that cannot reach the wound might as well not exist. That distinction, the compound and the carrier, is what this chapter is about. Because the reason fat can carry what nothing else can carry turns out to be written into its chemistry, and the chemistry turns out to be a portrait of the second river's love. Water is polar. Every molecule of it has a charged face, one side leaning positive, the other negative, and the whole character of water follows from those faces finding each other. The clinging, the climbing, the surface a pond skater can stand on. Water molecules meet face to face. It is the face-to-face liquid, down to its smallest part. Fat is non-polar. No charged face at all, long, patient chains that lie alongside one another without any grasping between them. And chemistry's oldest rule of thumb says what follows, like dissolves like. Water carries the polar things, the salts, the minerals, whatever has a face to offer it. Fat carries what water cannot touch. The aromatic oils, the resins, the compounds locked in an herb. Each carries what the other cannot. Neither is the better solvent. They are solvents of different things. And here the grammar performs one of its quiet astonishments, because the completed positions of the first two rivers are written into their molecules. The face-to-face river is the polar one, and the river whose completed position is back-to-back, the love that no longer needs to gaze, that faces outward, that holds without gripping, flows from the one substance in the kitchen with no charged face, no grasping chains lying calmly side by side. Storage is non-polar. It does not cling, it carries. And it carries precisely the things the face-to-face river cannot. Turmeric is the plainest example. It's golden compound, and it is gold-colored. The grammar, being incapable of subtlety on this point, is nearly insoluble in water. Swallow it in water and it passes through a body unabsorbed. The compound was real and the delivery failed. Taken in fat, it enters. The medicine did not change. The carrier did. There is a whole class of truths like that compound. Fat-soluble truths. Sentences that are true and necessary and cannot be absorbed from a stranger, hard counsel, correction, the news about ourselves we least want. Delivered in water, they pass straight through, heard, acknowledged, excreted. The same sentence dissolved in years of daily affection enters the bloodstream. Anyone who has watched a person shrug off from a professional the exact words that broke them open when a sister said them has watched solubility at work. The compound was identical, only the carrier differed. But solubility is only half of what butter does, and the other half is the reason it was butter and not the more plentiful olive oil that so often held the honored place in the ointments of the old world. Olive oil dissolves the same compounds. Olive oil is also a liquid. Poured on a wound, it obeys gravity. It runs, it spreads, it is elsewhere within the hour. Butter has form. It stays where it is put. It holds the compound against the one place that needs it, hour after hour, and lets proximity do what proximity does. Because proximity is the whole secret of a poultice. The herb does not act at a distance. Its compounds and the trouble in the wound have to be held together closely for a long time, and anything that lets the medicine wander off is a solvent but not a dressing. The Good Samaritan knew the full protocol. He poured in oil and wine, and then he bound up the wounds. The binding is not an afterthought. The binding is what keeps the medicine where the damage is. And then he carried the man to an inn and paid for the longest of all the treatment stages, which was somebody staying nearby. Keeping things close is not incidental to this chemistry. It is the chemistry, and keeping close is precisely the essence of the second river. Storage is the love of proximity, not chosen the way friends are chosen, not sought the way the beloved is sought, but given. These people, this household, this table, every day for years. A form that holds. The author of the Four Loves, modern grammar, saw what that holding is actually for and said it without flinching. The family is where virtue gets practiced because it is the only place difficult enough to practice it. On strangers, virtue is cheap. The public is watching, manners hold. There is rarely enough history with a stranger to supply a decent rationale for malice. Home is different. At home, the watching public is gone, the history is total, and any battle started is not an isolated incident. It is one more chapter in an ongoing war, with archives, with veterans, with maps of one another's weakest ground. Everyone is armed at home because everyone is known at home. Which is exactly why home is where the medicine works. The same proximity that supplies the rationale for malice is the proximity that holds the compound against the wound. A family is a poultice. The members are bound on, they cannot run off like oil, and whatever healing compounds exist in any one of them are held against the others, worst places for years at a time. This is not a design flaw softened by sentiment. It is the design. Nowhere else keeps anyone close enough, long enough, for the fat-soluble truths to enter. I can offer a witness on the carrying power of fat from my own kitchen, and it ends further back in time than it begins. In college, I cooked a large pot of chicken in cream and spices, a dish invented by nose, smelling my way down a shelf of spices and adding whatever seemed right, with no recipe and no tradition to answer to, and I will spare every cuisine the insult of claiming it under any of their names. One conviction guided me: whole cream makes everything better. In it went. The result was better than I had any right to expect, and then college happened, and the pot sat forgotten in the refrigerator for days. When I found it again, I examined it closely, the cream, the chicken, and could find no evidence of spoilage. No smell, no film, nothing. I decided the data was worth the risk and tasted it. It tasted almost exactly as it had on the day it was made. 2 days passed without consequence, and so, for science, I tested it again. Nothing. It reminded me of something. Years before in Mexico, a stomach bug had folded me in half, and a local had handed me cinnamon tea, and the tea had worked, quickly enough to be memorable. The chemist in me finally went looking for the connection and found it. Cinnamon, turmeric, and their cousins on the spice shelf carry compounds that are chelators, molecules built to grip metal. What they grip is iron. And iron is what bacteria must have in order to multiply. The spices had not poisoned anything. They had done something quieter and older. They had locked up the one currency the invaders needed, and the invasion had starved at the gates. Then came the detail that put the whole chapter in order. The body was running this medicine before any cook discovered it. Milk itself, the second river, the first food, carries a protein whose entire job is to grip iron, and the first milk of all carries it most abundantly. A newborn arrives defenseless into a world of invaders, and the mother's body hands it, in the very first meal, an iron lock. Nourishment for the child and famine for everything attacking the child, in the same mouthful. And when the written record opens, as far back as it lets us see, the practice is already there, Egypt's physicians laying their grease and honey balms on wounds, carrying compounds whose mechanism no one would name for 3,500 years. The mechanism waited. The medicine never did. Notice, too, what this kind of medicine is not. It is not an attack. Nothing in the spice, the balm, or the milk kills the way a blade kills. The method is withholding. Deny the invader its food and let it starve, which the grammar should recognize at once, because it is the leprechaun's protocol applied in the flesh. Not fought, not fed. The wound heals not because something violent was done to the bacteria, but because something patient was done to their supply lines. Held close and starved out. There are things in a family that are healed exactly this way, not confronted, not indulged, just quietly denied the iron they run on, by people too close and too constant to be raided. And the honey in Egypt's dressing has since given up its own mechanism, and it belongs to the same quiet family. Honey is so dense with sugar and so poor in water that it acts as a sponge for water. Lay it against a microbe and osmosis does the rest. The water inside the invader is pulled out through its own walls, and the thing that cannot live without water dries up in a sea of sweetness. So the ancient balm ran 2 withholdings at once, the spice locking up the invader's iron, the honey drawing off its water. Nothing is stabbed. Everything hostile is emptied. And what that mechanism means in the grammar, what it is, exactly, that the third river pulls the water out of is kept for the third river's own chapter, because it turns out to be the answer to one of this book's largest questions. Jeremiah, watching his people sicken past curing, asks the question this chapter has been circling. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered? Jeremiah 8:22. Read it carefully because it is not a question about supply. There was balm in Gilead. Gilead was famous for it. The very caravan that bought Joseph from his brothers was hauling balm down to Egypt. There were physicians. The balm existed, the doctors existed, and the wound festered anyway. Jeremiah's question is the terrible one. When the medicine exists and the healing does not happen, the failure is in the application. Somebody did not bring the compound to the wound. Somebody was not willing to bind it on and stay. That is the failure the second river exists to prevent. Truth is not in short supply. It never has been. Whole libraries of the compound sit dissolved in sermons and books and the advice of strangers, passing through unabsorbed for want of fat. What is scarce is the carrier, the long, non-polar, form-holding love that dissolves a hard truth in years of warmth and holds it against the wound until it enters. When healing fails, it is rarely because no one knew the truth. It is because no one was close enough for long enough to deliver it. And Scripture's last word on ointment is a picture of exactly that closeness. The psalm does not compare family unity to the balm. It says the dwelling together is the balm. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Psalm 133. Brethren dwelling together. The ointment running down from the head until the lowest hem of the garment is anointed, and then in the next breath the dew, heaven's nightly distillation, the same dew this book has followed from the desert to the world tree. The one psalm holds both, the carrier running down and the gift coming down, the balm and the dew, storage and receiving in a single blessing. And the place where they meet, the household that actually dwells together, is where the psalm says the blessing was commanded. The anointed thing in both Testaments' languages has a title. Messiah and Christ are the same word in two tongues, and the word means one thing. The one the ointment was poured on, the one on whom the carrier and the compound finally arrived together and ran down and stayed. Butter is the second river in the medicine cabinet. It cures nothing. It is how cures arrive. The second river was running before you got here. The third one does not exist until somebody makes it. Chapter 29. Honey. The river as given. Water falls out of the sky, milk comes out of a body, honey has to be built. It is the only one of the four that does not occur. Somebody has to make it, and the making is preposterous when you look at the arithmetic. A worker bee produces about 1/12 of a teaspoon in her entire life. A single pound of honey represents something on the order of 2 million flowers visited. Nothing else in the garden costs anything remotely like that. And nothing else in the garden is so easy to do without. You could live 80 years and never taste honey and never once be in danger. Water you die without in 3 days. Milk is the first thing you ever ate. Wine cleans a wound. Honey does nothing you need. That is not the argument against this river. That is the argument for it. Lewis said the thing exactly right about friendship, that it has no survival value, and that it is one of the things which give value to survival. A man can live an entire life without it and be, in the strict sense, fine. He will simply have had a life with nothing in it that was unnecessary. There is one more property of honey, and it is the one that always startles people. It does not spoil. Sealed jars have come out of Egyptian tombs after 3,000 years and been found still edible. The reasons are chemical. There is too little water in it for anything to grow. It is acidic, and the bee adds an enzyme that produces hydrogen peroxide as it cures. Of everything human beings eat, it is very nearly the only thing that does not rot. It is what people say about the friend they have not seen in 10 years. You sit down and pick up the sentence where it was dropped. Nothing had to be maintained. Nothing had gone bad in the jar. The other three are not like this. Eros needs constant motion or it stagnates. Affection curdles into a ledger if it is not tended. Charity is exhausting by design. Friendship alone can be put on a shelf for a decade and come out unchanged, and no one has ever satisfactorily explained why except by noticing that it was never about the two people in the first place. The Quran's passage on the bee is not in a chapter about paradise. It is in the surah named for the bee itself, and it is describing this world. And your Lord inspired to the bee, take for yourself among the mountains, houses, and among the trees, and in that which they construct. Then eat from all the fruits and follow the ways of your Lord laid down for you. There emerges from their bellies a drink, varying in colors, in which there is healing for people. Surat An-Nahl 16, 68-69. The verb is awa, and it is the verb the Quran uses for the revelation given to prophets. The bee is not described as acting on instinct. It is described as receiving a communication and following it, and the sweetness with healing in it is what falls out of the obedience. The position and the love. The position is shoulder to shoulder. The love is philia, friendship, the one Lewis actually noticed. No bee in a hive faces another bee. The whole apparatus, the wax, the dance, the miles flown, the colony itself, consists of thousands of creatures all pointed at something outside the colony. They face the flower. Friendship is not two people looking at each other. It is two people looking at the same thing and discovering that they are not alone in front of it. Which is why you cannot go out and acquire a friend the way a man can pursue a lover. There is no direct approach available. You can only go and stand in front of something you actually care about and find out who is already standing there. It begins when someone says the thing he had assumed nobody else had noticed, and another person says, "You as well." Everything after that is detail. And a hive in a field of nothing makes nothing. Two people with no third thing between them are not friends. They are two people who are fond of each other, which is a fine thing and is a different river entirely. Ecclesiastes gives the arithmetic of it, and then adds a third number. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow, but woe to him that is alone when he falleth. And if one prevail against him, two shall withstand him, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken. Ecclesiastes 4, 9-12. The passage is about two, and it concludes with three. That is not a slip. A twofold cord is two strands twisted around each other with nothing at the center, and it comes apart under load. What makes the cord hold is a third strand, and in a friendship the third strand is never a third person. It is the thing both of them are looking at. Proverbs gives the mechanism in one line. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. Proverbs 27:17. 2 verses later comes the one we used in the chapter on water, as in water face answereth to face. The book puts them almost side by side, and the difference between them is the whole difference between the two rivers. Water gives a man back his own face. Iron does not reflect anything. It takes metal off. One love shows you yourself, and the other one grinds you against something until you are sharper, and neither of those is a substitute for the other. The surah promised that there is healing in it for people, and the balm chapter watched that promise kept on the surface of the body. Honey was half of the ancient world's standard wound dressing, laid with the fat directly on the broken place. The balm chapter also left a question here on purpose. What is it, exactly, that honey pulls the water out of? Because honey's way of healing is the strangest mechanism in medicine, and it maps onto this love with a precision that should no longer surprise anyone. Honey heals by thirst. It is so dense with sugar and so poor in water that it pulls water toward itself through any wall it touches. Lay it on a wound, and every microbe in the wound begins to lose its water, drawn out through the germ's own skin, until the invader, which can live without almost anything but not without water, dries up and dies in a sea of sweetness. Honey does not attack the infection. It does not poison it. It pulls the water out of it. Now say that in the grammar, where water is the heart's element and the face-to-face river runs on it. There is an infection nearly everyone carries in the wound of the self-concept, the insecurity, the germ that drinks attention the way bacteria drink water, and eros cannot kill it. This is one of the sadder discoveries of adult life. made over and over in good faith. Eros is the water love, and the face-to-face gaze pours water in. Every reassurance is a drink. The question under the question, am I really loved? Am I really enough, can be answered 1,000 times, and the 1,001st answer will be needed on schedule, because answering it waters the very thing that asks. The beloved's gaze holds the self at the center of the field of view, and a self at the center of view is a germ sitting at the waterline. The insecurity that Eros cannot break is not evidence that the Eros is weak. It is evidence that the infection does not drink what Eros pours. Friendship kills it by osmosis. Shoulder to shoulder, both faces toward the common thing, nobody looking at anybody, and the attention the insecurity lives on is drawn steadily off the self and out toward the third strand. Nothing confronts the germ. Nothing argues with it, reassures it, or even mentions it. It is simply dehydrated, hour by hour at the shared work, in the company of someone who is not watching you because he is watching the same thing you are, until one day the question under the question has not been asked in months, and not because it was answered, because it dried up. Lewis drew the portrait of the truly humble man, and the whole surprise of the portrait is where the man's attention is, not on his own humility, not on himself at all. The formula that portrait yields has been repeated ever since. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. And the distinction is exact, because thinking less of yourself is still thinking of yourself. Self-contempt is water to the germ just as surely as self-congratulation. The infection does not care whether the water is sweet or bitter, only that the self stays at the waterline. Which is why humility can never be achieved by trying. Trying is more attention. It arrives only as a side effect, in front of something that interests you more than your reflection does. And this suggests an answer to a question the serpent chapter left coiled. Pride, the world serpent, the sealed armor, the crowned king over all the children of pride, why is it so nearly universal a problem? Part of the answer may be plain scarcity, a shortage of honey. The lack of real friendship may be one of the reasons pride grows so large, because a soul with no common object never once has its attention pulled off itself. It lives face to face with its own record, watering its own germ, in an age whose arrangements put the self at the center of nearly every screen it looks at. The scales stay sealed because nothing ever draws the water out from under them. The cure for pride was never self-contempt. That is bitter water, and the germ drinks it happily. The cure is a field of flowers, and someone standing beside you, facing it. The proper work. Scripture has one great friendship in it, and it is the purest case of this position in any literature. Jonathan is the king's son, he is the heir. And the first thing recorded about him, after he meets David, is this. And it came to pass, that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Then Jonathan and David made a covenant, because he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was upon him, and gave it to David, and his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. 1 Samuel 18:1-4. He hands over the robe. In that court at that moment, the robe is the succession. Jonathan gives the sign of his own inheritance to the man who is going to take it, and he does it in the first hour. Years later, when David is hunted and hiding in a forest, and there is nothing left to be gained from him, Jonathan comes out to find him. And Jonathan, Saul's son, arose, and went to David into the wood, and strengthened his hand in God. And he said unto him, Fear not, for the hand of Saul my father shall not find thee, and thou shalt be king over Israel, and I shall be next unto thee. 1 Samuel 23:16-17. Thou shalt be king, and I shall be next unto thee. The heir tells the usurper that the usurper is right, and then says he will stand beside him, and then goes home to his father's house and dies in his father's war. He does not ask David to love him more. He does not make the friendship the subject of the friendship. He comes out to the wood for one purpose, which the text names exactly. He strengthened his hand in God. He came to point David back at the thing they were both looking at. That is shoulder to shoulder. Two men side by side, facing the same third thing, in this case the will of God about a kingdom, and each of them prepared to lose to it. There is a smaller scene earlier. Jonathan is in the field during a battle and does not know his father has laid a rash oath on the army forbidding them to eat. But Jonathan heard not when his father charged the people with the oath. Wherefore he put forth the end of the rod that was in his hand, and dipped it in an honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were enlightened. 1 Samuel 14:27. His eyes were enlightened. He says so again a few verses later, and he says the oath has troubled the land. Of all the men in the Hebrew Scriptures, the one who tastes honey and can see afterward is the friend. The bank around friendship is the object the friends are facing. The heart recognizes another person who has seen the same thing and answers you as well. The mind must then ask what the thing is, where it came from, and whether it deserves the combined loyalty now flowing toward it. This bank does not keep people out. It keeps the friendship pointed beyond itself. A worthy object gives the two lives a course neither one invented. A God-given aim can correct both friends without requiring either friend to become the other's judge. The third strand holds, because it is not manufactured by the other two. The two corruptions. This river fails in a way the other three cannot. Water fails by taking down too much or by ceasing to move. Milk fails by refusing to end. Both are failures of degree, the right thing in the wrong quantity. The first is devotion to a corrupt object. Friendship has no character of its own. It takes its character entirely from what the two people are facing. Two men shoulder to shoulder in front of something good are the finest thing in this world. Two men shoulder to shoulder in front of something rotten are a conspiracy, and from the inside it feels identical. The warmth is the same warmth. The loyalty is the same loyalty. There is nothing in the experience itself that tells a man which one he is in. Every cruelty of any size in human history was carried out by people who were fond of each other. And this corruption does not merely waste the river's power, it employs it. Friendship is a multiplier with no sign of its own. It takes whatever the friends are facing and raises it to a higher power, whichever direction it points. One sailor with mutiny in his heart is a discipline problem, solitary, uncertain, likely to talk himself out of it by morning. A secret circle of sailors who have plotted it together in the dark of the hold is the end of the ship. The difference between those two mutinies is made of nothing but philia. The plotters strengthen one another's hands as surely as Jonathan strengthened David's. The mechanism is the same mechanism, only the object differs. The you as well. That begins the finest thing in the world begins the conspiracy too, word for word. Even the healing works. The mutineer at the sworn table feels his self-consciousness dry up in the company of the circle. He feels brave, self-forgetful, part of something larger than himself. And the osmosis runs exactly as described, and what is left standing is not humility but a man emptied of hesitation. The honey has no opinion about the wound it is laid on. And honey's crowning property serves a rotten object just as loyally as a good one. Honey preserves. The ancient world used it for exactly that. A conqueror dead in a far country is said to have been carried home in a coffin of it. A grievance held by one man alone is mortal. Left to itself it dries out, gets argued down, embarrasses him at last into letting it go. Sealed in the honey of a sworn circle it keeps indefinitely, retold, refreshed, protected from every natural process of decay, as edible after 30 years as the day it was laid down. The same property that lets a friendship sit untended on a shelf for a decade and come out unchanged, lets a shared hatred sit just as well. The jar does not ask what was put in it. The Quran states the consequence with a bluntness that stops you. Close friends that day will be enemies to each other except for the righteous. Surat Az-Zukhruf 43:67. Friendship on that day turns to enmity, all of it with one exception, and the exception is named with the same word used of Abel's accepted offering. Al-Mudakin, those who kept God in view. The identical criterion. What made one brother's sacrifice acceptable is what makes one friendship survive. And the Quran gives the scene of the reversal from the inside. And the day the wrongdoer will bite on his hands, he will say, "Oh, I wish I had taken with the messenger away. Oh, woe to me! I wish I had not taken that one as a friend." Surat Al-Furqan 25:27-28. Not, "I wish he had been a better man. I wish I had not stood beside him." The position is the regret. The second is the circle turning inward. Then there is the other failure, the domestic one, and Proverbs names it. It is not good to eat much honey. So, for men to search their own glory is not glory. Proverbs 25:27. The proverb sets excess honey directly alongside a man going after his own glory, as though they were one disorder described in two registers. A circle of people that formed around something will begin, if left alone long enough, to form around itself. The object goes quiet and the sharing gets loud. What remains is a group who are chiefly pleased to be the people who are in it, and you can tell the moment it has happened, because the talk stops being about the thing and starts being about who properly understands the thing. That is a hive that has forgotten the flower and started eating its own comb. It is also exactly men searching their own glory, and Proverbs says of that, with a flatness that leaves no room anywhere, that it is not glory. Which is why the wall around this river is not a rule about who may join. A circle that chose its own object has nothing above it to look at, and it will end up looking at itself, because there is nowhere else for the attention to go. A circle that was handed one has somewhere to look that is not each other. That is what Surat An-Nahl is doing in this chapter. The hive does not select its aim. The aim is given, and the drink with healing in it comes out of the obedience. Jonathan did not decide what he and David were both facing. He recognized it and lost a kingdom to it, and went out to the wood to remind his friend it was still there. The river in paradise. The hadith is specific about the honey of paradise, and the specificity is the teaching. It has not been taken out of the bellies of bees. There is no wax in it, no fragments of comb, no legs of dead bees. Somebody thought it worth mentioning that there are no legs in it. Everything a hive produces has the hive in it, the wax, the wreckage, and the bodies of the ones it used up. That is what a closed circle leaves in whatever it makes. The people it wore out and the people it kept outside, both of them somewhere in the jar, and everyone eating politely around them and saying nothing. Honey with no bee left in it is friendship, with nothing left of the ring. The love completed. Honey completed is two people facing something higher than their friendship and producing a good that neither could have made alone. The heart recognizes the companion. The mind keeps the flower in view. What remains in the jar is the sweetness and the healing, with none of the colony's vanity, wreckage, or exclusion mixed into it. The third river is made by two people standing beside each other. The fourth is poured by somebody standing behind you, and you will probably never see who. Chapter 30. Wine. The river as given. Wine does two things to a wound, and they are not the same thing. Poured into a cut, it cleans it, and cleaning a cut hurts. Poured into a man, it takes the edge off what he cannot carry. One is antiseptic and one is anesthetic, and a great deal of confused thinking about charity comes from wanting it to be only one of them. Scripture commends both. The Samaritan pours wine into the wounds of a man beaten and left on a road, and there is nothing gentle about that operation. And Proverbs commends the other one without a syllable of warning attached. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy hearts. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Proverbs 31:6-7. That is not a caution about drink. It is an instruction, and it is unrest within the counsel given to a king, to whoever is holding the cup and has the power to hand it over. The position and the love. The position is one behind another. The love is agape, charity, the only one of the four in which giver and receiver occupy different seats. The parable of the Samaritan is a lesson in compassion, and the frame around it is doing something sharper. A lawyer asks a question with a boundary in it. And who is my neighbor? He wants a definition. He wants to know the extent of the category so that he can know where his obligation stops. The story is told, and then the question comes back to him, inverted. Which now of these three, thinkest thou, was neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves? Luke 10:36. The lawyer asked who is in front of me. He is asked instead who got behind the man. The question of who qualifies for help is quietly refused and replaced with the question of who acted. And the answer the lawyer gives, he that showed mercy, is a description of the man in the back seat, not the man in the road. And the Samaritan pours the wine into somebody else. He does not drink any of it. That is the entire position in one gesture. 3 of the 4 ways of standing are even. 2 people face each other. Both are looking, both are seen. 2 people stand shoulder to shoulder. Both are attending to the same third thing. 2 people put their backs together. Both are facing outward, each covering the other. Photograph any of these and turn the picture over and nothing changes. There is one position where this fails completely. Somebody is carrying and somebody is being carried. There is a front and a back and they are not interchangeable, and it is the only love of the 4 with 2 different seats in it. Which is why this river behaves unlike the other 3 at every point. The proper work. And the one in front usually cannot see who is behind him. Isaiah puts the guidance behind the shoulder. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left. Isaiah 30:21. The Quran puts the nearness in the one place on the body, a man cannot look. And we have already created man, and know what his soul whispers to him, and we are closer to him than his jugular vein. Surah Kaf 50:16. The jugular is in the neck, it is nearer than anything, and it is behind. The founding covenant is cut while the man it is cut with is unconscious on the ground. Abram divides the animals, and a deep sleep falls on him, and a horror of great darkness, and then a smoking furnace and a burning lamp pass between the pieces alone. He is not a party to the ceremony. He is asleep through it. And at the end of everything, the ones who fed and clothed and visited are the ones who do not understand what they are being told. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungered and fed thee, or thirsty and gave thee drink? Matthew 25:37. They did it. They did not know whom they had done it to. Neither end of this river can see the structure it is standing in. The man in front cannot see who is holding him up, and the man behind does not know what he is actually holding. The idols come back here. Isaiah watched the gods of Babylon loaded onto pack animals as the city fell. They could not deliver the burden, and said this in the same breath about the other arrangement. And even to hoar hairs will I carry you. I have made and I will bear, even I will carry and will deliver. Isaiah 46:4. The idol goes in front and is carried. God is behind and carries. The difference between worship and idolatry in that passage is a difference of position, and it is this position. In this river the flow runs one way only, and one passage in the Quran describes the giver's disposition exactly. And they give food in spite of love for it to the needy, the orphan, and the captive, saying, We feed you only for the countenance of Allah. We wish not from you reward or gratitude. Surat Al-Insan 76:8-9. In spite of love for it, they wanted the food. and then the refusal of the return, not payment, not even thanks. The giving is aimed past the person receiving it at the face of God, and nothing is expected to come back along the line. The Gospels give the same one-way flow at the hardest possible moment. At Golgotha, they offer him wine mixed with myrrh, the standard analgesic of the period, and he will not take it. Hours later, at the very end, he says, "I thirst," and they hold up the sour wine, and he takes that and says, "It is finished." The numbing cup is refused while the carrying is going on. It is accepted when the carrying is done. This love pours forward and does not drink. The banks of this river are the answer to the oldest objection against charity. Paul writes, "Bear ye one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ." Galatians 6:2. And 3 verses later, "For every man shall bear his own burden." Galatians 6:5. The same man, the same paragraph, apparently contradicting himself in the space of 3 lines. It is not a contradiction because they are not the same word. The word in verse 2 is bear, a crushing weight, the thing that has come down on a man and will stop him where he stands. The word in verse 5 is fortune, a man's own pack, the load proper to him. It is the same word used when Christ says, "My burden is light." Take the weight off him and he walks. Take his pack and you have taken his journey. The 2 corruptions, the 2 failures, are the 2 ways of refusing that distinction. The first is abandonment. A man refuses the crushing burden because it belongs to someone else and calls the refusal respect for responsibility. He pours the antiseptic of judgment into the wound and withholds the anesthetic of mercy. What he says may be true. The man is still lying in the road. The second is possession. A man takes the other person's own pack, calls the taking rescue, and slowly becomes necessary to a journey he has stopped the other person from making. He gives relief without cleansing, numbness without healing, and then mistakes dependence for gratitude. The distinction is lexical rather than a matter of judgment, which is what makes it usable. Feed a man and you may be setting him free. Feed the same man the same food and you may be buying him. The difference is not the size of the gift, and it is not the sincerity of your reasons. The difference is whether the thing you lifted was crushing him or belonged to him. And a man who takes the pack is no longer standing behind. He has moved to the front and left the other one carrying nothing, which is only another way of saying, going nowhere. Paul puts a warning directly between the 2 verses, and it is aimed squarely at whoever is in the back seat. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Galatians 6:3. The danger of this position is not exhaustion, it is grandeur. The man behind is the only one of the 4 who can mistake his position for a rank. The Quran legislates against exactly this failure, and it does so twice. Those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah, and then do not follow up what they have spent with reminders of it or other injury, will have their reward with their Lord. O you who have believed, do not invalidate your charities with reminders or injury. Surat Al-Baqarah 262-264. The word is man, the reproach, the reminding of a favor done. After all I have done for you. In the household, that sentence curdles affection into a ledger. Here it does something worse. It does not merely damage the charity, it invalidates it. The gift is annulled retroactively by the reminder, which follows from the geometry. To remind a man what was carried for him is to ask him to turn around and look, and the position required that he keep facing forward. Paul says the same from the other end. A man can hand over everything he owns to feed the poor and give his body to be burned and have none of this love at all, and it profits him nothing. Every action of agape can be performed without agape. The actions are not the thing. The direction is the thing. One another, Paul says, as though both are carrying. Both cannot be carrying at the same time. One of you is in front. So it turns. Today I am behind you, in a year you are behind me. The position never changes, and the people occupying it never stop changing places. And that is how a love which is uneven at every single moment comes out even across a life. Cain kills Abel, and God asks him where his brother is, and he gives the answer that everyone remembers. Am I my brother's keeper? Genesis 4:9. It is a question about position, whether he was ever supposed to be standing behind the man. The Quran's account of the same scene answers it, and answers it larger than anyone expects. Abel speaks, he has no lines at all in Genesis, and what he says is a refusal. If you should raise your hand against me to kill me, I shall not raise my hand against you to kill you. Indeed, I fear Allah, Lord of the worlds. Surat Al-Ma'idah 5:28. He will not take the rival's position. His brother has turned to face him, and he declines to turn, and he dies still not standing there. Then Cain is left with a body and no idea what to do with it, and God sends a bird that scratches at the ground. Then Allah sent a crow searching in the ground to show him how to hide the disgrace of his brother. He said, "Oh, woe to me! Have I failed to be like this crow?" 5:31. A man who has just destroyed the only other family he has is taught what to do by an animal that owes him nothing. Something got behind him at the worst hour of his life, and it was not a person. And then the verse that follows, which the Quran presents as the direct consequence of this murder. Because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul it is as if he had slain mankind entirely. And whoever saves one, it is as if he had saved mankind entirely. 5:32. Am I my brother's keeper? The answer given in the same passage is the largest available yes. The one man you were standing behind was all of them. He held up a cup and said, "This is the blood of the covenant." He was quoting. Moses said it first at the foot of the mountain, throwing blood over the people, "Behold the blood of the covenant, which the Lord hath made with you." And a covenant, as Abraham found out lying unconscious in the dark, is not an agreement between two parties who can see each other. The terms of this one are two, and they are given as one instruction rather than two issued together. Love God, love your neighbor. You do not love your neighbor instead of God, and you do not love him in order to be credited with it. You stand behind him and you hold up what is crushing him, and he walks on toward whatever he was walking toward. If what he is walking toward is God, then your attention has gone through him and kept going. The neighbor is not the end of this river. He is the opening it runs through. Which is why there is no fifth position. God is not seated across a table from you, waiting to be faced. God is the direction everyone is facing. Here the two traditions come apart, and they come apart at the cup. One holds it up and says, "This is my blood, drink it." The other says in the plainest words it owns, "God is one. He does not beget. He takes no partner, do not say three." Neither of those is going to be filed down to fit the other. The reason is not good manners. A man standing behind another man is supporting him toward where he was already walking. The moment he turns him around, he has stopped supporting and started steering. There is no way to pour this river forward and also choose the destination. So the disagreement stands. To sand it down would be to do the one thing this position forbids. The river in paradise. The whole shape sits inside one chapter of the Quran, Surat Al-Insan, the Surah of Man. It opens by describing the righteous drinking from a cup mixed with camphor, from a spring the servants of God drink from. It goes on to the giving, food handed over in spite of wanting it, to the needy and the orphan and the captive, with no reward or gratitude expected. And then, later in the same surah, they are given a cup mixed with ginger, from a fountain called Salsabil, and at the end their Lord gives them a pure drink. They gave wanting nothing back, they are given. And the Quran is careful, twice and in two surahs, about what this cup will not do. It will not go to the head. It will not take the senses. There is no giddiness in it, and nothing is lost by anyone who drinks it. Every cup a man has ever lifted took something from him as the price of what it gave. Every anesthetic in the world is a trade. This one is not. That is the whole shape of the love handed back to the one who practiced it. Everything given away, nothing taken, and no cost to the man who finally drinks. The one who would not touch the myrrh gets a river of it. And this is the fourth river, as the red is the fourth color, the stage of the work that nobody is permitted early. The cup forbidden to the apprentice here is poured for him at the completion, which is the whole difference between wine refused and wine promised. The love completed. Wine completed is one person carrying what is crushing another without taking his senses, his responsibility, or his road. The heart moves behind him before reward can be calculated. The mind distinguishes the weight that must be lifted from the pack that must remain. The giver asks for nothing back, and the receiver keeps walking toward God as himself. Chapter 31, The Sacrament. Christ left behind exactly one repeating ceremony. Not a book, he wrote nothing. Not a building, he built nothing. A meal of exactly two elements with one instruction attached: keep eating it. The wine chapter followed the fourth river to its position. This chapter follows it to that table, because the table turns out to be the fourth river's whole doctrine, served in two courses. Begin with what the wine chapter established. Agape is the only asymmetric love of the four. Face to face, back to back, shoulder to shoulder, photograph any of them and turn the picture over and nothing changes. The fourth position has a front and a back, a carrying seat and a carried seat, and they do not exchange. And this asymmetry carries a consequence the other three loves never have to face. The back seat is God's seat. Scripture put the word behind the shoulder and the nearness behind the jugular. The covenant was cut while the man slept. When a human being climbs into the seat behind another human being, lifting what is crushing him, expecting nothing, unseen, he is doing something he has no natural standing to do. He is stepping into the role of God. He is endeavoring to be his hands. Look at what the Samaritan was actually repairing. The man in the road had been left half dead, and the word for what had been done to him is the word this book has been using all along. He had been disintegrated, stripped, broken, his blood outside his body, his life half out of his frame. The Samaritan's wine and oil and binding are one long act of reintegration, holding a broken thing together until it can hold itself. That is the direction of the back seat's support, always, toward God, which is the same as saying toward integration, because the two words name the same road from its two ends. And here an objection rises, and it deserves a whole section, because it sounds exactly like something this book has condemned. Who are we to play the hands of God? Is that not the mask again, the fig leaf, the costume, the advertisement of a sweetness we do not have? The frozen well drew the line in its first hour. Look sweet or be sweet, proving or doing. A man who takes the back seat without the competence of the back seat looks dangerously like a man in costume. Lewis met this objection head-on, and his answer is one of the load-bearing beams of his whole account of the faith. People, he noticed, very often turn into what they are pretending to be. And then he divided pretense in two, because everything depends on the dividing. There is pretense instead of the real thing, the mask, aimed at the audience, designed to replace the fruit it advertises. And there is pretense that leads up to the real thing, the child playing grown-up, which is not fraud but rehearsal, the only rehearsal there is. The first kind is the fig leaf. The second kind is how every competence any person ever gained was gained. The word itself has been telling us this all along. Take pretend apart, pre and tend. To tend is what a shepherd does, from the old root meaning to stretch, because tending is stretching your care toward a thing. The flock, the fire, the vine, the sick man. To pretend, then, is to stretch toward the tending before you can do it, to reach for a competence that is not yet yours, in the only direction it can be acquired from. Pretending in this sense is not tricking, and it is not proving. It is reaching. You are not tending in the true sense. You have not got the competence. But the reach is the pathway to the competence, and there is no other pathway. The cross is the standing case. Take up your cross was an invitation issued to everyone, and everyone who accepts it is pretending in exactly this sense, doing, clumsily and in miniature, what was done once at full scale and full competence. Consider the original hill. The one carrying the cross to the top of Golgotha did not, by carrying it, change the heart of the Roman soldier standing there. Whether any soldier's heart changed that day was never in the carrier's hands, even those hands. And neither will you change it. The heart of whatever soldier stands at the top of your hill is not in your control and never was. A soldier's heart did change on that hill before sundown. The fire from heaven chapter heard him say so, but it changed as the current's dividend, not as the carrier's deed. Outcomes belong to the fire. That is not the assignment. The assignment is the carrying. You carry the thing you were invited to carry, up the hill you were given, and the carrying is the tending you cannot yet do, practiced until you can. All too often, people turn into what they are pretending to be. That sentence is a warning when the pretense is a mask. It is the whole of the good news when the pretense is a reach. Now the mountain, because the mountain is where the sacrament was first served. Moses on the summit is the face-to-face river at its absolute face-to-face, as a man speaketh unto his friend, mouth to mouth, beholding and being beheld. That is what the summit was for Moses. But love between unequals reads differently from each end, and from the other side of that encounter the summit was not eros at all. It was agape, the asymmetry was total, the seats could not have been less interchangeable. And what did the stronger party do in that asymmetry? What the strong always do in this river. He fed. 40 days without bread, and the man lived on nourishment prepared by the stronger body and placed straight in, the way the parent bird chews the meat before it reaches the chick, because the chick cannot process the raw thing and the parent can. The dark speech chapter watched this and called it a channel. Call it now what it is. On the mountain, God chewed the meat for Moses, so that he could receive nutrients beyond what his own digestion could extract. The sacrament is that mountain meal brought down and set on an ordinary table, on an ordinary day, within reach of everyone. What we cannot digest raw, the whole weight of the thing, arrives pre-processed into two small elements a body can take in. The infinite dosed, the summit served. And there is a reason there are only two elements. Not 3, not 7. Bread and wine, because we have exactly two jobs, and each element is one of them. The first job is the bread. Process the daily uncertainty. The bread of the sacrament stands in a straight line back through the daily loaf of the prayer to the manna whose name is a question, and the job is the one the Ark chapter laid out. Take in the day's ration of what is this. Grind it, digest it, let it become you. Including the forgotten portions. The manna a man hoarded and forgot bred worms in the tent, and those worms do not disappear because they are ignored. The neglected, wormy, long-hoarded parts of our uncertainty are precisely what make the bitter cup bitter when it finally comes around. Eat it anyway. That is the job, the whole loaf, the fresh and the forgotten, even the parts that have turned. The second job is the wine. Take every opportunity to be the hands. Lift up the hands which hang down, Hebrews says, and the feeble knees, and Scripture stages the instruction perfectly on a hilltop, where Moses' hands grow heavy in the middle of a battle, and two men stand behind him and hold his arms up, one on each side, steady until the sun goes down. They did not fight the battle. They did not choose its direction. They held up the hands of the one who was fighting it, and the day turned on the holding. That is the wine poured forward, finding the hands and hearts that hang low and getting under them. Now notice what both jobs have in common, because this is the design showing through. Both are entirely within your own control. Eating your bread requires nobody's cooperation. Lifting a hanging hand requires nobody's permission. The only two commanded things are the only two things that live completely inside your own will, the trunk of your own tree. Along the way, other people may turn up in the work. Someone eating his bread beside you, someone lifting the same hands, and suddenly you are shoulder to shoulder. But that is a bonus, not a requirement, because you cannot control whether anyone stands with you. You may even come face to face with someone approaching the same two jobs from the opposite side, and a great deal can be learned across that meeting. But that is not required either. The commanded core asks for nothing outside yourself. It is a curriculum written entirely inside the borders of what a man can actually choose. The Quran, for its part, holds a table too, an entire surah named for it. The disciples of Jesus ask whether their Lord can send down a table from heaven. They want to eat from it, they say, and our hearts will be reassured. And it is sent, with words worth weighing, a festival for the first of you and the last of you, and a sign. Both traditions, then, have a meal from heaven at the table of the disciples of Jesus, a festival meant to reach from the first generation to the last. The difference in what each tradition believes about that table is real and stands. The table itself is a bridge. The face-to-face meeting between people was called a bonus, and between people it is. But there is one face-to-face that is neither bonus nor chance, one eros that is always available, and it is with God through prayer. This is the intimacy the scriptures keep reaching for marriage language to describe, why Christ is the bridegroom and the gathered soul the bride. And it is why he said, in the same sermon that taught the daily bread its prayer, use not vain repetitions. Nothing face-to-face can be rote. A man does not greet his bride with a formula, and repetition without presence is a mask worn toward heaven looking sweet at the one being who sees through every leaf. Prayer is not a report filed upward. It is the face-to-face river running between unequal banks, and like everything else at this table, it is supposed to change you. A prayer that never changes the one praying was recitation, not meeting. And the table Christ actually set says so, in the smallest of its gestures. The bread of that supper was not eaten dry. It was dipped, softened in the dish before it was handed across, and the morsel he dipped himself, the text notes, he handed to the man about to betray him, the tenderest gesture at the table, given to the hardest heart in the room. The daily bread of uncertainty is meant to be dipped before it is swallowed. Prayer is the dipping, the day's ration of what is this, softened in the presence until it can go down. And the grammar can follow the bread all the way into the dish. A bowl is a vessel, and this book reads every vessel the same way, the heart. What was likely in that bowl, at a Passover table, was charoset, the sweet paste the tradition sets out to stand for the mortar of the slave bricks of Egypt, the memory of bondage ground fine and made sweet, and charoset is made with wine soured toward vinegar. Vinegar deserves a pause here, because the balm chapter's chemistry comes back for it. Vinegar is what wine becomes when its anesthetic part is used up, the numbing agent consumed, burned away in the souring, and what remains is polar. It has rejoined the family of water, the face-to-face element. Wine, the fourth river converted into the first river's polarity. Said in the Loves, agape can be turned into a divine form of eros, the poured-out love converted into communion, face-to-face with God. That is what the dipping was. The bread of uncertainty, pressed into a heart vessel of wine made polar. The day's question, steeped in communion before it is swallowed. Scripture staged this exact gesture once before, and the one staging it is the bridegroom. When Boaz, the redeemer of the book of Ruth, draws the stranger who will become his bride toward his own table, his invitation is word for word this meal. At mealtime come thou hither and eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. Bridegroom, bride, bread, and the dish of vinegar, the sacrament's eros, spelled out 1,000 years before the upper room. And the cross confirms the conversion, in a detail the wine chapter half told. On the way up the hill he refused the wine mingled with myrrh, the anesthetic declined, so that nothing would be numbed. But at the very end he said, I thirst, and they lifted vinegar to him on hyssop, and this he received. The same man, the same hill, wine refused, vinegar accepted. The numbing form of the cup he would not take. The polar form, the face-to-face form, the communion form he took, and the words that followed the taking were "it is finished." And set beside that last taste the first miracle, because the two bracket the whole ministry like matched doors. At Cana, at a wedding, the face-to-face feast itself, what runs out is the wine. Nothing here diminishes the event. The water became wine, and the governor of the feast tasted it and marveled. But consider the symbolism of the direction. The last taste turned the fourth river back toward the first. The first miracle turned the first river into the fourth, water into wine, eros into agape. And it happened at the one celebration whose whole subject is face-to-face love, at the exact moment that love ran dry. Every marriage eventually arrives at Cana's crisis. The feast is real, the faces are lit, and the wine, the poured-out love that asks nothing back, runs out, because eros by itself always runs out. And look at what the wine was converted from. Water standing in 6 pots of stone, kept, the text notes, after the manner of the purifying, the heart's element, stored in hardened vessels, budgeted for washing the outside. Water for appearances, filled to the brim, drawn out, and it had become the good wine. So why was he the one who could do it? And was it only so the party could continue? The chapters behind this one have already assembled the real answer. What stands between a person and that conversion is the shell, the layered husk of insecurities that blocks its owner from both worlds at once, from the world of love and from the world of logic, from earth and from sky alike, and holds him in the hellish, neurotic space between them, below the level where he can see it. The old teacher's word for that casing was simply husk. Job saw its layers as scales, sealed so close that no air could come between them. He could make the conversion because he had no shell, nothing standing between his heart's water and the pouring. Perfect love casteth out fear, and in him there was nothing left to burn. And in us, the miracle runs the only way it can run, one layer at a time. When Saul finally saw, the text chooses its image with the whole grammar behind it, there fell from his eyes as it had been scales, the serpent's armor coming off the instrument of attention itself. Every layer shed sees further. Each scale that falls uncovers opportunities to love that were invisible through the shell, and each opportunity taken converts a little more of the water into wine. The governor of the feast, knowing nothing of where it came from, said the truest thing said at that wedding, "Thou hast kept the good wine until now." In the grammar, that is not a compliment on the vintage. It is the order of a transformed life. The good wine comes late because it has to be made out of the water a man started with. The strongest form of this prayer is the strangest, fasting, which is prayer conducted by the body. Its power is attention. Every hunger pang is a bell. Each time one arrives, a man is reminded that something matters to him more right now than physical food, and reminded of it, the thing he is fasting about, the question he holds. Hunger turns the body itself into a returning bell for the attention, the serpent lifted on a schedule no discipline could keep, which means a fast is only as good as the question it holds. So what question should a man hold when he fasts? Isaiah answers as though he had been waiting the whole book to be asked. Is not this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke. Isaiah 58:6. The fast God chose is a mercy seat question. The returning hunger is meant to return the attention not to the self and its discipline, that is the germ drinking again, but to somebody's yoke, whose chains, whose burden, whose hands hang low. The two elements meet in it, bread given up so that the wine can be poured. Eros with God, turned outward, becomes agape toward men. And Isaiah names the wage of that fast in the same chapter, and by now the verse can almost be finished before it is read. Deal thy bread to the hungry, and the Lord shall satisfy thy soul in drought. And thou shalt be like a watered garden and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. Isaiah's chapter on fasting ends where every road in this book keeps ending, at a spring that does not fail. The Gospels record a failure of the disciples on exactly this point, and the debrief afterward names the tool. A father brings his tormented boy, a spirit that convulses him and throws him. The father says, oft times into the fire and oft into the water, flung back and forth between the two elements with no footing in either. The disciples had tried and could not cast it out. Christ's explanation when they asked why was one sentence, "Howbeit this kind goeth not out but by prayer and fasting." Read it with the leprechaun chapter open, and the whole exorcism makes perfect sense. A demon of that size is the grown creature. The neurotic need fed for years past catching size, and the daily tackle does not touch it. But fasting is the serpent of attention wrapped around the leprechaun's neck, every returning hunger paying another coil, the grip renewed hour after hour by the body itself, a hold no distraction can pry loose because the next pang always comes. Held like that, not fought, not fed, even the grown thing gives up the wish. Prayer sets the face to face. Fasting keeps the coil closed until what has hold of the boy lets go. And this explains the question Christ kept asking before miracles, a strange question on its face from someone who needed no permission. Believe ye that I am able to do this? The question was the operation. Belief in that moment is the letting go of fear, the fingers coming off the death grip, and the instant the grip loosens, the healing integration comes rushing back in, the way water rushes into any space that stops being sealed. And what rushes in, the harmony of heart and mind, is not an altered state, not a summit reserved for the few. It is the birthright. There is no number of lashes a man must take before he is allowed to feel the love of God. The ticket was never priced. The lash theory was in fact tested once, at full scale, on Carmel, 450 prophets cutting themselves until the blood ran, on the doctrine that displayed suffering purchases heaven's attention, and there was neither voice, nor any that regarded. But the odds are he will take quite a beating before he loosens his grip on fear, because from the inside the grip does not read as a grip. It reads as caution. The old phrase for the condition is exact if it is read literally. Hell-bent, bent toward hell, curved down around the frozen lake, and holding the curve with all 10 fingers. Peter is the whole doctrine in 60 seconds of water. He asked, he was invited, and he walked on the sea on the heart's element, a thing flesh cannot do, and it held him for exactly as long as his attention was on the one who said, "Come." Then he saw the wind boisterous, the wind again, the self-made weather of fear, and was afraid, and beginning to sink he cried out, and the hand was there before the wave was. Wherefore didst thou doubt? Not why did you attempt it? The attempt was never the error. The miracle was already running. Fear is what stopped it. So the choice stands open at every hour between two currents that compound by the same arithmetic. Attention can short-circuit into fear's closed loop, fear begetting fear, the serpent eating its own tail, the circle the north drew around its whole world, or the loop can be broken open and love let in, and love begets love with the same compounding. Both pay interest. Only one of them pays in anything a heart can live on. Last, the position itself. What being behind someone actually consists of, because the fourth river is the easiest of the four to do wrong while feeling right. Being behind someone in a gape is not pushing them forward. Pushing chooses their direction, and the wine chapter already closed that door. No one is permitted to pour this river forward and also choose the destination. The back seat does something else entirely. It lifts. The heavy heart is a real weight, and it presses down on the one place all 4 rivers rise from, and a heart pressed down hard enough begins to drown in its own risen water, or freezes solid in its own fear, and the frozen well chapter has already toured what that costs. The lifter takes the weight, nothing else. Not the road, not the pace, not the destination, the weight. And the reason lifting is enough is the deepest thing this book knows how to say about the human heart. The heart does not need to be pushed, steered, or improved, because the heart is not broken. Under the weight, under the ice, every heart is already what it was designed to be, a well. Lift the weight, and it does what wells do. He that believeth on me, the promise runs, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. You do not make the water flow. You were never asked to. You lift the heavy heart of the one in front of you, enough that he is not drowning, enough that he is not frozen in fear. And his heart does what every heart was designed to do, which is to let the well of living water flow. 2 jobs: eat the bread, lift the hands. The rest is the well's business, and the well was never broken. Chapter 32, The Mercy Seat. The Ark chapter built the whole vessel, the tablets on the fleshy tables of the heart, the golden pot with its question kept fresh, the rod that budded, the 4 corners carried. But it left one piece of the furniture unexamined, and the piece is the lid. The cover of the ark was its own object with its own name. Solid gold, and out of the same gold at its 2 ends, 2 cherubim facing each other, wings stretched up and over, covering the seat between them. The name of the lid is the mercy seat, and the promise attached to it is the most specific address God gives in all of Scripture. And there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubims which are upon the ark of the testimony. Exodus 25:22. Not in the temple generally, not above the camp. There, on the lid, between the wings, the meeting place of God and man sits directly on top of the perfect self-concept, and the name of the meeting place is mercy. And mark who is stationed on it, because these 2 have appeared in the story before. Cherubim stand in exactly one other scene in the books of Moses, at the east of the Garden of Eden, holding the way of the tree of life. The way back into the garden is guarded by cherubim, and the only other place in the world where cherubim stand is over the mercy seat. The geometry is the message. The way back runs through this seat. The gate of Eden and the lid of the ark are the same address. Now, how does a man come to be sitting in it? Not by pilgrimage. The room that held it has been empty for millennia, which turns out to be no obstacle at all, because the mercy seat was never finally a location. It is where we go when we try to love others as God has loved us. Agape is how we find ourselves sitting in the mercy seat. The moment a person genuinely endeavors to give mercy, to bless another life with a tender mercy, expecting nothing back from the seat behind, he is in the room, whether he knows its name or not. Scripture even joins the words for us. It is through the tender mercy of our God that the dayspring from on high hath visited us. Tender mercy and the dayspring arrive in the same verse. Give the one, and you are standing at the other. And here the asymmetric river runs true to form one more time, because something happens in that seat that the giver never negotiated for. Every time it changes us. The wine chapter was emphatic that the giver asks nothing back, and the rule stands. But asking for nothing is not the same as leaving unchanged, and no one leaves the mercy seat as he entered it. The old tradition tells a story about the Holy of Holies, that the high priest went in with a rope tied to his ankle, so that if he fell in there, where no other man could enter, the body could be drawn out. Whether any priest ever actually wore the rope, the story has survived every retelling for a reason. It tells the truth about the room. The room is not safe. It was never supposed to be safe. Here is what the rope knows. Outside, the person being blessed receives the blessing the way the camp received the offering, as a sweet savor, warmth arriving from somewhere, the smell of a sacrifice being made on their behalf. That is all they get, and it is all they need. But inside the veil, something else entirely is happening to the one endeavoring to be the hands of God. Sometimes his hands reach back through. And when they do, they burn, because perfect love casteth out fear, and love and fear cannot coexist in the same vessel, and casting out is not a gentle operation. The fear does not file out in an orderly line. It burns off. And to say the fire burns the hell out of us is not rough language. It is the precise technical description. Hell, the frozen lake, the fear that has been calling itself the self for years, is exactly what the fire removes, and nothing else. The man who keeps trying to bless keeps getting caught in that fire, which is why the seat of mercy changes the one sitting in it faster than it changes anyone he blesses. And notice why the hands are so near, why they are right there to reach through. When you see a heart that hangs low and move to lift it, you have not brought God to that person. He was already there. The back seat behind every heart is His, occupied since long before you notice the heart at all. And so the moment you climb in, you are climbing into an occupied seat. As God goes on doing what He already would do, He must, in a sense, reach around you or through you. That is the real mechanics of being His hands. Not that He was absent and you supplied hands, but that you put your hands inside a work His were already doing. Something else is true of you in that moment, and it is what makes the seat such an effective operating theater. Bent over someone else's wound, you are for once least captured by your own self-concept. The proving game is suspended. Nobody proves anything while lifting. And with the proving suspended, the eyes clear. This is the beam and the mote, run at last in the merciful direction. When we attempt our own surgery, the beam in our own eye makes it nearly impossible to see the field, and every insecurity we own amplifies the resistance to seeing it. The germ defends its water. But helping someone else, what needs to be done, or at least the first step, is obvious. The catastrophizing in someone else is obvious. The black and white thinking in someone else is obvious. 10 seconds into a friend's spiral, you can see the exact thought where the track bends wrong, a diagnosis you could not have performed on yourself in 10 years. So the scene assembles itself. God already at the wound, your hands inside His work, your eyes for once unclouded. It is almost as if He hands you the scalpel and guides your hand through someone else's surgery. And then comes the move nobody is warned about. The scalpel turns. You saw the surgery you so desperately needed, you could not help seeing it, standing in the middle of it with God, and now the attention goes, all by itself, to the pieces of stone remaining in your own heart. Stone, in the grammar, is testimony hardened, and the promise of the new covenant is precisely this operation. I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. A stone heart brings no life. It brings only heaviness, the very weight this river exists to lift. And the great surgeon and the scalpel are ready the moment you are, because you have just watched this exact operation performed, partly by your own guided hand, on somebody else. That is the tuition system of the mercy seat. You learn your own surgery by assisting at another's. Moses fell into this same divine trap, and his is the best documented case on record. He went up the mountain to help his people, carrying their cause, interceding, the back seat fully occupied. And what happened? He woke up on the operating table, 40 days under the knife, and the man who walked back down was a completely new creature, his face shining so brightly the people could not look at it, and he wist not that the skin of his face shone, changed past recognizing and the last to know. Now read the outcome. Moses got the higher law. The people he went up to help did not. They got a veil, a broken first set of tablets, and the long way around. The one who climbs the mountain for someone else's sake is always the first one changed on it. Lewis, in his dream of the outskirts of heaven, makes a claim that can sound at first like hopeful fluff. That heaven, once attained, works backwards, that what felt at the time like walking through hell is turned, from the far side, into having always been in heaven, so that the blessed look back and say they never lived anywhere else. The mercy seat is where the fluff burns off that sentence and leaves the engineering. Because the moment a man realizes he has been under the surgeon's knife this whole time, that the seat he kept climbing into was an operating theater, and that a good share of what he filed under sufferings were procedures, he can pull his own medical record and read it. And the work of God stands revealed in it, dated and itemized. The loss that was a debridement, the humiliation that lanced what no comfort could reach, the long fever that finally sweated out of fear. The record was never sealed. The mind and heart of God were not a secret he lacked permission to know. It was better than watching the master paint, because he was never standing at the easel observing. He was the canvas and felt every brush stroke as it landed. That is a knowledge of the painter no gallery can give. Though canvas is still too gentle a word, and Lewis owns the harder figure too. Being worked on by this love feels less like being licked by a paintbrush and more like being a living house in the middle of demolition. A man invites God in to fix the drains and patch the roof. He knew those jobs needed doing, and at first the work is what he expected. Then the knocking about starts, and it hurts abominably and makes no sense from inside. Walls he liked torn out, a new wing thrown out here, floors added there, the whole footprint changing. The growing pains are not the work going wrong. They are the scale of the plan showing through the dust. The house thought it was being repaired into a decent little cottage. He is building a palace because he intends to come and live in it himself. In the grammar, this lands with nothing left over. The house is the self, and this book took the roof off it early. Heaven works backwards through exactly that construction site. From inside the demolition, it is rubble, and it is hell. From the finished rooms, looking back, every blow of the hammer was the palace arriving. Scripture is unembarrassed about the cost and reports it as a pattern, not a wonder. Abraham at the covenant, a deep sleep and a horror of great darkness. Ezekiel before the likeness of the glory, I fell upon my face. Daniel after the vision, there remained no strength in me. Then was I in a deep sleep on my face, and afterward he fainted and was sick certain days. John at the sight of the one with eyes like fire, I fell at his feet as dead. Whatever came near these men exceeded the capacity of the frame that received it, and the frame went down. This is not a distinction uniquely reserved for prophets. It is what proximity costs at every scale, and there is a formula for it, and the formula is the strangest exchange in the historical books. Elijah is about to be taken, and he asks his student the wide-open question, "Ask what I shall do for thee, before I be taken away from thee," and Elisha does not flinch. "I pray thee, let a double portion of thy spirit be upon me." And he said, "Thou hast asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto thee. But if not, it shall not be so." 2 Kings 2:9-10. The double portion is the inheritance law of the firstborn. Elisha is asking to be made the heir. And the answer is the most profound riddle in Scripture, because read flat it sounds like a coin toss. Keep your eyes open at the right moment and you win. Elijah did not deal in coin tosses. The condition is the instruction. Read it in the grammar. The spirit Elisha wants doubled is the presence, the thing a man has when he is in the seat. And the one fact everyone learns about that seat is that we do not stay in it. We are taken from it, constantly, pulled out by an offense, by fatigue, by fear, by the daily leprechaun making off down the hill with a piece of us. The presence is not usually lost in a whirlwind with horses of fire. It is lost on a Tuesday in traffic, in a sentence spoken at the kitchen table, and almost nobody sees it go. One moment the water was flowing, and some time later a man notices dryness, and the going itself was never witnessed. If thou see me when I am taken from thee, if you can watch the taking, catch the actual moment the presence leaves, and see what took it, and by what door, it shall be so unto thee. Because a man who sees what pulls him out of the mercy seat has learned the way back in, and can return sooner each time and stay longer. The double portion is not a prize for spectating a miracle. It is the arithmetic of examined exits. Notice what removes you, and your hours in the seat begin to double. Elisha stood in the field and refused to look away. He saw him no more. The text says, only after there was nothing left to see, and picked up the mantle. And the first thing the mantle did in his hands was part water. The prayer Christ prayed on his last night reaches past everything this chapter has said, and the question it raises can stand here simply as a question, ruffling no feathers on its way through, that they all may be one. As thou, Father, art in me and I in thee, that they also may be one in us. One as the Father and the Son are one. What would happen if that divine communion were allowed to dissolve the barrier of insecurities completely, not thinned, not managed, dissolved? The shell gone entirely, the last scale fallen, nothing left between the water and the pouring. Whatever else would happen, one thing is certain about the direction, and it is downward. Lewis gave his senior devil a piece of tradecraft on exactly this point. The tempter's best work is done on the top steps of the church, because from the top step, for the first time, a man can look back down at everyone below him. Every ladder manufactures that view, and the religious ladder manufactures it fastest. But the seat this chapter has been sitting in faces the other way, and it sits in a room no one else can go into with you. That was the law of the Holy of Holies. One man, alone, once inside the veil, the rope existed precisely because no one could follow him in. The top steps only work as a temptation because they have an audience. The whole view is other people, arranged below. The innermost room is built so that there is no audience at all, no one to look down on, and no one to prove anything to. Whatever happens between the mercy seat and the man in it happens with every spectator structurally excluded. He that is greatest among you shall be your servant, and the servant of all takes the lowest station of all, which means that a man in the permanent mercy seat would not be looking down from the top step at anyone. His perspective would be below and behind those he is lifting, the position of a hand under a weight. The journey was never up an external ladder at all. The top step and the underside of a lifted heart lie in opposite directions. And the arrival is stranger than a change of altitude. What dissolves when the barrier dissolves is you as a thing, and what is born is you as an action. Proving requires a thing. The whole game wants a permanent attribution of quality pinned to a noun, is good, is impressive, is right, a finished object with the verdict engraved on it. But you are not a thing, and Scripture is almost impatient on the point. You cannot make one hair of your head white or black, and no amount of taking thought will add a cubit to your stature. The object you would pin the qualities to is not even under your management. What is under your management, the only thing that ever was, is the will, the trunk of the tree, the choosing. You are a will. You are an action. And an action cannot be hoarded, framed, or defended. It can only be done again and done better, consumed completely, at its best, by logic and love at once, the two banks it runs between. At which point the daily bread turns out to have been the maintenance manual for an action. Eating the day's uncertainty is looking into whatever is causing friction with the action, and here half the world's honest thought converges on one word, because the central thesis of the Buddha was precisely this. Dukkha, the ill fit, by one old etymology, an axle turning badly in its hole. The wheel grinds. The action drags against something. Attend to the friction. But removing friction is not the whole goal, any more than the goal of fasting is to starve. A frictionless wheel going nowhere is only the circling chapter, oiled. The goal of the action is the one this book has already carved over its workbench, to love in truth. That is the entire assignment, and it hands a man the simplest sorting rule he will ever be given. Whatever creates friction against loving in truth, whatever drags on that axle, can be let go, without inventory and without ceremony, because it is not worth holding. Which leaves the last question. Why fight to stay in that room at all, a room with a rope, a fire, and a floor that prophets keep ending up on? Ezekiel answers it with a map. In his vision of the restored temple, he is brought back to the door of the house, and water is issuing out from under the threshold from the house eastward out past where the altar stands. A trickle. He is led along it, and a man with a measuring line measures 1,000 cubits and brings him through. The waters were to the ankles. 1,000 more. The waters were to the knees. 1,000 more to the loins. 1,000 more, and it is a river that I could not pass over. For the waters were risen, waters to swim in, and wherever the river comes, everything lives. The source of that river is the innermost room. The Holy of Holies is the source of living water, the frozen well's opposite number, the spring with the cover off, and the 4 measured depths are the honest hydrology of a life. Nobody swims on the first day. The water starts at the ankles and it rises with residence. The longer and more often a man is in the seat giving the tender mercy, catching the fire, watching his exits, the deeper the river runs out of him, ankle to knee to waist, until one day it is water to swim in, and the trees on both banks are feeding whole countries downstream. We can live there a little more every day. The whole method fits in one sentence. Notice what pulls you out and go back in. The room is still open. It was never anywhere else. 4 rivers. And nobody was ever handed only one. Part 3, the confluence. Part 2, examine the 4 rivers separately. Part 3 asks what happens when they are required to form one life. First, a man following only one river will be shown circling it. Then each love will be allowed to operate alone, without correction from the other 3. After that, the argument will turn outward. If this structure belongs to the human creature rather than to one scripture, culture, or vocabulary, it should appear wherever human beings have seriously examined the paths by which a life is ordered. It does. The Indian traditions preserve the 4 as disciplines, different entrances suited to different kinds of people, each one eventually requiring the others. The Taoist tradition preserves the same structure as a chain of greatness, 4 levels, each taking its law from the one above it. These are not new rivers. They are the same rivers seen from outside the garden. Chapter 33, Circling. Put a man on open ground with nothing to steer by and tell him to walk in a straight line, and he will walk in a circle. This has been measured rather than supposed. People were sent walking through a forest under heavy cloud and across open desert, with their paths recorded. On days when the sun was visible, they walked more or less straight for hours. Under cloud and at night, they curved and kept curving, and in several cases crossed their own tracks more than once without recognizing them. Blindfolded on level ground, the circles tightened to a few dozen paces across. The cause is not what everyone guesses. It is not that one leg is shorter than the other, and it is not a bias in the body that could be measured and compensated for. Every step carries a small error, in whichever direction it happens to fall, and with nothing outside the walker to check against, those errors accumulate instead of canceling. Nothing corrects them because nothing contradicts them. And the walker is not confused. He is not lost in the sense of feeling lost. He is going somewhere deliberately with his full attention on the task, and he would tell you at any point along that circle exactly which way he was headed and be wrong. His confidence is intact the entire way round. The confidence is not a symptom of the problem. It is produced by the same thing that causes it. There is nothing available to disagree with him. The altar said this about a rope. Tie an animal to a single post, and it does not stand still. It goes round the post, at the length of the rope for as long as it is there, and it is not restrained in any direction that matters. It has the whole circumference. It can move all day. What it cannot do is leave. Pull one oar and the boat comes about. Fasten a weight to one string and it swings, and if you keep feeding it energy it does not fly off. It revolves. A moon has exactly one thing holding it, and it has been going round that thing without arriving for 4.5 billion years, at considerable speed. Orbit is not a failure of motion. It is what motion does when there is one attachment and nothing else pulling. Which is what any one of these 4 loves does, when it is the only one a man has. He does not stall, he would notice stalling. He does a great deal, often more than the people around him, often for decades, and at the end of it, he is at the same radius from the same post, and he has the strong impression of a life spent going somewhere. There is a man who has been generous for 30 years and is precisely where he began, still solving the same problem for a different person with the same result. There is a marriage that has had one argument 1,100 times in different rooms, with the same 2 positions and the same ending, and both parties could recite the other's lines. There is a friendship of 20 years that has never once been about anything except itself. In each case there is motion and effort, and often real cost. There is no travel, and in each case the man inside it is certain. He is not baffled about what he is doing. He can explain his position at any point on the circumference, and the explanation is coherent, and it is the same explanation he gave 9 years ago. So the difficulty is not that a single love goes wrong quietly. It goes wrong loudly, in full view, and generates its own justification as it goes. You cannot see a circle from inside the circle. Every step is forward. The curvature is only visible from somewhere off the path, which is precisely what a man in that condition does not have, because having one love means having one point of contact with the world outside himself, and one point of contact is not enough to triangulate anything. The other three are the reference. That is the whole claim of the chapters that follow, and it is a mechanical claim rather than a moral one. Nobody in this is being accused of insufficient sincerity. The walker in the forest was sincere. He was also, without exception and without knowing it, going round. 2 other circles have passed through this book, and this is the place where they get told apart from this one. The carnival ride is a circle, and it is not this. A man on the carousel knows it is a carousel. He bought a ticket at the edge of it. The ride is bounded on every side by ground that does not spin, and when the music stops, he gets off. The circling of a starved love has none of that. There is no ticket, no edge, and no music to stop. The rider is certain he is on a road. The licensed circle refreshes precisely because it is licensed, entered knowing, ridden for joy, and over by evening. The Sabbath's whole business is that it ends. And the wheel of the great work is a circle, and it is not this either. The difference is the number of stations. The animal at the post has one attachment, and one attachment gives one radius, and the path returns to itself unchanged. The wheel of the work passes through all 4, dissolved, washed, lit, completed, and comes back to its beginning at a higher grade, because every rotation is performed on the product of the last. Draw both paths from above, and the post circle closes on itself. The wheel does not. It is a spiral, and the two are indistinguishable from inside, because both offer motion, effort, and familiar landmarks returning. The test is not how the going feels. The test is whether the returning landmark sits at the height it sat at last time. One attachment makes an orbit. 4 stations make a work. The man at the post and the man on the wheel will both say they are going somewhere, and one of them is right. There is a remedy in the same farmyard as the post, and the East named an entire civilization's disciplines after it. Yoga, the word under every one of India's paths, is, at the root, the same word as yoke, to join, to bind, to harness. The oldest cure for circling named itself with farm equipment, and named itself honestly, because the problem was never the rope. It is what the rope is tied to and how many are pulling. And Christ used exactly this instrument in his one description of what following him feels like. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Mark what he does not say. Not be tied to nothing. This chapter opened with the untied walker, and he is not free. He is merely lost, walking his blind circles on open ground. Take my yoke, because the choice was never between yoked and unyoked. Every creature that pulls is pulling for something. We are all harnessed to something already, doing someone's or something's work with the strength of our days. And a man who cannot name what he is yoked to does not know what the pulling is costing him, or what it is buying, or for whom. The unexamined yoke pulls hardest. Beneath their differences, this is the work of every serious tradition. Cutting away the yokes that should never have been on our necks. Is not this the fast that I have chosen? That ye break every yoke, and binding us deliberately to what deserves the pulling. And with the yoke in hand, the geometry of this chapter can finish itself. One attachment makes an orbit. The animal at the post has one rope gives one radius, and the path returns to itself forever. A yoke is a different machine. It is built for a pair, 2 pullers joined into one pull, side by side, which is why the invitation comes with learn of me. The young ox is set beside the seasoned one and learns the pace by walking in step. And a yoked pair does what no tethered animal can do. It plows. The furrow runs straight across the field, because 2 are pulling in one direction at one aim, motion that travels, ground that opens, ground that can finally take seed. And the plow carries one more instruction, and Christ issued it in plowing terms. No man, having put his hand to the plow and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God. Every farmer knows the physics underneath the saying. A furrow is kept straight exactly one way. The plowman fixes his eyes on a mark at the far end of the field, a tree, a post on the skyline, and walks toward it without taking his eyes off it. Glance back over the shoulder or down at the blade, and the line wanders that same instant. The row records every look. It is the serpent on the pole again, translated into farmland. Attention down is the wound. Attention up and out is the cure. And it raises the practical question the whole discipline turns on. What mark stands far enough off and fixed enough to keep the furrow of a life straight? The letter to the Hebrews gives the sighting instruction verbatim. Run the race looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. The author and the finisher, the beginning of the line and the end of it in one figure, standing where both can be seen at once. That is why a perfect example changes the whole game. Nobody plows a straight furrow toward a guess. Without a finished life to sight on, the far end of the field is fog. How else would we ever have seen the end from the beginning? The example does not merely inspire. It stands at the far fence, visible, complete, and the furrow can finally be aimed. So what does it look like to be yoked to logic and to love at once, the two countries harnessed side by side? It looks like the tree of life, rooted in the one realm, crowned in the other, drawing from both, feeding everything around it. The yoke that is easy is the one that fits what you actually are. Chapter 34. What each one does alone. Take them one at a time, and watch what happens when the other three are absent. Charity alone becomes enabling. The mechanism has nothing to do with weakness of character, and it is built into the position rather than into the man. Standing behind someone means, by definition, that you cannot see where he is going. That is not a limitation of the arrangement. It is the arrangement. Your attention runs past him at his aim on trust, and the aim is his, and it is in front of him, and it is not available to you from back there. Which means that a man in that position, with only that position, has no way to answer the one question that matters. Is this a walker with a weight on him, or is this someone who stopped walking years ago and has been resting on me since? From behind, those two look identical. Both are heavy. Both are grateful. Both will thank you. The other three would settle it inside a week. The friend's position would put him beside the man instead of behind him, looking at the aim directly rather than taking its existence on report. He would find out whether there is anything out there at all. The first position would require him to face the man, and a person you are actually facing turns out to be a person, which is a different thing from a case. Charity conducted entirely from behind can run for years without anybody ever looking at anybody, and it curdles into administration without a single unkind moment. And the fourth position would give him the ability to let go, which is the one he needs most and is least likely to have. Because here is where this failure turns genuinely dangerous. A man who cannot let go will keep the other one crippled in order to remain useful. Not deliberately. He will simply find, each time the man in front is nearly able to stand, that something else needs carrying and he will be right, and it will need carrying and he will carry it, and the standing will be postponed again. The tell is a reversal. Charity alone stops being the giver's gift and becomes the giver's requirement. He needs somebody to be carrying. Take the burden away and there is nothing left of him, which is why he will not take it away. The golden seems named the root of him. He is giving without having received, pouring from a vessel nothing came down into, and the emptier the vessel, the harder the pouring, because the pouring is all the vessel has left of itself. Paul put the warning for this between the two verses about burdens, and it is not aimed at the man being carried. If a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Friendship alone becomes conspiracy. The honey chapter said that this river has no character of its own, takes it entirely from what the two are facing, and multiplies whatever it faces. This is what the multiplier looks like when it moves into a living room. Two men are better at a burglary than one. Two are better at almost anything than one. That is the entire point of standing shoulder to shoulder. It is why the ancients ranked this love above the others, and it is not a slur on friendship to notice that the mechanism does not inspect its input. An amplifier makes what is fed into it louder. It has no opinion about the material. So two people who share a bad aim do not merely persist in it. They get better at it faster, with more confidence and less doubt than either could have managed alone, and they experience the whole process as loyalty, which it is. That is the difficulty. Nothing false is happening. The warmth is real warmth, the loyalty is real loyalty, and the thing they are getting better at is rotten. And the aim becomes unquestionable, because by then questioning it costs the friendship. The two are no longer separable from what they face. To raise a doubt about the object is to raise a doubt about the 20 years, and nobody does that lightly, and after long enough nobody does it at all. What corrects this is never more friendship. It is the man standing behind who is aimed at your good rather than at your project. It is the person facing you who is not impressed and has no stake in the aim. It is the family at your back who knew you before this was your aim and will still be there after it stops being one. The Quran gives the ending. Close friends on that day will be enemies to each other, except for those who kept God in view. The exception is not warmer friendship. It is a friendship with something above it. Affection alone becomes tyranny. This is the most respectable of the four failures, and the reason is that it looks like devotion from every angle, including from the inside, including to the person doing it, including to everyone watching. A parent who hovers is not loving too much. There is no such thing as loving too much, and that phrase is the alibi rather than the diagnosis. What is actually happening is precise, and it has a name from the chapter on wine. The child's fortune is being carried by somebody else who calls the carrying love. His own load, his choices, his risks, his mistakes, the consequences that were his to meet. Every one of them lifted off him by a person who genuinely could not bear to watch, and who is not lying about that, and who is doing real damage. The child is not being spared a crushing weight, he is being spared his life. The milk chapters, which is this failure told as a fairy tale, feeding as capture, the finger gripped each morning, the beloved kept plump and never grown. The hovering parent has no oven and no cage, and the gingerbread economics are the same. And control wearing love's clothes is not a failure that afflicts cold people. It afflicts the ones with exactly one of these four who are giving it everything they have. The tyranny is not a departure from the affection. It is the affection with nothing to correct it, doing what it does at full strength for 20 years. Each of the other three would have blocked it at a different point. Charity would have supplied the distinction between the two burdens, which is the whole of what is missing. Take the crushing weight, leave him the pack. A man who has that distinction does not hover because he knows what he is looking at. The first position would have required him to face the child, and a child genuinely faced turns out to be somebody other than an extension of the person facing him. The hovering parent is not looking at his son. He is looking at a part of himself that has wandered off and might get hurt. And friendship would have supplied the thing that saves households, which is a third object out in the world for both of them to look at, so that the child is not the parent's occupation, and does not have to carry the weight of being somebody's entire aim. Eli was not a weak man about anything else in his life. God's charge against him is one line: "Thou honorest thy sons above me." He knew what they were doing. He spoke to them about it. He did nothing, because doing something would have meant letting something in the household be lost, and that is the one operation this love cannot perform on its own. And the first position alone seals the room. Two people who are the entire world to each other and have no world. Nothing outside the pair. No third thing that both of them face, so there is nothing to talk about except each other. Nobody standing behind either of them, so there is nothing arriving from outside that could contradict the account they have agreed on. No backs turned outward, so neither of them has a direction of their own to report on at the end of the day. What happens next is that the relationship becomes its own subject. They discuss it. They monitor it. Its temperature is checked daily by both parties, and it becomes the thing that must be protected, and protecting it becomes the only shared aim available, which is a shared aim in form and not in substance, because it points nowhere outside the two of them. It goes stale, or it goes to the mirror. Stale is two people taking their color from the room they stopped moving in. The mirror is the arrangement the chapter on water described, each holding the other's picture at the flattering angle, each grateful, and nothing whatever passing between them. Either way, the water is not going anywhere, and water that is not going anywhere becomes whatever settles into it. The sacrament chapter watched this failure arrive at an actual wedding. Cana's crisis is the sealed room's crisis, the feast of faces, and the wine running out, because Eros by itself always runs out, and the only rescue on record came from outside the pair. Now put the four failures side by side and look at what they have in common, because it is the one thing that makes this chapter more than a list of vices. In every case, the failing love is doing more of itself. The enabler is not giving less. He is giving more and more often and at greater personal cost, and his giving is what is producing the harm. The conspirators are not less loyal than good friends. They are more loyal, and the loyalty is the mechanism. The hovering parent is not less devoted. He is the most devoted man on the street, and everyone says so. The sealed couple are not less in love. They are more in love than anyone they know, and it is choking them. None of these fails by doing too little. Every one of them fails at full effort, in the direction of its own virtue, exactly as it was designed to work. This is the law from the chapter on the golden seams, arrived in the living room. 10 vessels stood in a single line, each holding only its own light, and broke. The kings reigned alone and died. Nothing that stands alone at full intensity survives its own light, and here are its 4 domestic faces. Which is why the remedy is never the obvious one. A man circling a post cannot fix his position by pulling harder on the rope. He will go round faster, and the sensation of effort will increase, and he will be measurably more committed than he was last year, and he will be at the same radius. Whatever fixes this has to come from a direction. The failing love does not point in. Everything so far has shown that conclusion from inside the system. The 4 rivers were found in the garden, matched to the 4 positions of the body, and then allowed to reveal what happens when any one of them operates without the others. The next test comes from outside. If these 4 belong to the shape of the human creature, other peoples should have encountered them without using the language of rivers, milk, honey, wine, or the 4 loves. They should have found the same operations while asking different questions, and their accounts should preserve more than the number 4. They should preserve the work each one performs and the necessity of their convergence. That is what the next 2 chapters contain. The Indian traditions preserve the 4 as paths a man can practice. The Taoist tradition preserves them as great realities arranged in a chain. The first account tells us how different men enter. The second tells us how the 4 correct and govern one another. We are not leaving the structure. We are turning it and taking another image. Chapter 35, The 4 Paths. The first external view preserves the 4 as paths. The important claim is not that an Indian tradition also counts to 4. 4 objects can always be gathered if a man looks long enough. The important thing is what these 4 disciplines do. 1 orders action around an object beyond the actor. 1 opens devotion to whoever comes. 1 develops the discrimination required to distinguish what must be carried from what must be left with its owner. 1 stills the surface through which a man encounters himself. Honey, milk, wine, water. The vocabulary has changed. The operations have not. The Indian schools describe 4 routes to one liberation, and they match these 4 at the level that matters, not 4 items counted off, but 4 disciplines answering to 4 demands. The way of action is work performed as an offering, with the doer detached from whatever comes back to him for having done it. Its founding instruction is one of the most quoted sentences in the language. Thy business is with the action only, never with its fruits. So let not the fruit of action be thy motive, nor be thou to an action attached. Bhagavad Gita 2:47. Not a counsel of indifference. A man is told to work and told which part of the work is his. The doing is his, what the doing returns is not. And this is not a contemplative path or a solitary one. It is carried out in the world, at a job, inside whatever obligations a man already has, and it is carried out alongside other people. The teaching that gives it its classical form is delivered on a battlefield, to a soldier, in a line of men with a shared object in front of them, which is honey, the only river of the 4 that has to be manufactured, made by a colony in which no member faces another member, every one of them pointed at the flower. Friendship is the love that works. Its position is shoulder to shoulder, and the object is not either of the 2 people. The instruction about the fruit is the same guard the chapter on honey put around the ring. The moment the workers begin attending to what the work returns to them rather than to the work, the circle has turned to face itself. And the instruction runs deeper than a guard, because it is the Mercy Seat chapter's last discovery issued as a discipline. Thy business is with the action only, because you are the action only. The fruits are what the proving game harvests, returns credited to a thing, qualities engraved on a noun. A man detached from the fruits is not practicing indifference. He is practicing being what he actually is, a will, an action, and the detachment works honey's own osmosis on him. Attention held on the work, and off its returns is attention drawn steadily off the self, and the germ that drinks returns dries in the ordinary course of a working day. The way of devotion is the route the tradition holds open to everybody, and it says so in terms that were startling when they were written. For taking refuge in me, they also who, O Arjuna, may be of a sinful birth, women, Vaisyas and Sudras, attain the supreme goal. Bhagavad Gita 9:32. No scholarship required, no aptitude for stillness required, no standing of any kind required. This is the path available to the man who has nothing else, and its availability is its defining property. Which is precisely what has been said here of affection. It does not ask whether a man is worth it. It attaches to whoever is there, the dull brother, the difficult father, the neighbor with nothing to recommend him but 20 years of being across the fence. Lewis calls affection the humblest and most widely diffused of the loves. The schools call this the humblest and most widely available of the roots, and they are describing one fact about one thing. And the devotional literature sorts its own relations into moods, one of which is Vatsalya, the parental one, a mother and the child she is feeding, not an image borrowed for the occasion, but a standing category with its own name and its own literature. It is also the tradition whose God, in his most beloved childhood form, is the butter thief of the milk chapter, divinity craving nothing so much as the churned product of a mother's care, and whose central cosmological event is the churning of an ocean of milk. The path of devotion did not merely adopt the second river as a metaphor. It built its universe out of it. Milk in the household. The way of knowledge turns on discrimination. Not on information and not on cleverness. On viveka, the capacity to tell the real from the unreal, this from not this, what is actually there from what merely presents itself. The whole method is a sorting operation, performed again and again on things that look alike, which sounds less like charity than anything else on the list, until you remember what the chapter on wine turned on. Bear and fortune, the crushing weight and the man's own pack, 2 loads on one back, and lifting the first sets him free and lifting the second takes his life, and at 3 in the morning from behind they look the same. The entire discipline of standing behind somebody is knowing which one is in your hands. And a man who cannot tell them apart does not have a defect of the heart. His heart may be the best thing about him. He has a defect of discrimination, and he will do harm at scale with the finest will available to him, and he will not find out for 30 years. Paul says the same in the strangest sentence in his chapter on love. A man can give away everything he owns to feed the poor, and give his body to be burned and have none of this love, and it profits him nothing. The actions are not the thing. Something has to be known for the actions to be the thing, and it is not knowable from enthusiasm. The Mercy Seat chapter located the school where this discrimination is actually taught. Bent over someone else's wound, with the proving game suspended, the eyes clear. The catastrophizing in someone else is obvious. The first step is obvious. The 2 loads come apart at a glance. A man learns Viveka assisting at surgeries that are not his own, and the tuition is collected afterward when the scalpel turns, and the discrimination he practiced on another's burdens is applied at last to the stones in his own heart. The way of stilled attention is the one that stops you. Its founding sentences are 3, and they run in order. Yoga is the restraining of the mind stuff from taking various forms. Then the seer abides in his own nature. At other times, he takes the form of the modifications. Yoga Sutras 1-4. That is the mirror. In Sanskrit, centuries before the boy at the pool was given his name. Disturb the water and the image is wrong. Let something settle into it and the image is wrong in a way that cannot be detected from the bank, because there is nothing to compare it against. Still it and clear it, and what comes back is what is standing over it. And the third of those sentences goes further than the water chapter dared to. A man without that stillness does not merely see a distorted picture of himself. He takes the form of the modification. He becomes it. What a man cannot see truly about himself, he starts to be. One guard belongs at this path's door, and the frozen well chapter built it. There is a counterfeit of stillness, and it is ice. A frozen lake does not ripple either. Rigidity photographs exactly like rest, and a man can mistake his fear-hardened surface for the stilled mirror for years. The difference is the one the Be Still psalm names. True stillness is the flapping stopped, the self-made wind cut off at its source, and the same psalm that commands it holds a river, gladdening a city. Stillness that is really stillness melts and begins to flow. Stillness that is really fear holds everything motionless and calls it peace. The path of stilled attention leads to the first of these, and the restraining of the mind stuff was never a freezing of it. The practice is the first position described from the inside. One object, held until it fills the entire field and nothing else is in it. Then held longer, until the attention stops flickering off and back. Then held until the one attending and the thing attended to are no longer separable, which is the last stage the system names. Face to face is the only arrangement in which the other person is the whole field of view, and Paul, describing where that position finally arrives, said the same about its endpoint. Then shall I know even as also I am known. Not a better view, the collapse of the distance across which viewing happens. 4 disciplines, 4 demands, and they line up. What matters more than the alignment is that the schools make this chapter's argument themselves, unprompted, and make it in the sharpest available terms. Children, not sages, speak of the Sankhya and the Yoga as different. He who is duly established in one obtaineth the fruits of both. That place which is gained by the Sankhyas is reached by the Yogis also. He seeth, who seeth that the Sankhya and the Yoga are one. Bhagavad Gita 5:4-5. Children, not sages. The separation of the paths is not presented as a scholarly error, but as an immaturity, the thing a man believes before he has gone far enough down any of them to find out. And the entry is a matter of temperament rather than merit, which the text states as a principle about God rather than about men. However men approach me, even so do I welcome them, for the path men take from every side is mine. Bhagavad Gita 4:11. The tidy fourfold arrangement of these paths owes a good deal to a 19th century systematizer, and the older texts do not always count them out that way. What the older texts insist on is the part that bears here: 4 roots, entered according to what a man is, and no root arriving without the others. The 4 paths answer one question: how does a man enter? They begin with different temperaments, assign each one a fitting discipline, and insist that no path reaches its end without meeting the others. What they do not yet show is how the 4 stand in relation to one another. They are presented as roads approaching one destination, but a road is not a hierarchy. For that, the structure has to be turned again. The Taoist account does not preserve 4 parallel disciplines. It preserves 4 greats in a chain. Each receives its law from the one above it, and beyond the highest there is no 5th member, only the self-existent. India gives the entrances, the Tao gives the order. Chapter 36, The 4 Greats. The previous chapter arranged the 4 horizontally, as roads. This one turns them vertically, as a chain. It is not introducing another fourfold system. It is answering the question the 4 paths left open. If all 4 are necessary, what does each receive from the others, and what prevents the chain itself from circling? The Tao Te Ching gives the answer before it gives the count. There was something undefined and complete coming into existence before heaven and earth. How still it was and formless, standing alone and undergoing no change, reaching everywhere and in no danger of being exhausted. It may be regarded as the mother of all things. I do not know its name, and I give it the designation of the Tao. Tao Te Ching 25. And a few lines further on, the count. Therefore the Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and the sage king is also great. In the universe there are 4 that are great, and the sage king is one of them. Man takes his law from the earth takes its law from heaven, heaven takes its law from the Tao. The law of the Tao is its being what it is. Tao Te Ching 25. A 4th tradition, counting to 4, and this one arrives carrying 2 things none of the others brought. A chain, each great takes its law from the next, and elsewhere in the same short book, a verdict about which thing in the world is nearest the top of it. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving the low place which all men dislike. Hence its way is near to that of the Tao. Tao Te Ching 8. The nearest thing to the Tao is water. The sentence requires no interpreting, and it settles where the count begins. The Tao is the water. The chapter that names the 4 greats calls the Tao the mother of all things, and the mother is a position, the first one, the one at the breast where every human being's loving begins. It describes the Tao's own motion as an exile and a homecoming. Passing on, it becomes remote. Having become remote, it returns. The first position is the one a man leaves without knowing he had it and is promised at the end. And the Tao stands before heaven and earth, before the sky and the ground, before mind and heart, before the first division. Duality belongs to the country of lines. A wall is made of thinking, and thinking is the drawing of boundaries, and boundaries are how there come to be 2 of anything. The endpoint of the first position lies on the far side of all that. Then shall I know even as also I am known, not a better view, but the collapse of the distance across which viewing happens. The one attending and the thing attended to, no longer separable. The same short book asks who can make muddy water clear, and answers that stillness will do it. The unadjusted mirror, one more time, in one more language. And notice where the excellence of water was said to live, in occupying without striving the low place which all men dislike. The Mercy Seat chapter found the same address from the other side of the world. The seat of meeting is not up the ladder. It is below and behind the heart being lifted, the position of a hand under a weight, and the tempter works the top steps of the church precisely because the top step faces the wrong way. Water has been demonstrating that doctrine since before there were churches. It benefits all things from underneath, and it does it without striving, not proving, only doing, which is exactly why its way is said to be near to the Tao's. The earth is the milk. Earth is the heart's country. It receives whatever is dropped on it without consenting, and produces without being told how, and holds the roots that nobody planted and nobody sees. The old commentary on this chapter says that a man should imitate the earth, plant it and harvest its grain, dig it and find its springs. Springs under the ground. The milk of the garden comes up out of the earth in springs and was never drawn from any body. And the chain begins here. Man takes his law from the earth. The household is every man's first school, the place he learned what love was before he had a word for it or a say in it. Heaven is the wine. The commentary again. Heaven is great because there is nothing it does not cover, and it gives without seeking any reward, and it nourishes all creatures and takes nothing for itself. Giving that wishes no reward or gratitude in return is the fourth river's exact signature, and covering is its posture. Heaven is at a man's back the way the sky is, over him and behind him, unseen while it carries, sending down rain from a place he cannot look at directly, rain that does not return until the ground has brought something forth. And when a man gives this way, he has not brought heaven to anyone. The mercy seat chapter watched this from the inside. The seat behind every heart was already occupied, and the hands that reach to lift a heavy one are joining a work already going on under the same sky. Heaven covers first. The imitator climbs into cover that was never absent. The king is the honey. The passage uses two words. The list of the greats says king. The chain says man. The office is counted among the greats, and the man inside the office does the modeling. Either way, this is the only human member of the list. 3 elements and an office. The only great that has to be held by somebody, exactly as honey is the only river that has to be made. And the great sentence of friendship is a sentence about kingship. Thou shalt be king over Israel, and I shall be next unto thee the heir, shoulder to shoulder with the man who would take his throne, both of them facing the kingdom. The way of action was taught to a prince, standing in a line of battle. The crown, in every one of these traditions, is the great that is worked. And the same short book states the law of that crown, in the image this book has been swimming in since its first page. That whereby the rivers and seas are able to receive the homage and tribute of all the valley streams, is their skill in being lower than they. It is thus that they are the kings of them all. Tao Te Ching 66. The rivers are kings of the valleys because they run below them. The sea is king of the rivers because it lies lower still. The gospel hands over the same crown with the same instruction. He that is greatest among you shall be your servant. Kingship, in both books, is the lowest seat in the room, the mercy seat, and every stream in the country runs, by nothing but gravity, to whoever takes it. Now the chain, read as a schooling. Man takes his law from the earth. A man's friendships are schooled by the household, the family at his back who knew him before the aim was his aim, and will still be there after it stops being one. The earth takes its law from heaven. The household is schooled by the gift that sends no invoice. The ledger is the household's disease, after all I have done for you, and the cure comes down from the love that gives and does not remind, because the reminder annuls the gift. Heaven takes its law from the Tao. The giver is schooled by the face. Carrying that never faces becomes administration, and a person who has become a project has stopped being a person, and nobody discovers this from behind. The law of the Tao is its being what it is, and the face is schooled by nothing above it, nothing except what is so of itself, the mirror that cannot be arranged. The chain does not stop at the 4. Past the last of the greats there is no fifth great. There is only the self-so, the thing whose law is its being what it is, which models nothing because there is nothing further back to model. A man standing in front of a burning bush once asked that thing its name, so that he would have something to bring back to the people. The answer he was given is the last line of the Taoist chapter, spoken in the first person. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. Exodus 3:14. Its being what it is, as a name, and it was given to the one man who would afterward be described as known face to face. Mark the grammar of the name, because the Mercy Seat chapter's last discovery is sitting inside it. I am that I am is not a noun. There is no attribute in it to engrave, no quality pinned to a thing. It is pure verb. Being as action, the self-so declining on principle to be a thing at all. Proving one's permanent qualities attributed to objects. The name at the top of the chain refuses to be an object. What every great is finally taking its law from is an action. Which is what a man is too, down at the trunk. Not a thing he cannot alter by one hair or one cubit, but a will and action, made in the image of the verb. The city at the end of the Christian scriptures, the one with the river down its main street and the gates that are never shut, finishes the same way, and they shall see his face. The Quran gives the same last scene, faces that day radiant, looking at their Lord. Four greats, and past them the self-existent, and the last position in every one of these accounts is the first. Passing on, it becomes remote. Having become remote, it returns. India showed four doors. The Tao showed the structure that holds them in relation. The question can now return to the person standing outside. Which door does he enter first and why? Chapter 37, where a man starts. Nobody selects which of these four he begins with. It is settled for him by what he is and by what happened to him, and it is settled early, and by the time he is old enough to consider the question he has already been answering it for 20 years. There are people who cannot help facing whoever is in front of them. They walk into a room and find the one person in it, and the rest of the evening happens between two chairs. Everything is intense, everything is personal, and every relationship they have is either enormous or non-existent. There are people who are only comfortable beside. Ask them to sit down and talk about the friendship and they will suffer. Put them in a workshop or a boat or a campaign with the same person, and they will give you 30 years. They love by doing something adjacent to you, and they will never once say so. There are natural carriers. They locate the heaviest thing in any room and pick it up before anyone has asked, and they are usually tired, and they are usually the person everybody calls, and they cannot always say why they do it. And there are people who are good at letting go. They raise things and release them and do not clutch. They are underrated because the finished work of that love is invisible. The sign of it is somebody else out in the world doing well, somewhere the releaser is not. None of these is the correct one. None of them is a defect. A man arrives at the door his nature opened, and he goes in there because it is the only door he has. What follows from that is the thing worth knowing, and it is not encouraging. Your strongest love is where you will go wrong. Not your weakest. The weak ones cannot do much harm because you do not reach for them and nobody relies on you for them, and you have no authority in that direction. It is the one you are good at that will take you round the post for 3 reasons, and they compound. It is the one you trust because it has worked. 30 years of evidence sit behind it. It is the one you reach for when something goes wrong, and something going wrong is precisely the moment when the wrong instrument does the most damage. A natural carrier, faced with a person who needs to be left alone, will carry harder. A natural facer, in a marriage that needs a shared aim outside itself, will intensify the facing. Each of them is applying the thing that has never failed them. And it is the one nobody will challenge you on, because you are demonstrably good at it. Who corrects the most generous man in the parish about his generosity? who tells the most devoted mother on the street that the devotion is the problem. The people around such a man can see the circle from where they stand. They will not say so, and if they say so once, they will not say so twice. Which means the love that corrects your strongest is, necessarily, the one you are worst at. That is not bad luck. It follows from the geometry. The correction has to arrive from a direction the failing love does not point in, and the directions a man does not point in are exactly the ones he has never developed. So the work does not feel like growth. That is the part nobody is warned about. Growth in the thing you are already good at feels like mastery and produces admiration. This feels like incompetence, because it is incompetence performed in public at an age when a man is supposed to have his hand in. The great carrier learning to sit down and face somebody is bad at it. He is worse at it than a 20-year-old. He does not know what to do with his attention, and he will reach within 4 minutes for something to carry, because carrying is where he is safe. The natural facer learning to stand beside somebody and look at a third thing finds it unbearably indirect and cannot see the point. The devoted parent learning to let go is not calmly executing a decision. He is in genuine distress, doing the single hardest thing he has ever done, and it looks from outside like nothing at all, like a man sitting still, not intervening. Nothing about this arrives as a promotion. It arrives as a demotion, in the only area a man never wanted to be a beginner in again, and the reward for it is that the ground stops curving. 4 roots then, and no root that arrives on its own. That does not mean a man proceeds through them once, in order, completing one and graduating to the next. Nobody finishes water and moves on to milk. Nobody masters honey in the spring and wine in the autumn, and arrives at the end with 4 certificates. The motion is not linear. A man enters by one door, walks until his strength begins curving the ground beneath him, and then comes to a road he has not yet learned to take. Chapter 38, The Road Not Yet Traveled. A road divides in the woods. One side is packed hard. A man knows where it bends, where the roots cross it, how far it is to water, and which stones turn underfoot. Most of the footprints on it are his own. The other side still has grass in the middle. He does not take the familiar road because he is a coward. He takes it because it has brought him home before. His knowledge of it is real, and the evidence behind that knowledge may be 30 years deep. When something is at stake, the familiar road looks like wisdom, and the road he has not taken looks like negligence. That is why the unfamiliar road is hard to choose. A road is not good merely because it has been neglected. There are unused roads that lead nowhere and unused roads that lead off cliffs. The road meant here is one of the other 3 loves, a direction the man's strongest love does not point in, whose necessity has been exposed by something his strongest love cannot do. For the natural carrier, the road may be sitting face to face with a man and carrying nothing. For the natural facer, it may be standing beside somebody before a common work that does not concern the relationship. For the keeper of the household, it may be opening his hands. For the man who releases easily, it may be staying after departure would have been cleaner. The road less traveled is not the same road for everybody, and it is not the same road for one man at every point in his life. It is whichever necessary direction his previous experience has not taught him how to take. Integration happens at that divergence. The shape of it is a table. The altar was a table because experience was laid upon it and opened. The kitchen was a table because raw experience was prepared there so that a man could take nourishment from it. The stone plane was a conscious map, a small, hard surface cut from a reality with more dimensions than the surface could hold. Now look underneath it. The surface of the table is attention. The serpent chapter named this faculty the mind's animal, able to go anywhere, shaped by what it swallows. The table is where the animal feeds. Attention is where an experience is kept long enough to be examined. A face, a fact, a memory, a burden, a contradiction if it is to be cut, turned, compared, joined to something else, or made into understanding, it first has to remain on the table. The four loves are the four legs. The height of a leg is the distance that love has been extended. Its thickness is the weight that love is capable of bearing. These are not the same property. Temperament makes one leg thicker than another. Experience thickens it further. A natural carrier may be capable of bearing an enormous weight through charity. A natural friend may hold a shared work together through years that would exhaust everybody else. A mother may keep a household standing under a load no outsider can see. A man practiced in face-to-face. Love may remain before another person when everybody else in the room has looked away. There is no defect in the unequal thickness. One leg can carry more of the load without making the surface uneven. There is no corresponding reason for one leg to be taller. The extension of a love has to be supported by the extension of the other three. To the degree that one rises past them, the table tilts. It does not matter how thick the overextended leg is or how much good work it has done. Its strength may be the reason it was able to grow so far without collapsing. It is still tilting the surface. Maturity is not four loves made identical. It is four loves brought to a common height, with each one carrying the amount of weight it was prepared to bear. When the table tilts, the first things lost are not the largest things. They are the things with the least adhesion. The quiet fact slides away. The ordinary pleasure slides away. The need that was not announced loudly enough, the person who did not become a crisis, the evidence that did not confirm an expectation, the small change in a familiar face, all of it reaches the edge before the man notices it was ever on the table. Only the sticky things remain. Fear sticks, desire sticks, resentment sticks, shame sticks, emergency sticks. Anything charged strongly enough to fasten itself to attention can resist the slope, and after a while these are the only things the man has available to think about. The overextension of each love produces its own adhesive world. When face-to-face love rises above the other person becomes the whole horizon. Desire, rejection, jealousy, reassurance, and every change in the beloved's expression stick to the surface. The shared work slides off. The household behind them slides off. The road the other person was supposed to walk slides off. Two people can stare at one another with perfect intensity while losing the entire world around them. When the love of the household rises above the others, history and obligation become adhesive. Every threat to belonging stays on the table. Calling, difference, departure, and the child's right to become somebody the household did not design are treated as forces pulling the family apart, and so they are allowed to slide. When friendship rises above the others, the cause sticks, progress sticks, loyalty sticks. The ally and the enemy are retained with perfect clarity. The private person beneath the function, the household waiting after the work, and the burden no victory will remove become peripheral and disappear. When the love that carries rises above the others, suffering sticks, need sticks, crisis sticks. The rescuer sees every load in the country and none of the unburdened faces. The other person's agency slides away. The carrier's own household slides away. The fact that some burdens are packs and not crushing weights slides away. In every case, the man believes he is seeing more because he is attending more intensely. He is seeing less. Intensity has been confused with breadth, and the strength of the attachment has concealed the poverty of what remains attached. The mind then arrives and reasons from whatever is left. Its reasoning may be flawless. Every item on the table may be measured correctly, divided cleanly, and placed in a beautiful order. But the premises have already been selected by the tilt. Logic cannot compare evidence that attention did not retain. It cannot restore the quiet fact that slid off before thought began. This is why the heart comes first. The mind gives form to what the heart is able to hold. A tilted heart gives the mind a tilted table, and understanding built from that surface will reproduce the angle with increasing precision. The cure for an overextended love is not lovelessness. The table can be leveled in two ways. The long leg can be drawn back from territory it was never given, and the neglected legs can be extended into territory they were made to reach. Usually both have to happen. The devoted parent has to release the claim that devotion gave him over the child's future, and he has to develop the love that can open its hands. The carrier has to put down the pack that was never his, and he has to learn to face the person who was disappearing behind the burden. The sealed pair has to stop asking the relationship to become a world, and they have to stand beside one another before something beyond themselves. The man of action has to leave the work long enough to go home. None of them is being asked to love less. He is being asked to stop calling the tilt love. Once the surface is level, the whole table can rise. All four loves can extend together. A thick leg may still bear more weight. Temperament does not vanish. But no strength is permitted to determine the angle at which every experience must lie. This leveling is not accomplished once. The four loves are not a curriculum with four terms. They operate at once, develop unevenly, and correct one another in cycles. A man's strongest available love carries the weight of one cycle. It brings him as far as it can, exposes a limit it cannot cross, and leaves him before a road for which he has little experience. If he responds by applying more of his strength, he circles the post. If he takes the unfamiliar road, he receives something argument could not have given him, experience from another direction. The carrier discovers what it is to remain before a person without converting the person into a burden. The facer discovers that love can survive while both people look away from one another and toward a common object. The keeper discovers that release does not annul the household but completes its work. The releaser discovers that freedom without attachment can become another way of never being known. These are not propositions accepted from a distance. They are things lived in the body. The heart receives the new experience first. Then the mind frames it, gives it banks, and joins it to what was known before. That leg can now bear weight it could not bear before. It can extend without immediately throwing the man off balance. The surface becomes level at a height it could not previously sustain, and from that height another imbalance becomes visible. Then a different love may carry the next cycle. This is why integration is iterative. No fixed sequence can describe it. The next road depends on which love is bearing the present weight, which one has overextended, and which experience the person does not yet possess. Water may correct wine in one season and wine correct water in the next. Honey may lead a man out of a sealed household, and milk may later lead him home from a cause that has consumed him. The four are constant. The order of their work is alive. Every trip down an unfamiliar road returns a dividend. The first dividend is the experience itself, the discovery that a form of love the man did not trust can do something his familiar love could not. The second is discrimination. Once he has seen the real thing operate, he can distinguish it from its substitutes. Affection is no longer confused with possession. Face-to-face love is no longer confused with fixation. Friendship is no longer confused with faction. Charity is no longer confused with making another person dependent on the giver. The third dividend is that the next choice is not made from the same poverty as the first. The man carries the earlier road inside him. What was once foreign has become part of the evidence from which he lives, and when the path divides again, he has more than one history to draw upon. The dividends compound because every genuine experience of one love changes the way the other three are understood. Facing teaches the carrier that the burden has a face. Carrying teaches the facer that love continues when the beloved is out of sight. Standing beside teaches the household that two people can be joined by something beyond themselves. Releasing teaches all three that love does not become truer by becoming possession. A man does not merely collect four capacities. Each one interprets the others, and every new interpretation changes the choice available at the next divergence. The road not yet traveled becomes a road he knows. Then the woods divide again. Scripture applies this to a child. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Proverbs 22:6. Training a child in the way is not merely placing a rule in his mind. It is giving him enough experience of the real road that his heart knows the country. No parent models all four loves perfectly. No parent comes close. Every household has a tilt, every parent has a familiar road, and every child eventually receives some experience that has to be carried to a different table and prepared again. Perfection is not required for the first dividend. A parent can give a child enough of the real thing to make the substitute unable to satisfy him. Enough affection that possession will not pass for home. Enough presence that fixation will not pass for intimacy. Enough shared work that belonging to a faction will not pass for friendship. Enough selfless carrying that control will not pass for charity. The child who has tasted the real thing has evidence. If that taste inspires him to take the road he has not yet traveled, the next experience becomes his own. The parent does not have to walk every future mile for him. One true road opens onto another, the dividends begin to compound, and the child becomes capable of repairing a table his parents could not keep level. The verse that opened the four rivers said to trust in the Lord with all the heart and not lean upon one's own understanding. It ended with a promise about paths, plural. The heart trusts that the origin of the roads is good. The feet acquire what understanding could not invent. Then the mind gives form to what the journey revealed. That grounding can endure a great deal of hellfire because it is not an instruction stored only in the sky. It is an experience buried in the earth. A child may be driven a long way from home and still know that hell is not home because he has tasted what home was made to be. 4 legs hold one table. 4 paths train one person. Each road can correct the others because none of them began where they divided. Something is holding them together upstream of all of it. Chapter 39, The Source. The map at the beginning of this book stated, before the argument could demonstrate it, that the 4 rivers do not have 4 sources. They are one living water after it has divided. The rivers have now been followed separately. Each has been seen in its bodily position, its proper work, its corruptions, its path, and its temperamental entrance. They have circled when left alone, corrected one another when brought together, and held one table level because all 4 legs belong to one surface. What began as a statement can now be seen as a necessity. If the 4 were independent loves, one could restrain another but could never complete it. Their correction would be compromise, less water to make room for milk, less honey to accommodate wine. But experience in one love reveals the meaning of another. Each recognizes what the others know because the 4 were one before they became 4. They are not separate loves assembled into unity. They are one love differentiated so that it can move. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. Genesis 2:10. The count appears downstream. Above the place where the map begins there is one river. The 4 heads are not 4 beginnings. They are one beginning seen after it has entered the garden and acquired 4 directions. The founding text of alchemy promised the miracles of one only thing and never said what the thing was. Genesis says, "It is a river, one river, above the garden before the count." No single river is the whole gift. Water, milk, honey, and wine are the one gift having gone 4 ways through a creature built to love in 4 directions. The Hadith of the Night Journey adds a detail Genesis does not have. The prophet is brought to the lote tree of the farthest boundary and finds 4 rivers issuing from its base. The base, not the crown. The 2 accounts do not say the same thing. Genesis says the river went out of Eden, out of the place, not out of any particular tree. The Hadith locates the four at the foot of a specific tree. What they share is water arriving at ground level and dividing into four. The tree is the Hadith's contribution and belongs to it. Earlier, the tree joined earth and sky. Its roots were buried in the dark country of the heart, and its crown stood in the visible country of the mind. It was the shape of a choice. Something mattered below before it could be named above. Return to now. That correspondence says something further. The rivers come out of the buried end. Nothing that anybody drinks comes down from the branches. The mind can name the four loves, distinguish their work, build their banks, and decide where they should be allowed to run. It does not manufacture their water. All four rise together from the part of a man he did not construct and cannot inspect directly. The Quran says it so often that it becomes background noise. The standard formula for paradise is gardens beneath which rivers flow from underneath. The rivers are not decorations added to the landscape. They are under the whole arrangement at root level, and the garden is what stands on top of them. The division between the hidden and visible rivers appeared earlier as a correspondence. Two of the four remain within the pair, face to face and back to back, the loves that make a household. Two run through the pair toward something beyond it, shoulder to shoulder before a common object, and one behind another person on his way into the world. Two rivers stay in the garden, two go out and get names. Now that all four rivers have been followed separately, the purpose of that division can be seen. It is not a ranking and not two classes of love. It is circulation. The inner two nourish the enclosure. The outer two carry what is in the enclosure through its gates. The inner loves make a home worth returning to. The outer loves keep the home from becoming a marsh. A household with only the inner two goes stale. Everything in it is about the people in it. There is warmth and there is fidelity, and there is nothing outside the front door that anyone is facing. And after some years, the warmth is all there is, and warmth by itself becomes an atmosphere rather than a life. And a man with only the outer two has nowhere to sleep. He has a cause and colleagues in the cause, and people he has carried at real cost, and he comes home to a room where nobody is facing him and nobody has his back. Such a man can water half the country and die of thirst in his own house. One water has to move inward and outward. It has to make an enclosure living and then pass through that enclosure into the world. That is why there are four. Ezekiel saw the river and was made to walk into it. Water comes out from under the threshold of the temple from underneath again, and a man with a line measures 1,000 cubits and leads him in, and the water is to the ankles. 1,000 more and it is to the knees. 1,000 more the loins. 1,000 more and it cannot be crossed. For the waters were risen, waters to swim in, a river that could not be passed over. Ezekiel 47:5. His four measurements are not the four rivers. Four things is not four things. What the passage shows is a river that deepens the further out it goes. The Mercy Seat chapter walked these same measurements from inside the source room and read them as residents. The longer a man lives at the source, the deeper the river runs out of him. The two readings are one hydrology. The water deepens with distance because it never stops coming, and it deepens with residence because the man stops leaving. Two verses in that chapter belong here exactly. And it shall come to pass that everything that liveth, which moveth, whithersoever the rivers shall come, shall live. Ezekiel 47:9. And then 3 verses later. But the miry places thereof, and the marishes thereof shall not be healed. They shall be given to salt. Ezekiel 47:11. Everything the river reaches lives, and the marshes are not healed. That is the argument for the wall, stated by a prophet standing waist deep in the water. A marsh is not short of water. A marsh has all the water it could want and no banks, and therefore no direction, and therefore no motion, and the healing that goes with the river does not go there. The verse does not say the swamps are punished. It says they are not healed, which is a different and colder thing. Water without a course is excluded from the very thing that water is for, which prevents the conclusion from being misunderstood. One source does not mean that the four should be collapsed back into an undifferentiated pool. The source makes them one. The banks preserve their differences. Erase the differences and the result is not unity. It is a marsh. Love becomes life-giving by taking a course. The garden architecture also appeared at the beginning of this book. It does not need to be established again. It can now be read for its purpose. Eden is behind us, and it is lost, and it is guarded. What stands at the end of the Christian scriptures is not a garden at all but a city with a wall and 12 gates, and the river running down the middle of the main street, and the tree of life growing on both banks of it at once. What the Quran promises is a garden ahead, described in the future tense, to people who do not have it and are told to work toward it. Past, city, garden, 3 different places in 3 different tenses. All 3 have an enclosure, water at the center, a tree, and 4. But the city at the end adds the detail that interprets the wall. Its gates are never shut. As the wall already showed, the boundary is not there to decide who is allowed to approach the water. It is there to give the water somewhere to be, banks to run between, and openings through which to leave. The enclosure is an organ of circulation. The tree completes it. The Quran names it Sidrat al-Muntaha, the lote tree of the utmost boundary, of the furthest limit, the point past which there is no going, and the garden of refuge is beside it. The tree stands at the wall, which is exactly where it belongs. The tree is the one living object in the picture that stands in 2 countries, buried in the dark and lifted into the light, and a boundary is where 2 countries meet. The 4 rivers come out of its base, run into the enclosure, and 2 of them pass back through the wall with names. The whole movement is there. One gift rises from the buried source. The shape of the human creature gives it 4 directions. 2, establish the place from which a man can love. 2, carry that love beyond the place that formed him. The wall keeps the movement from becoming a flood or a marsh. The gates keep the enclosure from becoming a prison. That is the shape of the garden. Christ identifies himself with the living water. The 4 positions therefore describe ways a person can stand in relation to him, and ways his water can pass through one person toward another. They do not describe ranks of discipleship. The difference between a servant and a friend lies on another axis. It is not orientation, it is trust. Chapter 40, the left hand and the right. A mother came to Jesus with her 2 sons, and asked for places beside him. Then came to him the mother of Zebedee's children with her sons, worshiping him, and desiring a certain thing of him. And he said unto her, What wilt thou? She saith unto him, Grant that these my 2 sons may sit, the one on thy right hand and the other on the left in thy kingdom. But Jesus answered and said, Ye know not what ye ask. Are ye able to drink of the cup that I shall drink of, and to be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? They say unto him, We are able. And he saith unto them, Ye shall drink indeed of my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father. Matthew 20:23. She asks for favor, he answers with preparation. He does not ask how much she loves her sons or how much the sons love him. He asks whether they can bear what the places require. The cup and the baptism are not sentiments. They are experiences that either prepare a man to occupy a position or reveal that he cannot. And the 2 places appear again, when the kingdom is displayed in the form nobody expected. And with him they crucify 2 thieves, the one on his right hand and the other on his left. Mark 15:27. The seats beside him are not first shown as chairs beside a throne. They are crosses. The request was to share his glory. The answer was a question about sharing his cup. And when the right and left positions finally appear, the men occupying them are dying with him. Luke preserves what the two men said, and their two sentences divide the scene. One thief joins the mockery, "If thou be Christ, save thyself and us." The other refuses to, "Dost not thou fear God, seeing thou art in the same condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds. But this man hath done nothing amiss," and then turns and asks, "Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom." One man will not repent, the other does. And the tradition has always seated them accordingly. The unrepentant thief on Christ's left, and the repentant thief on his right. The answer given to the man on the right is the only sentence in the Gospels in which Christ speaks the word this book is about. "Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise." Luke 23:43. Nothing is said to the man on the left, and nothing is said against him either. He is not driven from the scene. He dies as near to Christ on one side as the other man dies on the other, and the love that hopes the good of every man does not stop at his cross. What differs is not the distance and not the love. The man on the right told the truth about himself and about the one beside him. "We indeed justly. This man hath done nothing amiss," which is the condition of trust, met at the last possible hour. And something was immediately placed in his hands, paradise that day. So the text gives the whole sentence. Christ in the center, the man who refused repentance on his left, and the man who asked for it on his right. It is the sentence the chapter on fire from heaven read off the geometry of the cross, the two economies, one that keeps books and one that keeps none, and him planted at their meeting point with an arm extended into each. Here the two economies have faces. Christ is the living water. All four rivers come from one source, and all four bodily orientations are finally orientations with respect to him. Servant and friend are therefore not two of those orientations. A servant may face, stand beside, carry, or release. So may a friend. Those words measure something else. The left and the right reveal what? The left is the heart, the right is the mind. The left hand is the side of love. The right hand is the side of trust. And the Ark chapter gave each side its needle. Joy is the reading when love is on course, peace when logic is. One caution belongs to the naming before anything else is built on it. The old traditions kept a phrase, the left-hand path, for the way that runs on the heart's side alone, and the phrase is a warning, not a compliment. A left hand working without the right is love without trust, warmth without judgment, the reading without the course. A chapter near the end of this book will walk that path to the tree that grows at the end of it. The two hands are named together in this chapter because they are only safe together. Love and trust are not degrees of one substance. Love is unconditional. It is the hope for the good of another, and nothing in the other person can make that good cease to be worth hoping for. Approval can end. Access can be withdrawn. A boundary can be closed and a judgment can fall. None of those requires love to stop. Those at the left hand of God are those God loves. That is everyone. Trust is conditional. It is the judgment that a person can be relied upon to carry some particular weight without corrupting it. It concerns competence, knowledge, honesty, and demonstrated alignment with the work being entrusted. Those conditions are either present or they are not. Those at the right hand are those who are trusted. This is why Christ says that the places at his right and left are not his to hand out as favors. He cannot make a man trustworthy by preferring him. That is not a limit on divine power. It is the same reason God cannot make a false statement true by liking the speaker. Trust recognizes what is there. To entrust responsibility where its conditions have not been met would not be mercy. It would be false judgment, and whatever was placed there would be crushed or spoiled. There is no single line dividing trusted people from untrusted people. Trust has an object. A man may be trusted with money and not with a secret. He may be trusted to tell the truth and not to make a diagnosis. He may be trusted to carry out a plan and not to change it. A child may be trusted to hold a glass and not to use the stove. The same person may be trustworthy in one direction, inexperienced in another, and dangerous in a third. Trust is therefore conditional without being total. It is measured domain by domain, weight by weight. Love is nothing like that. Love burns the way fire burns. A fire does not select one direction in which to be hot. It burns from its center and gives its light in every direction available to it. A man either permits that fire to burn through him or blocks it. He cannot direct love toward one person and withhold its nature from another while claiming that the difference belongs to love. He can direct an action. He can choose where to place his body, his money, his time, and his confidence. He can open one door and close another. The banks can determine where the water is carried. They do not decide which ground is worthy of water. This is why the sentence "I love you" fails under examination. It puts an I at one end, a you at the other, and treats love as a selected object moving between them. But in the country of love there is no I and you. The division has already been submerged. What the speaker ordinarily means is real "I desire you", "I am attached to you", "I choose you", "I feel affection for you", "I trust you", but none of those is the fire itself. "I trust you" says more. It says that something valuable can be placed in your hands. And there are no love languages by which love can be proved. An action can reveal attentiveness, affection, compatibility, skill, or trustworthiness. It can make another person feel seen. It cannot purchase the unconditional, and no preferred sequence of words, gifts, touch, time, or service can establish that the fire exists. Once love is made dependent on the correct performance, it has been renamed while its opposite has taken the room. One precision belongs here, before the fire image hardens into grammar. In this book's dream language, fire and the light it gives is truth. The thing that comes down from above, the flame on the altar, the audit that reveals substance. Love strictly is not the fire. Love is what burns. And love without truth is not love, which is why the two can never be pulled apart, and why paradise keeps one more symbol that this book has not yet set on its table: a candle on a candlestick. A candle is three things, and the grammar assigns each one. The wax is the heart's work, substance actually manufactured by a life, built up slowly, the body of the thing. And consider what wax has ever been made of: tallow, the fat of the balm chapter, or the wax of the hive. The candle's body is built out of the river's own substances. The candlestick is the mind's work, the measured metal framework that holds the candle upright and at height, doing for the flame exactly what banks do for a river. And the flame is neither of them. The flame is truth, and it arrives the way truth always arrives in this grammar: from outside, from above, kindled rather than manufactured. A candle is only a candle when it burns. Wax without flame is a candle-shaped object, the advertisement again, a thing that photographs like a candle in every light except the dark. And flame without wax has nothing to live on. The light that fills a house comes only from the marriage of the two, the heart's substance, consumed by truth. That is to love in truth, standing on a table as an object. And Christ's instruction about the candle turns out to be this book's whole diagnosis in one household image. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. It is spoken 2 verses from: ye are the salt of the earth, salt and light, the thoagent and the flame, side by side in one paragraph of the sermon. What better picture of what we really are and of what the shell of insecurities blocks than a lit candle covered by a basket? Mark what the bushel does not do. It does not unlight the candle. What you are is already burning under there, the birthright already lit. Nobody is asked to ignite himself. But mark also what a bushel does do, given time. A flame lives on air, and in the scriptural languages spirit and breath are one word, and a covered flame is not hidden. It is smothered, starved of the breath, which is Leviathan's armor again. Scales sealed so close that no air can come between them. The shell does not conceal the light. It suffocates it. Taking off the bushel was never a performance for the neighbors. It is letting the flame breathe. And the instruction ends by naming the stake, light unto all that are in the house being the self, every room of it, every character in the dream. The candle holds one more distinction, and Genesis sets it up in the first chapter of everything. The lights of the fourth day, sun, moon, and stars, are installed in the firmament of the heaven, fixed lights hung in the mind's high country to rule the day and the night and to be for signs and for seasons. Governing light, calendar light. It keeps its orbits, it can be steered by, and it sets. Abraham built his whole argument on that. The star sets, the moon sets, the sun sets, and he would not worship a light that goes down on schedule and leaves a man in the dark. The candle is the other kind of light. It is not installed, it is carried. That is the physics hiding inside the psalm every reader knows. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, and a light unto my path, feet-level light, walking light, light that goes where the walker goes, down the cellar stairs and around the far side of things, through the hours when every governing light has set. And why does light need to be carried at all? Because of an odd fact about morality. All of it is logically obvious, at the right angle. Nobody defends the double standard once it is lit from the side where both cases show at once. The catastrophizing in someone else is obvious the moment the flame is held over it. The difficulty was never that the truth is dim. It is that the object stands between the light and the seer, and someone has to walk the flame around to the angle where the obvious becomes visible. That walking is the heart's office. The heart is not the fire, fire is truth, and the heart supplies the wax. But the heart is the wandering of the flame, the thing that picks the light up and carries it to the bedside, down the stairs, around to the other man's side of the argument, to the angle where what was always logically obvious can finally be seen. The mind fixes lights in the firmament and steers by them. The heart carries a candle into rooms. Integration is the two of them working one light, signs in the sky and a lamp at the feet. Marriage makes the distinction unavoidable. A marriage is built on trust, not love. Love cannot distinguish a spouse from the rest of humanity because love wishes the good of all. Marriage is particular. One person is entrusted with access to a body, a home, a history, money, children, weakness, and a future that no stranger is permitted to hold in the same way. The exclusivity belongs to trust. Two people do not marry because they have succeeded in aiming universal love at one another. They marry because each has judged the other capable of carrying a particular shared life. Fidelity is trust. Telling the truth when the truth is expensive is trust. Making decisions that will still protect the household when the other person is absent is trust. The vows do not manufacture love. They name what each person is placing into the other's hands. This is why love can remain after a marriage becomes impossible to continue. A person may hope completely for the good of a spouse he can no longer trust with money, truth, the children, or his own body. Leaving the person untrusted with those things is not the withdrawal of love. It may be the last truthful form love can take. And this is why repeated declarations of love cannot repair a marriage whose trust has been broken. The declaration answers the wrong question. The marriage is not asking whether fire exists. It is asking whether the floor will bear weight. The confusion begins early. At the center of his soul, a child knows that love is unconditional. He arrived unable to earn anything. He was fed before he understood hunger, carried before he could ask, and attended to before he possessed a word with which to make a claim. His first knowledge of love entered before performance was possible. He received without shame, which the Golden Seams chapter said is where every vessel's work begins. Then the language around him begins making love conditional. Adults say if you loved me, you would. Approval is given and withdrawn under the name of love. Compliance is treated as proof of love, Gifts are counted as evidence of love, and a child who fails is told by tone, distance, or silence that the fire has gone out. But what is actually changing is trust. A parent cannot trust an infant with a staircase, a child with a stove, or an adolescent with every decision that will shape the rest of his life. Competence has conditions, develops unevenly, and has to be tested. Permission expands when the conditions are met and contracts when judgment proves unsound. None of this says anything about whether the child is loved. When the two are confused, every correction reaches the center of the child as a verdict on his worth. You are not ready for this becomes you are not loved. I cannot trust this decision becomes the fire is conditional on your performance. The child then spends a life trying to earn with competence what was given before he had any. The proper distinction leaves both sides intact. Love does not move. Trust tells the truth. A child may be loved without limit and trusted with one small thing. He can lose that trust through what he does without losing 1 degree of love. He can regain it through experience, judgment, and demonstrated competence without becoming 1 degree more lovable. To train up a child in the way is not to teach him the performances by which he can keep love turned on. It is to give him enough of the real fire that correction does not feel like exile, and enough truthful measures of trust that responsibility becomes something he can actually learn to bear. The distinction between servant and friend is stated without symbolism. Henceforth I call you not servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth, but I have called you friends, for all things that I have heard of my Father I have made known unto you. John 15:15. The difference is knowledge. The servant can execute an instruction without understanding its purpose. He may be diligent, loyal, and full of good intentions. None of that makes him competent to alter the instruction when circumstances change, to represent the master where no command has been given, or to carry information whose misuse would damage the work. The friend has been told what the master is doing. He has access to the purpose behind the command. That knowledge permits him to act when the literal instruction runs out, because he can distinguish an unexpected route to the same destination from a departure that only looks helpful from nearby. The servant is not less loved. He is less informed because he has not yet become competent to carry the information. Paul makes the point in the vocabulary of inheritance. Now I say that the heir, as long as he is a child, differeth nothing from a servant, though he be lord of all, but is under tutors and governors until the time appointed of the father. Galatians 4:1-2. The child is already the heir. Nothing about his identity is undecided. The estate belongs to him in promise, and the father does not love him less during the years in which governors tell him what to do. But an inheritance placed under an immature heir is an inheritance destroyed. He remains under instruction until he can carry what was his before he was competent to use it. Love settled who he was. Trust determines what can be put into his hands. This is the servant's condition. He is given the action because he cannot yet be entrusted with the entire reason. Friendship begins when the purpose can be disclosed without being bent around the friend's appetites, fears, or ambition. The change is not a rotation of bodies. It is an enlargement of competence. Peter shows why good intention is not enough. When Jesus tells the disciples that he must go to Jerusalem, suffer, and be killed, Peter takes him aside and objects. Be it far from thee, Lord, this shall not be unto thee. But he turned and said unto Peter, Get thee behind me, Satan. Thou art an offense unto me, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but those that be of men. Matthew 16:22-23. Peter's intention is good from inside Peter's field of view. He loves his teacher and does not want him to die. If intention were enough, the rebuke would make no sense. But Peter's good intention is pointed 180 degrees away from the work. The death he wants to prevent is the death Christ has come to undergo. He is not merely mistaken about a detail. He is attempting to save the mission by stopping it. That is why the word is Satan, adversary. Peter's affection has placed him in opposition to the good he means to protect. Get thee behind me is not the definition of a servant's bodily position. It is a correction given to a man who has attempted to direct what he does not understand. Stop advising the road. Return to following until you can see where it goes. Christ does not stop loving Peter. He stops trusting Peter's judgment about the cross. After Peter has failed publicly, watched the thing he tried to prevent, and encountered Christ on the other side of it, the conversation changes. 3 times Peter makes a declaration of love. 3 times Christ answers with an assignment: feed my lambs, feed my sheep. Peter speaks in the vocabulary of love. Christ answers in the vocabulary of trust. The fire was never the unresolved question. The question was whether Peter could be entrusted with something Christ valued. Experience has enlarged him, his failure has been carried into the open, and a particular weight is now put into his hands. This does not mean Peter is thereafter trusted in every imaginable domain. Trust is never a halo around an entire person. He is trusted with the sheep. The object is named. Abraham's title says the same thing at a larger scale. James says he was called the friend of God. Isaiah records God saying, "Abraham, my friend." The Quran gives him the title directly. And Allah took Abraham as an intimate friend. Surat An-Nisa 4:125. He was loved before any test began. The tests did not make him lovable. They revealed what could be entrusted to him. He discarded the star, moon, and sun when they set. He broke the carved things his people protected. He carried the command to the mountain without substituting his own fear for the purpose of the one who gave it. At the point where nothing remained hidden, the voice says, "Now I know." Friend is not the name of the man standing shoulder to shoulder with God. It is the name of the man to whom God can disclose and entrust his purpose without that purpose being replaced by the man's good intentions. The left hand is full. God does not run out of love and does not discover a person for whom he cannot hope the good. The right hand is specific. It holds authority, responsibility, and whatever weight has actually been entrusted. Its place cannot be won by a mother's request, a declaration of love, a claim of good intentions, or a demand to be believed. Preparation either occurred or it did not. Competence either reaches the weight or it does not. That is not a hierarchy of human worth. The untrusted are not less loved, and the trusted are not loved more. It is a truthful account of what each person can presently carry. Love cannot be proved because it precedes proof. Trust cannot be forced because it follows proof. Love is the candle burning, trust is weight. To say, "I trust you," is to place something worth protecting under another person's competence. What a man is willing to serve, carry, and put his body beneath is therefore the visible declaration of what he considers worthy. That declaration has a name. Worship. Chapter 41, Worship. Whatever else worship has been, it has always been a body in a position. Standing, bowing, kneeling, the forehead put on the floor. Every tradition that ever had one specified where to put the limbs and specified it in detail, and none of them left it to the interior. Which is strange if worship is a feeling. The English word has been worn smooth. Worship is weorthsipe, worth, and the suffix that makes a condition out of a thing, as in friendship or hardship. It is the state of being worth something, and the classical sense of the word leads to something like the act of saying so, a declaration out loud, or a showing made where it can be seen. To worship on this reading is to ascribe worth, not merely to feel reverent, and not merely to hold a private opinion about the value of a thing, but to let the ascription become visible. And the Semitic languages went at the same act from the opposite end. The Arabic word for worship is ibadah, from the root that gives abd, a servant. The Hebrew avodah comes from the same three consonants and means work, service, and worship, all in the one word with no seam between them. Where English asks what a thing is worth, Arabic and Hebrew ask who is serving whom. These are not two definitions but two seats at one table. To serve someone is to have said what he is worth, and there is no other way to say it that anybody can check. Paul makes the same collapse in a single sentence and names the instrument. I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. Romans 12:1. Present your bodies, not your hearts, not your convictions, not your assent. And the word behind service at the end of that verse is the word for worship, the temple word, the word for what the priests did with the animals. So worship is something you do with a body, and it is put on an altar, and the altar has 4 horns at 4 corners. A body has a front, a back, and 2 sides. There are 4 ways it can be turned toward another body and no fifth. Each of the 4 is a sentence, not spoken, but said, in the one language that cannot be faked, which is where a man actually stands when it costs him something. Water says, you are worth being taken apart by. Milk says, you are worth letting go of. Honey says, you are worth standing beside. Wine says, you are worth carrying. That is worship. 4 sentences, none of them spoken aloud, all of them said. Not one can be said in private. Not one can be said cheaply. Each costs the speaker exactly the thing it names. There is a scene in the Gospels where worship is measured exactly this way, by where the body goes, and a dream showed me its second meaning. The scene itself. Christ comes into the temple and finds the tables of the money changers, the men who swapped the empire's coin for the currency the sacred transactions required. Surrogate money, tokens of trust, the stand-in that had been set up between a man and what he came to offer. He makes a whip of small cords and overturns the tables, and the coin hits the floor. Contemplating that story, I dreamed it, and the dream added the detail that unlocks it. In the dream, the changers were asked whom they worshipped, and they answered what everyone answers: God, only God. Then the tables went over, and the moment the surrogate currency for trust hit the stones, there they were down on their knees, scrambling after it. This chapter opened by saying that worship has always been a body and a position, and here is the proof by inversion. Ask a man whom he worships and he will tell you something creditable. Flip his table and watch where his knees go. The kneel is the oldest posture of worship there is, and the changers assumed it within seconds, face toward the floor, hands outstretched, with the object of their devotion rolling loose among the feet of the crowd. Read it the way every dream is read, with every character being you, and the scene stops being a report about first-century banking. The temple is the self, the house that was meant to be a house of prayer. The changers are in you, the part that set up a table in the sacred precinct and began trading the real thing for its surrogate. Trust converted into tokens, worth converted into proof. The currency of the proving game struck and weighed and stacked on the very spot where the offering was supposed to happen. And the one who makes the whip is in you too, because something inside a person will always, eventually, flip that table. Life flips it if nothing else does: the diagnosis, the loss, the failure that scatters the stacked tokens across the floor in one motion. Those are the moments a man is given his glimpse of what he really worships, not what he says when asked, but where his knees go when the coins are rolling. It may seem like a stretch to ask what the whip was made of, but the text invites the question by troubling to say that he made it on the spot, out of what the courtyard offered. Small cords, the market's own rigging, the ropes that tethered the animals, the bindings and lashings that held its coverings in place. A covering, taken apart into strands and braided into the instrument of the cleansing. Read in the grammar, the detail closes a circle this book opened in the garden, because the covering is where the whole problem began. The first thing fallen hands ever made was a covering, stripped from a fig tree, And the same tendency to hide is what built the counterfeit economy in the first place, since a market in surrogate worth can only operate behind coverings. And the one who comes to clean the house brings no weapon from outside. He picks up the covering material, shreds it, and drives the fakery out with the strands. The moment the covering stops covering, the changers are already running, the whole trade depended on it. The temple's story keeps this signature to its very end. It closes with the great covering of the innermost room, the veil, torn from the top to the bottom, in heaven's direction. Both cleansings are the death of a covering. Nothing in the house of prayer ever needed to be hidden, and everything in the counterfeit market did. And the courtyard stall was a franchise. The last chapter of this book will watch its owner make the offer at world scale. Every kingdom and its glory, the whole inventory, priced at a single payment of worship. And we'll find both of the great counterfeits converging at that one stall, because everything finite can be sold, and so can experiences, and so can masks. And in that moment there is a choice, and it is brief. Go down after the money or stay standing and keep the attention on what the house was for. The choice does not remain available at the same price. Every time the fake thing is chased, two things happen at once. The chaser learns a little less of what the alternative had to offer, and the chasing hardens a little further toward reflex, until at last it is not chosen at all, only executed. That is the condition the first word from the cross was aimed at. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Not they do nothing wrong, they know not. The pursuit has gone fully automatic and the sleeper is running on his oldest instructions. It is the same sleep Scripture keeps trying to shake. Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. A man asleep to the things of God is not at his most wicked in the moment of the scramble. He is at his most unconscious. Which is why the whip is a mercy, and why the tables in a well-built life must sometimes go over. Lewis built an entire country on that last sentence. In his Narnia, the land lies frozen under a witch, always winter and never Christmas. The frozen well's condition annexed to a whole nation, every stream stopped, and the freeze administered as a government. And at the center of the country stands a table. The stone table, a great slab engraved with the deep magic, the oldest law, the terms on which everyone's stability rests. Nothing in that country truly changes, not the winter, not the witch's claim on every trader, until the table breaks. It breaks because a willing innocent lets the old engraved terms be executed on himself, and at sunrise the slab cracks in two, and Lewis names what follows with the phrase this book has already borrowed from him once. Death itself starts working backwards. The thaw follows the crack. The springs of the country run again because the table broke, the same order as the temple courtyard. First the tables go over, then the house can be a house of prayer. And mark who does the breaking. A lion, the figure Scripture had already crowned, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. The lion in the grammar is courage, and courage is exactly what the scene costs, because look at what a stone table is in a person. Stone is memory, and a stone table is the engraved slab of settled testimony a life is arranged on, the stone plane, the conscious map, the terms cut deep and load-bearing. It is the surface our stability stands on, which is why nothing feels more dangerous to confront head-on. The table is our map. Challenge the map, and you risk being lost in the middle of your own country. That is why the work takes the lion and not the fox. There is no clever route around the table. It is met head-on or not at all. The men on their knees in the temple courtyard and the witch enthroned by the stone table are guarding the same piece of furniture. And in both stories the news on the far side of the breaking is the same. The frozen country was never the real country. Spring was. One correction the story itself insists on, because it guards the doctrine from a misreading. The table is not destroyed. Narnia never hauls the cracked slab away. Generations later the country raises a mound over it, and the broken table lies at the center of its holiest chamber. Kept, honored, built around. What broke was not the stone. What broke was the table's orientation. It no longer faces the witch. The slab that had been the instrument of her claim becomes cracked. the heart of the sanctuary, the same testimony, no longer serving the executioner. The golden seams chapter would recognize the pattern at a glance. The crack is where the honor went. And that is what a right breaking does to a man's map. The memory is not erased, and the testimony is not thrown out. It is cracked loose from the tyrant who had been reading it, and laid again facing the other way. Nor is the breaking once for a lifetime. It is periodic, and Christ gave the schedule in a parable about a field. An enemy sowed tares among the wheat while men slept, and the servants wanted to weed at once, and the householder forbade it. Root up the tares now, and the wheat comes up with them, the roots having grown together. Let both grow until the harvest. The parable is honest about what that patience buys and what it finally costs. For a season the field carries both, and the map still serves a true testimony and false growing in the same rows, roots intertwined past safe separating. And there comes a point where the tares have thickened enough to choke the wheat, and the harvest is called, and then everything comes up together, rooted up, all of it, separated on the thrashing floor, the tares bound for the fire that takes only what was never grain. And the wheat is not filed away in a barn forever. It is replanted. Next season's field is sown out of the sordid harvest of the last one, the table broken, sorted, and laid again, the great works wheel turning through a farmer's year. A map that has never once been harvested is not a purer map. It is a field the tares have won. One more detail of the table scene is easy to read past, and it holds the darkest and most useful diagnosis in the story. The witch and her monsters bound the great lion to the table gladly, jeering, festive, because they truly believed it would kill him. Not hoped, believed. And that belief is in us. The parts of a person that freeze the well of living water are not, at bottom, cynical performers. They are sincere. They really do not believe love is real, not the full-weight kind, not the kind this book has been describing, and their unbelief is not stupid. It is empirical. Love, at the scale it promises, cannot be seen from the outside. Nobody has ever watched a marriage or a friendship hold up the infinite weight that love claims is possible, not even close. Every visible example sags somewhere, and the frozen parts keep a careful file of the sagging. On the visible evidence alone, the witch's side of the table is the reasonable side. Which is precisely where the grace of God comes in, because the case for love was never going to be closed by watching other people. You can learn what love is straight from the source. That is the entire, scandalous offer of a personal relationship with God, and notice that nothing on earth has ever even pretended to model it. No mortal king has made himself infinitely accessible to every person in the kingdom. No mortal king has issued the blanket statement, "Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you," and stood behind it. God has, and he meant it. But the offer has a property that keeps it invisible to spectators. The only way to know it is to try him. Scripture is not shy about that. "Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts." The experiment is invited by name. "Cast thy bread upon the waters," says the preacher, "for thou shalt find it after many days." And be honest about what the experiment looks like from inside, because the frozen parts want a spectacle and grace tends to work in geology. Does casting your bread on the water mean the lady of the lake rises, samite-sleeved, and hands you a sword by Friday? Usually not. Usually it is more like what Narnia did with its broken table. The pieces were buried under a hill, deep in the earth, where the pressure could do its slow work. The sword chapter's other forge, the one that makes diamonds. After many days is the honest timetable. If God could simply hand you a ticket to heaven, he would, in a heartbeat. Nothing in these pages permits a doubt about the willingness. He cannot, and Lewis's dream of the outskirts shows exactly why. The road to heaven in that dream is a road of increasing solidness. The grass of the real country pierces the ghost's feet, and it is the walking itself that solidifies the walker, cutting straight through our unintegratedness. A ticket can be handed over. Solidity has to be grown step by heavier step. And on that road the dream promises someone will be there to lean on. For Lewis, in the dream, it was a man he had never met, the cherished author whose books had first shown him the far country. Lewis himself has been that man, in large measure, for me. I am lucky beyond deserving in parents, mentors, and friends, but the promise was never that the lucky will be helped. The promise is that someone will always be there, if not a good Samaritan, then the good Samaritan. And Lewis's own table went over in the least spectacular way imaginable, an ordinary morning's ride to a zoo, through the trees, in the sidecar of his brother's motorcycle. When they set out, he wrote, he did not believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and when they reached the zoo he did. No lightning, no lake, no lion visible anywhere. A brother, a road through the woods, and somewhere along it the table flipped, and he saw who his money changers were. God works in mysterious ways, but he works. One position is used in Scripture more than any other to describe a man's life with God, and it is one of the four. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Genesis 5:24. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. Genesis 6:9. Walked with, not before, not behind, not toward, beside. And when Micah reduces the whole requirement to a single line, after asking whether he should come with burnt offerings, with calves a year old, with thousands of rams, with rivers of oil, with his firstborn, the answer he gets ends in the same position. He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. Micah 6:8. Do justly, love mercy, walk with. The prophet is asked what to bring to the altar, and answers with a way of standing. If a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? 1 John 4:20. That does not make the brother a substitute for God, it makes him the test. And the test runs on sight, whom he hath seen and whom he hath not seen. The one in front is visible, the one behind is not. The question is asked about the man who can be seen because the other is not available for inspection. James defines religion by the same measure, visiting the fatherless and the widow in their affliction. And the Quran has an entire surah on it, one of the shortest in the book. Have you seen the one who denies the recompense? That is the one who drives away the orphan and does not encourage the feeding of the poor. So woe to those who pray but are heedless of their prayer, those who make show of it and withhold simple assistance. Surat Al-Man 107:17. Woe to those who pray, not to those who do not. The denunciation is aimed at people whose worship is intact and does not reach anybody, and the thing they are withholding is named as small, the ordinary help, the cup of water, the thing that would cost almost nothing. 3 texts in 3 languages, refusing to let worship stop at the wall. None of them says that neighbor love is all there is. Both traditions hold the first commandment first. What all 3 say is narrower and much harder. There is no such thing as a love of God that does not come out at the neighbor, and where it does not, the fault is not the neighbor's. The river runs through him. That is what a river does to a garden. And the differences are not an accident that better people would have avoided. To each of you we prescribed a law and a method. Had Allah willed, He would have made you one nation, but He intended to test you in what He has given you. So race to all that is good. To Allah is your return altogether, and He will inform you concerning that over which you used to differ. Surat Al-Ma'idah 5:48. He could have made one community. He did not. He gave each a law and a way, and told them to race one another toward the good, and said the disagreements would be settled at the return and not before. Plurality on purpose, judgment deferred, works in the meantime. And the measure given in the Hadith is the plainest one available. None of you believes until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself. Late in his life, Al-Ghazali, the man who had spent a book taking the philosophers apart, turned the whole apparatus toward the question of how far God's mercy reaches toward people who never received the message properly, and gave an answer wider than most of his readers expected. That is where a serious man ends up after a lifetime of drawing lines, still drawing them, and looking very carefully at who is actually outside. The widening does not require him to pretend the lines are imaginary. It requires him to know what a disagreement is. Two maps can contradict one another because there is one country underneath them. If there were no country, neither map could be wrong. They would be drawings. In the same way, religious plurality does not require a plurality of ultimate goods. It requires the opposite. If goodness has no objective source, then no tradition can misunderstand it, no prophet can call a people back to it, and no two people can meet on its ground. There would be preferences, customs, and negotiated arrangements, but nothing common enough to be called the good. Everyone who has followed the question far enough has eventually reached the one and the many. Plato placed the good beyond the particular good things and wrote that the good is not being but is even beyond being, exceeding it in dignity and power. Republic 509b. The Tao Te Ching gives the movement in a single line. The Tao produced one, one produced two, two produced three, three produced all things. Tao Te Ching 42. Different languages, the same architecture. The source is not one more object contained among the things it gives rise to. The one becomes many without ceasing to be one, and the many remain related because they came from one source. The slices from the scanner are useful here again. A slice taken from the front is not the same picture as a slice taken from the side. They may look so different that a person who has forgotten the body could mistake them for pictures of different things. They are not interchangeable, and they are not equally clear. A slice may be blurred, badly aligned, or taken at an angle that hides the thing a physician needs to see. But it can be judged as blurred or misaligned only because there is a real body against which it can be corrected. The traditions are not identical pictures. They do not make identical claims, prescribe identical disciplines, or name every structure in the same way. They are slices taken through the same reality by creatures who cannot hold the whole of it in view at once. Humility does not mean denying that the body exists. It means remembering that none of the pictures is the body, and that every person looking is limited by a picture. At the most fundamental level, a good Christian, a good Muslim, a good Jew, a good Hindu, a good Buddhist, and a good Taoist cannot be moving toward different ultimate goods. They can disagree about which discipline clears the sight, which name belongs to which structure, and which road most faithfully brings a person into alignment with the divine. Some roads are straighter than others, and some maps preserve more than others. But there is only one goodness for any of them to approach. The recurrence of the four rivers across their different maps is evidence that the body beneath the slices is one. Christ compresses the law and the prophets without reducing either of them to a slogan. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment, and the second is like unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Matthew 22, 37-40. The second is like the first because it is the same goodness continuing downstream. Love of God names the source. Love of neighbor names what proceeds from it when it reaches a human body and is given a course. What good is a religion that does not hinge there? It may preserve doctrines, ceremonies, walls, names, and lines. Those things matter because they give the water a course. But if no goodness passes through them and reaches the neighbor, the channel has preserved its shape and lost the river. Chapter 42, The Tree of Life. The last chapter opened the word worship and found worth inside it, but the suffix was left half-read, and the unread half turns out to be the instruction. Ship goes back to an old Germanic root meaning to shape, to create, to ordain, to appoint, the same root that gives English the word shape itself. Friendship, read all the way down, is not merely the condition of being friends. It is the shaped thing two people make between them. And worship is not only the ascription of worth, it is the shaping of it. To worship is to create worth, to find it, to let the finding show, and then to add to it with your own hands. Scripture tells the sequence in two one-verse parables. A man finds treasure hidden in a field, and for joy sells all that he has and buys the field. A merchant seeking goodly pearls finds one pearl of great price and sells everything and buys it. Both stories end at the purchase, and the purchase is not where the worship ends. Nobody sells everything for a field in order to let the field lie. The buying is the ascription of worth. Everything after the buying is the creation of it. And consider what a pearl actually is, because the jewel turns out to be a diagram of the method. A pearl begins as a grain of sand, the sand chapter's substance, a fragment of worn testimony, lodged where it cuts. The oyster does not expel it and does not argue with it. It adds a layer. Then another and another, each coat thinner than breath year over year until the thing that wounded is the treasure itself. Value is not found finished. It is layered on around an irritant one coat at a time. That is one stroke of the craft, and the other stroke runs in reverse, and the old teachers named its object. The klippa, the husk, layers around a center with no life in it. So the whole work of worth shaping has two motions. Find something valuable and add a layer to it. Find something worthless and peel a layer from it. Nacre onto the grain, scales off the eyes. Creation and decreation, the two strokes of one craft. And look at where the layering happens, because the pearl turns out to be the Ark of the Covenant, told by the sea. The Ark is a chest that holds stone, the tablets of the testimony, memory at its most official, inside a vessel overlaid with gold, carried wherever the people go. An oyster is a chest that holds stone, a grain of the sand chapter's worn testimony, inside a living vessel, carried on the floor of the heart's own element. The parallel runs all the way down, because the oyster lines its own walls with the very substance it wraps the wound in. Mother of pearl, vessel and treasure one material, the golden pot's doctrine grown in salt water, the container becoming what it keeps. So the stones of memory have exactly two good destinies, and this book has now met both. A stone can go to the furnace, melted, pounded, folded, and come out as the sword chapter's blade. Truth, which is the mind's way with memory made by fire and force. Or a stone can be buried in the ocean, inside a living vessel held in the heart's deep, not hammered but wrapped, layer upon patient layer, and come out as the pearl of great price. Worth, which is the heart's way with memory made by time and enclosure. Fire and pressure, blade and jewel, the two countries, each finishing testimony in its own workshop. A whole man carries both, a sword drawn from his stone and a pearl grown around it, and it is worth noticing which of the two the kingdom of heaven was compared to. But a pearl, for all its layers, only sits in the hand, and the thing of great price was never meant for a drawer. The better figure is a seed, because a seed also grows one layer at a time. Ask any tree which keeps its rings, and a seed does not sit. Buried in the right ground, the price of great price becomes a tree. And the tree this book has been growing since its first chapters has a name, and the preface already said it. The deeper the roots and the higher the branches, the more the tree becomes a tree of life. So the question turns practical. How is the growing actually done? What are the motions of creating? There is only one complete account of creating ever given, and it is the account of the Creator at work. 6 days, 6 tasks, and read in the grammar, the 6 days are a curriculum. The first day divides the light from the darkness. Creating does not begin with making, it begins with sorting. The light is called out and then divided from the dark. The first act performed on anything is a separation. The sorting of the mixed grain, the dross skimmed from the silver, the fig leaf told apart from the fig. A man begins worshiping the moment he honestly begins sorting. The second day sets a firmament between the waters above and the waters below, high from low. Not all waters are the same waters, and the second task is learning which belong overhead. the sorting of heart things from mind things, each given its own country and its own border. And the sorting is done by looking up, the serpent lifted on the pole, Moses climbing the mountain. A man who never raises his attention cannot tell his upper waters from his lower ones, and everything in him stays one undivided weather. The third day gathers the seas and lets the dry land appear. Solid from not solid, the substance test, the refiner's fire in geological form. An aim can be high and noble and still have no ground in it. The second day's work does not guarantee the third's. And the third day is also, not by accident, the day of seeds, the first living things, each whose seed is in itself, because the substance of a seed is discovered exactly one way, by what it ends up giving. The fruit is the assay of the seed. The fourth day hangs the lights, for signs and for seasons. Alignment. The circling chapter measured what happens to a walker with no fixed light. He curves, at full effort with perfect confidence, and crosses his own tracks. The fourth day is the cure, anchor points overhead. The sun is truth, by which the whole day is ruled. The moon is love, and the assignment fits her physics. She rules the night by reflecting a light she does not generate, which is what love does with truth in a dark hour, carries it, reflected, to where the sun cannot presently be seen. And the stars are the noble examples, set thick enough that some are always above the horizon, they that turn many to righteousness, as the stars forever and ever. Aligned to those three, the walking finally stops curving. The fifth day fills the waters and the sky with living things. Now the relationships, creatures multiplying in both countries, heart and mind both teeming, and it is on this day that the first blessing in the Bible is spoken, and the blessing is be fruitful and multiply. The fifth task is making the relationships thrive. The model has already been studied at the altar. Christ's relationships were tied at all four horns, and that love truly moved people. The crowds were never summoned, they arrived. The drawing power of a love bound in all four directions is the fifth day operating at full strength. The sixth day makes man and woman, in the image of God. Read at the scale this book reads at, the sixth day happens inside a person. The heart and the mind, the earth creature and the sky creature, the two countries walking in person, fashioned at last into one image, and the image is his. Not the heart conformed to the mind, nor the mind drowned in the heart. The two of them married, male and female created he them, one likeness out of two countries. Everything from the first sorting forward was for this. And the seventh day rests. The work is crowned not by a seventh labor but by stillness. Be still, and know, the Sabbath this book has met at the carnival and at the frozen lakes melting. Creating ends the way the ice ends, the flapping stops, and what has been made is allowed simply to be what it is, and it is very good. That is how God is worshipped, not by ceremony first, and not by feeling at all, but by letting the good seed grow up in a person, layer by layer, ring by ring, day by day, into a tree of life. The mustard seed, least of all seeds, becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof, the birds in the grammar, being no small promise. The animals are the relationships. A tree grown large enough to feed and shade every animal around it is the finished worthship, the thing of great price, fully purchased and then fully grown. And the last page of Scripture shows the finished tree and adds the detail that closes this book's oldest wound. The tree of life stands on both banks of the river, bearing 12 fruits, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. Leaves. The first fallen act in the garden was tearing leaves off a tree to hide behind. On the last page, the leaves are back on the tree and they are medicine. What was stripped for masks is restored as balm, and nothing in the whole story was wasted, and heaven, as promised, works backwards. And there was another tree in the garden, and this chapter cannot close without it, because the two trees are the whole choice. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and the name deserves to be read slowly, because the name is the warning. Can good and evil really be had as knowledge, neatly defined, itemized, filed where the mind files things? The grammar of the two countries says no, and the language itself has kept the evidence. What the mind holds is knowledge. What the heart holds is wisdom, and the scriptures, which give wisdom a gender, give her the feminine. Wisdom is a woman crying in the streets of Proverbs, and the Greeks called her Sophia, and the word was a mother word in every tongue that carried it. Goodness was never a mind item. It belongs in the heart's bucket, with the wisdom, which is why knowledge of good and evil is a strange thing to promise anyone, and why the promise should have been examined before it was eaten. Here is the asymmetry the name papers over. Goodness begets goodness, the compounding current, love begetting love. But evil does not reliably beget evil, and that failure is one of the most hopeful facts in the world. Evil can be the grain of sand, the cutting thing lodged against the heart of the oyster, and the oyster's answer, layer on patient layer, transmutes the cutting thing into a pearl. Wisdom is what the heart makes out of what hurt it. The pearl is the heart's knowledge of evil, and it looks nothing like a definition. The cross holds the extreme case. There are few acts less ambiguous in their evil than what the soldier did, a man naked, as vulnerable as a human being can be made, already dying, stabbed with a spear. And what came out of the wound, the record says, was blood and water, and the water is the tell. The heart's element. Love, answering the spear point on contact. Even the most evil act can be transmuted instantly, and on that hill it was. The wound became the opening the living water poured through. Which is why evil does not exist in the way goodness exists. Goodness is a substance. Evil is a sleep. Scripture keeps no naughty list and no nice list. It speaks of awake and asleep. Awake to the things of God or asleep to them, and they know not what they do. Now watch what the serpent did with the tree, because the oldest trick on record is right there in the pitch. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Knowing. He made the whole tree a mind thing, knowledge, definition, measurement, no heart anywhere in the offer and not even any will. Nothing to do, nothing to become, only to know. The greatest lie of the adversary was and remains exactly this: all is mind, and all is not mind. There is logic and there is love, and there is the one thing that can bridge them, which is the will, the trunk. A tree reduced to its crown is the tree of knowledge. The whole tree roots down in the heart's dark, trunk of living will, crown up in the light is the tree of life. They were never two species. The difference is what gets amputated. The money changers, tables, were this amputation with a cash box. Currency exists to reduce what cannot be counted to what can, the infinite experience converted to a finite transaction. And selling your soul is a real transaction in exactly that sense. The whole tree, which could have been life, handed over as a countable thing. And in that state, no heart, no will, all ledger, is it any wonder that the only impulse left is proving rather than doing? Proving is the mind's entire economy. Doing needs a trunk. Why does anyone choose the amputated tree? Because measurement abolishes uncertainty, and uncertainty is the one bread the mind cannot bear to eat alone. Everything counted is safe. The old king of the ages chapter is the case study. Saturn felt safe because he had logically solved the fear of succession by doing the thing the heart would never have allowed. Swallowing his children is a solution only inside the economy of pure mind. No heart was consulted because the heart would have answered, and the answer would have cost him his safety. And Scripture describes a whole world run this way, in a verse whose anatomy is stranger than it first appears. God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Read the anatomy. The heart, having thoughts, the thoughts running on imaginations. Can a heart have thoughts? The translation is no accident, and the terminology is consistent. This is the heart wholly annexed by the mind's operations, life converted entirely into imaginations, the flood generation as a civilization living in the crown of the amputated tree. And Proverbs states the fool with the same strange anatomy. He that trusteth in his own heart is a fool, but whoso walketh wisely, he shall be delivered, and the modern translators, reaching for the sense, render the very same word as mind. Whoever trusts in his own mind is a fool. Both translations are right, and their disagreement is the diagnosis. The heart the verse warns against is a heart that has become a calculator. The deliverance is not a better calculation. It is walking wisely, wisdom the feminine, the heart's bucket on foot. Which is why the oldest physical forms of worship read, at the end of this book, like a prescription being filled. Nearly every tradition's deepest posture, the bow, the kneel, the forehead laid on the floor, takes the upright arrangement of a man, head stacked over heart, and folds it until the heart comes down to the ground, brought home to the earth, which is its own country. And in the fullest prostration something more happens, and every body that has ever done it has preached the sermon without a word. The head goes lower than the heart. The crown is brought down below the roots. The mind, for one held moment, bows to the country it spent the whole day presiding over, the exact inversion of the serpent's pitch, performed in flesh on the ground, where the wisdom is. Nobody builds paradise. But the word never meant the place you are let into. It meant walled around, and it meant watered, and both of those are things a man can be doing on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. The wall goes up first. Whatever has been tied to the altar and survived it is a stone. Whatever did not survive was never holding anything up. The carved things come down, the ones set upright years ago and never once asked whether they can speak. The stone a man has been sleeping on gets stood upright, and some of those turn out to be the gate of heaven, which is not the sort of thing anyone learns while lying on it. Then the four run. He stands close enough to somebody that his own walls are in the way, and they come down, and the water keeps moving. He feeds what is going to walk away from him, and holds a feast on the day it can, and sends no bill. He finds something worth facing and discovers who is already standing there, and the two of them go on looking at the thing rather than at each other. He gets behind a man and takes the weight that is crushing him and leaves him his own pack, and never mentions it again. Inside a wall built by thinking, with those four running, the word is not describing a destination. It is describing something that is happening. Paradise, like the man inside it, turns out to be a verb. There is no fifth position. God is not seated across a table, waiting to be faced and appraised and worshipped the way a man worships an object he can see all the way around. Everything that can be seen all the way around is a carved thing. The star sets and the moon sets and the sun sets, and it is the greatest of them, and it goes down like the others. The sentence appeared earlier, before its full meaning could be given. God is the direction everyone is facing. Unto Allah belong the east and the west, and whithersoever ye turn there is Allah's countenance. Lo, Allah is all-embracing, all-knowing. Surat Al-Baqarah 2, 115. God is not a fifth body contained inside the geometry. The geometry belongs to embodied creatures. A body has a front, a back, and two sides. The source of the body is not confined to any of them. Yet an embodied creature can receive and express the living water only through those four positions. Divine love is therefore encountered as the one who faces, accompanies, carries, and releases. These are not four locations assigned to God, as though he moves from chair to chair around a table. They are the four forms in which a creature experiences what proceeds from him. At one level, God is the source toward whom every person is turned. At another, his living water is what reaches a person through the one who faces him, walks beside him, takes his weight, or opens the hand. The source is one. The encounters are many. The water is one. The rivers are four. Which is why the neighbor is not the end of the river, but the opening it runs through, and why the four come out of the buried end of the tree rather than down from the branches, and why the gates of the city are never shut. There are only four ways for two people to stand. You are in one of them at this moment, and somebody is standing behind you who has not said so. Chapter 43, The Invisible Tree. The last chapter caught the first great lie in the garden. All is mind, the whole tree offered as knowledge, the crown passed off as the plant. But a lie that sighs does not travel alone, and the equation has another side. If one amputation keeps the crown and calls it the tree, the mirror amputation keeps the roots and does the same. The second great lie is the first one inverted. All is heart. And this second tree is far harder to see, invisible in fact by nature. The mind's country is the visible one. Knowledge writes itself down, argues in public, builds schools and statues of itself. The heart is the buried country, the roots nobody sees. So the mind's counterfeit tree stands in plain sight where every critic can point at it. And the heart's counterfeit tree grows underground, out of sight, which is exactly what allows it to get enormous without ever being noticed. The old paths even kept the address. The East's own name for the transgressive way is literally the left-hand path, and the left, the chapter on the two hands said, is the heart's side, the side of love. And wherever the heart-only way has organized itself, it has gathered from Egypt to India to the modern street around goddess worship. Be precise here, because the grammar itself forbids the cheap conclusion. The feminine is not the corruption. Wisdom herself is a woman. The last chapter said so and meant it. The corruption is the amputation, heart with no crown and no trunk. And the goddess of the amputated tree is not wisdom but her counterfeit. And Egypt drew the counterfeit's portrait in one terrible story. The lion-headed goddess was sent out as a punishment, and the punishment ran away with her. The slaughter stopped being an errand and became a pleasure. She waded in it, drank of it, and would not stop when the sentence was served. The story remembers her in effect as a vampire, a drinker of the life of others. Now set her beside the old king of the ages chapter, because the two of them are the two lies with crowns on. Saturn killed his children because it was logical safety by calculation. The mind tree's crime, committed cold. She killed because it felt pleasure, which is the surrogate of joy. Joy, the arc chapter said, is the needle's reading when love is on course. Pleasure is the same sensation cut loose from any course at all, the reading without the voyage. And the symmetry completes itself on the old king's side, because what Saturn bought with his arithmetic was safety, and safety is the surrogate of peace, exactly as pleasure is the surrogate of joy. Peace is the needle's reading when logic is on course. Safety is the stillness of a locked room, purchasable with no course at all. So the two counterfeit trees each mint their own false coin. The mind's tree pays in safety where peace should be, and the heart's tree pays in pleasure where joy should be, and neither coin spends anywhere a ship is actually sailing. And the safety coin has a property peace never has. It is denominated in more. Peace is a heading, and a heading is absolute. A ship is on course or it is not, no matter what any other ship on the sea is doing. Safety is a stockpile, and a stockpile is relative. Safe compared to what? Defended against whom? More walls, more gold, more power, and more has no end, because the measure is always the other man. As long as there is someone richer, someone stronger, someone higher on the wall, the arithmetic keeps returning the same verdict, not yet safe. And the arc chapter named what logic becomes when the count is refused and the wanting goes to any cost: hostility. The safety chaser does not merely fail to arrive. He is consumed by a standing hostility toward everyone whose existence keeps resetting his target, which is, in the end, everyone. Saturn again forever, a god with the whole golden age in his stomach, still hungry, still watching the nursery. And mark how the gods finally stopped her, because the detail is the whole diagnosis. They flooded the field with beer dyed red, and she drank the dye as blood and was satisfied. A hunger for the real thing knows the difference. A hunger for the feeling will drink the dye. That is the pleasure economy in a single scene. It cannot tell, and does not want to tell, the surrogate from the source. The wilderness temptations are the adversary's whole curriculum on this subject, 3 lessons long, and read in the grammar they are the two great lies and their merger. Command that these stones be made bread. Stone is memory, bread is raw experience, the food of a day. The first temptation is to run the mill backwards, to convert finished testimony back into raw experience and eat it again. But this book has already said what a stone is for. A stone goes to the furnace and becomes a sword, or into the living vessel and becomes a pearl, truth, or wisdom, the two finished forms of memory. It is not meant to be turned back into breakfast. The man who reeats his memories, rehearsing old experience for the feeling it still gives, is standing at this exact stone pile. Here is the second great lie in 3 words: all is experience. And the answer draws the line. Man lives by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God, by the prepared meal that comes down, not by the re-eaten stone. The tendency is not exotic, and it does not arrive looking sinister. Alan Watts, that charming translator of the East to the West, once proposed, more than half seriously, that the whole point of life is to forget it all, so that it can all be done again with the same excitement. The way anyone would love to forget a great mystery story just to read it once more without knowing the ending. Said that way it sounds like play, and there is nothing evil in the wish. But look at what the wish actually asks for. The story has been read. The mystery is now a memory, a stone, quarried and ready for the forge or the deep. And the proposal is to unquarry it, to trade the sword and the pearl it could become for one more taste of not knowing. Why read the story again to feel the mystery, when the memory of it sits ready to be turned into truth and wisdom? And here is the mechanical fact that makes the first temptation a lie rather than an option. The conversion does not run. A stone cannot actually be turned back into bread. All a man can do is hide the stone, push it somewhere deep into the cellar of himself where it does not stop existing. It only adds weight, and then go find new bread and eat it as though the old meal never happened. The stone stays. The weight stays. The forgetting is a filing, not an erasure. That is what the adversary's arithmetic always omits. The stone he invites you to eat again is never consumed, only buried, and a man can spend a whole life growing heavier with unforged swords and unlayered pearls, all of them filed under forget. Cast thyself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee. The devil quotes scripture, the counterfeit always quotes, and the temptation is the left-hand shortcut in its purest form. Find God by finding the devil first. Put yourself over the edge, into the most danger available, and the 2 poles will show themselves more poignantly than any doctrine could paint them. And the terrible thing is that this is partly true. Extremity does show a man both sides, vividly. But there are no shortcuts, and the prescription was never extremity. It is the daily bread, the day's own ration of trouble, dosed by a mercy that knows the eater. Christ said it without symbol, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Each day has enough trouble of its own. You do not need a demon to possess you in order to practice casting one out. The daily leprechaun keeps a man in better training than the sea monster ever would, and survivably. All these things will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. And here the 2 lies merge, because both currencies converge in one market. The mind's counterfeit sells finite things. The heart's counterfeit sells experiences. And at this stall everything is for sale at once: kingdoms and their glory, the things and the feelings, the whole inventory of both amputated trees, priced at a single payment. Worship. Ascribe the worth to me. You can sell experience exactly as you can sell objects. You can sell masks. And a soul, the last chapter said, can be put whole into a finite transaction. The third temptation is that transaction offered at world scale. The answer is the entire worship doctrine in one line. Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve, worth ascribed at the source, and nowhere else at any price. Why does the invisible tree grow so large? Because the heart deals with the infinite, and a heart cut loose from mind and will is therefore comfortable taking infinite leaps. This is the country of magical thinking, where feeling something is indistinguishable from its being so, where an intention weighs as much as an act. In that tree a man can experience feeling like God, the warmth, the vastness, the summit sensation on demand, without being his hands, without doing one good thing. It is the mercy seat's exact counterfeit, the feeling of the seat without the lifting, the anointing sensation with no wound attended, the summit without the mountain. And because the whole performance happens in the invisible country, nothing shows. The man in the visible counterfeit at least looks like what he is. The man in the invisible one looks deep. And the two counterfeit trees do not compete. They lean on each other, twisted together, each propping the other up. Where the real tree joins its two countries through one living trunk, the counterfeit is a pair. The mind tree and the heart tree twisted into an arch that photographs like a trunk and connects nothing. A life caught in them oscillates calculation when frightened, sensation when starved, measuring all week and leaping all weekend, each lie handing the exhausted man over to the other, indefinitely, and the handoff feels like balance. That is the deepest cunning of the arrangement. The twisted pair simulates integration while making it impossible, because the one thing neither tree contains, the one thing the two of them together cannot manufacture, is a trunk. There is only one tree in the garden where logic and love actually touch, and they touch in the trunk. The will, the choosing, the doing, the daily act that bridges heaven to heart and heart to mind. All is not mind. All is not heart. Between them stands the one thing that is yours. We are the tree, and every chapter of this book has been about the growing of it. The 4 rivers run from its base. Afterward, there is a question a reader deserves to have answered before putting this book down, and it is the one I would ask in your chair. Does the person who writes a parable always understand it? No, and the admission is not modesty, it is the nature of the material. Parables deal with the infinite, and the infinite cannot be known completely, which is why the same parable, revisited, teaches something it did not teach the last time. The bottom is never found. The preface claimed that about every symbol in this grammar, and the claim applies without exception to the person who spent a book assembling it. These symbols are the language of the heart, and they do not come out of the heart with an interpretation attached. They come out as something other hearts resonate with, and most of the time there is no pressure at all to convert them into something the mind can digest. The converting is this book's experiment. It was never the symbol's requirement. As for the claim underneath everything here, that this is one language, you can test it without trusting me. Take literally any book from any culture from any time and read it with the grammar in hand. The consistency will be there. Ask any person from any culture about their dreams, and it will be there again. That the symbolism holds all the way down to the molecular level is bizarre, bizarre even to me, and I wrote the chapters. But then, that life exists at all is mathematically bizarre, and here we both are. So take the sorting rule this book taught and run it last of all on the book. Whatever in these pages helps you love more in truth, keep. Throw out anything else, without inventory and without ceremony. Nothing here was built to be defended. It was built to be weighed. I am only sharing a pearl of great price that built up inside me, layer by layer, until it grew too big for the shell that made it and started to burst out. It is out now and on the table. It is yours to weigh.